Hello everyone and welcome. It's event 2 of the British Touring Cars. It's day 2, it's race day here at the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. The pit lane walkabout is in swing and we're on air an hour early to bring you coverage of it. And let's join the trackside commentary team of Chris Hartley, Alan Hyde and Josh Barrett.
For the Porsche Sprint Challenge. And I suppose the stories of yesterday's qualifying session were that after a slightly off-colour weekend at Donington Park, WSR and the BMWs, and Jake Hill in particular, were back with a bang in qualifying. Perhaps even for Jake, a slightly unexpected pole position. He said the car was improved, but until he got to the Q1 where he was quickest in his group, he didn't really think that pole position was on. After that, he thought, well, maybe it is. Maybe I can get pole position here. And that's exactly what he did, but only by 21 thousandths of a second. We had super close qualifying at Donington Park with 11 thousandths of a second between the top two. And in fact, the top three were covered by just 26 thousandths of a second. Jake Hill, Charles Rainford.
Close, huh?
And, yeah, a little bit close. And third place to Adam Morgan. Had a really good day yesterday, all the way through practices and through qualifying. He looked good. But Charles Rainford, what a story for him. Only his second ever qualifying session, the rookie, and he's on the front row of the grid. So lots of people flooding into the pit lane and down there to catch up some of the atmosphere and catch up with some of the drivers. It's good morning to Josh Barrett.
Yeah, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Alan. Good morning, everybody. You just mentioned Adam Morgan, and I'm standing nearby at Team Virtue. We'll see if we can jump in quickly. Adam, a quick word for Toka Live. A great qualifying session yesterday, so a good day in store for you, I think.
Yeah, all day was good. The car felt really nice. We were on the pace. So yesterday was phase 1. Done the qualifying, and now it's 3 races. Hopefully some good points.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very
so
much.
There's Adam Morgan at Team Virtue looking for a good day here at Brands Hatch after that strong qualifying you just mentioned.
Thanks very much. Yeah, he had a pretty awful qualifying, didn't he? With track limits being pinged at him at Donington Park. So had to start from 21st there, but he had a good solid day's racing and comes here 10th in the championship. We had a retirement and a puncture in race 1, but after that he came from the back to 10th in race 2, and then a good 5th place finish to round out the weekend. So he's looked comfortable being back in a front-wheel drive car, which is where, of course, he started his BTCC career in the Sicily Motorsport run, or the early part of his career for many years in the Sicily Motorsports Mercedes. BMW driver for the last couple of years, but back now front-wheel drive, and he was the best of the front-wheel drive cars yesterday, and his Team Virtue Hyundai teammate Tom Ingram, second in the championship after 3 second-place finishes at Donington Park. He is on that second row of the grid as well. Might have been even better though, because he had a lack of boost because he's second in the championship, so 3 seconds was all he had. He was trying to save it up for the exit from the final corner at Clearways and through Clark Curve, but he pressed the button a bit too early, and if you don't reach the required minimum speed before you press your boost button, it blocks out the system for 5 seconds, and he pressed it a fraction too early, and then it blocked him out for 5 seconds, and he couldn't actually use that boost to come out of the last corner, so he reckons it lost a couple of tenths of a second, and should have been on the front row of the grid, maybe challenged for pole position, but he was still happy with being 4th on the grid, because it could have been much worse. He almost exited qualifying 1 early when he, during a red flag during that first group, after Aidan Moffat went into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, there was a red flag, so he came in. There was all sorts going on his dashboard when he came into the pit lane, and he missed the small red light that comes on to tell you you've got to stop at the technical check area. So he failed to do that, and they took all of his times off him, and then with about 2.5, 3 minutes to go, he went out and being very cool under pressure, as Tom Ingram is, he went and banged in the quickest lap of the session and got through, but it was a bit more stressful than it should have been. So it could have been a lot worse, but 4th on the grid perhaps doesn't show all of the pace that Tom does have in that car. As I said, with that, not the opportunity to run his boost on that flying lap in the final part of qualifying. Very good qualifying session for him, but not so much for Ash Sutton, the one driver that's in front of him in the championship, who's back 13th on the grid. And the car just struggling a little bit. I mean, he only missed out getting out of his group by, 54 thousandths of a second. So he almost made it through. He was 7th, but just failed to get through. So Ash Sutton is going to have to try and come from 13th on the grid, Josh.
Yeah, not far away from Stephen Jelly, who had a good qualifying session yesterday. Stephen, quick word for Toka Live. It looked like things were going quite well yesterday in qualifying.
Yeah, it was going okay. Yeah, there's still a bit of work to do. I think, you know, we're making good progress, but we can continue to do that. And I think every session we're going to make another step forward. For me, it's still a learning phase. I've never driven the car at this circuit before coming here, so, you know, it's positive, lots of positives.
Well, best of luck, hope you have a good day. So Stephen Jelly, who got to the second part of qualifying yesterday.
Yes, he did okay, didn't he? Got through there, looked pretty good in the free practice as well. Ended up in 12th place on the grid, so start from the 6th row, Stephen Jelly, in his Honda Civic, and as he said, still learning the car. It was a really fraught day for his teammate Josh Cook, though, at One Motorsport. He showed good pace in the races at Donington Park, had some bad luck, a bit of contact from Tom Chilton in race 1, which dented in his exhaust and cost him some time, and potentially, he reckons, cost him a podium, but still finished 6th in that race, but had a puncture in the second race, and then came through in the third race. But here, he struggled, had some damage to the car in free practice, struggled to find any pace at all, really, and was just on the back foot all day, I'm afraid. So Josh Cook, 17th on the grid, but we know Josh is a mega driver, and he could certainly work his way through from that grid position, but it's not going to be easy here at Brands Hatch. But he's one of the drivers that's pretty good at diving down the inside of people at Paddock Hill Bend, isn't he?
In fairness, he would rather have a weekend where he's not up against it, wouldn't he?
For once, yeah. Yeah. Just seems to be not quite clicking the last few years. He's always thereabouts, isn't he? But he has these sort of off weekends that and bits of bad luck. And that's, the trouble is, if you qualify out of position, even if you're a quick driver, everybody else is quick around you as well. So it's not the easiest work to get through. And you get the incidents as well when you're in the middle of the pack.
Particularly on a circuit like this.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's a sort of balance of trying to go forwards and trying to be aggressive, but not being too aggressive and getting brought in even worse incidents and ended up further down the grid.
Can I just quickly say, Chris, how people can get in touch with us here on Toker Live? You can send a message directly into the studio here at Brands Hatch, and in fact every meeting for the BTCC this year. All you need to do is have WhatsApp on your phone, add the number 07482 877 877, save it as Toker Live. We need your message plus your name, just your first name, to 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp only, or you can email us, studio@tokerlive.net, but I reckon the favoured means of getting in touch is on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877, and you can get a shout out on air just to say hi to the people that you're with, wish a happy birthday, any of those kind of things, or support your favourite driver or your favourite team. All you need to do is send us a message, 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp, message, plus don't forget to put your name on the message.
Fantastic, yes, and yeah, we'd love to hear from. We had lots of messages coming in yesterday, a few questions, lots of shout outs. So
nearly didn't get through them all, Chris.
No, it was good thing, a good
really
problem
good,
to have,
yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely right. So BMW is looking at the front row here at Brands Hatch. The last 3 seasons around the Indy circuit, the most winning driver has been Colin Turkington, the 4-time champion in a BMW. So it shows that the cars go well around here. He had a win in 2022, one in 2023, and a pair of wins last year. Mind you, Josh Cook has had a couple of wins, and Ash Sutton's had a couple of wins over the last 3 seasons as well at this circuit. But if you weren't here yesterday, we talked about this, and you'll see it for yourself. You'll see the second half of the lap here looks nice and shiny and much darker surface than the rest of the track, because just a few days ago, the second half of the lap from the end of the Cooper Straight all the way through the left-hander at Surtees, McLaren, Clearways and Clark Curve was resurfaced. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but Josh has got more news from the pits.
Yeah, I'm just down at Power Max Racing, and we had Nick Howson just doing some autographs, but we'll have a chat with him if we can. Nick, a quick word for Toker Live. Good to have you back in the championship, but a day of sort of building up yesterday, but it looked like you were sort of getting there towards the end of the day.
Yeah, no, very confident. We really didn't get that much running in free practice due to a few issues, so I was improving every lap during qualifying, so pretty confident we can move forward. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting first race.
And great fan interaction as always for you down here.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Great fan interaction for you.
Yeah, no, I love doing this stuff. You know, it's yeah, it's part of the whole experience. You know, trying to bit of extra craziness.
Well, best of luck today. Hope you have a good one. So there's Nick Howstead back in the championship this weekend.
Yes, he is. Wasn't expecting to be, was he? And then got announced this week, having missed the first round, that he's coming. He's the second Vauxhall, so he's joined Mikey Doble, who has become the first ever driver to spend 3 consecutive seasons with that team. And Mikey did a good job yesterday into the quick 6 shootout in the sister car in qualifying at the PowerMax team, doing a fantastic job with their main sponsor dropping out just before the start of the season to even be on the grid. So it's been great to have them here. And Nick Halstead is out then making it a pair of cars. And he said yesterday at the end of the session, I still think there's a good second in me. I'm still getting there. I didn't have, as he just said to Josh, too much time in the car, but there's more to come in me. The car feels really good, feels really dialed in, and he was pretty happy with where he was at the end of the day. He'll start 23rd in the Motor Parts Direct PowerMax Vauxhall Astra. So Nick, who made his debut in the BTCC back in 2021 just for a round at Croft, and then came in 2023 with the Bristol Street Motors Accelerate Hyundai, back in the championship for a 3rd full season, Josh.
Yeah, down at Toyota, and the returning Gordon Shedden in the BTCC this year. Gordon, a quick word for Toka Live. Yesterday was not what you were hoping for, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we had just quite a few gremlins and dramas as the day went on, so hopefully a little bit clearer today. They've certainly worked hard overnight to get to the bottom of it, but yeah, clearly it wasn't what it should have been yesterday, so...
There's only one way to go today, and that's forward.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a long day ahead, exciting day ahead. You know, still lots of racing to happen. Today's the day when the points are dished out. We've just got to do our best to try and get into them and play a bit of the long game.
Best of luck. So there's Gordon Shedden, the 3-time champion, back in the championship this year. But after that off he had in free practice 1 yesterday, that meant the rest of the day was very challenging. But as he said, the team have worked hard, and he'll be looking to move forward today.
Yeah, did it had an off at Druids, didn't he? And some damage to the front corner of the car, so he missed half of one of the practice sessions, the first free practice session, and then it never really got going for him the day. So he's last but one on the grid, 52-time race winner. He's 5th in the all-time rankings of most wins in the BTCC, only behind Jason Plato, Colin Turkington, Matt Neal and Andy Rouse. So he's got his work cut out. It's an all-Scottish final. 2 drivers on the grid, because Aidan Moffat is the only driver that's behind Gordon on the grid, and he is a driver that's absolutely out of position because he was quick yesterday throughout the morning, and he was in the top 2 in his group in the first part of qualifying. Looked like he was going to go through fairly comfortably in the BMW, and then tried a different line, he said, on his way into Paddock Hill Bend, and he just hooked the wheel a bit too much over the inside curb, the front right. It unsettled the car, skipped the back end out, and it is oh so easy to lose the car at Paddock Hill Bend. It's such a steep drop down there. At the back of the car goes very, very light very quickly because all of the weight is on the front of the car as it drops down over that cliff on the exit to Paddock Hill Bend, and the car just swapped ends and sent him into the Paddock Hill gravel trap, in which he got stuck and brought about the red flags. If you bring about the red flags, you lose your best lap time and you can't take any further part in the session. So he ended up in last place on the grid, but we know he's a quick driver and a quick car, and he should be coming through here in the races later. Josh.
And of course, one of the stars of qualifying yesterday was Charles Rainford, and we'll grab a word with Charles. Charles, when I spoke to you yesterday, you were hoping it was going to be a good day. It turned out to be a very good day.
Yeah, it turned out to be a very, very good day, thank you. Yeah, I mean, after free practice, I was hoping to get to Q3, but then to be on the front row is just incredible. So, yeah, we'll see how we go today. I think today would be a big learning curve, once again, this time racing at the exact opposite end of the grid than Donington Park 2 weeks ago. So, big learning curve, feeling good. You know, the nerves haven't set in yet, but I'm sure that will change on the grid.
Best of luck. So there's Charles Rainford on the front row of the grid in the West Surrey Racing Run BMW, and as he says, it's going to be a different day today, but surely you can't be ruling out seeing him on the podium.
He was absolutely beaming in Park Fairway yesterday. He was absolutely beside himself.
You won't be surprised to know, Alan, he still is.
He still is, yeah. He's a happy guy. He's a great character. He's a great driver, and he's got quite a future ahead of him, I reckon, in the BTCC.
Johnny, nice bloke as well.
Really
Charles
nice
Rainford,
bloke.
really nice guy, and it's great to see him doing well. He's one of these drivers that's been around for a long time, but he's still only 25. He's packed a lot into his career, done lots of historic racing. with his family-run team, CCK Motorsport, who he was running with when he was in the Porsche Carrera Cup as well with his dad, Sean. In fact, until a couple of seasons ago, they were running the team out of back of an old horse box, and they really did punch above their weight. And Charles was the Pro-Am champion in the Porsche Carrera Cup in 2022. He got an overall winner here at Brands as well around the Grand Prix circuit, and then progressed to the Pro category in 2023. Finished fourth that year and was close to winning the championship last year. Finished in second place in the Pro category.
And an ex-professional ballroom dancer, which is my a great interest. I love the fact that Mikey Doble is a former pro golfer. And
still very good golfer.
Still a
plus handicapper.
He's a plus handicapper, yeah. And Charles Rainford as a ex-professional ballroom dancer. That's a rarity, isn't it?
It's good, yeah. Josh.
Yeah, I'm just going to pick up on your point there. There may be other motor racing drivers that do golf, probably less do ballroom dancing, I would suggest.
yeah, I think you might be right. Yep.
Yeah, I think we had an end of season BTCC golf competition. There'd be a few turn up, but I think there'd only be one person turning up for the end of season Latin American dancing competition.
well, Stephen Jelly is a golfer, isn't he?
Is he?
Yeah,
right.
I seem to remember. I remember one particular weekend at Knock Hill. Many years ago, when Stephen Jelly and Colin Turkington were teammates at Team RAC in the BMWs, and very close to the Knock Hill circuit, Dunfermline. There's a complex which, amongst 10-pin bowling and all of those kind of things, there is also a crazy golf course. And Colin and Stephen were ultra competitive on the crazy golf course, and were spotted there early in the morning. So, say 10 o'clock in the morning when it opened.
Practicing.
They were still doing it at 6 o'clock in the evening. Ultra competitive.
Probably a few quid on it as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, keep playing double or quit.
You have a media crazy golf tournament at Knock Hill, don't you?
On the Thursday. I think it's the Thursday evening. Yeah.
How do you get on in that normally?
Oh, I don't get involved. Oh. No. Certainly not.
He won't play without a caddy anymore. No. If they won't provide a caddy in the golf buggy, he's not interested. Even on crazy golf.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
You're quite right. It's too frustrating.
No, it's a great little course actually. I mean, if you like your crazy golf, it's one to have a go at, because if you get a hole in one on the final hole and set the bell off, which I have done, and Matt James, the editor of Motorsport News, has done. Alan Gow, the championship CEO, has done as well. You then get another round free of charge.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Fantastic.
Yep. Sounds
like it's too easy, though, doesn't it? All those people got a hole in one.
You don't know how many times we've tried in order to get a hole in one. Quite a few.
Yeah. Spent 80 quid practicing and then just got one free round out of it in the end. Yeah.
Maybe that's what Jelly and Turkington were doing that day. Absolutely determined to get a free round. Invested 75 quid in the day.
So, interesting grid, isn't it? Because it's already a very different looking grid than we had at Donington Park. And, it feels already like one of those seasons where if you can just keep being consistent and pick up the odd wins and pick up some podiums, that's going to be standing you in great stead at the end of the season, because it feels like the start we've had, every weekend somebody's going to have a bad one at some point, and certainly the lack of boost seems to have hampered Ash Sutton here. Unusually for him not to get through to the quick six, even last year all the way through the season, apart from twice he got through to the quick six, even though he had a lack of hybrid as it was then.
And we will get to a stage, Chris, at some point this year that drivers refer to it as boost as opposed to hybrid.
Yeah, I think you had to correct about 6 drivers yesterday, didn't you?
I thought it was my duty to do so, but I felt a bit mean doing it because clearly it feels to a driver a very similar deployment of increased performance.
Turbo now. It's turbo.
It's turbo boost. Yeah, Josh.
Yeah, just standing by with Mikey Doble, and a quick word, Mikey, if we can, for Toka Live. A good qualifying session yesterday. A good day in store, maybe.
Yeah, let's hope so. Fantastic qualifying to get in the quick six there. We can just capitalise on that, make the most of it. Race 1, set ourselves up for race 2, and we're on for a good day.
Best of luck. So there's Mikey Doble at Power Max Racing, and as always, massively busy wherever you go down here, Alan. But pick that word for another driver.
Yeah, that's the driver that finished runner-up to his teammate of last year, Aaron Taylor-Smith, in the Independence Championship, with Powermax winning the Independence team title. Because he won the Jack Sears Trophy last year, which he dominated, really. Mikey Doble, 15 category wins along the way. The Jack Sears Trophy last year was for any driver that at the start of the season hadn't been on the podium, overall podium, but this year they've slightly tweaked the rules, and it's for anybody prior to the start of the season that hasn't had more than one podium. So if you've had one podium, you still are able to be in it. Obviously, that doesn't apply to Mikey Doble because he has been on the podium, which he got his first podium at Alton Park last year, led most of the race until Jake Hill finally squeezed past him with a couple of laps to go, but still finished an excellent second there. And, of course, in 2023, he got a pole position at Silverstone, but it didn't go according to plan on the formation lap. So the Jack Sears Trophy winner, runner-up in the Independence Championship last year, Mikey Doble, back for what will be his third season in the championship, the former BMW Compact Cup champion, former Ginetta GT5 Challenge champion, and looking at home now, I say third season with the same team in the same car as well, and Adam Weaver's team doing a fantastic job with that Vauxhall over the last couple of years. It's been hugely competitive. They really did dominate the Independence Championship last year, and Mikey, the quickest of the Independents yesterday, the only one to make it through into the top six. Dan Lloyd kind of went under the radar a bit yesterday, but he was another independent driver that went well. Just missed out on the quick six by a fraction of a second, so he will start 8th on the grid. Dan coming back after a season away from the BTCC, where he raced last year in the Porsche Carrera Cup, and another independent that looked quick yesterday, but probably didn't end up as high on the grid as he might have expected after finishing fastest in free practice 2 was Chris Smiley. Looked a little bit disappointed to be 11th on the grid, but Chris has looked good this year. Restart Racing in for their second season in the BTCC. And Chris is one of the 14 different race winners that we've got on the grid, and the team now switching this year from the Cupra to the Hyundai i30N, and that seems to be a very competitive package. So some of the independents going well there. 3 of them up there in the, well, 4 of them with Stephen Jelly as well up in the top 12. So the Independents Championship looks like being fiercely competitive this year, and so too I think will be the Jack Sears Trophy this year. So we know Ash Sutton leads the overall championship coming into this weekend on 58 points, 7 points clear of Tom Ingram, but behind him on the grid today, Tom on 51. Third is Tom Chilton on 42 points, but Tom couldn't get out of the first phase of qualifying either. He was about to put his quick lap in when the red flags came out in his session, and he couldn't get the best from the tyres after that, he was saying. So he is 15th on the grid. Dan Camish, 4th in the championship, went well. He's 5th on the grid. And then Jake Hill, 6th in the championship. Of course, he's on pole position. So opportunities for them to close the gap there on Ash Sutton today. And in terms of the Independence Championship, it is Chris Smiley that leads that one after a win, a second and a third in class at the opening weekend at Donington Park. He's got 52 points, but he's only 1 point clear of the driver you've just heard from, Mikey Doble, who's on 51 in the Motor Parts Direct with Powermax Racing Vauxhall. He had 2 class wins at Donington. And then third is Josh Cook in the Independents on 41 points. As for the Jack Sears Trophy for drivers that haven't had more than one podium at the start of the season, Ronan Pearson leading that one with a win and a second in class effectively. Those that qualify for the Jack Sears Trophy, it's the same point scoring system as it is for the overall races, just applied to the highest finishes in the class. So you might finish 5th or 6th overall, but if you're the first place Jack Sears Trophy driver, you get the full 20 points for that category, and then 17 for being second in class, and so on. So Ronan Pearson, 48 points, but again, he's only 1 point clear of Daryl De Leon, the youngster in the Team BMW car, and his second full season now of the championship. And Daryl did a pretty good job yesterday in qualifying. He got through to the second phase of qualifying, and he is 9th on the grid for the first race today. And then Max Hall, the 18-year-old from Dursley in Gloucestershire, who was runner-up last year to Dan Zelos in the JCW Mini Championship, has come in for his first season with Unlimited Motorsport, and he has got at the moment enough points to put him third in the Jack Sears Trophy after picking up his first overall points in his BTCC career at Donington Park. So he's on 41 points in the Jack Sears Trophy Championship. As for the Manufacturers Championship, Accelerate Motorsports, Hyundai lead on 95 points, and they are 1 point clear of Alliance Racing and Ford, who've got 94. Josh?
Yeah, back down at Toyota, and we'll see if we can pick up a word with one of the drivers in just a moment's time. We've got Ronan Pearson, Aaron Taylor Smith, James Dorling, and of course Gordon Shedden, who we've already spoke to. See if we can grab a word with James, because the other two are quite busy at the moment. James, quick word for Toka Live. Yesterday, I think not quite what you were hoping for.
No, obviously FP2 looks really strong. Unfortunately, I just made a little mistake on my first push lap into Druids, locked up and actually put the left front on the canvas. So I was fortunate to stay out the barriers, to be honest, and get a lap in. But yeah, super frustrating, because I think we should have been 10 or 11 places further up the grid. But yeah, you know, it's all learning, and it's my second quali. I'm frustrated because that's not the sort of mistake I make, but I'm still learning everything. So I'm happy with the progress that we're showing, but I think today is going to be just all about moving forwards.
Absolutely, good luck with that. So there's James Dorling in his first season of the BTCC, and already though frustrated sort of with the performance. Let's see if we can have a word with Ronan Pearson. We're here. Ronan, how was yesterday for you?
Yeah, not bad. We did the best of what we've got, really. Working really well as a team. Yeah, we just haven't got the straight line speed. It's as simple as that. Everyone can see that. And hopefully something changes soon, but I did a good job, delivered another good qualifying result like at Donington. So yeah, long may that continue. We'll control what we can control, and that's all you can do.
Well, best of luck with moving forward. So that frustration there from the Toyota drivers, and maybe a little bit of background information to what the team are struggling with at the moment.
Yeah, straight line speed, interesting that. So that was Ronan Pearson saying that's been the big issue for them. James Dorling saying, look, I made a mistake and a bit frustrated with myself. I should be a lot higher up on the grid than I am. So Ronan Pearson did okay yesterday. He's going to be starting 10th on the grid for the first race. James Dorling, you heard from first, is back in 20th spot, though. It's good to see James kind of finally make his way to the BTCC, because that was always the plan when he was here in the support package all those years ago, racing the Clio Cup, where he was the runner-up in the championship back in 2018. He blitzed the start of the season. If you go back and remember that season, he was up against Paul Rivette, the most successful ever driver in the Clio Cup, and he really dominated the start of the season, James. He won 5 consecutive races early in the season, but then Paul came back at him in the second half of the year and just pipped him to the championship. And then he went off and raced in the Porsche Sprint Challenge, which you'll see in action today, the Porsche Caymans. He was actually the first ever Porsche Sprint Challenge champion in the first season in 2020, but then kind of went down the GT route rather than getting into touring cars. Didn't have the opportunity to do it, and raced in British GT, was a Silver Am champion, racing in a Lamborghini Huracan. Did some classic racing in a Lotus Elan, actually finished second at the Spa 6 Hours a couple of years ago with our former champion, 2013 champion Andrew Jordan, and was working with McLaren and their customer program as well. So it's great that he's had the opportunity to come back into the BTCC in a roundabout way, and we'll see what he can do from 20th on the grid.
Yeah, interesting. Both, obviously, he and Charles Rainford both have done quite a lot of historic racing, because James also races his father's Jaguars. Last year in the wet at Castle Combe, massively spectacular, as you might expect, but it was interesting yesterday that Charles was sort of saying you can relate some of those driving styles of the older cars to these latest generation of touring cars, which is perhaps what you wouldn't expect.
Yeah, it's all about car control, I suppose, that aspect of it, when they're used to driving cars with no ABS, no traction control, skinny tyres that aren't that grippy. You know, it's just having that feel for the car, isn't it? And then to translate that into a very, very different beast, as you say, a 375 brake horsepower touring car, rear-wheel drive in the case of Charles Rainford, front-wheel drive in the case of James Dorling. But, you know, I think there's something in that. I mean, Jake Hill is quite a successful touring car driver. He's the champion, and he does lots of historic racing as well. He can drive anything he can find, really, and more he's driving GT cars and endurance racing as well. So, yeah, I think that wider experience definitely can play a useful role in developing the drivers in their main focus. Their main focus being, of course, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So they're starting to close the pit lane now after a very busy half an hour down there with all the fans catching up with the drivers. One of the best aspects of the BTCC, not just the fantastic racing we get, but the fantastic fan access and the availability of the drivers. Always really good at catching up with the fans when they've got time to do so. And of course here at Brands Hatch it's slightly different because we have the inner paddock where there's no room for anything except for the BTCC personnel, but at most circuits obviously the fans are able to roam around the paddock and catch up with drivers and bump into drivers in between races and sessions as well, and they're always very obliging in signing autographs and getting selfies, which is a fantastic aspect of the championship. So the pit lane walkabout and autograph session is coming to a close. Thanks to those of you that made your way over, and hopefully you were able to find and catch up with your favourite drivers. The action on track gets underway at 10:05, so we can go live on the tannoys at 10 o'clock. We can't go on live on the tannoys before that because of the local noise restrictions, which is why we don't start any racing until after 10. So we'll start with the second race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship. That's a 20-minute race that starts at 10:05. The Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy second race, also 20 minutes long, starts at 10:40, and then the pit lane will open at 11:15, and our first Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship race gets underway at 11:30.
With Max Hall. Max, second meeting of the BTCC, taking learning from Donington, I guess, into this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously new, still learning, but really enjoying it so far.
And obviously the last half an hour, that's all a really new experience, totally different to anything you've done before, I guess.
Yeah, I've never done it before, but I enjoy all the fan interaction, so yeah, it's all good.
Any aims for today, top 10 perhaps in the books?
Yeah, I was really hoping for that, but we had some engine issues in qualifying that's put us a bit down the order, but should be all fixed today. We'll see what happens.
It looked like you had your elbows out at Donington, so I'm sure you'll do it again.
Yeah, I'll definitely get them out again, don't worry about that.
Best of luck.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
So there's Max Hall, Unlimited Motorsport. Can have slightly longer chats with the drivers at this end of the pit lane now where the crowds have left, so I'll see what other drivers are still hanging around.
Fantastic, yeah. Max Hall, just 18 years of age. Only just 18 as well.
I love him.
Yeah, he's brilliant, isn't he?
I absolutely love him.
He's just launched his new range of merch as well this weekend.
I'll
so
buy
I'm
some.
Sure he's going to be a fan favourite. Yeah, 18 years of age. I remember chatting to him at Knockhill, him and his dad, and saying, what are you thinking about doing next year? Then he said, we want to be in the British Touring Car Championship. I was like, okay.
Aim high.
Aim high. And here he is. He's done it. Fair play to him. Youngest driver in the field, just 18 years of age. As I said, second in the JCW Mini Challenge last year with 5 wins behind Dan Zelos, and then rookie champion that year as well. JCCC Junior Saloon Car Championship champion a couple of years ago in 2022, what would have been his first season racing cars. And also, Alan, he's the leader of the Crazy Karts Championship because he won last night on the kart track.
Oh, did he
He did,
indeed?
yeah.
Did he? Why doesn't that surprise me?
So, they've got some new competition out there in Crazy Karts, and it's called Max Hall.
Yeah.
Engine issues, the problem for him. So back in 19th place on the grid. So few quick drivers out of position, aren't there, for the race to come this morning?
It's it's just a very interesting grid indeed, including Aidan Moffat starting right at the back of the grid, and he had an off, but the pace in the BMW and Aidan in the BMW was really good up until that point, so he's going to be one that's slicing through. What about Josh? Are you slicing through the crowd?
Well, I've noticed Aaron Taylor-Smith trying to take our job, Alan, because he's got his PA system out again.
He's great at that, yeah.
So we'll leave him to that. Most of the drivers are disappearing off once the fans have gone past, because as you can imagine, we're not that far away from the first BTCC race of the day. So engineering briefings are underway as soon as autographs are done. Drivers
will leave pretty much straight away, Josh, so I think you can return to base with a good job. Very well done down on Pit Lane Walkabout. Josh Barrett for Toka Live here at Brands Hatch on 88.3 FM. We'll be, as Chris has said, live on the speakers at 10 o'clock, leading up to the first race of the day, which is our second race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. For now, thanks to Chris Hartley and Josh Barrett.
Well, Dan, quick six. It lived up to its name, didn't it? Goodness me, that was fast and furious.
That was fast, wasn't it? I kept saying over the radio, I was like, wow, I don't know what these guys are doing, but my laps were all she wrote. That's as quick as I can drive it. I was really happy with my laps. The car was fantastic. You know, Napa Racing gave me a great car. My engineer James gave me a great car, and we maximised every inch of it. And that is everything she wrote. So I'm really pleased. Ultimately, there's a few cars ahead that had a bit more boost. Yeah. Apart from one, which is Tom. And fair play to Tom. We know how good he is, and we know that he's in a strong car as well. So I'm happy. I am happy. I think with a few more seconds we could have sneaked a bit higher up, but that's not the game. So now it's all focused on tomorrow. We've done a really good job there. We've put ourselves in a good starting point, and that's obviously what today's all about.
Just looking at the times across the whole of qualifying, you can see there are three tranches of drivers of cars in there. That top six is so close. And then there's a chasing pack, and then there's the rest, I think it's probably fair to say. It's so competitive.
Unbelievably so, and I think what you're seeing is the culmination of obviously a rule set that in some ways has kind of been relatively similar for a while. Okay, we've taken the hybrid out, I understand that, but you know, when the cars are kind of well developed in some respects. The engines are well developed. The drivers are obviously have been around a little bit. Okay, well done to people like Rainford. You know, they've done a great job today. But yeah, this is a really close championship. I think it's one of the hardest championships anywhere in the world because it's so close, so fierce. Great teams, great drivers. I know more than any, you need a lot of luck as well to be successful in this. It's not, you know, you need a fast car. So much has to come together to give you a good weekend, and you know, yeah, you can see how fierce that top six was. You know, you've literally give away a couple of hundreds and you can forget about it. So no, touring cars is in a very good place, I think, right now in terms of the competitiveness of the grid.
Absolutely. You're in a competitive team, Napa, 4 good drivers. It must actually be nice to be the lead driver after that. You're smiling, so
I'll be honest, I nearly wasn't, and you know what, unbelievable when you knock the boss's son out of the Q3. Probably got some answering to do, but yeah, you know, it's a fantastic environment. You know, I love being part of this team from the top down. You know, from Pete Osborne, Steve Richardson of Napa. You know, it's the way this team is operated and led from the front by those two, and everyone pulls in behind and works hard, and there's a real family feel to it. Everyone's got each other's back, and you can even see, you know, if you look close enough, you'll see that, you know, when one of the cars doesn't get through, everyone filters onto the next one, and they keep moving down the garages until whoever's left, and we all celebrate together. So, you know, it's really nice. But yeah, ultimately then I actually knocked Sam out. Sam was knocked Sam to 7th, and I went through in 6th. So probably got some explaining to do. But a fantastic performance by Sam, I think it has to be said.
Great session, really well done, Dan.
Thank you.
Well, Tom, qualifying in the sunshine, in the heat here at Brands Hatch, that was a quick 6 fast and furious, wasn't it?
Hasn't it been wonderful? So far this season has been, I think it's all down to the sustainable fuel we're using, personally. It's been fantastic weather so far. Yeah. Good at Donington, good at Brands. That means maybe it goes to 3s, or maybe the next one is going to make up for it. We had a good qualifying session. Well, we didn't actually. I don't know why I say that. I nearly got us kicked out, which was suboptimal, because when at Q1 we had red flags just as I was coming into the final corner. So by the time I'd seen the flag, made sure there was no one near me, slowed down, got across to the pit lane, turned my headlights off, got pit lane speed limiter on, there's red flashing lights all around the circuit. I didn't see the tiny red light that tells you to go onto the scales. Right. Which for some reason means that you lose all your lap times, which seems kind of rude. So we lost all of our lap times and then had to come back in, recheck, and then go again. But got through, that was fine. Ended up being a bit of a messy session. So then Q2 was fine, that was all good. And then Q3, really good shape. 2 tenths up on my Delta, 2.5 tenths up on my Delta, so it's going to be like a 4 something. And I come out the last corner, press the boost button, and I pressed it too early, locked myself out, lost 2.5 tenths. So I feel like a bit of an idiot at the minute.
That's the bit where you sit in the van and go, if what's, could be's, maybes, I guess.
I made lots of swearing words in the helmet, but very good place to be.
Porsche
just go. That's very antisocial. So yeah, it was good. We're obviously fourth. It's a lovely place to be. Adam just in third. 2 BMs ahead of us. BMs are obviously quick. I think they have to thank BMW for resurfacing the circuit in all the major traction zones or what. I don't know.
You mentioned, is that played into their hands?
No, I don't think so. No, I couldn't possibly say that. But I think it's definitely helped us all. We're all going pretty quick, to be perfectly honest with you. So, yeah, fair play. They've obviously been quick this weekend, and I'm sure they'll be quick all the way through it.
Well, Jake, you're exhausted from all of the TV interviews and the photographs and the Wingfoot Award. What an incredible qualifying here at Brands Hatch. Well done.
Got our mate now. Jake keeps holding me telling me to hold this trophy up. It's quite weighty, you know, but so proud of this team. You know, I mean, huge thank you to Laser Tools Racing with JBMotorsports. You know, they have worked their socks off, bless them. You know, I mean, there's been so much gone into it, so many late nights, especially from the engineering side, to get this thing to try and handle a bit better, you know, after Donington. And it's genuinely, I know we're on pole, but you've got to remember, a lot of my championship contenders, you know, they have nothing. And, like, Tom's still right there, you know, so we haven't done enough. But we've done enough for today, you know, so we just got to try and maximise tomorrow, have a good Sunday, and, yeah, on to the next one.
Looking at FP1 and FP2, it wasn't a given that you would be on pole. What changed?
FP1 gave us a good insight, and FP2 we tried something a little bit more, stepped too far, you know, so then we altered it, back to the drawing board, and obviously Charles was trying something in FP2 as well, so it's nice to have a teammate that I can bounce some ideas off with, and he's got a great engineer in Dan as well, so yeah, we bounced a few ideas off each other, and we both came up with a setup that we have now. So it's obviously good enough for a 1-2 on the grid. Charles obviously got like 4 or 5 seconds more hybrid, but he's done a fantastic job.
He's done all right, hasn't he?
He has. And I remember my first year with BMW, I was second on the grid here.
I was going to mention
alongside Colin. So hey, you know, he's doing a great job. So hats off to him.
Just finally, half of the lap here has new tarmac. The track temperature is high.
Yeah.
There's a lot more grip, but there's also the potential for more tyre wear. I mean, you must have felt the difference with the new surface.
For sure, the new surface has aided us quite a lot, you know, through the world of it, and, you know, it stuck, so yeah, it has helped for sure. The old surface, though, is still not bad, you know, it's the strongest I've been in Sector 1, like, since 2022, you know, so I found a chunk in Sector 1, which I'm happy about personally. So yeah, it's all is good.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was watching you at Donington. I wasn't quite sure, and I was watching your lines. Watching your lines here, monstering the curbs. It was last season's Jake Hill was back.
Just got a car that has some bite, you know, and that's the truth. At Donington, we just lacked grip, you know, there's no other word for it, whereas we've come here and straight away you've got that bite in the tyre back everywhere, not just on the new surface, but we do seem to be maximising the new surface better than others, so yeah, it's it's lovely to have a BMW that's absolutely rocking again.
Cracking session, congratulations, Wingfoot Award as well, well done Jake.
Thank you.
Charles, first of all, huge congratulations. What an incredible performance you put in that shootout here at Brands Hatch. Really well done.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. You know, I think I did it on my first push lap as well. So, yeah, it's just trying to find a rhythm. I know my driving style it's still not perfect. That's why, you know, Jake's slightly quicker than me, but I'm learning from the best. You know, all the boys at West Surrey, it's been incredible to go from Donington to now. It's a massive difference. So just hope I can do them all proud tomorrow.
It was a really frantic session, and the amount of time between first and sixth was almost next to nothing. You were so close, a cigarette paper's width away from that first pole.
Totally, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, Jake's last year's champion. He says the car's now back like on song like it was last year, so if I'm only slightly behind him on my second weekend, I'll take that. That's fine.
I know you've finally, you're really keen to do this for the team and to be here, but you're laying a marker down, Charles. Your name is being mentioned again and again and again. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
You know what? It's lovely. I hope there's no expectations of me now after this, but I'm just, you know, I'm so lucky to be here. I'm just a normal lad that coaches during the week and gets to drive some amazing pieces of kit on the weekend, so I can't thank my sponsors enough for this incredible opportunity. Dick Bennett's West Surrey. I'm a normal lad that just loves cars, so it feels like a dream. If it is, don't wake me up.
Well, you're here on merit, my friend, so very well done.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well done.
Dresden, a happy 40th birthday from his mates, enjoying the sunshine with him today. I think we're all enjoying the sunshine. We did get a message from Dr. Trafford yesterday. Who is our senior doctor involved in the support of every TOCA meeting, every meeting for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. And he's got the WhatsApp number saved now, which is a dangerous thing. So we'll get Traff updates over the course of this weekend. He very excitedly told me this morning, I've saved your number. I can text in at any time now. Yes, you can, Dr. Trafford. And yesterday's advice holds true for today as well. Do make sure that you're protecting your skin today, everybody. It's going to be a warm one. And there were some slightly red people at the end of yesterday, and that's not really what you want to do. So do please use a bit of skin protection today if you're out in the sunshine. Also drink lots as well, and wear a hat. There are plenty on sale here at Brands Hatch. Plenty on sale. No excuses for not having a hat on, that's for sure.
Adam, huge congratulations. What an incredible performance by you here at Brands Hatch. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's made up for the Donington track limit qualifying, so that's good. And you know, because of that, I came to quali with maximum boost, so I had to make sure I was in the mix for race day with that boost. And so far we've done that. You know, we've put it on P3. We're up there. I think it's just going to be a session now of what everyone's going to do on tyres tomorrow.
Absolutely. New surface on about half the lap here, and very high track temperatures. That must have had an impact on those times. I mean, the times were tumbling.
Yeah, they're getting faster and faster. I think the issue we're going to face tomorrow is how, you know, is how these soft tyres affect the race distance. Yeah. We saw at Donington, people were struggling. We've got higher track temps probably. We've got this new tarmac down, which is really, really grippy. So we'll have to see. We'll have to give it a go, and we'll go from there.
You've proved you've got the speed, and the car has the speed underneath you. You can race from that position very well and end up on the podium.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions, Steve, but yeah, I'm hoping so. You know, we've shown we've got the pace. I think our race pace at Donington was pretty strong as well. Yeah. So long as we stay out of any trouble, don't anything daft, you know, we hopefully 3 good points, Steve, is what I'm after, which I know sounds boring as hell, but I need to claw myself back up the championship. So 3 good results tomorrow will make me happy, man.
It's really good to see you climbing in and out of the car with just the Welter of the World lifted off your shoulders. You look so comfortable in this car.
I'm just really enjoying driving it again. It's kind of all, and I'm still learning. There's still bits for me to learn. You know, every now and then, Tingram will come up to me and I'll ask him a question. Do this. And I go, oh yeah, I remember that. So there's still bits I'm picking up on and doing, but just throwing it around there in quali was epic. Loved it.
Really well done.
Thank you, mate.
Mikey, congratulations. You got into the quick 6, which you were looking for this morning. Good performance, well done.
Yeah, solid. It's kind of about where we'd hoped we'd be. So I would have liked to have given it a bit of a better run there in the quick 6. Yeah, we made a couple of mistakes myself, but it's still a great place to start tomorrow from.
Absolutely. What were conditions like out there? You look like you had to work hard for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of grip around here on brand new soft tyres, and I think that that whole workout of, you know, the G-forces and the strength of driving these cars around this Indy circuit on a hot day, it definitely tests the physique.
Not surprisingly, everybody in that last final shootout went out on soft tyres. That was to be expected, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's the only tyres we're allowed to use within the rules for qualifying here. So, yeah, really pleased for everyone. Obviously, it's a great result for the team as well. Yeah, we'll see in a great position for tomorrow.
A good place to race from.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely. Really well done, Mike.
Thank you.
We've got a lunch break as well, so loads of opportunity for you to get your messages live on air. All you have to do on WhatsApp, your message plus your name to 07482 877 877 07482 877 877, or you can send us an email, studio@tokalive.net. 10 minutes.
Well, Aiden, FP2 over and done with, which is the sighter for qualifying, of course. you looked like you were having fun in that session.
Yeah, it was good. The car felt great and it was just enjoyable to drive. So, yeah, it seemed to have some good pace in it, which is promising for qualifying.
Absolutely. We left Donington with you sort of scratching your head a bit in places, didn't you, about things. It was a bit of a mixed Donington for you, but you seem to be right on it now here at Brands Hatch.
I think Donington, we knew we were going to struggle. We had some issues in the car adapting to the new weight distribution with the hybrid coming out. So we knew we were going to struggle with the chassis, and we felt we were going to struggle with the track in general as a team. We were very unlucky on the Saturday with part failures, which just meant we never got the track time prior to qualifying, so going out for quality there was a lot of things that just meant we couldn't get a lap in that we would have ironed out. So that was just one of them. It kind of was what it was, but we get 3 top 10s after starting 20th. We know the race car is good, so I was always going to be promising for moving ahead. So yeah, just forgetting that happened and coming here just fired up and ready to go again.
Yeah, with the track temperature, which is quite high here and going to get higher before qualifying, plus the new resurfacing that's gone on, it's been a bit of a discovery for everybody this morning about grip and tyre wear.
It's been lovely. That last sector is usually horrible in a rear-wheel drive touring car picking up rear wheels, but now it just squats and goes, so I'm enjoying it.
Fantastic. Have a really good qualifying.
Thank you very much.
Aaron, FP2 finished. You didn't go out until quite late.
No, we had a bit of an issue with a gearbox, and to be fair, they were working like a bunch of ants trying to fix it, which they did, because I would have just rolled it back into the truck afterwards, to be honest. So it was difficult. We just only cruised out just to make sure it ran through the gears, and it did. So at least we can kind of press the restart button, go into qualifying now, and I think the car has the potential to do very well here, so I'm not overly worried. Just once we have this thing pointing in a straight line, it'll be easy.
Yeah, we spoke at Donington where we talked a lot about tyre strategy, didn't we, at the beginning of the season. Same again here, plus we've got the resurfacing on the track, which is everybody's saying is giving a lot more grip. It's going to be an interesting one, isn't it?
It is. Like I'm excited. I haven't used softs yet today, so I'm excited to see what that actually does. I think it'll have, obviously, a huge amount of grip, which generally suits my style, because then it really comes down to the technique. You can't just attack the car. You have to be a lot of finesse with it. So I feel like once we get onto a good tyre, we probably have half a chance. And it's the same for everyone. Like it's a track of 2 halves with that resurface, it makes it exciting. So you have to adapt your driving style from one sector to the next. So I think I'm excited to see what I can do on this one.
Are you hoping to get in the top 10 for qualifying?
I'm hoping to go quick 6 shootout and go for it. Yeah, well, I think we have a chance. The car's good, so who knows? We'll have a good crack and it'll be one hell of a story.
On that basis, I'll speak to you after qualifying.
Thank you very much.
Aaron,
No stress.
Well, Chris, FP2 out of the way, and anybody who looks at the timing screens will see your name at the top of it.
Yeah.
Happy days.
Yeah, happy days, yeah, but it's FP2. You want to be there on FP3. So, yeah, we just need to keep doing what we're doing. You know, the guys have done a great job with the car, and I'm starting to feel quite confident with it now, so, yeah. This is going to be mega close in qualifying, you know, with the track being resurfaced now. You know, a 47.6, that's it, or sorry, a 47.7 I think it done there. You know, that's incredibly fast. You know, for a 2-litre saloon car around Brands Hatch Indy, a 47.7. I remember a number of years ago I'd done a 49 something, and that was quite fast. Yeah. So yeah, it just shows you how things move on. You know, the cars feel great with the weight out of them. You know, the boost does exactly what it says on the tin. You know, it makes a massive difference. And yeah, the soft tyre around this track just feels fantastic. You know, it's a pleasure to drive.
The new surface around about half the lap here has made a massitive difference, hasn't it?
Yeah, you know, Surtees is typically one of the hardest corners on the track, and you know the grip the car has around there now, and the grip we get out of clearways now. You know, it took me a little while to adjust there this morning with how much speed you can actually carry around there. You know, but yeah. You know, I think going forward to qualifying now, we just need to focus on ourselves and, you know, try and do the best job we can.
Yeah, relatively few laps on the new surface in this temperature. It's going to go up a bit as well, so it's going to be important for a good position in qualifying, because over the longer distance in race 1, for example, that could be critical. I mean, tyre choice again is going to be part of the strategy this weekend.
Well, I think if you qualify near the front, race 1, you're going to be putting the soft tyre on. I don't think you're going to have to think too hard about that one. But yeah, it's how the day falls out after that. Well, it'll be very interesting to see.
The delta times between all three of the tyres is quite something, isn't it? Which is going to make it even more. Do you get rid of one tyre sooner, or do you take it on?
It just depends the circumstances you're handed at that particular point of time. You know, you can't stand here at the minute and ask, or sorry, predict what tyre you're going to use. You know, if you're near the front, you're going to be using the faster one, that's for sure.
Absolutely, really good session there. Have a good qualifying.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, Dan, that's FP2 done, which most people sort of see as being testing out your setup for qualifying. Your thoughts on that session, therefore?
Yeah, it's a tricky session for everyone because we're so limited on tyres. So we've gone from shocking mediums at the start of that to decent mediums but mixed match to then brand new softs. So it's just about getting used to that grip as quick as possible. We were P7, which is good, but plenty more in it, and I'm sure there is for everyone else on the grid, so a little bit of guesswork, but there's plenty more to come.
So once again we end up talking about tyres, and this week in context of the new surface here it's about half the lap at Brands Hatch, which is going to have an impact as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I also think it's changing as the day goes on as well. It seems to be rubbering up a little bit. To start with, it was pretty, it's really slippery through Surtees, and then it seems to grip up massively in the middle of clearways. So again, we've got to be on the ball to adapt to that as and when, but definitely throw something extra into it as well. So yeah, I think looking at the group, I picked a tough group. The odds, the odd ones. I think that is a strong group, but I'm confident there's a chunk more time in it. So.
On this short lap, a lot of the drivers often see this as a long sprint race, if you like. Is it going to change the strategy for this weekend? Is there a little bit more of sort of F1 tyre strategy thinking going to come into it?
A little bit. Obviously, we've got the softs and the hards, so it's a bigger disparity. But everyone goes, "Oh, qualifying's so important." Well, it is at every round, isn't it? So it's not really going to change any. Everyone's trying to get the bit far up as they can, stay out of trouble, and get themselves in a good position. So I think the biggest challenge for everyone today is the tyre situation and getting on top of that as much as possible for quali.
So you mentioned P7 there in FP2. What will you be happy with in qualifying?
Don't know.
Go on, have a guess.
Don't know. I think if I got my lap together and the car is how I'd like it for quali, I really think we could be top 5 today. I really think we can, but we'll see.
Excellent. Good luck with that.
Cheers.
We are moments away to the first race of the day getting underway here on JB Motorsports. And what a day of racing we have ahead of us here at Brands Hatch Indy. And we are getting ready with the first race of the day from the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, over 20 minutes long. Then we go on to the mini challenge. And then at 11:15, the pit lane opens for the first British Touring Cars race. Second British Touring Car race is at 2:05, with pit lane opening at 1:50. And then the third and final British Touring Car race is at 5:10, with the pit lane opening at 4:55 PM British Summer Time, of course, subject to any red flag delays we have. But the full day live here on JB Motorsports, so you won't miss a second of the action. Let's go back to your trackside commentary team of Alan Hyde, Chris Hartley and Josh Barrett.
The weekend on Tin Top Tuesday. So we'll go ever so briefly quiet on the Toka live stream, and then we'll be back at 10 o'clock with live commentary from Chris and Josh.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
A very good morning to you, everybody, and welcome to Sunshine here at Brands Hatch for race day, the second meeting of the year for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and live and exclusive coverage on Toka Live at Radio Brands on 88.3 FM. Cars are on the grid for our first race of the day. Let's get over to our commentary team and say a very good morning to Chris Hartley.
Morning, Alan. Morning, everybody. Great to see so many of you here trackside in the sunshine, ready for a fantastic day of racing, as Alan said, which gets underway in just a few minutes' time with our second race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship. So Alan's in the studio. I'm Chris Hartley. I'm up here in the commentary box. Josh Barrett, he's going to be going down, looking after the podiums, catching up with the drivers, and we'll be up here for some of the races as well. And we'll be talking you through the course of the morning and the afternoon, starting with the Caterhams at 10:05. At 10:40, we've got the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, their second race of the weekend. The pit lane will open at 11:15 for the first touring car race, which gets underway with round 4 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship off at 11:30. All the touring car races today are 24 laps long, and then we'll round out the morning session with our second race of the weekend for the Porsche Caymans in the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. That race, also of 20 minutes duration, gets underway at 12:15 before we go into our lunch break. If you haven't yet done so, can I urge you to get a race programme for the day. It's full colour, 60-page booklet, costs £8. You can get them from various programme stands around the circuit and also from the mega store at the back of the grandstand overlooking, or adjacent to the back of the grandstand overlooking Paddock Hill Bend. And that's also where you can pick up pre-tuned radios and listen to the commentary on 88.3 FM here at the circuit as well. So in the programme, page 48 and page 49 is where you need to turn to get the entry list for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham Championship. This is the highest rung of the Caterham ladder, which starts with novice racers in the Caterham Academy. I've brought in 4-figure numbers of Caterham racers and racers in general into motorsport through the Caterham Academy, which is exclusively for rookie drivers. And they start out in road-going versions of Caterhams. Then you can go up to the road sport category where you get slight tweaks to the car and more grippy tyres. And then you move up through the Caterham 7 ranks to this top-level, highest spec Caterham, which is 180 brake horsepower, power-to-weight ratio of pretty much double that because the cars are so light. 2-litre Ford Duratec engines power the cars along. They've got 6-speed sequential gearboxes, single seat, no lights, no windscreens, proper race spec versions of the road-going Caterhams, and designed specifically for the track, and they all run on Avon slick tyres, to which they have one full set of new tyres that they can run throughout the course of a weekend. One qualifying session and 3 races. At other events away from Toka, they have a Super Pole after their main qualifying session to set the grid for race 1, but here it was just one single qualifying session yesterday, set the grid for race 1, and race 1, the results of that have set the grid for this second race of the weekend. So I'll quickly talk you through the grid before we get onto the formation lap with, on pole position, number 19, yesterday's winner, Matthew Armstrong. Alongside him, number 28, Harry Senior. So 19 and 28 on row 1. On row 2, it's number 9, Harry Cook, and 23, Justin Armstrong. On row 3, 24, Paul Duncan, and 10, Henry Heaton. On row 4, it's 8, Chris Fraser, and 66, Jake Swan. Row 5, number 64, Tom Eden, and 56, Craig Story. Row 6, number 6, Dale Head, and 16, Steve Metcalf. Row 7, 98, James Hall, and 68, Christopher Welch. Row 8, 22, Gary Curtis, and 17, Mark Farmer. And row 9, number 5, Greg Monks, and number 35, Mark Kendall. The race yesterday, fantastic battle between the top 2 on the grid. Matthew Armstrong led the majority of the race, but Harry Senior kept overtaking him and then kept getting overtaken back. Loads of slipstreaming on the run to Paddock Hill Bend. Whoever was in front punched a big hole in the air in these block-shaped Caterhams. Whoever was behind picked up a huge toe and was able to go largely around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, which Harry Senior did several times, but just when on the last lap of the race it looked like it might get very close between them, they came up to a back marker, got in between them, and Matthew Armstrong had a fairly straightforward run to the flag on the final lap of the race to win by just about 0.3 of a second. So they were the top 2 yesterday. Harry Cook was in 3rd place. And In terms of the points that you score, it's 25 points for a win, 23 points for second, and then only down in 1 point increments. So there's not a huge advantage to winning a race. It keeps the points tight. You do get a bonus point for the fastest lap in a race, and these are unofficial, my workings out. But after the 3 races they had at Snetterton and the race yesterday, I reckon it's dead level on points between the top 2 on the grid. Harry Senior and Matthew Armstrong, I reckon both on 96 points, with Paul Duncan, who's just behind them, on 91 points, and Harry Cook on 89 points. Depending on the experience of the driver, you're either classed as a Pro-Am or an Am, so they fight for separate categories, but everybody racing on track at the same time together in these fantastic cars. So, 20 minutes of racing about to get underway. It's the only time that the championship will be guesting with Toka this weekend, and they are going to give a good account of themselves, I reckon, because yesterday's race was typically Caterham-like, with a ton of overtaking and groups of 5 or 6 cars all running together, all towing each other along, and lots of good, clean overtaking. So they lined up, last couple of rows forming up, then the green flag will be waved at the back of the grid by the marshal to signal to the start gantry that we're ready to go racing very shortly. Here we go then, day 2 at the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship here at Brands Hatch. Racing about to get underway with the Caterhams, and off the line they go, and it's a rocket start from the outside of row 1 by the blue car of Harry Senior, who's got straight into the lead of the race. So he gets ahead of Matthew Armstrong. Matthew won't panic too much about that. It's tight for third place as well. It's Justin Armstrong trying to come around, and successfully so, around the outside of Harry Cook. So Harry Cook drops a place as well in the number 9 car, the gold and black car, as he comes out of Paddock Hill Bend, and they run up for the first time into Druids up to the top of the hill, sweeping back around on themselves through that hairpin downhill, then into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, with Harry Senior ahead of the pole sitter Matthew Armstrong. Then in third place, a good start, as I say, from Justin Armstrong in the bluey turquoise and yellow roll cage number 23 car, and then there's a bit of a gap back to Harry Cook, and then it's the red number 24 car of Paul Donkin, which runs in 5th place at the moment. And then it looks like Chris Fraser in the number 8 car is leading the rest of the next group of cars. At the end of the first lap of the race, through they come then, and Harry Senior, his idea here will be to try and get his head down and break the tow, break far enough away that he can't tow anybody else along. There's going to be a change for 5th place on the way into Paddock Hill Bend already, so that's Fraser. That is Heaton getting on the inside of Fraser. Harry Heaton had a strong race for the most part yesterday, but he ended up 6th in the results because he got a 5-second track limits penalty. So Harry Heaton won to watch in the number 10 car because he was actually quick enough to be 3rd on the road yesterday, but these penalties put him back down the order. So he was the one in the metallic turquoise car that made that move at Paddock Hill Bend to get ahead of the number 8 car of Fraser, and those two are going to try and work together now to close the gap to the pack ahead, which is a 5-way battle for the lead, because the gap from 1st to 2nd, which was 0.4 of a second, is no longer 0.4 of a second. It's less than a car length now, and getting into the slipstream already here is the pole sitter Matthew Armstrong, trying to get the lead of the race back and going all the way around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. So he's back in front of Harry Senior. It's a textbook manoeuvre, exactly what we were seeing yesterday. And they don't hold each other up, because as the leader, there's not much you can do about it when they've got this huge tow. It's like having a boost of their own, and best not to fight it too hard. Otherwise, you'll just hold each other up, bring more trouble with the rest of the pack catching you up. And Paul Donkin won to watch in the red number 24 car, because he 3rd in the championship, 5th place at the moment, looks much quicker at certain parts of the lap than the Cook car in front of him, but he can't quite find a way through. And Harry Cook, again, he's able to defend on the way into McLaren and on the way through the right-hander at Clearways. But now the red number 24 car starts to pick up the tow. So too does the car in 2nd place. Outside line is covered, so Harry Senior goes on the inside. You've got Paul Donkin going on the outside for 4th place as well. Senior gets into the leader race at Paddock Hill Bend. Donkin, though, cannot quite get 4th place away from Harry Cook. And then he cuts back on the inside, climbing up Hellwoods Hill, but the inside line is blocked there as well. So Harry Cook in that gold and black car, number 9, doing a fantastic job of fending off somebody that he's giving a huge slipstream to, a huge tow to. And Paul Donkin has had a few attempts now and not been able to get past. And they're not really losing too much ground to the top 3, which is now Senior, Armstrong, Matthew, and Armstrong just in the front runner in the Porsche Carrera Cup Am Class Championship of a few years ago, now racing in Caterham's. He's the driver in third place that's holding on to the two drivers ahead of him as they make their way now out of Clark Curve over the grid hatchings once again. Are we going to get another slipstream, another change for the lead of the race? Matthew Armstrong pulls to the left and goes, sure enough, all the way around the outside. And Paul Donkin's trying to do exactly the same thing in the battle for fourth place. But once again, Harry Cook does a fantastic job to hold him off. He has to go tight into the corner, which sends him wide on the exit, and he has to scramble back across onto the racing line just to make sure the door doesn't open on the way into Druids, which it doesn't. And again, he stays fourth. But in the mirrors of Paul Donkin, that number 10 car of Harry Heaton is getting bigger and bigger in the mirrors and closing up all the time. So they are the top 6. Number 8, Fraser in 7th. Number 66, Swan in 8th. 64, Tom Eden in 9th. And 56 has just moved up into the top 10 on the previous lap, which is Craig Story. So the leaders make their way out of Clark Curve. Guess what's going to happen here on the way to Paddock Hill Bend? That's right, there's going to be a big slipstream. This time it's the turn of Harry Senior to go all the way around the outside, and we might get a change for third place here as well, because for once Harry Cook is not defending, he's attacking, trying to go around the outside of Justin Armstrong. It doesn't work, and guess what? That costs him a place in the end. It costs him his own fourth position, because Paul Donkin finally is able to find a way through. And that was because Cook tried the move on third place, had to back off the throttle, and then just left a slight door open, and that was the only invitation that Paul Donkin needed. So the red 24 car up to fourth now, ahead of the gold and black of Harry Cook. Good tight battle going on a bit further back between the 64 and 66 cars of Tom Eden and Jake Swan have been nose to tail for a number of laps now in the battle for 8th place. So they're having a duel as the lead pair just start to break a little bit clear now of the cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th positions, and 6th positions as well, because Harry Heaton is now in that group. Right, side by side again. Matthew Armstrong around the outside again, back into the lead at Paddock Hill Bend of Harry Senior. Justin Armstrong came under pressure from Paul Donkin into Paddock Hill Bend, but he was able to hang on to his 3rd place, even though they were side by side into the corner. And now we've got Harry Cook coming back at Paul Donkin, but he's going to be on the outside line in that gold and black car when they get to the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. So he has to back off and make sure he closes the door in time to prevent any thoughts from Harry Heaton that he might come and charge through the order and pull off a move. So that remains at the order as they make their way through the Cooper Straight, through the left-hander at Surtees, the right at McLaren, which leads directly into Clearways, downhill and then uphill as you go out into Clark Curve, climbing uphill, turning right all the time. And here comes the slipstream, and here comes Harry Senior. And again, great close racing, good clean racing, and a change of lead. Harry Senior back into first place. And it rather goes back to the point I made yesterday of, in Caterham Racing, do you really want to be the guy that's leading on the last lap of the race? Because you're going to give a huge tow to whoever's behind you, and they might just out-drag you to the finish line. It's about working out where they get past, though, because quite often they're side by side over the line, but the overtake doesn't happen until after the finish line. So it's going to be tight, but they crossed the finish line just now with 53 thousandths of a second between them, so it's really tight. If that finish line was just a bit further up the road, it would definitely be the advantage to the driver behind, but it's nip and tuck the way it is. At the start of car 16 is under investigation, it says on the timing screen, which is back in 16th place as it happens, which is Stephen Metcalf, as the leaders come through on the way into the right-hander, and Matthew Armstrong pulls off that move again, all the way around the outside of Harry Senior. For 3rd place, Justin Armstrong fending off Paul Donkin and Harry Cook, and Harry Cook in that gold and black car in 5th place. That's the better run up Hellwoods Hill, but can't make use of it. And Harry Heaton just sitting there watching and waiting. Just about the only driver in the field that's on his own and has got nobody to play with at the moment is the driver that's currently running in 7th place, the number 8 car of Chris Fraser. And he's dropped the toe now of any cars in front, so he's relying on others ahead of him, holding each other up and getting into a battle, and he might be able to join in, but he can't close the gap at the moment. His last lap time was a 49.5, which was a little bit slower than all those ahead of him, especially the top 3 who are now in the 49.1s, towing each other along. The fastest lap of the race to Harry Heaton at the moment from earlier on. Harry Senior arrives at Paddock Hill Bend in the lead this time with Matthew Armstrong 2nd. Still Justin Armstrong 3rd, Paul Donkin 4th. And then, having a look up the inside here is Harry Cook. Can he do it at Druids? He might do, but he might be on the wrong line when they get to Graham Hill Bend again. It's okay, though, because he's got the move done on the exit. So it's 4th place now for Harry Cook. He gets ahead of Paul Donkin. And Paul thinks, great, I spent ages trying to get past you in the first place, and now I've got to stare at the back of your car again for another few laps. Then he has to keep an eye on the mirrors of Harry Heaton's presence as well. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th could probably do with working together a bit now to try and bridge that gap to the race leaders. The gap from the top 2 to third is about 1.4 seconds. A warning for track limits going out to the number 22 car of Curtis in last place. Side by side for third place once again on the way to Paddock Hill Bend. Justin Armstrong gets there first, but runs a little bit wide on the exit, but it's okay. He gets back onto the racing line in time to cover it off up at Druid's hairpin. So Harry Cook remains there in fourth place. No change of position between them. Into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Matthew Armstrong, the race leader. His mirror's full of Harry Senior, who's having a little think about it on the way up the Cooper Straight. Uphill there. It's quite steep uphill through the left-hander at the end of that straight through Surtees. And it continues to climb all the way through the right at McLaren and through Clearways as well, as Paul Donkin and Harry Cook get side by side through that section as well. Now, Harry Cook stayed on the outside line, which gave him plenty of grip. Paul Donkin was on the inside line. He had his nose in front briefly on the way through Clearways, but he just couldn't get the power down as easily as Harry Cook. And now comes under threat on the way to Paddock Hill Bend from the turquoise car of Harry Heaton, which splits the fight and gets up to fifth place. They're all kind of queuing up behind Armstrong now, Justin Armstrong that is, in the battle for third place up at Druids. So third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all absolutely glued together, which is good news for the top 2 because it keeps them away from getting involved in that lead fight. There's over 2 seconds between second and third place now. Justin Armstrong scrambling and fighting and digging deep and just about holding on to third place. But Cook is all over him at the moment. Harry Heaton next, and then the red car of Paul Donkin, third in the championship, fifth in the race as it stands. Right, over the grand hatchings they come once again. We're only just about halfway into the race now. 10 minutes gone, 10 minutes and 3 seconds remain on the clock to be precise. Matthew Armstrong gets ahead of Harry Senior with more slipstreaming on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. That time they crossed the line 4 thousandths of a second apart. So it's really going to be tight if we get these two slipstreaming one another on the last lap of the race. They're almost going to be counting back in their heads now, going, right, okay, how many laps to go? Where do I want to be? Do I want to be first? Do I want to be second here? But Harry Senior, again, very good coming out of Graham Hill Bend. He hooks the front left Avon slick tyre on the curb on the inside. He's able to get the power down early and puts a bit of pressure on the race leader up the Cooper Straight, but never really thinks about a move. Then that battle for third place goes into McLaren, into Clearways. Paul Donkin up the inside again, this time of Harry Heaton to try and get his fifth place back. He's got a foot in the door, but again, the outside line proves to be the better line through there as Harry Senior whips around the outside of the race leader to become the race leader once again. And if you've counted how many changes of lead there have been, well done you, because you've got more fingers than me.
It's a high-speed game of chess, isn't it?
It is, exactly that, yeah. And what's great to see is the trust that the drivers have in each other as well. When they are side by side going into what is a very daunting corner, particularly in the Caterham, when you sat on the floor, you go into Paddock Hill Bend, you cannot see the corner and the exit to the corner until you're in it, and then it just drops off a cliff, and you're going into that very high speed with a driver right next to you, fully alongside you, and just giving each other enough room. It's great to watch. This time, Harry Senior gets a bit more of a gap as he comes out of Clearways. So there might not be, for once, a change of position at Paddock Hill Bend. Harry Senior's managed to pull 2 car lengths there. So the powder blue number 28 car into the lead and staying in the lead for once at Paddock Hill Bend. But what about the battle for third place? It's all together now. Harry Cook gets there first. Second in the group is going to be Paul Donkin, then Harry Heaton, and then Justin Armstrong has dropped to the back of that group now, but he's trying to get back up the inside of Harry Heaton at Druids. They're going to be side by side on the exit. Harry Heaton's going to have the inside line, though, for the left-hander to come at Graham Hill Bend, and that'll be the better line. So third place now, Harry Cook. Fourth place, Paul Donkin. Fifth is going to be the metallic turquoise car of Harry Heaton, and then the blue and yellow machine of Justin Armstrong, which for a long time in this race has been third, but he now finds himself back in sixth place. Right, the gap was 0.3 of a second at the end of the previous lap, but it's come down again, and getting pulled into the slipstream is Matthew Armstrong. He's not quite close enough to have an attack and a move down into Paddock Hill Bend, but he's back in the tow now and back in a position to attack Harry Senior as Harry Cook holds on to third place, and he's very good at covering the line on the way up Howard's Hill and into Druids, so he remains in third place. But what about the battle behind as well? Because we've got those 4 battling for third, but suddenly it's become a, 5-car scrap for the next positions for 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th positions. So that's a good one, because having had a lonely race, he probably wishes he was still having a lonely race now. The number 8 car of Chris Fraser has been reeled in, and he's got all sorts of pressure coming from Gary Monks, who went well at the start of the race yesterday, but faded away a little bit in the second half of the race, and he's bringing with him Tom Eden and Story and Head, and it's a great battle that's now developing in the middle of the pack with 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Harry Senior still leads Matthew Armstrong, who looks a bit more content to sit there and wait now. And then in third place on the run through Paddock Hill Bend, the red machine of Paul Donkin has just squeezed through into third position ahead of Harry Heaton. And then you've got Cook on the outside, and you've got Justin Armstrong maybe making a bit of contact there because he's just slowed right down on the exit to Druids and backed off the throttle. And then he goes on the grass briefly, then he drops back behind the next group of cars. So he's dropped behind the number 5 car now of Monks that he'd already got to the front of that next group. So he's down to 7th place, but he's now found his momentum again. But he either went into the back of the car ahead of him or he had to get off the throttle to avoid doing so, and it just cost him all of his momentum going down the hill. All kicked off as usual at Paddock Hill Bend, getting a replay on the ITV pictures. And it was kind of a case of the normal side-by-side on the way into Paddock Hill Bend, but it was up at Druids where it all kicked off, as Justin Armstrong is still trying to dig in to hold on to his 7th place. So the race leaders, Harry Senior and Matthew Armstrong, make their way down the Cooper Straight. There's about 2 car lengths between them. They've got almost the entire straight length between them and the fight for third place now, which has now become a 3-way fight for the positions, with Paul Donkin there in 3rd, Harry Heaton in 4th, and Harry Cook in 5th after the demise of Justin Armstrong. The one that's really got his head down at the moment is the new 6th place car of number 5, Monks, which is trying to bridge the gap to them. Side by side for the lead of the race at Paddock Hill Bend. Just about holding on to it is Harry Senior. Side by side for the final spot on the podium into Paddock Hill Bend. The red machine of Paul Donkin under attack, but he's on the inside line and he holds off Harry Heaton. Harry now comes under attack at Druids from Harry Cook in the gold and black car, which the number 9 machine has a think about it and then pulls off out of the move at the last moment once he goes under the bridge. Thinks it was a bit too tight, so he sits there still in 5th place. So those 3 running together and desperately trying to catch them up is that number 5 car of Greg Monks, but he's got to try and make up over 3 seconds. He really is relying on them holding each other up a lot in the last 4.5 minutes of the race if he wants to get involved in that fight for the final position on the podium. Leaders come across the line. Bit more respite this time for Harry Senior. He is 2 tenths, nearly 3 tenths up over the line. That comes down to almost nothing by the time they get to Paddock Hill Bend, and it is almost nothing between the 3rd and 4th place cars. Around the outside goes Harry Heaton, gets ahead of Paul Donkin and gets up to 3rd position at Paddock Hill Bend with just over 4 minutes left on the clock. So good move that from Harry Heaton, but he runs wide at Druids, misses the apex, and now he'll have to really get his elbows out to hold on to the position down into Graham Hill Bend. He'll just about get away with that, but he was super wide on the exit to Druids, and it invited trouble for a moment from Paul Donkin and also from Harry Cook as they go 3rd, 4th, 5th into the left-hander at Surtees, sweeping then across the track into the right at McLaren. All there trying to line up a move on the way into Paddock Hill Bend with 3.5 minutes to go as the leaders cross the line. Senior ahead of Armstrong. 48, nearly 49 seconds a lap. So we'll keep an eye on how many more laps we're going to get shortly. But we're getting into the closing phase now. And Matthew Armstrong has been content to sit where he is, noticeably so, in 2nd place for a few laps now. Almost as if he's waiting for the last lap of the race to have a go. Right, here we go. Into Druids, 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place. All still nose to tail, but Donkin still ahead of Heaton. And then Cook right behind them in 5th place. So Donkin ahead of Heaton now this occasion, but it'll probably swap again on the next lap. And all the time, they've been reeled in by Greg Monks in that number 5 car. Valiant effort to catch them up here. He could just do with another few minutes on the clock, but he's got half a chance if they keep fighting each other. Right, the leaders then make their way through over the line with the blue car of Harry Senior still just ahead. Matthew Armstrong, you can see, he's chomping at the bit to have a go, but almost restraining himself with 2.5 minutes to go. Then the battle for 3rd, Donkin and Heaton and Cook. And Heaton in the metallic green car, or turquoise car, trying to go around the outside of Donkin, not successfully so. And then Harry Cook had a little look at it and then had to get off the throttle. So he loses a bit of momentum going up Howard's Hill as the race leaders get back out of Graham Hill Bend, go onto the Cooper Straight. And then you've got just behind Greg Monk that, 4-way battle that's going on at the moment for 7th place, which has got Justin Armstrong in the mix, Chris Fraser in that group as well, Tom Eden and the 66 car of Jack Swan. So great battles all the way through the field, really. Right, coming to the line now, across the line with 1 minute and 51 seconds to go. So it's going to be tight, but we should get, I think, 3 more laps in. As the race leader remains Harry Senior, going up Howard's now, having a think about going up the inside is Matthew Armstrong. And now we have got a 4-way battle for the lead, because after all of his efforts, Greg Monks has caught up that group and he's got involved in it already. He's got alongside and briefly ahead of the 5th place car of Harry Cook. But by the time they get up Howard's Hill, Cook has got the line, got the momentum and fends him off. But the number 5 car in the mix now. And Justin Armstrong's trying to catch back up to them as well after his earlier problems coming out of Druids. So don't rule him out of a battle in the last lap of the race in the 23 car, because he's flying after them as well. Right, we're about to cross the line. We've got 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock. They get to the line with 1 minute and 2 seconds left on the clock. So there'll be 2 more laps in the race. Time for 2 more laps. And Matthew Armstrong, I'm sure, is going to sit and wait until the final lap of the race, the final run, perhaps coming out of Clearways. Or maybe he'll have a go at the start of the final lap, but it's then he's going to have to fend off the car behind all the way to the line, which is going to be difficult as we go side by side again in the battle for 3rd place. Up into Druids corner. Harry Heaton's on the outside. The red car, Paul Donkin, is on the inside. Donkin gets there first, and then Harry Cook sweeps past the pair of them as they send each other out wide, and he goes from 5th to 3rd with a fantastic move. Harry Heaton then dives down the inside of Paul Donkin at Graham Hill Bend and gets one of those places back. But that was great opportunistic driving from Cook to go from 5th to 3rd and watch all of that going on ahead of him and know that they were going to run out wide. Right, here come the leaders then, over the line to start the last lap of the race. Number 17, Martin Farmer, has got a 5-second penalty for track limits, one for Curtis as well. And Armstrong does go for the move, but he runs wide on the exit at Paddock Hill Bend, and Harry Senior gets him back. So Senior will be the leader up at Druids on this final lap of the race. Matthew Armstrong tried the move. He didn't quite pull it off. He was briefly ahead, but then wide out of the corner. So he's going to have to rely now on the run to the flag to try and pick up the slipstream and get the win right at the end of the race. Meanwhile, Harry Heaton leads a group of 5 cars now that are battling for the final spot on the podium. He's 3rd, coming down into Cooper, but here comes Matthew Armstrong up the inside into McLaren for the final time, into Clearways, side by side. He's on the inside. He's slightly behind at the moment. On the outside line is the blue car of Senior. That should be the better line. He gets on the gas, sprints for the line. The checkered flag comes out, and it's almost side by side, but it's Harry Senior that wins by 55 thousandths of a second from Matthew Armstrong. The battle for 3rd now comes through, and it's going to be a terrific drive this from Harry Heaton to take 3rd place, Cook in 4th, 5th for Donkin, and 6th, despite catching up the group, to Monks. Justin Armstrong, who was almost with them as well, he comes home in 7th place ahead of Swan, Fraser and Eden, who all crossed the line inside the top 10 as well. So a fantastic race that between Harry Senior and Matthew Armstrong, just like they had yesterday. Matthew came out on top on day 1. On day 2, it's Harry Senior that takes the plaudits. Neither of them get the fastest lap point. So Senior will get 25 points. Armstrong will get 23. And we'll have Harry Senior, by my maths, moving into a 2-point lead in the championship. Harry Heaton, the driver in 3rd, was the one that got the fastest lap of the race with a 48.936. So I hope you enjoyed that. I hope that's woken you up and got you in the mood for some fantastic racing today. And the good news is there's more to come from the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship this afternoon, because they'll have their final race of the day at 5 to 3. Don't miss it. But congratulations to number 28, Harry Senior, your winner of race 2, round 5 of the championship for the Caterham 7s. He wins in car 28 by just 0.055 seconds. 2nd place for number 19, Matt Armstrong. And then 3rd place and on the podium for number 10, Harry Heaton. 4th place, and looked like he might nick a podium at the end, but he just lost out in the last lap. So 4th place, but it's still a good drive from Harry Cook, number 9. 5th place for number 24, Paul Donkin. And 6th place for number 5, Greg Monks. 7th place was number 23, Justin Armstrong. 8th place then was number 66, Jake Swan. 9th, number 8, Chris Fraser. And 10th, number 64, Tom Eden. 11th, number 56, Story. 12th, number 35, Kendall. 13th, number 98, Hall. 14th, number 6, Head. 15th, number 68, Welch. And then 16th, number 16, Metcalf. 17th, number 22, Curtis, with a penalty. And not finishing the race, but classified 1 lap down. 18th, number 17, Martin Farmer with, as I say, the fastest lap of the race going to number 10, Heaton, with a 48.936 second lap. So another great race. Two different winners we have had today in the this weekend rather in the Caterham 7 Championship. Had that opening weekend at Snetterton where we had Paul Donkin, Matthew Armstrong and Harry Senior all taking a win apiece. So it's looking, Josh, like it's going to be an incredibly close championship in the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7s, and we've got another race to come with them this afternoon.
Sure how easily we'll be speak to drivers. Harry, over here for a quick chat, if you can. Well done. Typical race there.
Yeah. Just certainly going through like turn 3 and out of Druids, and then I could hold that advantage around the last corner, but it was massive shout out to my team, to Chris, to Lawrence, to Archie. Definitely the setup made a difference today, so I'm elated.
Well done.
Thanks very much, Josh. So sorry about the break up there, but that was your race winner there. Some tweaks to the setup overnight, and well, it didn't make any difference because it was still a mega tight race between him and Matt Armstrong, and I suspect more of the same. Remember, the grid for their final race, the grid is set by the results of the race you've just seen, so it'll be those two on the front row again. No doubt going at it, hammer and tongs. So the podium ceremony will be coming up in a few minutes' time for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham Championship. Next to come on the track, starting at 10:40 in less than 10 minutes' time, it'll be race 2 of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy.
Commentary, interviews and your views. This is Toka Live.
I reckon it'll be fairly soon that Josh will get the drivers onto the podium for our first podium presentation of the day. The podium is based down in the paddock, so if you are just opposite the entry end of pit lane, you'll be able to see the podium presentations, and there might be a possibility to see the final podium presentation of the day a little bit closer. More news of that on Toka Live later on today. 88.3 on Radio Brands we are, and you can get in touch with us 07482 877 877 07482 877 877 if you've got a birthday you'd like to celebrate, if you've got friends and family that you're here at Brands Hatch with, you'd like to say hi to them on the PA system on Toka Live, then you can do so. A WhatsApp message plus your name to 07482 877 877 and we'll get you on air. Can I say to a couple of the members of the Toka safety team who have birthdays, a very happy birthday to Stubbsy, one of our ever-present members of the Toka safety team. It's his birthday today, Dave Stubbs, and also to Dr. Richard Gale, who is also part of the Toka safety team. Happy birthday to Richard as well. Two of our number have birthdays here at Brands Hatch today, and what a great way to celebrate as well. Hi to Andy, who said he loved the music to pass the time before the racing got underway. Thanks for listening, Andy. He's listening on live at tokalive.net, and Josh Barrett is ready with a podium.
So we are ready for the podium presentations for round 5 of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, starting with the AM division. In third place, Chris Fraser. So well done to Chris, a third podium of the season in the AM class of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship. And onto the third step of the podium goes Chris Fraser, the man behind the championship sponsor. He steps onto the third step of the podium. In second place, Jake Swan. Congratulations to Jake, a second podium of the weekend and a second podium of the championship season within the AM class. He shakes the hand of Chris Fraser in third and receives his second place trophy and will make his way up onto the second step. But the winner of round 5 of the championship within the AM class, Justin Armstrong. A fourth win of the season for Justin in the AM class of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. And he receives his winner's trophy and will make his way up onto the top step of the Brands Hatch podium. So congratulations to Justin Armstrong, the AM class winner. In second place, Jake Swan, and Chris Fraser in third. The three drivers up on the top step of the podium for some photographs. So the drivers are going to make their way off of the podium, and then we'll move on to our overall top 3 and the Pro-Am class for round 5 of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. And in third position, Henry Heaton. Well done, Henry, a first podium of the season in the 2025 Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, and he makes his way up onto the podium to receive his third place presentation. In second place, after a really close contest, in second place, Matt Armstrong. Well done, Matt. Fourth podium of the season in the championship. It was a win yesterday. It's second today in the first of 2 races we have for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK here at Brands Hatch. But the winner of the 5th round of the championship, Harry Senior. Well done, Harry. A second win of the season in the 2025 Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, and Harry makes his way up onto the podium to receive his winner's trophy, and then after some photographs will make his way up onto the top step of the podium. So congratulations to our winner, Harry Senior, Matt Armstrong in second and Henry Heaton in third. So we get the 3 drivers up onto the top step of the podium for some final photographs. Harry Senior the winner, second Matt Armstrong, Henry Heaton in third, and that completes the podium presentations for round 5 of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK.
Live at tokalive.net on FM radio and around the circuit, this is Toka Live.
And coming up next is the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. A very colourful grid lines up on the sun-drenched grid in front of us here at Brands Hatch. Hi to Sam, Susie, Beck, James, Dan, Vic and Nick watching from Paddock Hill Bend. Looking forward to some fantastic racing in the sunshine today, and we wish you all the very best. Thanks for writing in. WhatsApp message plus your name to 07482 877 877. Next race of the day, it's racing all the way today. Let's get back to Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Alan. Yeah, the second race of the weekend for the Mini Trophy Challenge. So these are, sometimes we get the JCW turbo-powered minis with us, and sometimes we get these normally aspirated version of the minis with us, and it's the normally aspirated 130 brake horsepower minis that we've got in action today. The entry list you'll find on page 50 of your race programmes, the spotter's guide on page number 51. And yesterday we had qualifying and the first race of the weekend. The fastest lap from qualifying sets the grid for the final race of the weekend. The second best lap set the grid for the first race yesterday. And this race is based on the results of... this grid is based on the results of race 1, but with a part reversed grid. Between 6 and 10 is the number that gets drawn out, and the number that was drawn out yesterday was 7, which means that the 7th place finisher, Olivier Algieri, is the driver that starts on pole position. So if you want to write the grid into your programme, there's space to do so. And it shapes up like this. 38, Olivier Algieri on pole position. 59, Rhys Hurd starts alongside. On row 2, 69... in the race, which is Monroe Renard, and 62, Alex Keane. So 69 and 62 on row 2. Row 3, number 11, Gabe Fairbrother, and 96, Ronnie Smith. Row 4, 95, Josh Wilby, yesterday's winner, and that's the top 7 reverse grid. Everybody else starts the race where they finished yesterday's. So 8th on the grid, number 40, James Sherrington. Row 5, 88, Alfie Garford, and 185, Jensen Mason. Row 6, 51, Craig Morgan, and 43, Cameron Wood. At row 7, number 138, Henry Foote, and 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne. Got involved in an incident yesterday and dropped quite a long way down the field. Came back to 14th in the end, but it's quicker than that grid position would suggest. 8th is number 10, Harry Smith. Number 36, Mackenzie Taylor alongside. 15th and 16th on the grid, row 8. Row 9, 46, Paul Manning, and 22, Ashley Gregory. And then row 10, 4, Simon Sweetland, and 8, Murray Richardson. Row 11, 610, Louis Fleet, and 37, Charlie Barr. And then row 12, Leo Purchase, again, in trouble yesterday after contact. He had damage to the front of his car. Wheels weren't pointing in the right direction, so it slowed him down. Visit to the pits, and he dropped to the back of the field and then got a black and orange flag as well. So he starts dead last in the race, but he's a quick driver, Leo Purchase. He was actually leading the championship before this weekend. So 171. Starting 23rd on the grid as the sole driver on row 12. A quick story about yesterday. Ashley Gregory, second in the championship after the first weekend at Snetterton. She's in the number 22 car, the former Mini Stocks champion. And she has been on the podium a couple of times over the last few years, including last time out at Snetterton in this championship. But she had a big off in qualifying coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, hit the curb, thumped the curb, the wheel folded in on itself, and then she pulled off up at Druids. And she was supposed to start the race yesterday, 5th on the grid, and then wasn't there because it was taking a long time to fix a lot of damage to the car. But thanks to the great spirit in the Mini Trophy Challenge, other teams came to the rescue. So Ashley's in the 22 car, a self-run team, family-run team that, Ashley Gregory Racing. But she had help yesterday fixing the car from Westbourne Motorsport, from Napa Racing and from Avago Racing, Team Avago. They all came to the assistance and helped fix the car. And the formation lap started without Ashley, and then she came driving through from the outer paddock and just about made it to the pit lane in time, and had to start from the pit lane in the end. But she'll start nearer the front of the grid for the final race of the weekend, because she was going well in qualifying. So she'll be, I think, 7th on the grid for the final race of the weekend. So that was the key stories from yesterday. The first race yesterday, then won by the driver that starts 7th on the grid, Joshua Wilby, for Team Avago. Number 95 was the winner yesterday by half a second from number 96, Ronnie Smith, and Gabe Fairbrother, who starts on pole for the afternoon race later on, came home 3rd and on the podium. The top rookie in the race was number 69, 5th place for Monroe Renard, so he got the best rookie positions yesterday. In terms of the updated championship points, Joshua will be leading the points on 118, 112 each now for Leo Purchase, who did lead the championship until the disaster yesterday, and Ronnie Smith also on 112, and Alex Keynes, number 62, just behind on 111. Gabe Fairbrother and Reese Hurd are not far back either on 109 and 108 points respectively, and Rookie Cup is being led by Harry Smith, number 10, on 104 points, but he's only 2 points clear now of James Sherrington, who starts quite high up the grid for this second race. So 20-minute race it will be. This year, when they're not racing on the Toka package, they normally have 15-minute races, but when they're with us, they have longer 20-minute races, and they'll have a few 25-minute races at other Toka rounds to come. So the drivers all on the slick tyres, these Goodyear slick tyres, these big rear wings on the cars, these 130 brake horsepower minis ready to roar into life then with this reverse grid. Olivier Algieri at the start of his first full season of the championship after getting a pair of podiums as a guest at Silverstone last year. He's on pole, he leads them away as the lights go out. The blue car of Reese Hurd gets a slightly better start. Good start for the green and yellow of Alex Keynes in 3rd as well. And as they go up through the gears, now hit the brakes and turn right. Is he going to have a go for the lead of the race? Yes, he is. Reese Hurd around the outside to get the lead away from the less experienced Olivier Algieri. So Algieri in the black and white car from pole position is 2nd, and he's got a queue of cars ganging up on him on the way into Druids. Now he's going to lose another place and will drop then straight down to 3rd position coming out of the corner. So the pole sitter going backwards, trying to close the door in time to stop another car coming through. He's already lost that 1 place off the line. He lost 2nd place to Gabe Fairbrother up at Druids, but he just about closed the door to stop Ronnie Smith in the turquoise and white car coming through on the way into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. So now trying to find his rhythm. There's side-by-side action in the second group of cars, the battles for 6th, 7th and 8th positions as they go through the left-hander at Surtees. But for now, I think everybody has made it safely through. They've all behaved, and the Mini Trophy Challenge drivers come towards the end of the first lap of the race with Reese Hurd as the race leader in the blue 59 car, side-by-side for 2nd place though, because Algieri is trying to get a place back here in the black and white 38 car. He's up the inside of Gabe Fairbrother, but Gabe hangs on to it around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend and just about holds on to 2nd place. That invites then the trouble from Roddy Smith. We've got one going off through the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend and has stayed in the gravel trap as well. Oh, it's Paul Manning that's gone off. Thanks, Matt. Just about see the silhouette of the car. There's so much dust down there. So that car stranded in the gravel trap is going nowhere. And that is going to bring about potentially a safety car for the start of this race. But they're going up at the moment through the end of the Cooper Straight. And with Reese Hurd having pulled out 3 or 4 car lengths advantage over Gabe Fairbrother. And Ronnie Smith was involved in that battle as well. He's dropped down the order as Algieri's third. The safety car has now come out, I think, hasn't it, Josh? Yeah, it's coming out.
And it's a front left damage on Ronnie Smith's car, perhaps involved in that incident at Paddock. I'm not sure if those cars were together.
No, the Paul Manning car was a lot further back, but he has had some contact because he's dropped way down the order. So he was battling for 3rd, 4th positions, but Ronnie Smith, number 95, is now headed for the pits. So you'll see him coming into the pit lane now, Josh. And he might not be able to get back out again by the sounds of it, which is a real shame for a driver that went well yesterday. So safety car out. Paul Manning is out of the car and absolutely fine. The car is plumb in the middle of the gravel trap in a precarious position. If anybody else were to go off there and hit the stationary car, that would be a really serious incident. So absolutely right decision to bring the safety car out to allow the marshals and the recovery team to get rid of Paul Manning's car to a safe place. Meanwhile, I can see that door open, bodied up on Ronnie Smith's car, the number 96 car, the turquoise and white machine in the pit lane as they're checking out the damage to that car. And so Reese Hurd, the race leader, bit annoyed probably about the safety car because he pulled a 1.7 second gap. That has now dwindled to next to nothing. Gabe Fairbrother, number 11, is behind him in second. And then 38, Olivier Algieri, is next up. She got thumped into a spin and into the gravel trap there. Oof, almost tipped over, looking at the Paul Manning car, into a spin, into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, and the car dug in, the gravel trap doing its job in slowing the car down, but there was a moment where it tipped up onto its side. Actually, I don't think it was contact, he just span across the bows of another car, so I think he lost it on his own, Paul Manning, but luckily the car stayed on all four wheels, Josh.
And Ronnie Smith's headed down the pit lane, but he's going to be greeted by the red light.
Yes.
And so that means he's going to go a lap down. They've changed the front left tyre on that car. The tyre that's come off isn't obviously punctured, but they've done a quick fix to get the car back out to score those points, because you mentioned yesterday how important scoring points are here, because even if you finish last, you score quite a lot, and already a number of the front runners in the championship have had a 0, and you only drop one score this year.
Yes, previous years you've been able to drop your worst 2 scores at the end of the season, but this year it's been reduced to 1, so you know, afford to have one bad one really, and you're right, quite a few have already had one bad one. But if you finish a race, it's 50 points if you win a race, 44 for second, 40 for third, goes down to 25 points for 10th, and then it reduces in 1 point increments all the way down to 20th place, and anyone that finishes 20th or lower picks up 15 points. So it's worth getting back out there, even if you're a lap or 2 down. There's also 6 points for qualifying on pole. It used to be 6 points for for the fastest lap in a race, but it's now 3 points for the fastest lap in a race. So Reese Hurd, Gabe Fairbrother, Olivier Algieri are the top 3 on the ITV pictures. Getting a replay. The onboard camera is on Ashley Gregory's car, and she was right behind Paul Manning, and that was a shot of the 46 car spinning right in front of her, and she looked calm and collected. She didn't even kind of react to it really, just stayed on her racing line, watched him in the side screen go spinning out of her way. It did hold her up a little bit, but she dealt with that very well indeed, did Ashley. So Ashley Gregory, as I say, second in the championship before this weekend, after the first 3 races at Snetterton, where she finished 2nd, 4th and 10th, picked up a 2nd podium in the championship. The other one came at Croft a couple of years ago, but that's her best result so far, that 2nd place at Snetterton. As I say, a former short oval racer, Ashley Gregory. She is a former mini stocks champion, and she's currently running in 15th place, running that onboard camera in the 22 car, but she's only back there because she had all that trouble with the car and the wheel coming off in qualifying, which put her from the pit lane starting race 1, having to come from the back of the field. She also had a big gap to make up because one of the cars was slow off the line, and they couldn't let her go from the pit lane yesterday until the last car had gone past the pit lane exit. So she actually ended up, I don't know, about 20 seconds behind the lead group. So she had a pretty lonely race yesterday. As a result of that, she had to start fairly low down the order today. Picked up a few places, a few fell off the road. So she started back on the 7th row of the grid, but we'll see what she can really do when she's got a much better grid tomorrow. That said, safety car will help her out a little bit in bunching the field back up in front of her here in this race so far. The telehandler and the marshals have got the Paul Manning car up off the ground now, so it won't be too long before that section of track is clear. They're well versed at doing this at Paddock Hill Bend because it's a gravel trap that often invites errant cars, so they're very quick to get that operation done. And maybe one more lap after this behind the safety car and we'll be ready to go. I might even be able to sneak it in on this lap. Scott Stringfellow drives the safety car. Kieran Salmons is the observer in the passenger seat. They drive all the safety cars, which are all different depending on what championship we've got, but they are fully in communication with race control, and they are fully in communication with the marshals. So
I thought you were about to say that Scott Stringfellow drives the telehandler. I'll pay money for that.
He could drive anything, I think, couldn't he? That was quite a good safety car, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I should say.
Save a bit of time. I was about to say they're in communication with race control, so they know if they need to slow the pack up or speed things up, and they've sped things up. So they are, brilliant job by the marshals, going to get this underway at the end of this lap. So safety car peels away. That pulls into the pit lane, and the race leader, Reese Hurd, number 59, becomes effectively the pole sitter leading them around. He had a win at Snetterton last time out as well, so he's up there in the championship standings, as I mentioned. So Reese Hurd, Gabe Fairbrother, number 11, and the pole sitter, Olivier Algieri, number 38, the top three, are about to get the race back up to speed then, and that looks like the perfect restart for Reese Hurd with 12 minutes and 17 seconds left on the clock as he charges through. And 185 Mason coming under attack a bit further back, just outside the top five, but held the inside line. He thumped the inside curb, though, on the way through Paddock Hill Bend, but got away with it. So no changes up at the sharp end. And already, Ronnie Smith is going on the attack. He's going to be one to watch in that 96 car, the white and turquoise car that was, remember, running in the front group until contact sent him into the pit lane. He'll go on a charge. Trouble is, he's a lap down, but no doubt about it, he's going to try and overtake as many cars as he can. You never know, you can get back onto the lead lap, and there's another safety car. It's all wishful thinking, but all he can do is drive as hard as he can and see what he can get out of it. So the race leaders make their way through McLaren, through clearways. Alex Keynes is having a go for third place, though. He's got the inside line here on Algieri, and he's going to get through, and he's going to take one, maybe two other cars with him, because Algieri is stranded on the outside line now, and he's got a problem by the looks of it. He's pulled off the outside line, and the black and white car is ailing, slowing down over the start-finish line. The pole sitter about to drop to the very back of the field, I'm afraid, as he cruises into Paddock Hill Bend with his indicator on, and that car is headed for you, Josh, in the pits at the end of this lap, because there's no way he's going to be able to continue at that pace for very long. So Algieri, I'm afraid, with the problem, crawling up to Druids, as down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend comes the race leader, Reese Hurd, Gabe Fairbrother with him, and then the new third-place car about a second back is number 62, Alex Keynes. Then it's Joshua Wilby, the winner of yesterday's race in the white and red 95 car. He's second in that group. And then just behind, third in that group, is the number 185 car of Jensen Mason. So they're making their way out through clearways now, trying to work together, perhaps to catch to the top two, or maybe not, because Joshua will be having a go here to be third. He's absolutely fully alongside. He's got the inside line. Alex Keynes in the green and yellow car has got nowhere to be except the outside line. And then you've got Mason, Jensen Mason, trying to get the inside as well, almost going into the back of Joshua Wilby. Hard on the brakes. The car skipped and danced around a bit. He almost lost it, did Mason, but he's just about held on to it, and he didn't even lose that much time, really. They're about to be three abreast going up into Druids in this fight for the final spot on the podium. Joshua Wilby emerges first in that fight, so he's third in the red and white car, and then in second place, just in that group, it's going to be Alex Keynes. So that fight for the final spot on the podium with Joshua Wilby coming out on top. Then it's Jensen Mason, but it's also brought into the mix now, the number 40 car of James Sherrington, whose dad Patrick Sherrington is a very experienced racer as well. Josh?
This time I think it's mechanical issues for Algieri, not a tyre issue. I thought it sounded a bit rough as it went down the back straight, and the team have immediately put the bonnet up to see what's going on with the engine. So I think that'll be the end of the race for the 38 car.
Sadly so. He'll have another chance tomorrow, and the results of this race don't set the grid for race 3, so it's not going to affect his grid for the race this afternoon, which is at least some good news. The leaders make their way up in towards Druids. Just over 9 minutes left on the clock. Reese Hurd still leading the way in the blue number 59 machine. Gabe Fairbrother was 0.1 of a second behind him as they crossed the line. Yeah, and it's Gabe Fairbrother that's picking up the 3 bonus points for the fastest lap of the race at the moment. They're in the number 11 car, that turquoise and white car. Joshua Wilby, the Union flag design on the roof of his car. The white car, the red car, red bumpers on it. That is the car that won yesterday, the driver that won yesterday. So 2 wins this year. First driver to win 2 races in 2025. And he's trying to win another one here, trying to catch the top 2. He's there in third place. He's pulled away by a couple of lengths there from the green and yellow machine of Alex Keynes, and it's Jensen Mason just right behind him and in his mirrors. And that's side by side for the lead of the race as Gabe Fairbrother pulls to the outside on the attack on the way into Paddock Hill Bend, trying to go the long route around. Oh, he does it with his contact, and he goes off and into the gravel trap, trying to get the lead of the race, but Gabe Fairbrother is off, a cloud of dust, and that is how his race is going to end, because there's no way he's getting out of that gravel trap either. And it was a brave, ambitious move to go around the outside for the lead of the race. He almost pulled it off, but there proved not to be enough room for 2 cars on the exit to Paddock Hill Bend. Reese Hurd held firm. The two made just a light bit of contact, but when you are going through that corner, full chat Paddock Hill Bend, and the circuit drops away from you and all the weight drops off the back of the car, it only takes a tap and you're into that gravel trap. And so the safety car is going to be deployed for a second time in the race as Gabe Fairbrother, frustrated and angry, walks away from the car.
And this all goes back to the point we made earlier, doesn't it? With the championship, yeah, we're in the early stages, but DNFs are going to be, I think, so crucial this year. And there's another one to add to the list.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Reese Hurd, getting a replay of it, did a good job to get through the corner because they made contact, the pair of them. It's usually the one on the outside that comes off worse because of momentum and they're closest to the gravel. But Reese Hurd got the tap. He oversteered through the corner, which meant that the front of the car was pointed to the inside curb and the back of the car was about to overtake him, but he wrestled it away. And Gabe Fairbrother, just as he tried to come back in, just clipped the front left corner of Reese Hurd's car. And Reese did a great job to hang on to that, to be fair, because he was almost 90-degree or 45-degree angle through the corner, drifted through and caught it, and also held on to the race lead somehow. So Gabe Fairbrother out of the car initially. He's got back into the car now because he needs to help the marshals and recovery team to get the car towed out of the gravel trap. He's absolutely fine, and the car will probably be largely fine for the race later on. He's got another chance later because he's going to be on pole for race 3, but that's, as Josh said, hugely frustrating when you're going to have one drop score across the course of the year. Yeah, he's already had one, so you know that now starts counting towards your total. But I don't think he's going to be the only one this year, given how it's gone at the start of 2025. Lots of them, as Josh said, have already had one bad race somewhere, one DNF, one low point scoring finish. So at least I suppose it'll be a bit less mathematically challenging at the end of the season when we're trying to work out everything on drop scores. If they've all got a bad one to drop, it'll be a straight fight at the end of the season. You can see Olivier Algieri is limping back to the outer paddock now in the number 38 car, preparing for race 3 later on. The telehandler is still working away at hooking up the Gabe Fairbrother car, which is in the gravel trap. And the clock continues to tick down with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left in the race. So Reese Hurd, number 59, leads. Number 95, Joshua will be his second. 62, Alex Keen's third. 185, Jensen Mason, fourth. And he's the leading rookie. And then rookies are actually 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th in this race. All the rookies in their first full season of the championship doing well at the moment. And one of them has already had a good race today, this weekend rather, and going well today is James Sherrington, number 40. He's another rookie. He's there in 5th place. 6th place is number 88, Alfie Garford. 7th place, number 69, Monroe Renard, also a rookie. And 8th place, also a rookie, number 138, Henry Foote. Then 9th is number 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne. If they can have enough time to have a few laps of racing again, which they should do, because that car is already being towed out of the gravel trap by the telehandler. So maybe at the end of the next lap, we'll get back underway. If we do get a few more laps of racing, this safety car could be good news for Luca Marinoni Osborne, trying to come from a lowly grid position. The 81 car, we know he's a quick driver. He's made it up to 9th place already, and he's going to have a queue of cars lined up in front of him, so he might be able to pull off a few more moves. 10th place is the 43 car of Cameron Wood, and 11th from the very back of the grid is the 171 car, the early season championship leader Leo Purchase. So after his DNF yesterday from the back of the field, he's up to 11th place already, so he's already well up into the points. But if you can have a few more laps at this with everybody lined up in front of him, that's going to be one car to watch as well. Likewise, the driver that started the weekend second in the championship, Ashley Gregory, with the onboard camera for ITV, she's right behind Leo in 12th place. And those two, I'm sure, are going to be going on the attack. So 171 Purchase and 22 Gregory, 2 to watch here, 11th and 12th, when we do get to the restart. So rather than putting the car through the gate, they've opted to pull it to the side of the far side of the gravel trap, out of harm's way, effectively. So it's still in the gravel trap, but it's parked up against the quick fit barriers now, and that means at the end of the next lap we should get underway, and Scott Stringfellow and Kieran Simmons will get that message from race control that, yeah, we're basically ready to go, so they can pick up the pace in the safety car and then control the pack and get things underway as quickly as possible. So should be that we'll have about two and a bit minutes of racing left to go, which means we should be able to squeeze in maybe 3 racing laps, depending on how quickly they get back around here, which is good news for Marinoni Osborne, number 81 in 9th. This is good news for number 171 Purchase in 11th. Good news for number 22 Gregory. And I suppose bad news for Reese Hurd, because he's going to have to defend the race lead in the 59 car for probably 3 racing laps when we get the restart underway. So safety car lights are indeed out. We are indeed going to get the race back underway. Reese Hurd, who's a roofer from Brockham, 8th in the championship last year. With Chandler Motorsport, we switched to Westbourne Motorsport, hence the new colour scheme for this year. 5 wins last year, 2 at Thruxton, 1 at Donington, 1 at Croft, and 1 at Silverstone. Only the eventual champion last year, Harry Hickton, had as many race wins as Reese Hurd, so certainly be gunning for the championship this year, and he is the one that's going to lead the restart underway. So safety car is in. Reese Hurd in the blue number 59 car, just about to make his way through Clark Curve. We've got 2 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. They come over the grid hatchings now, and he pulls the pin, pulls the trigger, foot absolutely flat to the floor, and accelerates before braking then into Paddock Hill Bend. The battle to watch is going to be the one for 4th place. It's going to be tight, side by side still in the battle for 4th. Sherrington trying to squeeze through. Now he comes under attack from just behind from Garford. 3 abreast they are. So Sherrington trying to have a go at Mason. Now trying to defend from Garford. All 3 of them together up at Druids. But for the lead of the race, it's still going to be Reese Hurd that is there. Joshua will be in 2nd. And then Alex Keynes in 3rd. No change between the top 3. Emerging in 4th place as they come through is Alfie Garford. So he did pick up 2 places on that run through Druids. Clever bit of driving that. So Alfie Garford, number 88, the new 4th place car. As Joshua Wilby has a lurk up the inside on the way into McLaren. Through Clearways they now go. Drop downhill briefly, and then it bottoms out, and then they climb up a brief hill, turn right, go through Clark Curve, flat out all the way over the grid hatchings. Keeping an eye on the mirrors is the race leader, Reese Hurd. 1 minute and 7 seconds to go. So 2 laps to go, including the one that we've just started. And he holds the inside line, holds the lead of the race. And see Leo Purchase is trying to make moves as well at Paddock Hill Bend, a bit further back in the 171 car as they go up at Druids now, side by side for the lead of the race. Joshua will be trying the outside line. He's got to keep an eye on Alex Keynes though in that green and yellow car, because he's trying to be in between them in 2nd place. The 62 car of Keynes still trying to go around the outside onto the Cooper Straight. He's committed to it now. He's got to have to stick there. If he can stay there, he might get the line on the way into the right-hander at McLaren. This is going to be a clever move, and I think he might pull it off, you know, for 2nd place. Keynes staying on the outside. Now he's got the inside line, and now he goes through. Brilliant bit of driving. Joshua Wilby is hung out to dry on the outside line as well, so he's going to lose 1 or 2 more places, because Garford and Sherrington are both trying to sneak up the inside of him as well now. So great move that from Keynes to get 2nd place, side by side for almost half a lap they were. Alfie Garford has got through into 3rd, and Sherrington is going to get through as well to 4th place. And Joshua Wilby is going to lose another place. He's gone from trying to get the lead of the race down to 6th place, and we're on the final lap of the race now. Into Druids for one more time, up at the hairpin. Reese Hurd leading the way. Keynes in 2nd. Who's that running out wide? Sherrington running out wide a bit at Druids corner, might lose a place as they come down into the left-hander now at Graham Hill Bend. The top 3 look sorted, but there's all sorts of scraps going on for 5th place here, and Joshua Wilby is the one that's going to come out on top coming onto the Cooper Straight. It all really started when Sherrington was a bit wide coming out of Druids, so Wilby has got at least a couple of places back, and he's into 5th position, but there's only 1 more corner to go now, and the win, it looks like, is going to go the way of Reese Hurd. So Reese comes out for the final time of Clark Curve. He can see the checkered flag, he can see the victory in his sights. All he's got to do now is cross the line, which he does. Reese Hurd wins. Alex Keynes in 2nd. 3rd place, a great final couple of laps from Alfie Garford to get himself up onto the podium, and then Jensen Mason 4th. Joshua will be 5th. Luca Marinoni Osborne snuck through on that last lap to 6th place from his grid position 2/3 of the way down the field. A good effort from Marinoni Osborne. 7th place Renard. 8th Sherrington. A disappointment after being up there in the top 5 at the start of the final lap of the race. 8th in the end. Ashley Gregory made up some good positions on the restart as well to come home in 9th place in the 22 car. 10th place from the very back of the grid. A decent effort for number 171 Leo Purchase. So the order at the end of 20 minutes of racing: number 59 Hurd the winner, 62 Keynes in 2nd, 88 Garford 3rd, 185 Mason 4th, 95 will be in 5th, 81 Marinoni Osborne in 6th, 69 Renard in 7th, 8, and then 40 Sherrington in 8th, 22 Gregory in 9th, 171 Purchase was 10th, number 51 Morgan 11th, number 138 Foot in 12th, number 36 Taylor 13th, number 610 Fleet was 14th, 37 Barr 15th, 8 Richardson 16th, 4 Sweetland 17th, 10 Harry Smith in 18th, and 96 Ronnie Smith in 19th place. classified 20th, 2 laps down, number 43 Wood. And then we lost at the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, number 11 Fairbrother. We lost with a mechanical, number 38, the pole sitter Algieri, and we lost into the Paddock Hill gravel trap as well at the start of the race, or near the start of the race. Paul Manning, number 46. The fastest lap points go to Joshua Wilby, number 95, who finished 5th, so he gets the 3 bonus points for the fastest lap with a 56.600 for car number 95. And the winning rookie in that race was number 88, Alfie Garford, who had a brilliant restart. One of the several 16-year-old drivers that we've got in the race. And I think I'm right in saying he's the youngest of them. He was only 16 on Christmas Eve. So 16 years of age from Stamford in that black and green number 88 car. He's come up from the Fiesta Junior Championship, and he gets a podium finish, his first podium finish in the championship after a pretty strong start at Snetterton to his mini career, where he finished 6th and 5th in 2 of the races. Yesterday, Alfie Garford here on Saturday had a decent top 10 finish as well, so he's had a very steady start to the year, and now he's already got his first podium overall in the Werra Alliance Racing Academy number 88 car to come home in 3rd place. So Reese Hurd, Alex Keynes and Alfie Garford, the top 3 for Reese Hurd, who came into the weekend 7th in the championship. That's his 2nd win of the season as well now, because he won race 3 at Snetterton, so that will help boost him up in the championship standings, which I'll bring you up to speed with before we get to the final race. Just to let you know as well, at 1 o'clock you can catch up with 2 of the mini challenge drivers at the Virtue stand, the Team Virtue stand. So 2 of the drivers, Luca Marinoni, Osborne and Charlie Barr, that you've just seen in action, are having a Q&A. You can ask questions of the mini drivers and listen to some of their details about the championship on the stand at 1 o'clock. And provisionally, Reese Hurd, the championship leader after that win, 158 points, 155 to Josh Wilby, and 155 as well to Alex Keane. So just 3 points between our top 3 in the championship in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
TV interviews taking place down in Park Fairway. I'm not that hopeful that Josh is going to be able to catch up with drivers, but a podium will be coming up in just a few moments' time, just as soon as the television interviews are complete. You're listening to Toka Live on Radio Brands 88.3 FM in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch. A lot of very happy people enjoying the sunshine and the racing here at Brands today. You are more than welcome. Great to have you here. If you are just arriving, you are just in the nick of time for the first of our 3 races from the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Pit lane opens in less than 10 minutes' time at 11:15 for round 4 of the championship. And just to let you know, not only do we have our fairground attractions here at Brands Hatch, loads more apart from that to keep you entertained away from the racing on track today, including over at the Kentagon. I'm sure Chris is going to look up at this one. We have face painting in the Kentagon today. So if you do have little ones and they'd like to have a bit of face painting today, that's taking place in the Kentagon, and it's also an opportunity over there to get a bite to eat and something to drink as well. Great atmosphere always over in the Kentagon on a race meeting weekend. Right, the grid personnel are making their way onto the grid for our first Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship round here at Brands Hatch. Josh Barrett is standing by for a podium presentation. Quick update from you, Josh. I reckon you've probably got drivers still doing television interviews down in Park Fairway.
Yeah, that's right, Alan. So I'll let you know when we're getting close.
I shall make my way down to you in just a couple of moments. We've got some messages as well that have come in on WhatsApp. A message plus your first name to 07482 877 877 if you want to shout out on Toka Live. This one says, hi, please can you say a very happy birthday to Joanne? It's her 50th birthday today. All our love from Mum, Mark, Rob, Libby and Calum. Great to have you here, guys. What a great way to celebrate a special birthday birthday. And we're getting photographs being sent in as well. Thank you very much indeed for those enjoying the sunshine. Morning, Alan, Lisa, Paula, Graham and Julian are eagerly awaiting the first BTCC race of the day, basking in the sunshine at Druids. That's a very happy shot of all four of you, and you haven't got long to wait for the first of our BTCC races. And this one's got a picture as well. That looks like dozing in the sunshine. Good morning, loving the weather. I'd like a shout out for James, again, sleeping through the races. That comes from Simon. He's fast asleep, enjoying the sunshine here at Brands Hatch. I reckon the touring cars will be loud enough to wake him up. That's a very good alarm call, that's for sure. Hey guys, here today with the Douglas family, here from photos by Chris. Looking forward to a wonderful day. Great to have you here, guys, and hopefully you'll get some great pictures as well. And this one says, happy birthday for next week to Jack, 9 years old, his 5th visit to Brands Hatch already, here with Grandad Mark and Dad Gary as well. Maybe we've got time for a couple more messages before we get our mini podium, and I'll get down to the grid as well. Hi guys, in the box watching from Paddock Hill Bend again with my mum, dad, brother and my brother's girlfriend Sophie and Stephen plus Sue. Please can we have a massive happy birthday to Dan Zelos, and that comes from Perrin. Are you all across that, Chris? Are you across the birthdays for the day?
Yes, I think that's on my list when we get to Porsches. I hope he has a better day than his pre-birthday day yesterday.
Well, that would be a nice birthday present, because yesterday was not the easiest of days, was it? Would love to shout out to my nephew David, here for his first race ever, and it's his 13th birthday today. And last one, I think we're almost ready for the podium. Morning, Alan. What a lovely day. Can we have a happy birthday to Dan Zelos from the Rays? I've got a feeling that Dan Zelos is going to get a lot of birthday love today here at Brands Hatch. Did I detect in the background that Josh is ready with a podium? Certainly I heard a crackle in the distance.
Yeah, I think we're going to go with it now, Al. So with the podium presentations then for round 5 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. We start with our graduate winner, which was Joshua Wilby. Well done to Josh. Third victory of the season in the graduate class for Joshua Wilby, and he will receive his winner's trophy and will step up onto the graduate winners at the top for some photographs. So well done to Joshua Wilby. And then we will move on to our top 3 overall. In third position was Alfie Garford, who was also the rookie winner as well of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy division. So Alfie Garford, third overall and the rookie winner, the first podium and the first win as well for Alfie Garford. And he steps up onto the third step of the podium. In second position, Alex Keynes. And a first podium of the year for Alex Keynes up onto the second step of the podium here at Brands Hatch for round 5 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. And the winner of round 5 was Reese Hurd. Well done, Reese. A second victory of the season in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, and he makes his way up onto the Brands Hatch podium, up onto the top step of the podium after winning the 5th round of the championship. Reese Hurd, the winner. In second place, Alex Keynes, and Alfie Garford in third. And our graduate winner, Joshua Wilby, the rookie winner too, was Alfie Garford. And in a moment, we'll get all the drivers up onto the top step of the podium for some final photograph opportunities here at Brands Hatch for round 5 of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, and that completes the podium presentations from down here.
Thanks very much indeed, Josh. So, yeah, good to have the podium presentations for the Mini Trophy Challenge. They'll be back in action this afternoon. The next race, the final race of the weekend for the Virtue Challenge Minis are off at 3:40 this afternoon. They'll be on the grid at 3:30 and then 3:40 at the start of their final 20-minute race. Right, the time here is 11:12, and if you want to be dead precise, 40 seconds, which means that in just over 2 minutes' time, we are going to have the cars heading onto the grid for the first race of the weekend for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Round number 4 of the season, round 4 of 30 after the 3 races that we had at Donington Park. And Jake Hill, the reigning champion, who of course wrapped up the championship in a dramatic final weekend here at Brands around the Grand Prix circuit 6 months ago in October in rather different weather and temperatures than we've got today. Back here, and after the BMWs were slightly off colour at Donington Park, although Jake picked up some decent points across the course of the weekend, they are definitely firing on all 4 cylinders here. It's been the most successful car over the last 3 seasons around this circuit, with 4 wins in BMWs going to Colin Turkington over the last 3 seasons around the Indy circuit. And they're certainly back on form here, looking at the front row with Jake Hill on pole position, his 4th career pole position, and a first ever start on the front row of the grid for Charles Rainford. That being because it's only his 2nd ever qualifying session yesterday, and he did a great job as well all the way through the practice sessions. Charles was quick, he was quickest in free practice 1, and he was there at the end of Saturday as well, so he'll start for the first time on the front row of the grid. Interestingly, yesterday when Charles was speaking to Josh, he was telling us how much he studies race starts. He said, I'll be going and studying some more race starts, looking back at old footage and seeing what happens at the start and the run into turn 1 and the opening laps in previous touring car races. So he really does spend a lot of time researching things, and he said he's a big sim exponent as well, does lots of sim practice. So see how he can get on. The BMWs traditionally pretty good off the line, the rear-wheel drive cars. And they lock out the front row of the grid. But for others, it wasn't such a good day in qualifying, notably for Ash Sutton, who failed to get out of the first part of qualifying, albeit only by 0.5 of a second. He nearly made it into the top 6 in Group 1, but he didn't quite, which means he didn't get through into the 2nd phase of qualifying. And the full-time champion and current championship leader finds himself having to start from 13th on the grid. But the driver 2nd in the championship, Tom Ingram, did have a good qualifying session. He nearly didn't, because if you watched it yesterday or you hear or you read about it, then he almost went out in the first stage of qualifying, not because he wasn't quick, but because he lost all of his lap times, because there was a red flag when Aidan Moffat unfortunately went off the road at Paddock Hill Bend into the gravel trap. And the red flags came out, and then coming into the pit lane, he saw the red flags, came in, had all sorts of things going on his dash, but missed the red light, which is on the pit wall, or near the pit wall, which says when you come into the pit lane, you've got to stop for a technical check. And he failed to stop for a technical check, so they wiped all his lap times away, and he went out with less than 3 minutes to go, dead last in the session with no lap times, but being a former champion and rather good at his job, he kept cool under pressure and went quickest in the session in the end. So he did get out of Q1, and then he got into the quick 6 shootout at the end of qualifying yesterday, and ended up 4th on the grid. Very good effort, given that as one of the top 7 in the championship, he has less boost than many other drivers. And 2nd in the championship, he only has 3 seconds of boost in qualifying, whereas if you're outside of the top 7 in the championship, you get 15 seconds, a third of the lap, where you can use the extra turbo boost to give you an extra boost of 60 brake horsepower. But he didn't even have that on his flying lap, because if you press the button, you have to press it once you've reached the minimum speed, and the minimum speed is different depending on where you are on the championship, and he pressed it a bit too early, and if you press the button a bit too early, it blocks the system for 5 seconds. So he tried to press it coming out of the last corner to give himself 3 seconds of boost to get to the line, and he pressed it too early and it didn't work, so he did the lap without any boost at all, and reckons he left a couple of tenths of a second out there and should probably be on the front row of the grid. So Tom Ingram, 4th on the grid, potentially one to look coming through here, and he's been a win here on 2 occasions over the last 3 seasons, Tom Ingram. So he's 2nd in the championship, 4th on the grid, and Tom Chilton 3rd in the championship after a win in race 3 at Donington Park. He's 3rd in the points on 42 points coming into the weekend, but he didn't have a great qualifying session either. He didn't get out of that first group in qualifying, and he's back in 15th spot on the grid for this first race. So the race is 24 laps long. Just to explain the way it works with boost, we have for the last few seasons had hybrid on the cars, regenerative power, which delivers when you boost it on the car an extra 60 brake horsepower, and delivers 60 brake horsepower for up, depending on where you are on the championship, up to 15 seconds per lap. The hybrids have gone this year, but the system is exactly the same in terms of the boost that you get, and for qualifying and race 1 depends where you are in the championship. In qualifying, it's the number of seconds you get per lap. In the races, it's the number of laps you can use it for. So everybody in the race can use it for up to 15 seconds per lap. but it's just how many laps you can use it for. So if you're not in the top 7 in the championship, then you get to use it around this circuit for a total of 12 laps. So basically half of the race, you can use your boost for up to 15 seconds per lap. These cars are about 370 brake horsepower, and that gives them an extra 60 brake horsepower. We know they press the button when the blue light flashes in the windscreens, side windscreens of the cars. But if you're in the top 7 in the championship for race 1, you get much less use of it. So the championship leader, which is Ash Sutton, for this first race of the weekend, only gets to use 5 laps worth of hybrid, not 12. If you're second in the championship, Tom Ingram, he gets 6 laps where he can use the turbo boost. If you're third in the championship, you get to use it for 7 laps. That's Tom Chilton. Dan Camish is 4th in the championship, so he gets to use the turbo boost for 8 laps. 5th in the championship is Dan Rowbottom. He gets to use it for 9 laps. 6th in the championship is Jake Hill, pole position. He gets to use it for 10 laps. And 7th in the championship, and using the boost for 11 laps, is Aidan Moffat, who is sadly right at the back of the grid. And he shouldn't be there because he was quick all the way through the morning, quick in qualifying, one of the quickest in his qualifying group. Looked like he was going to breeze out of Q1. Then after setting his best lap of the session, he said, I tried a different line into Paddock Hill Bend. He just clipped a bit too hard the inside curb. It unsettled the car. And with all the weight on the front wheels and off the back wheels as you drop downhill and turn right through Paddock Hill Bend, it didn't take much of an unsettling of the car for the back end to snap away, and he span off into the gravel trap. And when he calls a red flag, which is what happened, you lose your best lap time and you can't go out again and try and improve it. And so rather than probably having a good shot at being in the quick 6 qualifying yesterday, the way he was going, he's ended up stone last on the grid, and he has a bit less hybrid than some of the others around him because he's 7th in the championship. So that is the way it works. In terms of tyres, you have 2 types of compound. The soft is the main compound this weekend. That's the white sidewall tyre, and have for the course of the qualifying and the races 3 sets of those. And the hard tyre is the option tyre. That is the red sidewall, and you have to use the option tyre in at least one of the races. And if you finish in the top 3 in race 1, you have to use the hardest possible tyre that you can, which is the hard tyre in today's case, in race 2. So that's the rules on the tyres. Down on the grid, though, to catch up the sunshine and catch up with some of the drivers, is Alan Hyde.
I tell you what, Chris, talking to people in the know, people that have been around the BTCC for many years and asking them to pick a winner, no one is prepared to have a guess on this one.
And hello everybody, welcome to JB Motorsports as we get ready for today's action. Let's head down to Louise, who's on the grid walk.
But obviously you want to maximise your drive because, yeah, Charles is on a bit less of a slope. Andy's in a BMW still, just like myself, so there's every chance that he could get just as good a launch, if not better than mine.
Have a great race. Fingers crossed we will be talking to you again at the end of it. As Jake mentioned, Charles, his teammate, Charles Rainford, new to the team this season, new to a British Touring Car Championship this season. But, I mean, he's just excited to be here in the first place. But to be on the front row of the grid really is something special. He was saying yesterday that he was on cloud 9. Are you still up there, or have you come down to sort of cloud 8 or 7 yet?
Yeah, definitely. I've just asked the boys to get me some tissue because I've got a nosebleed. I'm so high up the grid. No. You know what? Yeah, it's just incredible, really. You know, I used to watch this with my dad, so to be sat here with my teammate just there and Tom Ingram in the mirrors is pretty incredible. I've even got a good luck charm, my little friend.
What is the good luck charm?
He's like a little sticker. Hydro Race have very kindly sent me a bottle for this weekend, so I stuck that sticker on. Just he looks quite friendly.
I mean, the pole is sorry, the front row start is something special, but this car was quick from the moment you rolled out yesterday, wasn't it? So how confident were you that a result like this was on the cards?
Yeah, I was hoping for a better kind of weekend, really, other than Donington Park. So we've been obviously working a lot on the car, and I've been working on my driving. My driving style wasn't quite right, but it seems to be a lot better now. So just take each race as it comes. I know I'm going to learn a lot in this race. So I'm sure the guys behind me will try and be teaching me a thing or two.
How concerned are you about kind of keeping yourself in check? I mean, you've done lots of races, but this is a potentially big moment, isn't it? Are you aware of that, or just trying to treat it like any other race?
Yeah, this is the biggest moment so far, you know. It's the biggest moment in my racing career that I've done, to be on the front row in a British touring car race. So, you know what, I'm just going to enjoy it. I'm so lucky to be here, and yeah, just going to enjoy every minute of it.
Good stuff, good stuff. That's what we like to hear. Out to enjoy himself, out to get a good result as well. I have no doubt at all. And now I think we've got time for a word with another man who's definitely out for a good result. And he got one yesterday, third place on the grid. And it was a good day for you yesterday, but it's all about having a good day today, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yesterday went really well for us. We're at the right end of the grid. We're in the mix. So today is where we get the points. So hopefully we'll have 3 good races in the points and finish the weekend off well.
Is that what it's all about for you? Just getting solid results? Because you're relatively new to this car, and in fact relatively new to being back in a front-wheel drive car as well.
Yeah, it's all about bagging the points. You know, Donington didn't quite go as well as we hoped. We had a bit of a poor qualifying and a poor race 1. So now I'm trying to claw back points, which in this championship is very difficult to do. So we'll see what we can do. Elbows out, and we're looking ahead.
Elbows out, that's exactly how we like it. Right, we will let the drivers get their heads down. We are going to head for a break. We come back, race 1 will be getting underway.
Thanks, Lou. Okay, and alongside me in the commentary box is Josh T. Tom Cantz is trackside as well. He does have camera, but it's just not working. Oh, it is actually not working. Hey, fantastic news coming into this one. So I'd like to say good afternoon, first of all, to Tom. Hello, Tom. How's the track?
Not too bad, thank you. Yes, it's very, very hot indeed. 90 degrees air temperature, 32 degrees track temperature, and I think we're gearing up for a grueling first race in the scorching sun here over at Brands.
JT, conditions are not nice at all. How are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, well, good if you like sun, not good if you don't like sun, but perfect track conditions, perfect conditions for racing here at Brands Hatch, and well, we've got a full day of it. We've already had 2 races this morning, and we've got many more to go.
Many more as well to come in. But nice work, by the way, on the coverage. Moto 2 currently live on JBMotorsports 2 as well, and then we've got the main MotoGP race on there for case anybody wants to double stack during the lunch break of the touring cars as well. So, Tom, what have you seen trackside then, and what are you going to have to sort of be looking out for in race number 1? There is a lot of lag, by the way, so just to explain that. Yeah. Hello, Tom. Yeah, so what are you looking forward to in race 1, trackside? Nope, I think we can call that a lost thing at the moment, can't we, JT, coming into this one?
So I missed the first part of that question there, Josh.
Oh, hello, you're back now. I said, what are you looking forward to for race 1, trackside?
I'm looking forward to see how if he gets to the best of starts, then great. He's got the inside line. So I think I'm looking forward to see how Jake Hill gets on from pole position, really. If he can get off to the best of starts and fend off Charles Rainford at the end, then he's got a good chance of going for victory.
He does indeed, JT, and I think the victory for Rainford would be quite an opportunity to come into
race number 2.
There we go. Yeah, the signal is not great, but Tom's Wi-Fi is intermittent, as you can now see, trying to come in and out on the broadcast as well. JT, just quickly to you as well. Round 4 of the season, then, it's going to be quite close, but the first 2 of the 3 races were taken by Ash Sutton. He got a 1-1-3 at Donington. He leads the championship, and Ingram got a 2-2-2. So it's quite close as we come into it. Now, Jake Hill back onto pole position.
Yeah, absolutely. Back on pole position, as I think I've sorted out the issues in in this side of the commentary box with all of the studio stuff. Oh, look, it's the medical car going the wrong way around the circuit. But yeah, Charles Rainford, it would be a good way to do his first time at the top of the grid with a win, but I don't know if it will happen. It could happen, but there's so many other faster cars, and well, more experienced cars, but Ash Sutton being one of them, and he started the season off well.
Now, just a reminder to you all at home as well that we are going to be with Tom's camera intermittently as well, because the signal isn't always great. Right now, he looks good. So, Tom, how hot is it there?
Just as hot as it was yesterday. I did not bring my jacket this time. Thank goodness for that. But no, I think everyone's raring to go. Pretty much all the personnel have left the grid now, gone back into the pit lane, and will shortly be underway, which will be 2 formation laps because of the nature of the Brands Hatch Indy course. And then hopefully we're going to be in for some wheel-to-wheel racing. Just seen the medical car come round again to the grid behind the field, although it feels like we've got 2 medical cars around there, and there's one that says doctors on the back of it with the blue flashing lights on top of it, so I imagine that's going to be the one following the field.
Cheers, Tom, and thanks again for trackside. We're going to keep an eye on throughout the race. He's on the MSV Wi-Fi trackside as well, so if it's intermittent, it's intermittent. But JT, I think he's having more luck than we did in race 1 last time out.
Race 1 last time out was not the best, but here is Jake Hill at the front of the grid, and well, as we pan up and zoom out, we might be able to see the number 66 of Josh Cook. Yes, we can, as we pan out to the whole grid. Started his 300th British touring car race today.
300
in race 1.
It's madness, really, isn't it, when you think about it, how much they've had. And now I get to see Tim Harvey and David Addison on my screen for the first time this year as well. Back at Donington, I was in the commentary box next to them as well, and you could easily hear them. I think they've changed headsets, I've noticed, back to what they wanted. They did not like at Donington how they had old broken ones, and now they've got their actual ones back up. So, here we go then. It's time for Brands Hatch Indy. The green flag will fall and the formation up begins for round 4 of the GridFit British Touring Car Championship. And immediately getting away well from pole position is Jake Hill, alongside Charles Rainford and Adam Morgan just behind him as well. And JT, beautiful sunny conditions. Usually when we come here, it's either rain or boiling hot. And today it's chosen the boiling hot conditions.
It's a bit like Donington, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
It's either absolutely soaking or very hot.
Sadly, that seems to be the case. Oops. Throughout everything. We'll just adjust your audio to match Tom's very quickly. So, Tom, they're coming towards you shortly. What's the atmosphere like in terms of fans there this weekend?
It's Paul, of course. The Brabant Straight's very busy. The Park Curve is quite busy as well, but as you can imagine, Paddock Hill Bend is most certainly going to be busy. Just seen the grandstands. The one closest to, not the Desiree Wilson grandstand, but the one before that, I think. That's got fans on there, and certainly the Desiree Wilson grandstand is very much packed. So we're all ready to go for the first race. Jake Hill's just coming in.
There we go, Jake Hill on pole, as passing Tom now, as you can see on your monitor. Coming down in towards the first few corners. It's going to be a very entertaining race, this one. And JT, the atmosphere builds, the tension builds as well. We've got literally no idea what to expect, because we didn't expect Jake Hill to have a redemption arc like he's done this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. He goes well round Brands Hatch, and not to derail the broadcast or anything, but I think ITV is speaking with Josh Cook on his 300th race start.
They are, and let's have a quick word, shall we?
Position, we'd get that out of the way with the hard tyre, which we think is going to be slower. So yeah, just get it all out of the way and focus on race 2 and 3. Excellent, Josh, good luck. Cheers.
So get these hard tyres out of the way early, JT, and focus on race 3. The checker flag's out to tell us that this is the last parade lap. Let's take a look at how they line up on the grid then. Row 1 will take Jake Hill on a surprise pole position after the BMW wasn't really working well last time out in Donington. He starts with soft tyres. Alongside him is Charles Rainford, also on softs. Row 2 sees Adam Morgan and Tom Ingram, both on the soft compound tyre. Dan Camish and Mikey Doble on softs on row 3. Row 4 sees Sam Osborne and Dan Lloyd, both on softs. Row 5 sees Darrell de Jong alongside Ronan Pearson, both on soft tyres. Row 6 sees Chris Smiley on hard tyres with Stephen Jelly on softs. Row 7, Ash Sutton and Dan Rowbottom, both on the hard compound tyre. Row 8, Tom Chilton on the hards with Michael Cree starting on the softs. Row 9 sees Josh Cook on the hards with Aaron Taylor-Smith on soft tyres. And row 10 sees Maxwell on softs and James Dorlin on softs. Row 11 sees Nick Hamilton and Dexter Patterson on hard tyres. Row 12, Nick Holstead soft, Gordon Shannon on hard. And hard tyres, Vader Moffat starting in 13th position. I think Hall might actually now be starting on the hard compound tyre. We're waiting as they come up towards the grid, JT. Here we go then. Tension rising, building up, and this is the hybrid boost. 10 laps for Hill, 12 for Rainford and Morgan, 6 for Cam Ingram, 8 for Camish, and 5 for Sutton, 9 for Rowbottom, and 7 for Chilton. That's all based on the championships from last time out in terms of how many laps you have the Toka boost for, which comes into effect this weekend, and it really has been quite a unique boost in qualifying yesterday because Jake Hill had maximum, whereas Sutton only had 1. Sutton now, failing with that, didn't even get through to the duels, 13th on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw yesterday that 3 seconds of turbo boost loses you out on 2.5 tenths. That was with Tom Ingram yesterday. So that is around how much time only 3 seconds is. And hello, Tom. We see you on TV.
Yeah, I can see Tom on TV. There he is. Hello, Tom. Wearing your orange shirt, my friend. We just saw you on Turcatelli. I'll send you that screenshot, mate.
Thank you very much.
So, here we go then. We're at Brands Hatch in the early May sunshine, and we're ready for round 4 of the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship to get underway. Donington Park was fascinating 2 weeks ago. What are we going to have here when the lights go out? 24 laps ahead of us. We are all set for a start. Darrell de Jong will be looking for a good one. So will Jake Hill and Charles Rainford. Round 4 of the QuidFit British Touring Car Championship. Revs are up, lights are on. Blast off from Brands Hatch Indy. Great start from Hill. Bad start actually coming in from Morgan. That's going to allow Ingram to try and look round the outside in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Down we go into the breaker zone. Camish getting a little shove there from Osborne, his own teammate. Round the outside comes Doble, and they all get through Paddock Hill. There was a bit of contact in the back. I think that was Hamilton and Patterson. Into Druids we go, and Doble getting a little shove there from Camish. They all get through cleanly though, JT, and Hill leads the race from Rainford, and now the Nappers closing up together.
Yeah, Sutton getting involved in a little bit of free wide coming outside of Druids as we head up towards Tom.
They pass through Tom now as well down the last corner. See the dust that gets kicked up from the new asphalt here. Sutton's up 1 place. Sutton's up 2 places now. Pearson and Jelly dropping down. Doble's under pressure with Sam Osborne. They're wheel to wheel coming through the last corner at Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight. Now Osborne does have that inside line coming into the braking zone for Paddock Hill Bend, and he should be able to easily get ahead. And just behind, watch out for Darrell de Jong. Sutton's already up 3 places in our new 100 livery, celebrating 100 years of Napa. As a little bit of contact, Doble just touching the back of Osborne, and then now just nerfing each other coming through at Druids, and down we go into Graham Hill Bend.
And that is Chilton under pressure from one of the Toyotas. That will, of course, be Taylor Smith, who has just been overtaken by him and is trying to get that position back. As here at the front, it's still Hill, Rainford and Ingram who's up 1 side by side as they go across the line further back with Dan Lloyd.
Dan Lloyd coming in, yeah, he's down in 8th position at the moment, and down on the inside, Lloyd's going to have a go on Darrell de Jong. The 1, 2, 3 makes it stick. Sutton's going to want to try and get the caption coming through, but does the undercut, does Dan Lloyd as well. He's not laying Darrell de Jong down, he's through. Lloyd goes through, superb move.
As Sutton is now going to try and get past the inside, then outside of Darrell de Leon as Jelly goes right up the inside of Michael Freeze at Graham Hill Bend, and they are also door banging down the back straight.
Yeah, Cree's just holding through. Sutton's already made up 3 places from where he started then. Hill leading the gap. Well, he was heading it, but now Osborne's going around the outside of Mikey Doble. Has got the inside coming through Clark Curve into Clareways and into the Brabham Straight we go. And is Doble got the inside line? Yes, he's swung back ahead. So Osborne down into 6th position. Lloyd's under pressure again from Darrell de Jong. Sutton just holding back. Pearson was low on hybrid on that last lap time, so he was not able to defend. Hill and Rainford using it. Hill's only 6 tenths ahead. Lloyd has got a time penalty for a false start. 5-second time penalty for Dan Lloyd for a false start, JT.
Yeah, that won't help him at all. That will drop him down. He'll try and keep his position so he doesn't drop that far down, but that may drop him out of the points. We'll have to see, but this is Cook under pressure from the two Toyotas of Taylor Smith and Dorlin up and towards clearways.
Yeah, and they're all still battling hard together. This is where they've got to be really careful as well. The last thing you want to do in these types of situations of races is have severe contact that will cost you time and time again in these races. And I think, JT, the one thing that we all want is just a safe race here at Brands after a not very nice couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. As here comes Dan Lloyd right on the back bumper of Sam Osborne through Druids. Now De Leon just behind and is hoping for these two to make a mistake so he can gain 2 positions without that much hassle, as it's still Doble, Osborne, Lloyd and De Leon, as Osborne gets ahead down Lloyd and gets quite a good gap.
Wishing for drama, JT? Never in a touring cars. When does that ever happen? Yeah, not a bad race so far, is it? As we've just fixed our monitors up here in the commentary box with our timing systems after they went a little bit wrong, but they're now right. So, Rainford with a 47.617. He's used 4 of maximum 12 laps of hybrid. It's a 24-lap race. As his lap 6 as things stand, and I'm going to wait until after the field go through so we can hear from Tom and see what he's making of the start of this race trackside as he flashes past on the monitor. TV signal is still actually rather... to be honest, for Brands Hatch, that's decent. Well, thank you. Well done, Tom. Coming in, Rainford just sitting on the back there, and the last car's going through, so I'll quickly say now, Tom, what are you making of the start of the race so far?
Splendid stuff so far from Tom Ingram going up to the 3rd position. Same with Dan Lloyd's time penalty for that jump start, so that will jump in out of the top 20 stands. So he can start pulling the way from Del De Leon. Our side is made up of efficiency as well. So just looking at the tyres that they're on, it feels to me like the majority of them are on soft tyres, JB.
Yeah, majority are on softs. Cheers,
I
Tom.
imagine that's because it wasn't the previous race.
Yeah, they want to get them out and put them on hard tyres for the rest of the day. They'll last longer. Cheers, Tom. They field blast past you down there on the track.
JB.
Yeah, go on.
I can now tell you, as it stands, Tom Ingram will take the lead of the championship. 2 points.
Oh, Tingram will take it as well. And that is the 14 of Dexter Patterson. So that's Ronan Pearson side by side with Michael Crease. So Lloyd in that penalty will drop him down with 5 seconds to around about 15th position, the last of the points payers. Battle at the moment between Hill, Rainford and Ingram though, JT, and the race is really on.
Yeah, absolutely, as this is Taylor Smith trying to go up the inside of Josh Cook. Moffat and Chilton side by side. Chilton has to turn left to avoid contact, but Chilton gets his nose in, gives the BMW a little bit of a tap, and Moffat is through.
So Moffat goes through, and now we're seeing Ingram, again, that rear tyre just in front of Tom, you can see it. Just every time it goes up on the 3 wheels, when it comes down, there's a puff of smoke like the rear's locking. You're out braking mid-corner there as well. And so far, it's lap 9 of 24. Hill leads from Rainford. Ingram is 3rd. And a lot of action as, again, Ingram wants 2nd position. He wants that 2-2-2 to continue. Through they go again. As the action will continue on. Rainford in 2nd position. He's only got a 10th JT to Ingram.
Yeah, and Ingram is 0.137 seconds a lap faster, so Ingram could overtake Rainford here, but Rainford's got much more turbo boost than Ingram, so he can manage that more as we are continuing through down in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Big kick of dust from someone the last time by that is still looming over the circuit as up in towards Druids we go.
Let's have a replay. This is on board with one of the Accelerate cars as well into the braking zone. Oh, hello. Who's that going wide on the dust and nearly losing it?
It's Moffat.
It's Moffat. And so Moffat in a battle further back. Just trying to find where it was.
He ended up in that gravel trap yesterday.
Yes, he did, didn't he? 25 cars now, JT, by the way, not just 24. So 2 extra this weekend, which has been a delight.
1 extra because Nick Halstead's joined.
Yeah, Halstead couldn't do the opening in Donington Park or even Media Day, but he's joined now midway through. Michael Crees, by the way, spoke to him with Richard John Neal at the end of Saturday, and he said how much he's actually enjoying the touring cars this year. He's enjoying that all the, as he calls it, CRAP has gone, of the hybrid power, and he's enjoying the boost, which is slightly different, and he's just having fun out there. And that's the vibe, and we got on Media Day, and then at Donington Park, that the touring car driver is just having fun again.
Yeah, and, well, we're getting a rewind for replay here. Now we are going in forward motion, and this is Hall straight up the inside of Chiltern. And, well, that was proper touring car moves, proper touring car bumper action from Max Hall. He settled right into the BTCC with a move like that.
Race 3 winner, of course, at Donington Park was Tom Chilton. Got champagne right in his eyes by Ash Sutton as well. It's still stinging slightly, I would assume, but no need for glasses just yet. We've had 2 different winners out of the opening 3 races so far this year. Sutton, at the moment, down in 10th position. He's making up 3 places, but he's going to be trying to aim for a reverse grid pole, JT, I would say. He's not going to make up that many places in race 2.
And Charles Rainford is doing so well. He's actually keeping up with Jake Hill. And Charles Rainford has the fastest lap at the moment with a 47.604.
Yeah, so it's more and more improvements as well. But just to look at Hill's best time, 47.640. So there's literally 36 thousandths between their lap times. There's a little bit wide there coming in for Rowbottom at the last couple of corners. That's going to leave himself vulnerable now as the black and white flag for Flash Gordon with the track limits warning being put out by the stewards. So that's a disappointment there. But there's Rowbottom in 15th. He's got Cook, Taylor Smith, and Dorlin just behind. The 2 teammates are alongside. Aaron Taylor Smith in the other Toyota Gazoo Racing as well. And he was having a terrible time at Donington Park with the car not working. It's fixed now. They've done a lot of work in it in the shop over the last 2 weeks. And the issue repaired itself. And he's been going well so far this weekend. He was 11th in free practice 1. Then free practice 2, he was down in 24th position. Didn't have a great session, but didn't do much in that running order. Started, unfortunately, 18th on the grid, but he was high in the earlier conditions, JT, in free practice 1. His car suits the early morning conditions better, so arguably this race should be a bit easier for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Meant to get hotter throughout the day, but we are already at 19 degrees, so it's how hotter it gets.
Track temperature is also at 32 degrees, so that's how much it is under Tom's foot right now, where he is standing just outside of Clearways and Clark Curve. There's some action going on that he's spotting out for us. Well, got cars side by side coming down on that pitch straight, so the racing action is still a lot more interesting and a lot more intriguing than in round 4. As here we go, this is the battle we're watching. It's the 12 trying to come through. That's Stephen Jelly trying to have a go on the inside of Chris Smiley in the Restart Racing squad in towards turn 1, and Smiley just defends that door. We've got 3 wide though, JT, around the outside, and that's Rowbottom getting overtaken by both Dorlin and by Aaron Taylor Smith, and Doble's ahead. Yeah, Doble's ahead. Dorlin's ahead of Taylor Smith and Doble in there. Apparently, I'm just getting told in my ears. He's under attack from Osborne, so there you go. That's what I'm getting told.
Yeah, absolutely. As the Toyotas are on an absolute charge here, and they're battling. 2 teammates battling. Taylor Smith straight up the inside of Dorlin. Dorlin goes wide, but he's able to keep it still on the track.
And Aaron Taylor Smith is on the exit. Here's your race leaders then, and Ingram now under attack from Adam Morgan, who got that poor start on the inside of 4th position. Just did not get going. Up in towards Paddock Hill, into Druids we come. Ingram from Morgan is 0.3 of a second at the moment, but a 4-way fight, lap 16 of 24. Track limits, car 2, turns 1 and 3. So that's Paddock Hill and Druids. How do you go for Druids?
Paddock Hill and Graham Hill.
Ah, right, Graham Hill makes more sense, yeah. Forgot they don't count Halewoods anymore, do they, as a turn?
Druids is turn 2.
This is right in front of Tom. He might have shown us it. I can see Tom actually there. That's Nick Hamilton going wide. So if Tom did show us it, I wasn't looking at the monitor. So you've seen something like that before we have live on here on JB Motorsports as well, with Tom Cairns trackside for us, as well as the cars flash by him. Dow, De Jong and Lloyd in a battle, 8th and 9th changing positions as well. And now Morgan right on the back of Ingram as they come up towards Druids.
Yeah, and out of Druids down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, with Ingram and Morgan 3rd and 4th. They swap positions quite early on in this race, and, well, they only move in the top 4.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have much.
And that's Crees diving up the inside of Stephen Jelly, and Crees takes 13th away from Stephen Jelly down into Graham Hill.
So, again, back on that hybrid boost power that they all like to see so much in this one. Lap 17 and 24 here. Crees in 13th position. Oh, what a fun day this is turning out to be. Already, we're having more interesting touring car action again. Just 2 weeks running. Go on.
Ingram hasn't used any of his turbo, and he's still got 6 laps of it left, with around 6 laps remaining in a couple of laps' time. Hill 4 out of 10 laps, Rainford 5 out of 12 laps, Ingram 0 out of 6, Morgan 5 out of 12. Which Rainford and Morgan both 5 out of 12. That will become 6 out of 12. They're using it this lap. Camish 1 out of 8. Doble 7 out of 12. Osborne 6 out of 12. Lloyd 5 out of 12. Sutton hasn't used any of his 5 laps. He's leaving it until the end.
Yeah, Sutton is waiting until the last possible moment to go and do something, which I kind of think makes sense. If you're going to run, you run late, don't you? It's kind of the optimum strategy to run.
Yeah.
So, lap 19 and 24. Tom, what are you making of it down there then, so far in race 1? No, there's too much lag. We can't get through to him at the moment. There's cars coming through him as well. Yeah, we'll have to catch up with Tom at the end of the race when there's the transponders going around the cars. Lag the Wi-Fi signal like crazy, if you're wondering why there's a few issues coming in. But so far, so good here in the opening race of the touring car day. We've got more action coming up following us here. Do not go off. We are live all day here for Brands Hatch Indy. It's the lunch breaks next, isn't it, JT?
No.
Ah, what's next? Porsches. Yeah, that's going to be fun. I'll hand back over to JT for that one, and then I take over production from 2 o'clock. Actually, no, 1:45, because 2:05 is race 2, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. More on a quick MotoGP off to get that sorted. A lot of intrigue so far in this one. Everyone's enjoying the racing action. Hill, Rainford, Ingram, Morgan, Camish, Doble, Lloyd, Osborne, De Jong. And De Jong right in the back of Osborne, over 8th position. Absolutely loving this.
As here down in, we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend, and we are continuing to go up towards Druids, currently looking at Dan Lloyd, Osborne, and now the front leaders. That gap still is being kept between Hill and Rainford. Those two are working together, but also working together is Ingram and Morgan. But the gap between the BMWs and Hyundais are just increasing and increasing. Black and white flag for numbers 22 and 16. That is Chris Smiley and Moffat.
So more flags coming out now on the monitor. Okay. Moffat still holding on. They're flying by Tom once more. Car 16. Oh, there's a wasp in my commentary box again. I haven't missed this. There was no wasps at Donington Park in my commentary box. It's gone out now. Lap 22 then, closing in on the end of the race. I wasn't sending it to you, I was telling Megan about the Moto2 race.
Ah, alright, okay.
Oh, look at this on the inside. Moffat trying to get ahead of Dexter Patterson on the inside line at Druids. No comprende, I'm afraid. You're not going to get through there in a month of Sundays. They will try and have a little bit of a manoeuvre. At 23 of 24. Rainford up. Ingram, Morgan, Camish, Doble, Lloyd, De Jong in 8th position. Osborne, Sutton still in 10th as they head down. And I've got a feeling that Rainford might pass Hill here. Look how close he's getting with 2 to go. This might be very interesting. Oh, go on, do it. Do it. Get through. Make that overtake. I'm sort of willing him on, JT. It's going to be quite funny.
Yeah. As continuing to go round, the 2 Hyundais have backed off. They're not wanting to get involved with the 2 BMWs getting involved. They're happy with where they are.
Last lap.
But Hill using his turbo boost to defend from Rainford, but will Rainford do something of a masterclass? He's fallen back a little bit as they go up and towards Druids.
So here we go. It's a short lap here. Not that long at all of a British touring car race. But there you're going to see Hill come out. Tom's following him through. Jake Hill will come out of the last corner and will take the opening day's race victory. Here we go. De Jong's out of hybrid. Everybody really was. Hill using his last one now. So is Rainford. Misery at Donington. Delight at Brands Hatch. Round 4. The Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship goes to Jake Hill. Rainford is second. Ingram makes it third, which means he's the only driver to be on the podium in every race of the season so far. And with it, the championship lead goes to him. Then it's 4th for Morgan, Camish 5th, 6th, Doble, De Jong 7th, Osborne 8th, Lloyd 9th, Sutton 10th. Pearson, Smiley, Crees, Jelly, Cook, the last point scorer. Then it's Taylor Smith, Dorlin, Rowbottom, Patterson, Moffat takes it in 20th position as well, JT. But what an absolute barnstorm of a race. A lot of intrigue, and it just shapes up nicely for the rest of the day, doesn't it? 21st for Shedden, Chilton 22nd, Hall 23rd, Halstead 24th, Hamilton 25th.
Yeah, absolutely. As Hill flashing his lights as he comes down the back stretch, waving to the fans on the South Bank, and wins round 4 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Right, Tom, what do you make of that race, my friend?
It was pretty standard start to finish. I think it's just going to come down to who would save a bit more extra battery power towards the end, so they can make a last car favour. So I saw Delta Leon and moved on towards the end of the race. I couldn't quite remember who it was that he had passed. It was a brilliant overtake into clearways and got the job out. But it's well deserved. I think second. It was Sam Osborne, I think, that he got by. But he's been promoted to 7 because of Dan Lloyd's passing. But very well done to Jake Hill. After this club in Donington 2 weeks ago, it's got off and running for the season.
Absolutely cracking race. Now we're going to see the weighbridge. Is it going to be safe to get through? As we confirm to you how they finish, it's Jake Hill who is victorious from Charles Rainford, Tom Ingram, Adam Morgan, Dan Camish, Mikey Doble, Dal de Jong, Sam Osborne, Dan Lloyd and Ash Sutton as your top 10. Your independence winner once again is Mikey Doble. That's his 3rd win of the season so far, so he's taken the lead there. Pearson, Smiley, Crees, Jelly, Cook, Taylor Smith, Dorlin, Rowbottom, Patterson and Moffat takes over in 20th position as well. And then further down, it is Shedden, Chilton, Hall, Halstead and Hamilton as well. Now, usually, if this was where we were, myself and Tom would be running down to the podium because the podium is on the other side of the paddock, which means that Tom can't get there. So, Tom, we'll let you go now and put your arm down for a bit, but what was your thoughts on the end of race 1?
It wasn't too bad. I mean, I would like to have seen a few more overtakes, but I think the drivers were conserving for the coming races later on.
Cheers, Tom.
I think with race 2, I think the top 3 race 2. Yeah, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, I think if because the top 3 have now finished, they have to start the race on a different compound to what they raced on in race 1, don't they?
Yeah, so they now have to go correctly on the hardest tyres. So that's Ingram, Morgan and Camish locked onto that hard tyre for the next race. Cheers, Tom. Tom Ingram leads on 66 points to Ash Sutton on 64. Jake Hill's on 54 now with his race win here. Dan Camish on 48. Tom Chilton 42, Dan Rowbottom 36, Adam Morgan 30, the same as Mikey Doble, Chris Smiley on 26, and Aidan Moffat is on 23. That's in your Drivers' Championship. In the manufacturers, Hyundai lead 123 to Ford on 115, BMW 95 and Toyota 63. The normal teams championship, that seems Team Vuelta leading by 10 points to Napa. Laser Tools Racing with MB on 56. The LKQ Euro Parts car with WSR, that's on 50. Restart Racing 45, followed by Motor Parks as well as we head down. Are we going to hear from Louise now with an interview? We'll double check. Then Motor Parts Direct with Powermax Racing 36. One Motorsport is on 33. Roku Racing with Unlimited Motorsport is on 26. Toyota Gazoo Racing 24. And WSR only on 23 in the BMW. Let's go down to Louise with Jake Hill.
Absolutely back, and really quite pleased with that win, and justifiably so.
It was just a really nice race, that one. You know, I mean, Charles was perfect. You know, he was obviously had a bit of pressure from Tom, I think, in the middle, but he held his own. So yeah, great 1-2 for obviously for BMW, and huge thank you to Laser Tools Racing and Motorsport.
Well, a special little bit of history, because I don't know whether you're aware that that is win number 133 for West Surrey Racing, which makes them the most successful team in the history of the British Touring Car Championship. That's something special, but it is a mark of the team, isn't it?
It is, and I'm super proud I can get that for the team. You know, I mean, getting the championship last year was something special, but keep busting those milestones like we are, super special.
How was that race? I mean, it seemed. Were you quite confident that Charles was going to stay behind you, or do you think he was going to have a go at you? Or
I mean, we had an initial plan, but you never know. He's a new teammate. You don't know if he's going to stick to it or not. But giving me his credit, he drove perfectly. We had a perfect formation in those first few laps to just get a little bit of a gap. He pushed me quite hard at the end. He had a little bit more extra deploy, but yeah, plain sailing for both of us and a nice way to finish.
Well done, congratulations. And especially, I mean, Charles, congratulations. What a special moment. Your first ever BTCC podium in only round 2.
Totally. I mean, Jake said it was plain sailing. Didn't feel like that with me, with Tim going directly behind me. But yeah, no, just amazing from all the boys and girls at WSR. You know, we're just absolutely phenomenal for where we are at Donington Park now, and we've got a racing car. So we set ourselves well for this today. Just, yeah, looking forward to it now.
You've got a racing car that's capable of setting a new lap record, and which you did in that race as well. So
amazing! Well, I can have that to the kudos. Thank you very much. Spot on. Yeah. Okay, I'll take that one. Thank you.
And what does it feel like? I've just been talking with Jake about the fact that this makes West Surrey Racing the most successful team in the history of the championship. So the podium is special anyway, but to stand alongside him at this moment is something else as well, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. I've not been with the team long. You know, I got to know all the boys and girls WSR throughout kind of January, February time. So we've all become together like one big family now. So yeah, to be second with Jake winning then the most successful team is just, yeah, fantastic.
Jake said you stuck to the plan. How tempted were you to not stick to the plan?
Put my headlights on the last lap and just thought, but obviously, you know, he's a champion. I'm never going to put him off like that. But no, I'm learning from the best, and I'm just going to keep improving.
Fair enough, well done. And you would have overtaken given any opportunity, wouldn't you? But as you did at the start, P3, great result.
What's he sticking to the plan? I was hoping for dive bombs and all sorts. After what happened with us all at Donington, I think we're all sort of quite steady, I think is probably the easiest word, to make sure we all finish that race, because there's always been a little bit of chatter, and again, with it being as hot as it is, you know, we've had to be aware, I think, more than anything else, aware of the of how the tyre can have a bit too much temperature through it. So I was very happy just to sort of settle in for third. Charles drove remarkably well, really well, as did Jake. Just didn't really give me an opportunity to stick a nose in. There was obviously the TTB hybrid deficit thing that we had to be slightly aware of as well. But no, very happy. Good to get points on the board so far. Hard tyre for the next race.
Well, I was going to ask you about that. How much of an issue is that going to be? I mean, obviously, 2 guys ahead of you, it's the same thing, but there's going to be a lot of people on the soft tyre.
Yeah, I mean, Ash was sort of matching lap time throughout, you know, probably 3 or 4 tenths behind us over the race distance. So, you know, Ash has sort of given us a bit of a delta to see what's going on over that first race. And the pace from Ash looked really strong, so that's encouraging. There's obviously a slight different mentality you can have with the hard tyre than you can with the soft. The soft, you have to sort of nurse it and get it to the end, whereas the hard we can probably attack a little earlier. So yeah, but it sounds like Ash has done a good job on it, so it gives us a little bit of info going forwards now.
Well done. We will see you out there for the next one. But before I throw to the break, I can see the man here who runs the most successful team in British touring car history. So Dick, congratulations. You have had so many moments in this championship, but how does this one feel?
Well, actually, I've just only found out last night. Apparently, we've now won 133 races, so shows my age now. But no, fantastic effort from everyone at WSR. Neil Brown's, it's been a great effort. There's a lot of work's gone on since Donington, and yeah, and just talking to Jake then, the car was very good through the race. So we were a bit nervous on race pace. We knew what we did for qualifying, but Jake just said the car was great.
I love the fact that rather than stopping and sinking in and, you know, this special moment, making the most of it, you're on to the next race, aren't you? And let's get another win under our belts.
I'm on to Snetterton now. Yeah, no, it's a fantastic achievement, the 133 wins, but now it's about today. What can we do? All 4 cars finished, so, you know, Darryl did a great job finishing P8. But yeah, Charles especially, you know, is only his 2nd ever touring car meeting, and no, he's a great lad. So, yeah, so looking forward to the next one.
So are we. So are we. That's going to be coming up later on today. But right now, though, we're heading for a quick break.
Well, thanks to ITV and Louise Goodman there as well. Let's check in with JT then before we hand back over for the next race, which gets underway in a few moments' time. Great race, JT, and a lot of intrigue coming around Jake Hill there. Great victory. Rainford's a talent of the future. Ingram now the championship leader. Sutton's really on the back foot. It seems like he was only good at Donington. He's going to be hoping for a reverse grid pole.
Yeah, absolutely. Ash Sutton just going to try and get up as much as he can in race 2 as well, but getting ready for the next race, which is the Porsche Sprint Challenge. Great Britain, race 2 with 20 minutes before the lunch break. An hour lunch break before we get into the pit lane open for BTCC race 1 around 1:50.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting Phil. What have you got for an hour, Phil, then? You've got some interviews lined up.
No. I'll get the ones from race 1 when they're uploaded.
Good idea. I know Steve does do that quite quickly. Okay, cheers, JT. Stay with us then here on YouTube. Those of you on Twitch, we're going to switch over to MotoGP, but those of you on YouTube, stay with us for the next round, and we're going to hand down to Toka Radio.
Fill that into your programmes. It's based on 2nd best lap times from qualifying yesterday, and Toby Trice, championship leader coming into the weekend, and still the championship leader in the Pro division for the Caymans, is on pole position for this one, number 22, Toby Trice, home circuit for him as well. So 22 on pole. 43, yesterday's winner Tom Bradshaw, is 2nd on the grid, and then on row 2, 27 Jacob Tofts and 70 Samuel Harvey. Row 3, 99 Joe Marshall and 25 Matthew Carl Henny got involved in a crash yesterday up on the exit to Surtees, and quite a lot of damage to his car, but they've got it fixed, and he'll be out on the 3rd row of the grid in car 25. On row 4, number 11 Ben Moore Ryan and 88 Oliver Meadows. Row 5, 32 Ethan Hamilton and 19 Daniel Lewis completing the top 10. Row 6, 33 Reece Summerfield, one of the other cars involved in that incident yesterday with Matthew Carl Henny, and 45 Dan Zelos, who picked up that incident and had to come into the pits with damage and a puncture to his car. And it's Dan Zelos' birthday today, so the 3-time JCW Mini champion and the driver that was competing in the BTCC yesterday, it is his birthday in this championship as well. So that's the top 12 on the grid. I'll give you the rest of the grid shortly, but Alan, I think you're ready with the podium.
With a big crowd in front of the podium down here in the paddock, the presentation for round 4 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. In order to make the presentation, can we please welcome, representing our title sponsors Quick Fit, Mark Fisher, MOT tester for Quick Fit, onto the podium, who will step through the crowd to a round of applause, and he'll go to the far end of the podium to first of all make the presentation to our winning independent driver. The winning independent driver with his 3rd independent win of the year is Mikey Doble. Well done, Mikey. Congratulations. Over to the far end of the podium where the independent trophy is standing by. Mark Fisher will offer congratulations, and Mikey helps himself
Hold it high on the podium. Well done to Mikey. The next award is the Manufacturer Constructors Award. The winners are BMW, and to represent them, the General Manager of After Sales, Yvonne Holden, onto the podium. Not for the first time receiving an award on behalf of BMW, and very probably not the last as well. Well done to BMW, and well done to Yvonne Holden, now the most winning team in the BTCC with 133 wins. On to the top 3 drivers in third place. 4 out of a possible 4 podiums for Tom Ingram. Here comes Tingram up towards the podium steps to a huge round of applause. Over to the far end, a wave for the crowd. Mark Fisher from Quick Fit steps forward in order to present a handshake, and the third place trophy in the hands of Tingram. Third place goes to Tom Ingram. In second place, his first BTCC podium, Charles Rainford gets a massive cheer from the crowd. Ever happy, ever smiling, congratulates Mikey Doble, and Charles Rainford takes the first of what will be many podiums in the BTCC. Well done to Charles. And the winner, the reigning champion, first win and first podium of the year, Jake Hill. Here comes Jake, takes the applause of the crowd. A handshake with Tingram and a couple of words also with Charles and with Mikey. And Jake Hill, the local man from just down the road in Royal Tunbridge Wells, takes his first winner's trophy of the year. Well done to Jake. And now the national anthem for the winning driver. Jake Hill wins round 4 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, and now they will all pose, all 4 drivers will pose with their trophies, get as close as they can to the top step of the podium, smiling in the sunshine. And that's it for photographs. If you want to stay dry, take evasive action, because the next thing that happens on the podium, they celebrate with champagne.
Thanks very much indeed, Alan. Right, Porsche's on the grid. I'll give you the rest of the grid following the podium. We got to 12th place, which was Darren Zierlos, birthday boy, in the 45 car. Row 7 is 98 Oliver Cottam and 7 Amy Watts. Amy had a nightmare start to her Porsche Sprint Challenge career when she had a big crash at the start of the weekend at Donington Park, which put her out of the whole weekend. But a much better day yesterday for Amy in the number 7 car. It's 14th on the grid for this one. Row 8, number 3, Karim Sekat, and 56, Dean Burden. Row 9, 29, Jason Baker, and 82, Lydia Walmsley is another driver to come up from Mini Challenge Racing, her first season of Porsche Sprint. Jonathan Moore, number 12, another birthday boy today. Happy birthday, Jonathan. He's on the 10th row of the grid. And alongside him, Katia Loggy in the number 5 car. Row 11, 87 Paul Porter and 44 Hannah Chapman. And 1 car on row 12, starting 23rd, should be number 52, Alistair Weston. So if you're not familiar with the Porsche Sprint Challenge, the championship started in 2020. It's the 6th season of it. And it is all Porsche Caymans. Last year, the new Porsche Cayman 718 was introduced into the championship. And that means we've got 2 different classes now of cars. So the cars at the front of the field are the RS Club Sport cars and the newer Caymans. And they deliver around about 500 brake horsepower, 4-litre boxer engines, mid-engine cars. The cars that were used originally in the championship are in the Club Sport division. They're still very rapid cars, but not as quick as the new RS. They're about 425 brake horsepower, about 75 brake horsepower down on the RS model, and they are with slightly smaller engines of 3.8 litres as well. So the 2 different classes, there's quite a big speed differential between them around here at Brands Hatch. So they're racing on the track together, but they're racing for their own championship points. The other extra thing to note is that there are different classes of drivers within each category. So you either are classed as a pro, a professional driver, or an amateur driver, and they're fighting for their own points within those groups as well. So actually 4 different championships for one here. After the race yesterday, which Tom Bradshaw won outright, the RS Club Sport Pro Championship is very tight indeed, with only 3 points between Toby Trice, who's on pole position for this one, and Tom Bradshaw, 34 points and 31 points respectively. They have got, with Joe Marshall, number 99, third in the standings. In the RS AM division, Matthew Carl Henny had a DNF yesterday, but he still held on to the championship lead. He's got 34 points, but his gap has been reduced by 10 points because Oliver Meadows won the category yesterday and moved up to second in the points. So 25 Matthew Carl Henny, 34 points, 33 for 88 Oliver Meadows. And the club sport category then for the original Caymans, the pro division being led by birthday boy Jonathan Moore, who has had 4 wins out of 4 in the class so far, including the 3 at Donington Park and the 1 yesterday. So Jonathan, who's in car 12, 46 points, has got a lead of 14 points over Lydia Walmsley, who's on 32 points. And the number 82, pink and purple and blue Graves Motorsport car, the former front-runner in the JCW Mini Championship. And then in the other division, the AM division for the Club Sport Championship, the leader of that one is... after the first 4 races, Hannah Chapman, car number 44. She won the class 3 times out of 3. Yes, at Donington Park, but yesterday the first win of the season went to Paul Porter, so he closed the gap a bit to Hannah in the championship. So Hannah, car 44, 40 points, and Paul Porter, number 87, 36 points in that championship. The RS Entrance Championship, or Teams Championship, is being led by Toro Verde. They've got 106 points. Clean Racing have got 101, and in the Club Sport Team Championship, Toro Verde lead that one as well. They've got 122 points, and Graves Motorsport are second on 99 points in that championship. So 2 formation laps as we get here at the Indy circuit, because it's a sub 60-second lap. Then they'll come back to the grid ready for a standing start, and it will be, as ever, 20-minute races, distances for these Porsche Caymans. So Toby Trice, who had 2 wins at Donington Park, on pole position, looking for his 3rd win. Second yesterday, he said he cooked his tyres after trying a bit too hard in the first half of the race. So his slick tyres just went off a bit in the second half of the race, and he couldn't quite hang on to the eventual race winner. Tom Bradshaw just faded away a bit for the last 10 minutes of the race, but still a strong result for him. He was in this championship last year, finished 7th overall. And in fact, his 4th year now in the Porsche Sprint Challenge. His best year was actually his first year in 2022, where he finished in 5th place. He's known for his famous blue and orange bobble hats, and the bobble hat army were going around on a track walk last night. They'll be there supporting him if he's on the podium, and he does a lot to raise awareness through campaigns for infertility through his racing. So he's a great ambassador for that. So Toby Trice, very popular figure from Kent, home circuit, on pole position. Let's see what he can do. Tom Bradshaw in his 2nd season of the Sprint Challenges alongside him, from Lancashire, 4th in the championship last year, got 4 wins, 2 at Alton Park, his home circuit, 1 at Donington, 1 at Silverstone, but 13 podiums, making him a super consistent performer. He's raced historic cars in the the Masters Historic Sports Car Championship. He's raced Porsche Carrera Cup GB in the past as well, and single-seaters in things like Formula Ford, and if you remember it, Formula Palmer Audi, which he was a front-runner in, got 7 wins in the 2008 season when he was a young and upcoming driver. So he's there. Yesterday's winner in the blue and yellow Porsche Cayman, as the green flag is waved and we're about to go racing. Then at the back of the grid is cleared, the signal to the start line gantry that we can get the red lights on. As soon as they go out, we're racing, and the second race of the weekend for the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain gets underway with Toby Trice off the line perfectly. He's going to lead on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. Tom Bradshaw's going to go with him. Jacob Tofts closing the door to make sure he holds on to 3rd place. Sam Harvey was having a think about trying to get through in his machine. Joe Marshall had a pretty good start as well, but couldn't really take advantage of that. They go up to Druids Corner now, still side by side in the battle for 5th place, and Sam Harvey having to work hard. He'll be on the inside line though for the next corner. He will hold on to that 5th place, so it's Trice that leads onto the Cooper Straight from Bradshaw, from Tofts, and then from Marshall, and Sam Harvey under threat again on the way into the left-hander at Surtees, but again he just about closes the door in time to hold on to the position. Ben Mulryan having a real go at him in the number 11 car. Ben, one of the drivers that stepped up from racing in the Club Sport category last year, and the Irish driver in the number 11 car trying desperately to find a way past Sam Harvey on that first lap, but not quite succeeding in doing so. So on the back of Ethan Hamilton in the battle for 6th place. Good start for Marshall. Really good start for Hamilton. He's the biggest mover and shaker on the first lap. He gained 3 places, Hamilton, in the blue car, former BTCC racer, former Clio Cup racer as well. And he's there in 6th place currently in the 32 car. Also 3 places gained for Oliver Cottam. He had a good start, but Daniel Lewis has dropped 3 places. So he didn't have such a good first lap in the number 19 car to drop from 10th to 13th place. So the 20-minute race well underway. Dan Zielos is carrying the onboard camera for ITV, giving us some replays on the pictures that we get beamed up to the commentary box as he tries to make his way through the order. He's 12th at the moment on this second lap of the race. And on to the third now goes Toby Trice. Be mindful of the fact that he said he tried a bit too hard yesterday and was a bit too keen on the accelerator and didn't look after his tyres enough. So an even warmer day today, track temperature up into the mid-30s now, and he'll have to make sure he is as smooth as possible whilst being as quick as possible on those tyres as he comes down the hill into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Closing up a bit under braking is Tom Bradshaw, and then in the Duckham's liveried car, Jacob Toff's in 3rd place, about 2 car lengths clear now of Joe Marshall, who's was a guest driver in the second half of last season in the championship. This is his first full campaign, former Ginetta Super Cup racer. And he's just dropped a little bit of ground now to Jacob Tofts. Jacob, whose dad Neil was a good single-seater and Formula Ford racer as well. So through they come. 5th and 6th, getting closer together though. Samuel Harvey in the silver and blue and white machine into Paddock Hill Bend. Car number 17, number 32, Ethan Hamilton, was a bit quicker than him through the second half of the last lap, so closes up slightly as they go into Druids Corner now, and they're both trying to catch the lead group, so it could be 6 for the lead of the race soon. Then you've got a bit of a gap back to the next pair, which is Ben Mulryan, number 11, and number 25, Matthew Carl Henney. Oh, we've had some drama up at Druids as well. Off into the gravel trap, I'm afraid, has gone Jason Baker in only his second weekend in the Porsche Championship. He was one of the front runners in the Ferrari Challenge in the first season of that championship in 2019. He's had a bit of time away from racing, but he's in the gravel trap and stuck at the moment up at Druids, so he's going to drop back in the number 29 car. It was from contact that caused that. Just got the back end of that on the pictures, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of it, so for now at least it'll be yellow flags up to Druids Corner. The top 7 drivers are all RS Pro Division drivers. The safety car is being deployed because of that incident up at Druids. Not too much of a surprise that. The car just on the entrance to the corner, going wide and into the gravel trap after what looked like a bit of bumping and boring into the turn. So, safety car deployed. Can add time onto the race duration as well to make it a longer race, which is what we saw yesterday. And the marshals will immediately get down to try and recover, or at least get the car out of the gravel trap for Jason. So the top 7 drivers are all in the RS Pro Division. Number 22, Toby Trice. 43, Tom Bradshaw. 27, Neil Toffs as the top 3. We get a replay. And it was Jonathan Moore trying to squeeze up the inside into Druids Corner, and then turning in to find Jonathan Moore's car there was Jason Baker. The pair came together, front right touching front left, and it was the car on the outside. As is often the case, it was the one that came off worst and ended up in the gravel trap. But it was a fair old whack to the front left corner of Jonathan Moore's car as well. But he managed to continue on. 4th place in the race, 99, Joe Marshall. 5th, number 70, Samuel Harvey. 6th, number 32, Ethan Hamilton. And 7th, Ben Mulryan, number 11. Then we've got the first of the RS Am division drivers, which by a point, just about coming into this race, is the championship leader, Matthew Carl Hennig. Car number 25 leads the RS Am division after lots of work to get the car fixed after yesterday's incident. Second in the RS Am division is Reece Summerfield, who was involved in that crash with him. And they are 8th and 9th on the road. 10th on the road is number 98, Oliver Cottam. 11th, number 88, Oliver Meadows. 12th, number 45, Dan Zielos. 13th is Damian Lewis, number 19. 14th, number 7, Amy Watts. And then in 15th place, we've got the number 56 car of Dean Burden. with, in 16th place, number 3, Karim Sekat. Then we've got the Club Sport cars, and the Club Sport Pro leader is Lydia Wormsley, number 82. She's leading her category and leading the class. So number 82, Lydia Wormsley, 17th overall. She's the fastest driver in the older Club Sport Pro division cars. Jonathan Moore, who had that incident with Jason Baker, which was actually for second in class, that is the car that is next in the order. So 82 Lydia Wormsley and 12 Jonathan Moore, the top 2 in the class. And behind them, 19th overall and leading the Club Sport AM division is Katia Logi. So Katia looking to pick up her first category win if she can. And she's certainly having a much stronger performance here this weekend than she had managed at Donington, even though it wasn't too bad. And she comes from Aberdeen, so it's a fairly lengthy trek to get here down to Kent to race here at Brands Hatch. Last season, she competed in the Mini Challenge, and the season before that, she did the same, but that was her first season of car racing, 2023. She's coached by Abby Eaton, who won outright Porsche Carrera Cup race at Silverstone last year, and she's in the number 5 car. So 2 of the newcomers to the championship leading their class at the moment, Katia Logi, number 5, and Lydia Wormsley leading the Pro Division in the number 82 car. Right. Jason Baker is out of the gravel trap thanks to the work of the marshals up there, and he's hobbling along back to the pits, I suspect, because the suspension is pointed at a rather odd angle of the car where he had that hit. So tyre marks on the front right corner of the car, but it's cambered in the front right wheel, so the suspension has taken a fair old hit. He's not going to be able to continue on, but at least he's out of the gravel trap. He'll head to the pits, and that will mean, once he's off the track, we shall be able to get the race back underway. At the moment, he's going down the Cooper Straight, but on the grass to try and stay out of the way. It doesn't have to go all the way to the pit lane entrance. You can pull off. There's a little escape shortcut at the end of, on the outside of the left-hander at Surtees, which you can go down to get off the track and head back into the paddock, the Parc Fermé area. So hopefully he'll spot that and gets back onto the track, and I think that's exactly what he's going to do. The safety car is closing up. He gets onto the grass on the other side of the circuit, and Jason doing a good job there to stay out of the way. So safety car light's still on, but the car is obviously out of the way now, but they might have to give it another lap behind the safety car because it's a bit too short notice to turn the lights off. The lights flashing on the top of the safety car is the signal to everybody else that we're going to stay behind the safety car. When the lights on the top of the safety car go out, that means that we're about to get underway next time we come around to the start-finish line. And I suspect that's what's going to happen on this next lap. So Trice leads, Bradshaw second, Tofts third, Marshall fourth, Harvey fifth, and Hamilton in sixth place. They come through behind the Porsche that leads them around the safety car, which I think will turn its lights out either up at Druids or on the way somewhere down to Graham Hill Bend, so they can all see that we're about to get the race back underway. 11.5 minutes left on the clock as it stands in this 20-minute race. And obviously, once they get the safety car in, the race leader controls the pace. Nobody can overtake anybody else till they cross the start-finish line. But you can't really accelerate until the driver ahead accelerates either. So you just got to get as close to them as you can. Not so close that you have to wait until they pull away before you hit your throttle. Safety car lights now out. Try to get a run at them, but it's always difficult to pull off any overtakes on a restart. Toby Trice, pretty experienced driver these days as well, of course, will know exactly what to do. So the safety car peels in. Toby Trice comes out of clearways and pulls the trigger now, unleashes 500 brake horsepower and crosses the line now to get the race back up to speed with 10 3/4 minutes to go. The green flag, the green lights, we're back in action, and we're going to keep an eye on the battle between Joe Marshall in the green and black car, number 99 in fourth place, and Samuel Harvey in the white, silver and black car, number 70. We had a little look at him on the way through Paddock Hill Bend, and he's got Ethan Hamilton in the blue car for company as well. They all come down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, the left-hander now. Tricky bend that, because it's downhill entrance into it. It's a 90-degree left-hander. All the weight's on the front of the car, which means the back end is light, which means it's easy to lose the back end. And you've got to be careful of track limits coming out of that corner. You want to get on the throttle ASAP to get the best run onto the Cooper Straight, the back straight, which is an uphill, so it makes it even more crucial to get a good run onto it. But if you get on the gas too early and run over the white lines, then you trigger the sensors that are embedded in the ground there, and you start to get warnings about exceeding track limits. And that's one of the corners that normally catches people out. So onto the second lap of the restart. They go up into Druids Corner, led by Toby Trice. In the Club Sport division, we have had Hannah Chapman in the AM class come ahead of Paul Porter, yesterday's winner. So Hannah looking to pick up her 4th class win if she can, but she's got one more driver to find her way past, and that is Katia Loggi, who's looking for her first win in the category. So number 5, Katia Loggi, will keep a check on the mirrors now. Obviously, everybody's a lot closer than they were. Also a battle going on in the Club Sport category in the Pro division between Lydia Walmsley in the blue and purple and pink car, and she's got coming after her number 12, Jonathan Moore, who leads that category. So they are just coming through the right-hander at Clearways now, and about 2 car lengths between them. So they will be the next 2 cars to come across the start-finish line. Lydia Walmsley with the Union flag emblazoned upon the roof of the car, all in pink and purple and blue, and Jonathan Moore. That's a class battle. And then the next 2 through Paddock Hill Bend, the blue and white car of Katia Loggi and the white, black and red machine of number 44, Hannah Chapman. They are the 2 cars, 5 and 44, up at Druids now, that are battling for the Club Sport AM class lead. And Katia Loggi coming under all sorts of pressure from another ex-mini racer, Hannah Chapman, as they go side by side. 2 Scottish drivers battling for the lead here as they're going to the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, and Hannah Chapman gets a run coming out of it, but the line is covered, and so she has to switch to the outside, but that line is covered as well. Behind the pair of them is Paul Porter, and we had an incident up at the exit to Clearways as well. 2 cars have come together as that battle for the lead comes through. You've got the top 2 in the the Club Sport Pro division over the line now. That gap getting closer. Jonathan Moore, number 12, closing up. Number 3, Karim Sekat, is one of the drivers that was involved in that incident up at Clearways. He's just in front of this battle now between Katia Loggi, Hannah Chapman and Paul Porter, which is as close as it possibly could be in the Club Sports. They're going up towards Druids now, and Karim, of course, is still ahead of them on the road. He's not a back marker, so he's not obliged to let them through, and he might start to pull back away from them as well. I'm keeping an eye on Jonathan Moore because he's getting ever closer to the back of Lydia Walmsley as well. Cars 82 and 12 just about to go into the right-hander at McLaren. That gap is down to less than a car length now in the battle for the RS Pro division. Toby Trice in the overall race lead, controlling things. He's 8/10 clear now of Tom Bradshaw. Jacob Toff still in 3rd place. Over the line next comes the Club Sport Pro battle between Lydia Walmsley and Jonathan Moore into Paddock Hill Bend. But here, over the line now, could be a challenge for the lead because Hannah Chapman in the Club Sport AM division, number 44, looking at the outside line here, but Katia Loggi doing a fantastic job to keep her at bay. They go up Halewood's Hill now, on the way into the right-hander at Druids. She's got her mirrors absolutely full. Hannah Chapman seems to be the quicker of the 2 drivers at the moment, but cannot find her way through. It's been good defensive driving, not over-defending, and keeping calm and keeping cool under pressure from Katia Loggi, doing an excellent job. And in the background, watching it all go on, trying to find a way past, is the yellow, blue and white car of number 87, Paul Porter. So all 3 of them together in the Club Sport AM division as they come towards the end of another lap. The race leader overall has already gone through a long time ago, but the gap's come down a bit between Toby Trice and Tom Bradshaw, 0.4 of a second. So I've got to keep an eye on all sorts of battles here. But the one that's really kicking off at the moment is this battle between the 2 Scots. Katia Loggi into Paddock Hill Bend now, still managing to fend off Hannah Chapman. The overall race leaders are just going down the Cooper Straight. And sure enough, they're coming up to a load of back markers now as well. So that's going to make things even more interesting because the RS cars are about to start lapping some of the Club Sport cars. Your overall race leader is still the blue machine of number 22, Toby Trice, with number 43, Tom Bradshaw, closing, and number 27, Jacob Tofts, in 3rd place. So they are coming through now some of the traffic. They've made their way safely through the first batch of traffic. The gap is down to 0.4 of a second as they go up towards Druids, and kicking up the dust is Jonathan Moore when wide coming out of Clearways and 2 wheels through the gravel. He's kept it on the road, but he's lost a lot of momentum. So the number 12 car, bad end to the lap, drops back from Lydia Walmsley and gives us some breathing space for now. As into Paddock Hill Bend comes the Club Sport AM division. Katia Loggi still fending off Hannah Chapman. It's a great race, this. Paul Porter in the background fighting hard as well. And then you've got coming after them one of the RS cars that had an incident earlier on, Dean Burden in the 56 car. So all of them are up at Druids now. Hannah Chapman tried the wide line on the exit to Druids to try and get some momentum going downhill. In front of them, Karim Sekat has a spin on the Cooper Straight as well. So he's onto the grass now on the inside. All 4 of them come past him. And he drops even further, I'm afraid, down the order. So here comes that battle into the right-hander at McLaren between the top 3 in Club Sport. They've just dropped a little bit now, Paul Porter. And it's Katia Loggi with about 1 car length advantage. That is all over Hannah Chapman. Lights ablaze on both cars. The next two over the start-finish line. We've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds for Katia Logge to hang on and get a win here. And then Paul Porter is going to lose that position to Burden. But it's not for class. They're in different categories. So the RS car comes past him. And then there's a car in between second and third in the class now. And after his gravelly moments coming out of Clearways 2 laps ago, Jonathan Moore in the green and white number 12 car has started to get back after Lydia Walmsley. They're just going through Surtees at the moment. Right, onto the Cooper Straight. Hannah Chapman gets the better run. The inside line she's looking at, but the door is closed once again. She's squeezed towards the grass, so she pulls to the outside. Katia Logge definitely driving in the mirrors at the moment, having to keep Hannah Chapman behind. And to confuse matters, they're now being caught by an RS car, a much more powerful car, which is driven by number 56, Dean Burden. And he should be able to drive around the outside of the pair of them, but it's side by side as they go across the line together now. And Hannah Chapman's got the inside line. They're both passed by Burden. Hannah Chapman, this is a chance to go to the inside through Paddock Hill Bend, but Katia Logge holds on around the outside and then goes through the gravel trap and into a spin and out of the race, I'm afraid, or out of the race lead. But she's just about got it out of the gravel trap and gets back onto the track, completely covered in dust, a huge cloud behind her. She's dropped behind Paul Porter as well, and Hannah Chapman gets the lead, and she bravely tried to hang on around the outside there, Katia Logge, but in the end, I'm afraid, ran out of road, and with just over 3 minutes to go, that's a chance of getting a first win in the category gone after a brave effort. So Hannah Chapman into the lead of the class, looking for her 4th class win out of 5 at the start of this season. And Lydia Walmsley goes through that cloud of dust now, still leading the Pro Division in the Club Sports, still trailing smoke with bits of bodywork hanging off the back of the car. Katia Logge slowly ailing away, I'm afraid, down the Cooper Straight, just trying to bring the car home now, but it is completely caked in dust. That's going to be a busy lunch break gone now for the team to try and get that car ready for the race later on. I'm sure they'll be able to do that. Meanwhile, we can turn our attentions back to the overall race lead with 2.5 minutes to go, because that one is not yet done. Toby Trice only 0.3 of a second clear. Number 22 leads the race outright, leads his class, of course, as well. The leader of the RSM division is still Matthew Carl Henney. By some distance, by about 4 seconds, he's in car number 25, the red and white machine. He's 8th overall, and he's 4 seconds clear of Reece Summerfield. But the leaders coming through. There's also a good battle developed for 3rd place now between Jacob Tofts in the yellow and blue Duckham's livery car. That's just about to go into the right-hander at McLaren, and all over the back of him in the dark green and black machine, number 99, Joe Marshall, and bringing with him Samuel Harvey as well. So 3 of them battling for the final overall podium position in the RS cars as Toby Trice goes through. Less than 2 minutes to go now into Paddock Hill Bend, and that battle for 3rd through Paddock Hill Bend now, and Joe Marshall looks a little bit quicker through the apex of the corner but can't find a way past Jacob Tofts. Hannah Chapman's been through the pit lane as well, so maybe she picked up some damage after that incident at Paddock Hill Bend with Katia Logge. So after battling all the way through the race for the lead of the class and the win in the class, I'm afraid both of them have dropped down the order now, and it means that it's going to be 87, Paul Porter, that picks up the category lead. Getting a replay of the incident on the ITV pictures. Hannah Chapman had got the inside line on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. She was squeezed and she had to go over the white lines and almost into the pit wall. They've both been overtaken by the RS car of Burden around the outside. And then Chapman had got up the inside. Katia Logge was trying to hang on to the outside, just ran out of road, onto the curbs, through the gravel trap. And Hannah Chapman then later on with an issue as well, coming into the pit lane. And Paul Porter it is that now leads the category. So last minute of the race, 50 seconds to go. And Toby Trice about to come towards the end of the penultimate lap of the race. He's at the end of the Cooper Straight at the moment, about to go into Surtees, number 22. Tom Bradshaw, yesterday's winner, is within a car length of him. Tom's had 2 wins this year. Toby's had 2 wins this year as well. So they're looking like 2 likely candidates for the championship title in the RS division, but there's a huge long way to go in the championship as they now cross the line with 20 seconds to go to start the last lap of the race. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go. 3rd, 4th and 5th all tied together, and 6th and 7th tied together as well. Ben Moore-Ryan, number 11, trying to find a way past Ethan Hamilton into Paddock Hill Bend, but he can't quite find a gap. Still putting in under pressure, though, going up Howard's Hill. He's going to look at the inside, Ben Moore-Ryan. Can he squeeze through? Under braking. He has a big think about it, but the door closes at the last second. And Hamilton in the blue, number 32 car, just about keeps him at bay. So They come through now to begin their final run up the Cooper Straight. Lydia Walmsley is beginning her final lap and is on course for a victory in the 82 car in the Club Sport Pro division. She's pulled away from Jonathan Moore in the last couple of laps of the race. So the checkered flag is being readied, and Toby Trice is about to cross the line to become a race winner here at Brands Hatch. Toby Trice wins, and then Tom Bradshaw in second. Jacob Tofts hangs on to third from Joe Marshall and Sam Harvey, and it's side by side just behind for sixth place. And by 25 thousandths of a second, Ethan Hamilton hangs on to sixth place by a thread. Ben Mulryan really had a good go at him coming out of the last corner, but Ben couldn't quite do it. 25 thousandths of a second between them. Almost a photo finish. The RSM division has been won by Matthew Carl-Henny to extend his lead, and Lydia Walmsley crosses the line and wins the Club Sport Pro category in the number 82 car from Jonathan Moore in the number 12 machine after a race-long battle. Paul Porter will be coming through now shortly to take the victory in the number 87 car as well in the Club Sport AM division after, I'm afraid, the cars of Katia Loggy and Hannah Chapman, which both were in front of him pretty much all the way through that race, both fell foul on the at the end of the race. So Paul Porter, 87, wins Club Sport AM. 82, Lydia Walmsley wins Club Sport Pro. And number 25, Matthew Carl-Henny, the winner of the RSM division. Their winner outright winning RS Pro, Toby Trice, to extend his championship lead after round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. So the provisional results: number 22, Trice wins. Second, number 43, Bradshaw. Third, number 27, Tofts. Fourth, number 99, Marshall. Fifth, number 70, Harvey. Sixth, number 32, Hamilton. Seventh, number 11, Mulryan. 8th, number 25, Carl-Henny. 9th, number 33, Summerfield. And 10th, number 45, Zelos. 11th, number 88, Meadows. 12th, number 98, Cottam. 13th, number 19, Lewis. 14th, number 7, Watts. 15th, number 82, Walmsley. 16th, number 12, Moore. 17th, number 56, Burden. 18th, number 3, Sekat. 19th, number 87, Porter. 20th, number 52, Weston. 21st, number 5, Loggy. And 22nd, number 44, Chapman. And a non-finish for number 29, Baker. Toby Trice out of the car. He's delighted with his victory, absolutely beaming here at his home circuit. A couple of years ago, I missed this race after a big crash in the previous round and ended up joining me in the commentary box here, which he was very, very good at, but obviously would have preferred to race at his home track. He's got the chance to do it this year, and he's won, which is fantastic for him. So a win apiece for Toby Trice and Tom Bradshaw this weekend. In terms of the classes, all three of the top three in each class and each division gets onto the podium. So the top three outright with the top three in the pros: 22 Trice, 43 Bradshaw and 27 Tofts. The top three RSM drivers were 25 Carl-Henny, number 33 Summerfield and number 88 Meadows. In Club Sport Pro, it was number 82 Walmsley that took the win from number 12 Moore, and they were the only finishers because Jason Baker went out at Druids. So there should be two on the podium for that one. And for the Club Sport AM division, the victory going to number 87, Paul Porter, for the second time this weekend, ahead of number 52, Alistair Weston, and number 5, Katia Loggy, with a very dusty-looking Porsche, ended up third in the class. So provisionally, Toby Trice on to 45 points now, with a 6-point lead in the championship. Jonathan Moore extending his advantage in Club Sport Pro. Hannah Chapman 2 points clear now. That's all of Paul Porter in the Club Sport AM division, and Matthew Carl-Henny extends his lead in the the RS Pro division. And that's that for the Porsches for now, and for our track activity for a while. We're going into the lunch break next. Chats for our very hard-working, brilliant team of marshals to take a breather. For you, hope you enjoy the sunshine and the facilities here. We've got the podium ceremony coming up shortly. After lunch, we go straight into racing again at 1:50. The pit lane will open for the next race for the touring cars, and at 2:05 is the start time for our next race, which will be race number 5 of the season for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship.
Get in touch with us at Toka Live. We're on WhatsApp and email. Add the number 07482 877 877 to your WhatsApp contacts, or email us at studio@tokalive.net to get in touch. Say hi to someone, wish someone a happy birthday, or wish a driver good luck. Anything you like, get in touch now with Toka Live.
And lunchtime is a great time to get a shout out on the radio here on Toka Live on Radio Brands 88.3. So do get in touch on WhatsApp, your message plus your name to 07482 877 877. And the reason it's a great time to get a shout out, you'll probably hear it because you won't have cars whizzing around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. You will be able to hear it. So get your messages in, and lunch break will be music and chat here on Toka Live on Radio Brands, keeping you very much company. Just to remind you, if you're heading over to the Kentagon and you've got little ones with you, face painting is an option over at the Kentagon. Chris Hartley's off there to have the little cartoon tiger painted on his face this afternoon. But that's all happening in the Kentagon this afternoon. Now Josh is down there rounding up drivers. I'm sure it'll be a little while before we have a podium presentation because there are 12 drivers in total. So I'll be listening for the radio mic in the background. But in the meantime, I can catch up with a few of your messages that have come in over the course of this morning. This one says, "Morning, Alan, what a lovely day. Can we say happy birthday to Dan Zelos?" And that comes from the Rays. I know we've got lots of these coming in for Dan today. Could we have a massive shout out to Bodhi, who's rooting for Jake Hill today? Well, you'll be happy. Thanks for joining us today. That comes from Uncle Tim and Auntie Mary as well. This one says, "Please wish Hannah a happy 23rd birthday from her dad and brothers Tom and Joe. She insisted on taking me here today for her birthday treat." How good is that? I reckon very good indeed. Hannah, have a great day here and a very happy birthday to you. And this one says, "Please say hello to Kim, Ryan, Logan, Chloe, Jason and Marissa. We're at Paddock Hill Bend, roasting in the sunshine. Come on, Tingram." Well, 4 out of 4 podiums isn't a bad start to the 2025 season for Tingram. And we've got 2 more races in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship today to look forward to. There we go. We can see the scenes on the ITV pictures of the podium, all set, ready with 12 trophies, 12 bottles of bubbly as well. And Josh will be getting ready to welcome those drivers over to the podium in due course. And as soon as he does, we'll have it live for you here on Toka Live. Time for a few more of your messages. Big shout out to Hayley, sitting on Hailwood Hill, supporting Ash Sutton this weekend and hoping for 3 wins for the Napa 100. Finally, from the Hailwood Hill team. So great to have you there, and thank you, Hayley, for writing in. Well, Ash, where did he finish up in that race? Was it 10th place? And 2 more races to look forward to. If anyone can carve through the field, then Ashley Sutton can, and that's going to be something to savour over the remaining 2 races that we have for you here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine today. Right, now let's cross down to Josh and see how we're doing as far as getting drivers onto the podium. How close are we? They're doing TV interviews at the moment, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So you've got some time, Alan.
Thank you very much indeed. Josh will take care. We're getting pictures of the big wheel, the Ferris wheel here. Of course, we've got that, I don't know what it's called, the catapult thing that fires you in a sort of in a sphere into the sky. Not something that I'd like to go at, but I'm sure younger people would be very happy to be catapulted into the ionosphere. If that is your thing, then that's one of the things available away from the circuit. And of course, loads of places to eat and drink here at Brands Hatch today, with the Kentagon offering food and drink throughout today, as well as all the other opportunities down Colin Chapman Way as well. Now, if you want to get in touch with us, all you have to do is to WhatsApp us, your message plus your name, your first name, 07482 877 877. But also, you can request a piece of music over the course of lunchtime, because we are playing a bit of music quietly to keep you company over the course of lunch break before the pit lane opens at 1:50. So we are just about an hour and 5 minutes away from getting the BTCC cars back. Now, we asked a few people from the touring car paddock if they'd pop up and have a chat with us, but for them it's a really, really busy time. There are sponsor lunches, there are team debriefs to go through, so although this is a bit of relaxed time for all of us to sit back and enjoy the sunshine, for the teams themselves this is a very, very active period of sponsor lunches and all the preparation for round 5 of the championship. So we don't have guests for you, but we do have music. So if you've got a particular piece of music, it has to get through the editor, the assistant editor, and me to get to air. But if we agree with it, you can get it on air. And all we need is your message to WhatsApp, message plus your name to 07482 877 877. We can get through a few more of your messages before we have our podium. Happy birthday to Rachel, celebrating 37th birthday here at Brands Hatch today. There are an awful lot of birthdays here at Brands Hatch. May is a very busy time for birthdays. Could I please ask you to wish my son Patrick a happy 16th birthday? We're here today celebrating, plus to reward him for how hard he worked to prepare himself for his GCSE exams, which started on Friday last week. He's a hard-working lad, and I couldn't be more proud of you. It would make his day to hear his name on the PA at Brands Hatch. Well, I hope you did, Patrick Jacob. Happy 16th birthday to you. And I think you've got... we don't have the name of the proud parent that sent that in, but you're making your parents very pleased indeed. Very proud of you. Happy birthday. Great way to celebrate it here at Brands Hatch. Hi, it's Charlotte here, back for more, sitting with my better half, Craig, at Graham Hill Bend, after getting signatures from the Virtue team. Go Tingram, says Charlotte. Great to have you here, Charlotte. Thanks for writing in. I hear noises off, which suggests to me that Josh is ready with a plethora of Porsche drivers.
Yeah, we are ready for the podium presentations for round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. We start with the Club Sport AM class, and in third position, Katia Logi. Katia up onto the third step of the podium, the 5th podium of the season for Katia Logi, up onto the third step, and she receives her third place trophy. In second place, Alistair Weston, first podium of the season for Alistair Weston within the Club Sport AM class, and it's second place here at Brands Hatch, and he will receive his second place trophy from Ian Fletcher, the championship coordinator. But the winner of round 5 within the Club Sport AM class, Paul Porter. Well done, Paul, a second win of the weekend here at Brands Hatch, a win of the season as well in the Club Sport AM class, or the Porsche Sprint Challenge. So congratulations to our top 3. Paul Porter, the winner, second Alistair Weston, and Katia Logi in third. So we get the 3 drivers up onto the top step of the podium for some photograph opportunities down here on the podium. And congratulations once more then to Paul Porter, the winner, Alistair Weston in second, and Katia Logi in third. So we move on to our overall Club Sport top 3. So that means we welcome back onto the podium Paul Porter, who was third overall within the Club Sport class, so the first overall podium of the season for Paul Porter, and he receives his third place trophy to go along with his Club Sport AM win. In second place, Jonathan Moore. So second place for Johnny Moore within the Club Sport Pro and overall division, the 5th podium of the season for Jonathan Moore. On the far end of the podium, he receives his second place trophy. But the winner within Club Sport Pro, Lydia Walmsley. First win of the season for Lydia Walmsley within the Porsche Sprint Challenge and the Club Sport class. And she onto the top step of the podium and receives her winner's trophy. Handshakes with Jonathan Moore after a long fight throughout that 20-minute race. Lydia Walmsley, the winner. Johnny Moore in second and Paul Porter third. We get the 3 drivers up onto the top step of the podium for some photographs for our Club Sport top 3 overall. Congratulations once more to Lydia Walmsley, Jonathan Moore and Paul Porter. So next we will redress the podium, ready for our RS podiums, and we begin with the RS AM class for round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain. And in third position, Oliver Meadows. Ollie Meadows up onto the third step of the podium. It's the 5th podium of the year for Oliver Meadows, and he receives his third place trophy. In second place, Rhys Summerfield. Well done, Rhys, a 4th podium of the season within the RS AM class, and he receives his second place trophy. But the winner within RS AM, Matt Kyle-Henny. Well done, Matt. A 4th win of the season in the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain within the RS AM class, and he is up onto the top step of the podium, receives his winner's trophy. Matt Cole-Henny, the winner, second Rhys Field, and third Oliver Meadows. So the 3 drivers up onto the top step of the podium for the photographs. Matt Colahenny and Reece Summerfield and Ollie Meadows also on the podium for RS Am. And then we move on to our top 3 overall, and in the RS Pro class. And in 3rd position, Jacob Toffs. Well done, Jacob, up onto the 3rd step of the podium, and the 2nd podium of the season for Jacob Toffs. In 2nd place, Tom Bradshaw. Tom up onto the 2nd step of the podium here at Brands Hatch, a 4th podium of the season for Tom Bradshaw. But the winner of round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain, Toby Trice. A very, very happy Toby Trice up onto the top step of the podium here at Brands Hatch, and a 3rd victory of the season. A 3rd victory of the season for Toby Trice up on the top step of the podium. Tom Bradshaw in 2nd, Jacob Toffs in 3rd, and the 3 of them on the top step of the podium. So congratulations to Toby, to Tom and to Jacob, and that completes the podium presentation for round 5 of the championship.
Do you reckon, Josh, you'll be able to get a word with Toby? And if you can, take him up onto the top step, either of the podium or the truck just beside you, because it will be great to hear the elation of Toby Trice. He's an incredibly enthusiastic character. What are the chances, Josh?
Well, he's standing next to me, so I think there's a good chance.
Go
Toby,
for it.
Well done. Another really close battle with Tom.
Yeah, I mean, this championship's so close. Tom's a great driver. I'm pushing hard. We're both driving well. There's nothing that separates us. So, yeah, to take another win, fast lap, I believe. Another extension on the championship lead is, it's quite incredible. It's great to see that on the home track. Huge shout out to the Bobble Army and all my sponsors. I wouldn't be here without them today, so thank you.
And being a Bobble Army member on a day like today is a bit more difficult than usually, because this year's very different weather-wise, and that changes, I guess, the racing as well.
It does indeed. The dedicated Bobble Army fan will be wearing their Bobble hat today, I'm sure, and I appreciate that support. But yeah, the temperature's hot. You know, it's hot in the cars, the tyres get hot. It's a very careful race to manage that tyre. Once they go over the temperature sort of limit, it's very busy, this car. You're getting 500 brake horsepower underneath you. So paddock hill bend gets a bit interesting. I was sideways a few times into turn 1, trying to fend off Bradshaw. But yeah, it was a great race. I'm really happy with the results. So hopefully more for later.
And with all that power around here, that you're sort of doing something all the time. There's no long straights around this circuit. You get no rest around Brands Indy. Literally, the straights are even turns to a point. So 20 minutes is a hard race around here. Yeah, very much happy to take that checker flag as P1. Well done, Toby. Good luck for later on. Toby Trice, the winner of round 5 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge of Great Britain.
Chris Hartley with expert commentary, Josh Barrett in the pit lane and paddock, and Alan Hyde in the pit lane and the Toka Live studio. This is Toka Live.
Keeping you company through the lunch break here at Brands Hatch. We have had a few musical requests, and this we're going to play especially for Dan.
Congratulations, Charles. Charles, huge congratulations. Drive. You'll remember this day, won't you?
Oh yeah, just a bit. You know, I had my one from. I got my 2nd place again, water. So that's another one to add to the shelf. I need to make sure I keep track of what's what. But you know, yeah, just unbelievable. I mean, the boys and girls at WSR, we've all worked so hard since Donington to try and make this a reality. And I couldn't believe how comfortable I felt out there. You know, obviously started to get a bit squeaky bum when Tingram started to get close to me. But yeah, I mean, I had more deployment, so I was able to just pull the gap again. But I felt very comfortable sitting behind Jake and watching his car. I've learned that actually what I'm doing isn't bad, so I'll keep learning.
You had a fantastic qualifying yesterday and you've managed to convert that to an incredible race today. The plan worked. Was there a plan?
Yeah, I mean, Jake and I, obviously, we're good mates, you know. We work together here as instructors for years and we see each other most weeks at different circuits, so we're good mates. At the end of the day, we're working with the team as well, as much as we're here to fight together. You know, I'm a rookie. My main thing is Jack Sears, so why would I get battled up with Jake and then possibly risk it all? So, yeah, plan is just to keep scoring points throughout the season. If this is our new pace, then long may it last.
You were on his tail as well. I mean, that was a good, consistent drive. You could have dropped back, you might not have kept in there, but you were on his tail all the time.
Totally. I had a few extra laps deployment, which definitely helped. But yeah, I felt really, really comfortable. What was interesting is we seem to be taking different lines, so I'm certainly going to investigate that one and see maybe I can find a bit more speed. But yeah, I felt really comfortable. Started to close the gap a little bit at the end. So yeah, felt really, really comfortable, and I've got to owe it all to the team, really.
Huge congratulations, Charles. Fantastic drive. Really well done.
Thank you.
Tom, well done.
Thank you.
Did that go to plan?
Hey, I got some unami rub in the
in Pit Lane Walkabout to try on my brisket. So I'm looking forward to doing that next week.
Is that what got you that extra speed?
It's all the unami. Is that what it's called? Unami? Umami. Yeah. Umami. Yeah, really good results actually. The obviously gaps with the TTB were always going to sort of play into the hands of Charles and Jake, so I was kind of just happy to settle for the points, because there's a good phrase going around recently about getting good points in a race weekend. So I was happy to sort of go with that and just bring it to the end more than anything.
Absolutely. Adam was pressing as well. He seemed to save his boost until quite late on. Were you conscious of that?
Yep, so Adam and I, we had a chat in the truck before the race as to what a bit of a plan was going to be, and it was always to not fight. It was always going to be if there looks to be an opportunity that Adam can scarper down the road and make inroads to these boys, that was going to be the plan. Yeah. The sort of the gaps on lap, by the sort of time we got to lap 2 or 3, they were probably a little bit too big to really work efficiently together. So yeah, we had to just sort of nurse it all the way through, and Adam was always going to come strong at the end, but kind of caught me at the same time I came into hybrid. I came into whatever it's called.
You now have to run the hard tyre for the next race. You happy about that?
Yeah, absolutely fine. I mean, the pace that Ash had on the tyre was pretty strong, so you know he was only sort of 3/10 off ultimate. 3/4 off the ultimate best, and was kind of matching throughout. You know, there's an argument to say you can push harder on the hard than you can on the soft, so I think the hard tyre is probably going to be okay, especially in the hotter conditions as well.
Absolutely. Nice drive, Tom. Well done.
Thanks, man.
Jake, huge congratulations. A stunning lights to flag victory in the sunshine here at Brands.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic way, perfect way to start the weekend, you know, especially for a 1-2 for me and Charles. It's, you know, brilliant. So we've really turned a corner since Donington, you know. I mean, we're definitely still not the fastest car. The Hyundai definitely has the legs, but, you know, we did enough there to be able to secure a 1-2. So great start.
You had a good launch and then controlled the race from there. I mean, you were off into the distance.
Yeah, exactly. It was just, like you say, just nice and controlled. Bit of boost deploy at the start of the race just to try and eke away. Nice chill out period in the middle there for sort of 6-7 laps, and then back on it again there to defend from Charles at the end. So, yeah, rightly so, he's going to try and get his first win. So, yeah, but great race, and yeah, huge thank you to Laser Tools Racing and Motorsport.
To be expected, all of the top 6 were on the soft tyre, so there was no tyre advantage in that. But were you conscious of it going off? It's really warm, 38-degree track temperature.
For sure. I mean, the risk was that it was going to eat the rear tyres alive, and I'm guessing it's the same for the front-wheel drive boys, you know. But, you know, hard tyre next for me, Charles and Tom, and see how we get on. I mean, by the looks of it, Ash did quite a good job on it in terms of his drop-off. So I feel okay about the hard tyre in this heat, you know, it's all right. So hopeful that we can sort of stay in the mix.
Yeah, that's the challenge, isn't it, for the next race, is the hard tyre, because the temperature is probably going to go up a bit more.
Yeah, we've just got to stay in the mix, you know. As long as we're inside that top 10, really, then I think we've done all right, but expectedly we're going to probably get eaten up a little bit.
Just finally, what does it mean to get that now under your belt for this season, and at Brands Hatch as well?
Oh, it's mega to get the first win. I mean, I think this is my first win at Brands Indy. I think it is, you know, so I've managed to conquer the GP a couple of times now, but first win at Indy is a real pleasure, and yeah, lovely to do that.
Congratulations, well done, Jake.
Thank you.
Many years. It's Kerry. Hello, Kerry from Just Stuff. I'm on the bank with my friend all the way from New Zealand, and it's her inverted commas wise, close inverted commas, the big 60 birthday today, and she wanted to celebrate her actual birthday at the BTCC. Very good choice. She's a rally co-driver and a big motorsport lover as well. A shout out on the birthday on the PA system would be awesome. See you soon. Thank you, Kerry, and a very happy birthday to your friend. Kerry, you haven't given me her name. Who is your birthday all the way from New Zealand? By the way, New Zealand is significant as far as Brands Hatch and touring cars is concerned, because I understand there are some rather nice cars on their way from New Zealand over to the Super Touring meeting, which is at the end of June. There have been before at Super Touring 1. We had a couple of cars coming across from New Zealand, and I understand that's happening again. Donna, happy birthday, Donna, and thanks to Kerry as well. Very good news indeed. And this one says, please could you do a shout out for me? Hi to Becky. Simon hopes you're enjoying the day and says, Matt and Steve are really looking forward to meeting you later here at Brands Hatch. There we go. We've done a couple of your messages, and we will do loads more during the lunch break. So if you want to shout out when you can hear it, when there aren't cars going around on the circuit, there are just a few sweepers going around on the circuit at the moment, so you will hear. All you need to do is to WhatsApp us, send us your message and your name, just your first name, to 07482 877 877, and that includes any musical requests that you might have. We're quite happy to take those.
Well, Mikey, that was an eventful opener here at Brands Hatch. Pleased with that?
Yeah, it wasn't eventful where I was sitting. I don't know what everyone else saw, but no, we did exactly what we wanted to do there. You know, we got a strong qualifying. We wanted to convert that into a strong first race and set ourselves up nicely for race 2, really. So, you know, we might be making use of the soft tyre we have available in the next race and see if we can get up on that rostrum for real next time.
Yeah, that could be the big difference, couldn't it, in race 2? Because top 3 obviously have to go on to the hard compound, but you have an advantage now.
Yes, I mean, we're really going to see the sort of revamped touring car regulations in the next race, because, you know, race 1's always a calm one. It's always people wanting to, you know, get their car across the line, get something under their belt, and then race 2, all hell breaks loose. So we're going to have the top 3 cars on the hards. I'm sure they're going to try and make it difficult for us to overtake them, but we're certainly going to be snapping at their heels straight away. And it's who can get through the traffic the quickest.
It must be really satisfying, Mike, as well. You've shown you've got pace, not just in qualifying, but in the race as well.
No, absolutely, yeah. We just feel like we're coming on leaps and bounds every week. You know, we're just getting better, working better and better as a team. I know it sounds weird, crazy, you know, 3 seasons in, but we never stop learning. We're working better together than ever, and the car's in a great window.
Yeah, great job, well done.
Thank you.
Well done, race 1 done. Did that sort of go how you expected it?
In some ways, yes. In other ways, it was going slightly better. I think we got off to a sensible start and then settled in, and I had to defend a little bit from Mikey. He put on a pretty good attack. We went side by side for most of the lap, and I just about edged in front with a little bit of contact. Actually, it was a bit of a shame, but he got me over the curve, and as it came back off the curve, it just snapped, and I got into the side of it. It was something of nothing, but we stayed 5th, and then I thought, right, just settle in. This soft tyre, my reputation on a soft tyre is not exactly the strongest, so I thought let's just get this home. So let's think about the long game, and I was really comfortable and happy. Could see what was happening in front, but I didn't feel the need to chase it, and then I thought this will really pay me back. Kind of didn't. No, they didn't really drop off. Like I didn't drop off, but they did today, and it just felt like I was bleeding a bit of time everywhere to them. Like we're just not quite fast enough. So that was a bit disheartening. But then again, they've got a bit more hybrid. Obviously, Tom's the outlier in that because he didn't. But I think he was very much sort of backed up by Morgan in that one. Yeah, I had the feeling that maybe that's a conversation they've had, because Morgan certainly didn't fight him for that position and was quite happy to finish where he did. And I imagine now, obviously, that will be repaid when Morgan's on softs and he's on hards, is Tom. So, yeah, sensible race, good points, but this next one's going to be really important for us to have a strong finish.
Absolutely. You do not have to use the hard tyre in the next race, so it's advantage you in that respect.
Advantage me, advantage Morgan, advantage Doble, I think. Yeah, we hopefully can displace the top 3 really, really rapidly. I think if they've got any sense, they probably won't fight it overly hard because I think they'll know it's pretty inevitable. So hopefully we can get that done, dusted, and move on to our own race in the leading pack fairly quickly.
Yeah. Nice drive, Dan. Well done.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Sue from Horsham. And I'm here today with my son James as a birthday treat. We're having a great time and has supported BTCC for many years. Shout out to our local lad, Charles Rainford. Congratulations on a podium in only his 2nd race meeting in the BTCC. Quite right too. Thank you, Sue. Great to have you here. This one says, hey Alan, great to be here in the sunshine. Could I get an early birthday shout out for Ollie? He'll be turning the big 17 next Saturday. Thank you so much. There we go. We've done that. Could we play... you have to put your name on the messages, but it's a good request and a good shout. Could you play The Chain by Fleetwood Mac? There are, yes, a very high possibility that I will do that. From Wenda, please could you play I've been driving in my car by madness for my husband John. He is an A1 husband and stepdad. Thank you. Thank you, Wenda. We'll see what we can do. Moira here, trying to have a snooze up at Druids, but the music is too loud. Can you turn it down a bit? Moira, put earplugs in. And this one says, hey, can I get a shout out for Jenny and Sean? We got engaged here in October 2023 and set to be married in August. This is our favourite track. We're big WSR fans and also big fans of Michael Crease as well. So great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for your message. Keep them coming in. This one says, music request, Jewel, please. It's our favourite touring car theme from Chris and from Pat as well. Do you know what? I'm going to play that. I like that. Not now, obviously. It takes me a while to work out where the piece of music is, but we will play that. It's Toka Live on Radio Brands, 88.3 FM, keeping you company.
Well, Adam, race one all done. A very nice P4 finish for you.
Yeah, really good start to the day. Kind of ticked off exactly how I wanted it to go. Get off the line okay. I knew Tom was going to be quick early on, and he was. So I just sort of managed my tyres, looked after it, saved all my deployment of my boost right to the end of the race. And then by the time I got up to Tom in P3, he had another one less lap before he could use it. So I just thought, sit where we are, we're happy here, some good points. We've shown we've got some good pace, I think to do the, dropped off from Tom a little bit, but overall the pace is there. So, very encouraging.
And that's the strategic and judicial thing to do, isn't it, when you're in that position? It's only race one of the day. There's no point in ruining your chances for the rest of the weekend.
No, we are part of a team. I'm trying to claw back points that I lost at Donington. So for me, it was a case of P4 is perfectly acceptable, and it puts us in a pretty good place for race two, especially seeing as the 1, 2, 3 have to be on hard tyres. So P4 I'm very happy with on the quiet. So we'll put the softs on and touch wood. We'll do everything just like we did, and we'll try and pick our way through.
Yeah. I said to you yesterday that I was noticed how comfortable you seem to be in the car now, and you're really getting to grips with it. How pleasing was it for you to show that qualifying pace was easily transferable to your race pace?
I do feel very comfortable, and I think our pace at Donington, we had a very similar pace at Donington. We just never quite got to show it at the front. But to do what we did in qualifying and then to match that, and for me personally, to have the same race pace as Ingram, that's my goal, is very, very encouraging. And I'm over the moon with how the soft tyre lasted and how the car balance went throughout the race. So very, very happy.
With the front three on the hard tyre, it's going to make for an interesting race too, because the temperature's going to go up even more, isn't it?
It's going to get hotter and hotter. So again, there might be some more management of the soft tyre, but looking at TSL now, I'm going through people who run the hards and looking at their lap times, and there is a significant delta. I've got less boost to work with, but I'm hoping that the tyre advantage, soft and hard, will be enough for me to work my way through.
Really good drive, Adam. Well done.
Thank you very much.
getting through as many of your messages as we can. I rather like this nickname. Please give a shout out to One Job Dave. And thank him from Mum for bringing me today. I rather like that. Hi, please can you say hello to Holly from Mum Tina and Dad Martin and Brother Lucas, enjoying Napa's hospitality this weekend. And of course, they're celebrating 100 years with that very special livery on Ash Sutton's car. And it's running at number 100. Thank you very much indeed. And to all of those over at Napa Racing Hospitality, hope you're having a great day, including some a couple of people that spent rather a lot of money at the Dylan Strong Foundation auction earlier in the year, and they are guests of Napa Racing. Our thanks to Napa for offering their hospitality for those auction winners at the Dylan Strong Foundation earlier in the year at Epsom Downs Racecourse. Good afternoon all. Could I have a big hello to Kelly, Megan and Edward, please? And that comes from Dave. Yes, you can. And we've got one more song to play before we hand over to our commentary team, getting ready for the second race of the day for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Big hello to Nicole and Woodruff, enjoying our first touring car visit, to Ali and Sarah. Thank you very much indeed for writing in on WhatsApp. Shout out to Darren and Chris sitting at Clark Curve, and a massive thank you to all of the marshals that take place. That comes from Dave, and we all reiterate that the marshals do just an amazing job. They're on post getting ready for a very hot afternoon. They're in their overalls, and it really is any weather, whatever weather the UK likes to throw at our marshals. They are out there doing the job that allows us to go motor racing. So thanks, marshals. They are all part of one big motor racing family. We've got just enough time for one more piece of music before we cross back over to Chris Hartley, as the Porsche Cayenne will maybe do another lap, or maybe not, out on the circuit before we get the pit lane opened for round 5 of the championship in just a few minutes' time at 1:45 this afternoon. Say hi to Ian, who is sat down there working hard at Brands Hatch. And also Tom. I think they're together this weekend down in the media centre. There we go.
Okay, so let's have a look at the schedule for the rest of the day, where at 1:50 the British touring cars pit lane will open for their race 2, the formation lap, getting underway at 2:05. That is over 24 laps. Around 2:45 the Caterham 7 will go to the grid with their race getting underway around 2:55. That is their third and final race of the weekend, 20 minutes that race. Mini Challenge Trophy head to the grid at 3:30 for their third and final race, which is 20 minutes in length once again for the Mini Challenge Trophy at 4, and then at 4:15 the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain will have their final race of the day, their third race of the weekend. It's 20 minutes distance once again, and then the final race of the day is from the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, with their pit lane opening at 5:05. And their third race's formation lap getting underway at 5:10 p.m. for once again another 24 laps around the circuit, all times in British summertime and subject to any red flag delays we may get, as we are getting ready for the second half of the day, as the end of the lunch break is currently happening, and we are wrapping up the lunch break coverage and getting ready to head back to the commentary team of Chris Hartley, Josh Barrett and Alan Hyde in the studio on Toka Live around the world, as I'm currently watching Josh Cook and Paul O'Neill go round on the Ferris wheel, which is quite entertaining on ITV. Let's have a quick look at the weather, and it is currently humidity 53%, air temperature 19.9 degrees Celsius, air temperature is 1008.5 mbar, track temperature, it's gone up 37.6 degrees Celsius, no rainfall, not a cloud in sight, wind direction southeast at 10 miles per hour. It is very gusty and very windy here at Brands Hatch, but that won't stop us from getting British Touring Car Race 2 underway, with pit lane opening in 7 minutes time. We'll join back up with Tom Cairns, hopefully, for race 2, and we'll get a trackside camera once more with Tom out at Brands Hatch Indy for us. And we'll also have him for race 3 a little bit later on in the day. Let's hopefully be able to show you the grid for BTCC Race 2. There is the grid. We'll go through it fully under the formation lap, but there is an early look at the grid for round 5. Let's go back to Alan Hyde and Toka Live.
Ahead of round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. We're counting down to the pit lane opening. The cars will form up on the grid. Mark out your favourites, everybody. Give them a cheer. We are about to get our second race of the day underway here at Brands Hatch for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Let's get over to our commentary team. Up in the commentary box, Josh Barrett and Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much indeed, Alan. Good afternoon, everybody. Great to see you all enjoying the sunshine here at Brands Hatch, and welcome to anyone listening in on Toka Live as well. It's been great to hear all the messages and all the happy birthdays, and I hope you're having a great day here. And the afternoon, I reckon, is going to be even better than the morning. So we start with our second touring car race of the day. The grid just opening up, as Alan said. So it is a start time of 2:05 for the next race, but in just about 4 minutes' time, the pit lane will open and the cars will head to the grid. And again, it's going to be a 24-lap race for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. After that, at 2:45, we'll get the cars onto the grid for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship. That'll be at 2:45, and then 10 minutes after that at 2:55, their final race of the weekend will begin. 20-minute race for that one. 3:30 onto the grid come the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy drivers, and at 3:40 they'll have their last race of the weekend. Once again, 20 minutes long. Then back to the Porsches for their final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. That starts at 4:15, and our last race of the day is going to be starting at 5:10, and that, of course, is for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, what will be round 6 of the season. So after the 21st career victory for Jake Hill, the reigning champion, he'll be starting on pole position for this one, with Charles Rainford picking up his first podium of the BTCC in only his second weekend as a touring car driver, starting second. Tom Ingram, who's picked up the championship lead, now starts third. Adam Morgan starts fourth. Dan Camish fifth. Mikey Doble sixth. And Daryl De Leon will start in 7th place. And rather than the top 7 in the championship having less turbo boost available to them for this race, for races 2 and 3, it now switches to the top 7 finishers from the previous race. It doesn't matter where you are in the championship, it's just where you finished in the previous race. So for Jake Hill, as the race 1 winner, he is now only going to have 5 laps of boost available to him. Nearly said it. And then second place, Charles Rainford will have 6 laps of boost available. Third, 7 laps for Tom Ingram. Fourth on the grid, 8 laps available to Dan Camish. Adam Morgan. Dan Camish, 5th on the grid, will have 9 laps available. 6th on the grid, Mikey Doble, who is the winner of the Independents, will have 10 laps available, and then 11 laps of boost available for the driver that was 7th in the race, Daryl De Leon. Everybody else gets 12 laps where they can use the extra 60 horsepower booster for up to 15 seconds per lap. Now, the rule last year was that if you finished in the top 10 in the top 10 in the race in race 1, you had to use the hardest available tyre in race 2, but that's changed to just the top 3 now. So the top 3, Jake Hill, Charles Rainford and Tom Ingram, we know they all ran the soft tyre already in race 1, so they have to use the hard tyre in this race, which is going to be a slower tyre. So we also know that Tom Chilton, Aidan Moffat, Dexter Patterson, Chris Smiley, Nick Hamilton, Dan Rowbottom, Gordon Shedden, Josh Cook, Max Hall and Ash Sutton have already used the hard tyre. That's the option tyre, which you only have to use once. So they've got that one out of the way. So those drivers that used it in race 1 will now be free to use the soft tyre in races 2 and 3. I caught up with Josh Cook for a chat during the lunch break, and he said the boys were up pretty late working on the car last night and made some changes, and actually the car feels a lot better today than it did yesterday, because he struggled all the way through Saturday, really did Josh. So he was actually feeling pretty optimistic about the race. He said we got the hard tyres out of the way, we were fairly on the pace with the other drivers on hard tyres. He said we've got the soft tyres for this next 2 races, and hopefully we can push forward and get to a point where we might be on course for perhaps a reverse grid pole position for race 3. So we'll see what the others do in terms of tyre choices when they come onto the grid, and that will be happening very shortly, because in less than a minute's time, Josh, the pit lane will open and they'll be heading out onto the grid in even hotter conditions than we had earlier on.
That's right, and it's going to be intriguing, isn't it? Those multiple drivers who you just mentioned, who would definitely be on the soft tyre, whether they can get high enough up into a position where we could get that reversal for race 3, and how is it going to affect those top 3 on the hard tyres versus the softs of those behind, plus the lack of turbo boost to use as well. We saw the turbo boosters were 3 to 4 tenths of a second round here, so that's certainly is an overtaking opportunity. And yeah, it's going to be an intriguing race. Earlier race was close, wasn't it? We didn't have sort of the ultimate action maybe that we had at Donington Park a couple of weeks ago. That could change now with all this change around of the tyres and the turbo boost for race 2.
Yeah, exactly right. And I won't say who it was, but I was talking to somebody involved in one of the teams, and the thought was that perhaps some teams hadn't been aggressive enough on the soft tyre, because what he was saying was, looking at the data, we weren't seeing the times fall off very much with the soft tyre. And looking at the lap times are about 6 tenths quicker than the lap record, whereas yesterday in qualifying they're about a second quicker than the lap record. So he said perhaps that's why they weren't dropping off, because we weren't aggressive enough with the setup of the car. So there might be some changes on that front now, where the cars are even quicker at the start of the race, but maybe then the tyres will drop off more in the second half.
Especially after Donington Park, I wonder if there was a little bit of caution taken in this first race of the weekend. It's a bit warmer still, I think, than it was at Donington 2 weeks ago as well. Obviously a very different circuit, maybe not so many high-speed corners as Donington Park has, but that concern is probably still there. But now the setups can be changed, and we'll see how that affects things, because as you say, there was no real drop-off. If anything, the hard tyres seem to drop off more than the soft. But because it's a warm day, that probably means the hard aren't affected as much as they would be on those opening laps.
Yeah, because on a cold day they take a long time to warm up, don't they? And that hasn't really been a problem today. Absolutely right.
But what we did see is the BMWs, they take that bit longer, don't they, on the rear wheel drive cars. They can get off the line quickly, but then they've got a couple of laps. Even in these hot conditions of struggle, we saw Tom Ingham was able to catch them, but was never able to get past. But now they're on the hard tyres, that could change, couldn't it? And if Adam Morgan does start on soft tyres, perhaps again he might be the one to watch.
And they just eased away, didn't they, the second half of the race? Never much in the lap times, but just enough to give the BMWs a bit of breathing space. Whereas you're right, at the first 3 or 4 laps, Tom Ingham was definitely pressing them, wasn't he?
I did notice that the Hyundais were quicker through Sector 1, but the BMWs quicker through Sector 2. Jake Hill was telling Alan yesterday, with this new tarmac we've got on the second half of the lap, it really helps the BMW rear-wheel drive traction through clearways, and that's where they seem to be getting their lap time. And that's a good place to be quick, isn't it, out of clearways, because then you've got the run up towards paddock, which is generally the best overtaking opportunity.
Yeah, and there were some good overtakes from Michael Crease, wasn't there, on the way into Paddock Hill Bend? A couple of really nice moves. I had a chat with Michael a few minutes ago as well, and he was pretty pleased with that. He said, yeah, I enjoyed that, and the car feels really good. Yeah, he told me that he's going to go for soft tyres again on this one. So if that's true, it's at least one other we know it's going to be on the soft tyre. And he looked pretty racy in the Hyundai. So Michael Crease in the 777 car, one of the Team Virtue drivers, perhaps one to watch. He's worked really hard to get enough funding and sponsorship just to be on the grid. It's a huge effort to do that. I don't think many people appreciate necessarily how hard it is to get this sponsorship of this backing just to get here, just to get on the grid in the first place. And then he said, then you have to look after everybody and multiple sponsors. You're trying to keep them happy. And he's working away on the phone, sending messages. And there's a lot going on, as Alan said, even in the lunch break for the touring car drivers. So Michael, we know for the first half of the season and the second half of the season, Senna Proctor, former race winner in the BTCC, is going to come in and take over that car. But it's good to see Michael going well. I also complimented him on the livery of the car, which I think looks great, doesn't it, with the green and the yellow and the camouflage design on it. And then the Toyotas, you spoke to Ronan Pearson this morning. He said, look, straight line speed is where we're struggling. And that bore out yesterday because there were several laps in qualifying where he was on for a really good lap halfway around the lap, and then he just faded away by about 0.6 of a second, where you need the power on the second half of the lap. And I spoke to John Gilbert, the MD at Speedworks Toyota Gazoo Racing, and he said, yeah, we're like 4 or 5 miles an hour down on a straight line, so it's damage limitation today. But we need to get it sorted for Snetterton because that's got a rather long straight at the next round of the championship.
That's right, yeah, power, really important there. Really with two of the longest straights of the championship, I guess, along with Silverstone, which obviously is until later in the year. But yeah, power, important, top-end speed. Be interesting to know if it's a gradual thing over the whole distance of the straight, or if it's at the end of the straights, which sometimes can be more to do with drag, can't it, at the end of the straights where you're losing speed. Either way, it's a concern for them, and a lineup which has got strong drivers in, and we'll see if they can improve throughout the rest of the day, Alan.
So, yeah, we've got the cars already lining up down on the grid, and once the cars come to a stop, the guests and VIPs and sponsors are invited to come over and get a closer shot at the front of their car, the car they're supporting. Jake Hill already down here. I did just very briefly wearing a white shirt with blue and pink flamencos on it. Local hero David Bartram, the former owner of Motorbase Performance, which ultimately became Napa Racing UK. But he's here for just a visit, a nostalgic visit. He's having a chat to Alan Gow at the front of the grid at the moment. Let me see if I can walk down and get a word with one or two of the drivers. Tingram already come to a stop. Of course, they're taking the hard tyre. That's the way the rules work as far as the tyres are concerned. And then the first of the cars that's not on the hard tyre is Adam Morgan. I got called in to have a chat to Adam last time, and I'm going to do it again. So, soft tyre, 3 cars in front of you, all with the hard tyre. What are your thoughts, Adam?
Well, first of all, get it off the line. And then we'll see. There's a bit of a delta between the soft and the hard tyres. I've got less boost than I had available in race 1, but the guys in front of me also have less boost. So we want to get our head down here. We want to maximise this on the soft tyre. There's quick cars behind me also on the soft, but I'm fully focused on moving forwards.
This is the chance to shine, isn't it?
Fingers crossed.
I'll keep our fingers crossed for you, Adam. Thank you very much indeed for having a chat to us. I'm going to carry on walking back. Louise Goodman for ITV is in conversation with Dan Camish, and I'll walk past Dan's car and Mikey Doble's car on the right-hand side. Let's see if I can get a quick word with Daryl De Leon and get his thoughts. He's going to be on the soft tyre as well. So let me just squeeze in and have a chat to Daryl. He's getting a radio message at the moment, so I'll carry on chatting until I can talk to him. And then say, Daryl, this is a good opportunity for you, isn't it?
Yeah, very good opportunity.
The car's feeling good for you this weekend?
Yeah, we struggled a little bit with straight line speed in race 1. But hopefully that issue's sorted now, so we can, well, let's see this race, yeah.
How are you finding the debriefs at WSR? You don't get a lunch, do you?
They're quite intense, but it's only good. It's only good. You're only getting information out of each other, and the only thing they want is to be further up the grid, so I'm enjoying it there.
Top man, Daryl, thank you very much indeed for having a chat to us. The legendary Dick Bennett's debriefs after each and every race, and then after all 3 races as well. We didn't get our thoughts from Sam Osborne before the first race. It's actually going through a bit of an engine program at the moment, so it'll be not easy to have a chat to him. Is it getting quite warm in there, Sam?
It is absolutely baking in here.
You are well cooking. Thoughts on race 1?
Yeah, we were good. We managed the tyres well. We got to the end and there was nothing left on the table left to give. So it was one of those things where we did what we needed to do and a fairly boring race, really. You just had to drive till the last time and hope you made it to the end. So.
And Sam, thank you very much indeed. That's a couple of thoughts from Sam. Now, he's got a blow-up, which is trying to keep him as cool as possible, but he does look a little bit like he's roasting in there. So hopefully you were able to hear what Sam had to say. I couldn't hear a word of it. All I could hear was the blower in the microphone. So I hope you were able to hear one or two things. What about a few thoughts of Dan Lloyd, who's next on the grid? How come you're staying so cool and calm inside the car?
Who said I was cool and calm?
Well, you look it, and it's all very nicely shaded.
Yeah, it's a hot day. That was tough, race 1. It was hotter than what I thought it would be. So this is going to be even tougher. Engine temps, things like that, we're all going to be keeping an eye on those. So it's going to be, I reckon this is going to be quite a spicy race, this. Obviously with the cars on hards at the front, with no boost, I think a lot of people are going to be pushing forward.
You fancy your chances in this one?
I do, yeah. We had decent pace in the first one, but we had a few issues which we found, so the car should be in a much better position now. I just need to make sure I don't go over my grid box line and get a penalty again.
No, don't do that, Dan. Don't do that. You make sure the tape's in the right place. Good luck, mate. Thank you very much indeed. On the soft tyre is Dan Lloyd. Ash Sutton is about to do an interview on ITV in that gorgeous 100th anniversary for Napa livery for this weekend, and the overalls match and the helmet matches as well, all special for this weekend. And I'll leave Ash to have a conversation with Louise Goodman on ITV, and I'll see if I can get a word with one or two other drivers on the grid. I'm going to walk a little bit further back and see if I can get a quick word with Josh Cook on what has been a really trying weekend. Where is Josh? Is he deep inside the car? His door is closed on the driver's side, in fact, so I'm not going to get in. I haven't got enough space. 5-minute board is displayed down on the start-finish line. 5-minute board is displayed, so time for the final preparations down here on the grid, which includes inviting the VIP guests and sponsors and various personnel not involved in the starting of the car to make their way down into pit lane. It's also the time that the teams start to take off these cooling screens on the front of the cars, which tries to keep the cars as cool as possible for as long as possible, but there's no way to sugarcoat it, really. These cars are going to get very, very warm indeed. Just looking at Dan Rowbottom, he's got the soft tyre on, and let's see, he's talking to the team in actual fact, so I'll leave him be and probably make my way back into pit lane as well, because now it's the business end of the rundown to our second race of the day. This is where the teams that are directly involved in the starting of the cars are left remaining on the grid, and as ever for Toyota, we have a number of very, very brave boys and girls, men and women representing Mission Motorsport, and we are delighted to have them, as we have at every round of the BTCC. Some of them have extreme challenges, maybe with artificial legs or artificial arms, but they are all represented throughout the year with Toyota, and we've got them all down here on the grid, holding up the grid boards proudly in front of Gordon Shen's car is the car that I'm right next to at the moment. Right, let me see if I can make my way off the grid and leave you in the very capable hands up in the commentary box of Josh Barrett and Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Alan. Alan's off to get his face painted now because it's nice and quiet at the moment, so he's going to go for the...
That's a very good point, well made.
Yeah, I've gone for the tiger face. You're going to go for the clown face, aren't you?
I don't need any painting for that.
We'll hear from Alan during the course of the race down in the pit lane or the podium afterwards. Just to make the point as well, that as well as having less laps where they can use the turbo boost, the top 7 on the grid have to get to a higher minimum speed before they can do so. So for everybody else, you have to get to 115 kilometres an hour, which is 71 miles an hour, before you can deploy the boost. If you're in the top 3, you have to get to 84 miles an hour. It's quite a bit of a difference, 135 kilometres an hour, or 81 miles an hour if you're 4th or 5th, or 78 miles an hour if you're 6th or 7th on the grid. So that makes a difference as well. We've had news through, thanks to Marcus Simmons from Autosport, looks after all the BTCC coverage, that apart from the top 3 who've got to use the hard tyre, the only other driver that's going on the hard tyre for this one is James Dorlin in the number 132 Toyota Gazoo. So everybody else, apart from those 4 drivers, is going to be on the white-walled soft tyre for this race. So if you had the softs on for races 1 and 2, it means you've got to use the hard tyre for race 3. It looks like about 3/4 of a second per.
And welcome everybody back to JB Motorsports for coverage of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. It's time for race 2 of the day, and this is going to be pandemonium. Alongside me in the commentary box is Josh T, and down trackside is Tom Cairns as well. We'll hear from him shortly. JT, though, what have we been having in the racing weekend so far? It seems like hell.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. Welcome along, as everything is just getting sorted out from a broadcasting perspective side, with everything changing over and MotoGP running over. But if I press that button as well, there we go. Hello.
Hello, I can see you now. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing all right.
Lovely jubbly.
It just absolutely looks like I've got an absolute flash bang of a background, so let me go sort that out.
Well, here we go then for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Tom Cairns is trackside. Tom, welcome. How are you finding it? Has the conditions cooled?
The conditions have cooled, the wind speed has picked up. Looking at the track temperature as we speak, it's 37 degrees, track temperature, air temperature of 20. I think we're giving up maybe somewhat of a different race to what we had in race 1, where we've got the top 3 that ended race 1 on the hard compound tyre.
And Tom, I've got to ask you this question as well as we start on the formation up quickly. What are you going to be looking for in race 2?
Well, we've got to be looking out for those. Obviously, from 1st down to 8th place, we're on a limited amount of battery, if you want to call it that, or hybrid base, however you want to call it. So they're going to be at a disadvantage slightly compared to those further down who have more battery usage compared to them. So Jake Hill is going to have a big disadvantage compared to them, but let's see how he can cope in race 2 compared to race 1 in these circumstances.
Thanks, Tom. We'll try and get to you when there's no track action. Let's have a word, though, with some sunny guys of Tom Chilton.
Ever be again. To be honest, in all fairness, it is the first ever time out of the over 2 decades I've been racing in the BTCC I've ever run a hard tyre at Brands Hatch, and it definitely showed. So we didn't get it right, did we?
And was that just the tyre, or tyre and setup, or something more sinister?
To be honest, it's a bit of everything. I think if you haven't done testing on a tyre, which we haven't, you can't expect to be good on it, and that's what's happened. We didn't get the setup right, and I had a bit of bad luck as well with Moffat nearly spinning himself into paddock. I had to brake to avoid him.
Sure.
Which obviously I was going to do. I was going to casually crash into him. But when you're in a position, you can't just pull out in front of oncoming traffic. It'd be a massive crash. So I just very unfortunately lost 4 places very quickly, and yeah, it wasn't my day. But I'm now on the softs, and I got tons of hybrids, so I'm very excited.
Excellent. Good luck, Tom.
Thank you. Enjoy.
So, there's Tom Chilton then. He'll be lining up. JT, this is going to be a very interesting race, though, as the sunnies are out. It's 2 o'clock, so track conditions are high. Could you please run us through the grid?
Yeah, absolutely. Row 1, Jake Hill, Charles Rainford, both on the hard tyres. Row 2, Tom Ingram hard, Adam Morgan soft tyre. Row 3, Dan Camish and Mikey Doble, both on the soft tyres. Row 4, Daryl DeLeon and Sam Osborne for WSR and Napa both on the soft tyres, with Daniel Lloyd and Ashley Sutton both on the soft tyres. Row 5, Row 6, Rhoda Pearson and Chris Smiley, soft tyres, Michael Crees and Stephen Jelly, soft tyres. For Row 7, Row 8, Josh Cook and Aaron Taylor-Smith both on the soft tyres, James Dorlin and Daniel Rowbottom, Dorlin hards, Rowbottom soft. Row 9, Row 10, Dexter Patterson soft and Aidan Moffat soft. Gordon Shedden and Tom Chilton on Row 11, both on the soft tyres. And Max Hall, Nick Halstead on the penultimate row of the grid, both on soft tyres. And Nicholas Hamilton at the back of the grid on Row 13 on soft tyres. There's your grid for round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Cars Championship in 2025, with boost laps 5 for Hill, 6 for Rainford, 7 for Ingram, 8 for Morgan, 9 for Camish, 10 for Doble, 11 for DeLeon and 12 for everyone else. Round 24 laps of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit.
So let's see what this race is going to bring us. So far, we've just managed it today. I won't spoil the MotoGP for those who are going to watch it on the premiere of JB Motorsports following today's broadcast as well. But if you want to watch it early, go watch the JB2, which got 18,000 viewers in that one race. It was chaotic, to say the least. JT, what are your thoughts coming into this one then as we get ready for lights?
I think we are going to have a chaotic race too, because, well, race 2s at Brands Hatch, they are sometimes chaotic.
Sometimes being the optimal word. Tom Cairns is trackside for us as well. Myself, Joshua Birch and Josh Turner are up in the commentary box waiting to give you this action. So Tom Scan will be in and out, by the way, just to let you know, with the Wi-Fi signal. As you can see, the cars coming through. The transponders play havoc here at Brands Hatch with the close nature of it. But JT, you can hear the cars revving up. I'm nervous about this one because race 2 on majority hard tyres, this is going to be all-out war down to the first corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Chilton, we heard from before, said he's never raced round Brands Hatch on hard tyres. Well, here we are.
Round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship gets the green flag at the back. Eyes to the lights. Let's get going. Hill on pole from Rainford. Lights out, we're racing, and oh no, Ingram doesn't get going. Poor start from Ingram. Camish will get him down towards turn 1 again. Morgan as well, not getting a good start. Neither of them on the... Oh, and Morgan's got tapped. Does he go round to the first corner? No. It's Hill leading from Rainford. Morgan's going everywhere. Now he's got Darrell DeYoung on the inside. Ingram with a poor getaway. He just smarts it away as he comes up the inside of Camish. But again, neither of them are the Venturas, JT, getting away well. And now on the inside, and that's, look, Ingram's gone off and we're going to spin him mid-pack. They just save it. That's Camish involved in that as well from the back. And well, at the inside, Camish going to pass, and now in Ingram for 3rd place. So it's all going off in lap 1.
The 2-1 Motorsport cars and a Toyota were 3 wide through Paddock Hill Bend on turn 1 as we head through clearways past Tom. Now, as this is Sutton, who is in a battle with one of the Power Max racing cars as the order updates side by side across the line down in towards Paddock Hill Bend.
Doble trying to get through on the inside. He's got Sutton just behind him. He goes to defend up in towards the braking zone at Druid. Sutton's going to have to really push Doble round the corner. It's not going to work out, unfortunately. The car's come back past Tom with a beautiful angle now as well. You might see that camera angle because he's standing where the ITV team are as they fly past him for lap 2 of 24. Hill leads, Rainford, Camish, Ingram, DeYoung, Morgan, Doble, Sutton, Smiley, Osborne, Pearson, Lloyd, and already DeYoung's up to 4th position as Hall passes Patterson into the braking zone as well. So a good move there. And
yeah, absolutely a good move as this is on board with Tom Chilton. Look how much they're door banging. That's with Dexter Patterson, Tom Chilton.
Yeah, so Patterson dropped back. Chilton thought of a move, but now Patterson's fighting back. Chilton's on hybrid boost as he comes over the line. He's on the outside line to Paddock Hill Bend to try and get the cut back to the inside line up Harewood Hill. He takes on 2 wheels. Meantime, Smiley, Doble and Osborne in a hard-hitting battle. And Doble getting forced out wide. Osborne's not giving him anything. Osborne taps Doble and Pearson trying to look up on the inside now down at Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, absolutely, as that is Dan Lloyd trying to get past Ronan Pearson, the battle that we're watching at the moment. One of the nappers involved in this, that's Sam Osborne. Look at Michael Crees, we cut away, but Michael Crees was trying to dive up the inside of Dan Lloyd. Wasn't able to do it, but that was a brave move from Freeze up the inside at Clearways. Couldn't get it done.
Ingram
3 wide further back.
Yeah, I did see who that was as well. As Taylor Smith goes through, that was Morgan passing Ingram again, though, as well. I'll wait to ask Tom a question. So, Tom, stand by. After the cars go through, I'll ask you a question. As Josh Cook, side by side now with Rowbottom in what it was now his 301st Grand Prix start in the touring cars, down through Graham Hill Bend. Cars are going past Tom now, and Moffat's on the back of Rowbottom again to try and go around the outside. And there goes Camish on the inside as well. Camish going for the move on Rainford for second place, and he's through. Right, Tom, what did you make of the start? What did you make of the start, Tom?
Super start actually from Dan Camish. He's just got up the inside of. The start was fine itself, and good to see Camish up there getting up a position already. Now he's just got past Charles Rainford for second.
Oh, and Dion going up the
Just
inside.
go through Clearways is now on a charge.
Yeah,
to take Hill.
Thanks, Tom. Rainford again under pressure. Dion gone through, so is Morgan. Rainford down to, what, 4th now, JT? Yeah. No, 5th.
Yep.
5th, maybe.
Yep, down into 5th as Morgan just gets past, but here is a replay of the move, and that is Camish diving straight up the inside of the BMW. Just as we were talking with Tom, a time penalty of 5 seconds will be added to the 77 of Sam Osborne. That is due to a full start, as Ingram was dropping down. Has he made a mistake, or is that an issue? No, Ingram's dropped.
Oh, and contact between Doble and Osborne, and you're right, Ingram has dropped, so it looks like that's going to be that's the hard tyre for you. Look, everyone on the hard tyres is struggling bar Hill. It's a hot day. Who would run hards? Oh, contact! Osborne gets loose. Ingram's on the grass, and we've got cars left, right, centre, and that's going to be a spin, and it's going to be a huge accident. They're not careful. Lloyd manages to get on the brakes, but he got sent wide, and surely there'll be penalties there, as Pearson was off there too. Great avoidance by Lloyd. If I was him, go through the pit lane. Yeah, he's going to do that. Right in front of Tom as well. Well, nice one, Tom. He got it. So this is Camish now ahead of Smiley. No, that's Sutton ahead of Smiley. Here is Osborne in a battle, and Doble and Ingram battling. Safety car. Oh, big accident.
That's Max Hall through the gravel.
Off at Paddock Hill Bend, and the safety car is out. Doble, they race until they see the flags, remember? So Doble and Ingram are still battling. And Ingram might lose out here to Aidan Moffat, who's going to sling it up the inside line, coming into Clearways, and Clark Urban does so. Now they see the flags, and the safety car is out. So Osborne with the penalty, but that... Oh, and there's Patterson's involved too, JT. That's Hall and Patterson. That's a big one for both to go into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. So the safety car is out.
Yeah, we wait to see a replay of what happened down there, as that's Dan Lloyd exiting the pit lane. But it's all calm now, and hopefully we'll be able to actually hear from Tom, as it's a longer lap under a safety car, so there's more gap where it's quieter.
Hall's out of the car, and so is Dexter Patterson. They're both okay. They're both okay. That's great news. Right, Tom, what do you make of that start?
Interesting. I just saw the incident.
Oh, they're fighting.
They're fighting. Sorry.
I didn't see the first part of it.
Sorry to come across you. Max Hall and Dexter Patterson are fighting. Oh, we don't see that often in the Touring Car Championship. Actual fists coming together. Well, okay. I'll definitely ask them about that when we get down to Thruxton, but my goodness me. Tom, you might want to go and find them after the race in the paddock after race 3 and see what it is. But, yeah, the fisticuffs, JT. And that's teammates, of course, at One Motorsport. Right, okay. Back down to you, Tom. Over to you.
So, that's thrown another spanner into the mix, hasn't it, between Max Hall and Dexter Patterson. But brilliant start from Dan Camish on the tail of Jake Hill now, given that That has bought Cameron a little bit of time actually to preserve these soft front tyres, whereas Jake Hill needs to try and fend him off on the restart. There will be some other laps on top of the already done already, so I would expect to get a 27 lap race out of this. But yeah, game on really, and Del de Leon's done a fine job getting up to third place through all the chaos.
Yeah, Dal de Jong doing amazingly so far. Really is getting a better season as the safety car goes past Tom. Again, another new safety car here this weekend at this event, as the cars will fly by him down there at the last corner. We'll go to the full timing screen for a split second, and well, JT, this is sort of the worst situation. A safety car in the middle of the race and Hill's on hard tyres. They don't do restarts well.
Yeah, no, they don't, as we head through past Tom now, under the safety car, as we are about to start lap 10 of 24 as the safety car, and Jake Hill crosses the line, keeping the tyres warm, weaving under the safety car, and that is how far Charles Rainford has dropped down into 5th. There is a look at the second half of the timing screen with Hamilton, Halstead and Dan Lloyd, your last 3 runners, down at the bottom of the timing screen after their incidents.
Yeah, I said great job, Nick, to him when he was testing out the car. He had to go put back into the car at the end of Donington, so they could adjust a few more bits in the ride height, a few more display dashes as well, and cracking job from Nick Hamilton at the last race at Donington Park, and a true inspiration here.
Progress being made, but it's still quite hard by the look of it.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to make 4 places. Had a couple of really good, enjoyable overtakes. But it's not easy, but I've now caught up to the group again. Well, I have now the safety car, but I had just before that. And I felt that I was very fast, so for sure it's going to be exciting to get the race underway, because I think we're strong. I think we've got a great car under us.
What's been the strategy so far with the boost? Have you been using much of it? Has that been to try to get you through the traffic, or have you been saving it to use should there be a safety car?
Yeah, I wanted to use a bit at the beginning to get past a few, and then I was waiting for people's tyres to go off and then use it to overtake. I was a bit frustrated that I used some on that lap the safety car came out, because I didn't know it was going to come out, so I kind of feel like I lost a lap there.
Okay.
But that is frustrating, but that's part of racing sometimes.
Right, we'll leave you to it. We're going to go racing soon, I guess. Thumbs up then from Tom Chilton. And he talks about gaining paces. Well, he has been chipping his way up the order. Here was one.
Here's the replay.
This was against Dexter Patterson.
Yeah, so this is around the outside. Talk us through,
was this
JT.
the incident?
Yeah, so we've got the... Oh, so Hall's going there. Oh, that's Patterson's fault in my book. Well, hang on a minute.
That was not the lap they crashed, though.
No. So how many times did they actually come together?
I don't know, but those 2 cars were all over the place, weaving multiple times down the front stretch. Changing from the inside and outside line were all 3 of those cars.
Is it? I think we've gone through the whole lap now. We still can't find it. Okay.
And they've removed Dexter Patterson's car. They're just removing Max Hall's car now.
Annoyingly, it takes ages to recover cars at this gravel track because it's uphill, so you've sort of got gravity working against you, haven't you, JT? We've walked the track now.
Yeah, but also with a multi-car incident, you have to recover multiple cars with only one telehandler.
Should have 2, but then again, that would mean that you were...
They don't have space for 2 at
Paddock
Hill.
Yeah. It's tiny at Paddock Hill Bend, absolutely tiny.
They have 1 at Paddock, 1 at Druids, and 1 at Clearways for each of the gravel traps.
So this is going to be a very entertaining strategy when we go racing shortly. Go on. Okay, can't hear from Tom there. I'll have to ask him to repeat shortly. Say again, Tom.
Safety car in this lap.
And Jason played some rocking in all those years.
Yeah. So, we're getting ready for the restart then. So, it'll be maximum laps then, JT, as the pace car comes in, and they're going to go past now, Tom, with the green flag. Oh, we got a crash!
Oh!
Camish has stopped and he's been run into. And this will be a red. Well, this will have to be red. So, Camish has been
Still
run
under
into.
safety car.
What happened there? Hang on, are we going racing? Are the safety cars out? No, green flag, they're racing. No, safety car.
No, safety car.
Oh, well, they fumbled the restart. They fumbled it. They went back to green and the green lights are on, but the safety car's still out. So the drivers are still racing, despite the fact that the safety car's out and Camish is stranded near where Tom is.
What happened there was lights were set to go green.
Yeah.
But because they aborted the restart, they couldn't turn the green lights off.
Yeah, the safety car was in the pit lane.
That's why the yellow flag and safety car board was still out, and ultimately, it's the flag at the start box which says
the lights.
what restart it is.
Yeah.
Yes. Just like in IndyCar, how you watch the start marshal instead of any lights.
I've never seen a crash into the safety car happen in the touring cars, and I've been commentating on this series for 13 years. Certainly, I can't remember one happening before, as we've lost Tom's Wi-Fi for just a second. Right, here we go, JT.
Here's the replay.
What happened? So there's Camish. He's still going. Oh, he's already slowing, and it's a bottleneck. Oh, I see. Oh, when it was Doble who hit it, and then Moffat ran into the back of Camish. But Camish just came to a complete stop. So that's what happened.
Technical problem.
Why do I feel like the British touring car drivers like a line of ants? Because they were so there, and everyone was on sides about that one, but nobody darted out the way beforehand to let them know there was an incident. So this is going to extend the safety car period again. So this is Moffat. Doble's ahead. Doble's the one who hits him, though, JT. Doble hits him first. So he's revving up the engine. So there's Doble. Yeah. Oh, and Doble goes too late. Mike, you might need to go to Specsavers for that. Oh, for the first time, actually, Tom's camera looks amazing now. I think the Wi-Fi's settled down over there. Look at that. That's beautiful as the cars go by him. It's an ignition problem, we're being told, for Dan Camish. Louise is reported from the pit lane. It's an ignition problem. Okay, Tom, we've got a chance to talk to you now under the second safety car in good Wi-Fi. You saw that happen? What's happening down there?
Well, it seems like the recovery vehicle is towing it away. I don't know if they're trying to lift it up. I think they are trying to lift it up onto the recovery vehicle and tow it away from there. But it's very, very peculiar how it out. If it is an ignition problem, then that explain it.
Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah, it looks like that is explaining it with an ignition problem as well. So, not the greatest, but that means the safety car is going to be out even longer, JT, which I suppose is a slight blessing to those on the hard tyres.
Yeah, but once again, we only have a maximum of 3 laps that can be added on, so we're losing laps. We were going to have a 14-lap-ish restart, and now we're only looking for under 10-lap restart.
And 10 laps around here is nothing. Well, there's Louise. Is she going to have over Dan?
Have a long walk, did he? That's the only bonus out of that.
And Louise is there, but I'm not sure Dan's in the mood to talk at the moment. Very, very disappointed indeed.
I don't think Dan's ever in a mood to talk. Every time I go for him, I just sort of throw in a question and he has to answer it. I think Louise was a bit too polite there. I would have definitely shoved in the microphone. Well, apparently the national anthem for MotoGP has actually only just happened. There's Napa with their drivers in the background. Yeah, not the way he wanted this race to end, JT, and that's going to be a lot of problems on the rear to repair that ahead of race 3.
Yeah, absolutely. But it will mean he also starts at the rear for race 3 because of how the reverse grid works. And do the lights go out? Lights are still on. That is where they turn off on the entrance to 30s. And I didn't see... No, the recovery truck is still on circuit. So we are at least another lap under safety car here for race 2.
Yep, sadly that's going to be the case, as we'll just hold it on once more as the pace car is still going to be circulating. Reminder what's coming up. Literally tonight we've got IMSA. JT producing that one. I've taken touring cars off JT's hands now for the rest of the day, so he can set up for IMSA and have a little bit of a break. And that's on at 8 o'clock British Summer Time, and at 7:30 British Summer Time. You are going to be there with the NASCAR race from Kansas Motor Speedway. Do you guys know who caused the crash between Hall and Patterson? We have no clue. ITV showed us the wrong replay. So we actually don't know what that was for, do we, JT, at the moment?
No.
Is that the safety car still? Yeah, safety car still leading the field. Is going past Tom, yeah. So we're not going to go green this time by. Let's run you through the order then, for those of you listening in on radio. Hill, De Jong, Morgan, Rainford, Sutton, Smiley, Pearson, Osborne, Doble, Moffat, your top 10. Ingram, Cook, Rowbottom, Jelly and Crees, the last points playing position. And it's Taylor Smith, Chilton, Shedden, Dorlin, Hamilton, Holstead, Lloyd. Out of the race is Camish alongside Hall and Patterson. They are out of the race of the 25 here in this event. Tom, what's the recovery track like now? Are we ready to go green?
We are, yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Tom. So, pace car, the safety car should come in this lap. We are getting the one to go. We are going to go racing. Thank God for that. It was about time. So, how many, 5 laps of racing, JT? 5?
Yeah.
Game, set, and match.
Wait, no, because it gets extended to 27.
Oh, yeah, because it wasn't actually restarted, was it? It was an aborted restart, so we haven't yet had that extension. Yeah, they showed the replay that before. Hall didn't seem happy at all with Patterson. Yeah, they were punching each other. Hill is literally... Don't forget, it's a new safety car restart rule where you've got a go moment, there's a restart zone, and that's where Hill is taking them to. There's the restart zone, there's the green flag. We're racing again here, and a bad restart from Darryl de Jong. And already Morgan's trying to go on the outside. Hill's late breaking to one on those hard tyres, and Darryl de Jong on the softs steams through on the inside line and takes the lead of the race. Those hard tyres were not working, and that Hill was not being able to get the restart. He's forced wide and through. Is that Morgan and de Jong? Yeah. So de Jong is in there.
Rainford
and Rainford.
Round on the outside of Hill. They're side by side. Rainford's got ahead, but the two BMWs side by side as they head in towards 30s now. Rainford gets ahead.
Hill nearly got knocked out there as well, so Sutton is going to try and go through here as well. Coming through, but that's ahead. Is that Ronan Pearson just got ahead? I'm waiting for the timing screen to confirm that. Morgan's in
Pearson
fourth.
in 7th.
Yeah, somebody had a problem, JT, further back, and it's Chilton. Chilton got knocked out a little bit, so he's dropped behind Shedden. So that's where Tom's down in 18th place. A little bit of a touching. Hill's under pressure this time as well for Morgan, who's under pressure from Sutton as we come up in towards Druitt. Morgan trying to go on the outside of Hill. Sutton holding that inside line. Going wide comes the 14 of Ronan Pearson, who in turn is under attack from Sam Osborne. Downhill into Graham Hill, but they're flying past Tom now, as you can see on your monitor.
Contact, spinner.
Doble's round. Doble's round. Is that going to cause another safety car if he stalled it? We know how difficult these cars are. Local yellows at the moment. He might get it going, JT. He's going to spin it round, but he's got damage to the front. Yeah, no need for a safety car, but that's him done for the day. For this race, at least.
Yep, as look at how big the gap is. Darryl de Leon could be on for his first ever touring car victory here.
Hill's been passed now around the outside.
His 50th race, must I add.
Good point, yeah. Darryl de Jong in 50 races, and Hill's now under pressure from his championship rival of Sutton. Sutton on the inside gets to the door shut, And Hill on those hard compound tyres are dropping. This is the new version of success bias, ladies and gentlemen, as they fly past Tom once more. And look at Sutton. He's got the inside line. Hill's good, just dropping. You saw it on Tom's camera. Hill gets a terrible exit, JT, and Sutton's all over the back of him.
Yeah, absolutely, as we come down in towards... He's up the inside. They're side by side as they head through Clark Curve. Hill touched the gravel, and that has allowed Sutton to go straight through. And also, that's Chris Smiley getting through on Hill. Hill's dropping like a stone.
Yeah, those hard tyres are done for. Rainford's on those two, so watch out for Morgan and Sutton. Sutton might be on for a podium here. That'll put him inside the reverse grid draw as well as they come up into the braking zone. Jelly just on the outside, so Hill might actually get a reverse grid pole. He's in 6th down, so that's the reverse grid section. So Hill's day might be saved as up the inside, Sam Osborne gets ahead of Josh Cook and Graham Hill Bend on the inside line.
Yeah, as here we head down towards where Tom is now, and Morgan is caught up to Rainford, but De Leon has just gone, he is completely gone. 3-second lead now for Darryl De Leon as we head across the line to start lap 24 of 27. Darryl De Leon is 4 racing laps away from an absolute masterclass of a strategy.
Oh, that would be superb if he could do it. He's got those laps left of boost as well. So that boost he can just use 15 seconds extra per lap. Morgan has passed Rainford, so Rainford now starting to fall on those hard compound tyres. This is the replay of Taylor Smith and Michael Crees. Crees on the outside line coming into McLaren and gets on the curb, and that's forcing Shedden through, and that was right in front of Tom. Right. I think we saw that actually on Tom's camera. I do remember seeing that before the replay came through.
Sutton's caught up with Rainford, and Morgan has overtaken Rainford now. So we missed Morgan going into 2nd. So Morgan is trying to catch up with De Leon, but 3.5 seconds is the gap. I don't think he can.
Sutton's on the back of Rainford as well, so that's going to be 3rd place soon. In fact, here he goes on the inside line, and that's going to be Smiley trying to force him on the way for 4th place. That's going to be a difficult manoeuvre on the outside. Look at 3 wide coming the exit. I think Moffat as well doing battle with Ronan Pearson as they come through. But that's Sutton up to 3rd. So a bad race 1 turning into a good race 2 as there's Tom's cameras. The cars fly past him. Someone's touched the gravel with that dust getting kicked up as well. I tell you what, Tom, you've picked a great spot to stand in the race. What are you making of it?
Oh, it's good. Reset. Does that remind you of another... Mr. Donington, where Jake Hill drops back?
Yes, it does. Yeah, you're right. Do you remember when Hill dropped back and he's done it again?
That's what it feels like to me, yeah.
Yeah. I agree with you, Tom. It's status quo again on those hard tyres. That BMW does not work well on hard tyres. Happened at Donington, it's happening here. Great remembrance, Tom, and great spot. Yeah, JT?
Yeah, De Leon, 50th race start. He's on for his 1st touring car win.
Look at Cook. Cook could just take Rainford and Pearson. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Ash Sutton in 3rd is on track for his 100th ever podium in the British Touring Cars with the 100 livery and number.
What a special day this is turning out to be. This is the final lap of race 2, round 5 of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. A late safety car has put this race up to 11, but it is going to be Darryl de Jong. There he is, passing Tom, who's going to have his 1st ever victory in the touring cars. Pearson and Hill doing battle. Hill's now dropping a 10th, and Pearson's got a puncture. Hill's going to try and force him wide. Darryl de Jong, from the misery of last year, from sitting at the side of the media centre, saying, I don't want to be here. He got the driver of BMW. Now you belong. Darryl de Jong wins for the first time in the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. Well done. For the misery we saw him last year, the joy delight now. Morgan 2nd, and Ash Sutton gets his 100th podium in the touring cars. Smiley 4th, followed by Moffat 5th, Cook 6th, Rainford, Hill, Rowbottom and Pearson your top 10, Ingram to 11th. BMW celebrate! It is Darryl de Jong wins! Oh, JT, that was a long time coming.
An absolute incredible race from Darryl de Leon as he becomes a British touring car race winner.
He was standing at the back of the paddock on media day last year with his race suit on, constantly on his mobile phone, saying, I don't want to be here. I've not even turned a wheel. The car doesn't work. He had a miserable season last year, a few high points, but mainly miserable. He got signed by BMW this year, and that car is on rails. And finally, for WSR, Darryl de Jong wins for the first time, and this means a lot. He's such a lovely bloke as well. Always up for a chat, always up as well to discuss things, no matter what the region, and he wins. Let's look at the results. Darryl de Jong wins, Adam Morgan is second, Ash Sutton third, Chris Smiley fourth, Aidan Moffat is fifth, Josh Cook sixth, Charles Rainford in seventh, Jake Hill is eighth, Dan Rowbottom in ninth, and Ronan Pearson rounds out your top 10. Tom Ingram drops down to 11th, his worst result of the season after so many podiums, a 2-2-2-3, now becomes a 2-2-2-3-11. Tom Chilton in 12th, Jelly 13th, from Crees 14th, Taylor Smith that last point in 15th, followed by Shedden 16th, Osborne 17th, 18th for Dorlin, 19th Hamilton, 20th for Holstead, Lloyd 21st, Doble 22nd, Camish 23rd, 24th for Max Hall, 25th for Dexter Patterson as well. And in terms of the championship, what this does now, in the running order, if we can get it open for you, this now puts Ash Sutton on 79 points and Tom Ingram on 71. Jake Hill has 63 with Dan Cavish on 48, Adam Morgan 47 with Tom Chilton 46, Dan Rowbottom 43, Chris Smiley 39, Darryl de Jong 37, and Aidan Moffat on 34 inside the top 10. What a race. What a race as well, as we'll just take the camera off there as well. Tom, we'll let you go to charge your phone. What did you make of that one?
It was a super race. I really enjoyed that. There was definitely more in that than what we had in race one. Very happy that for Darryl de Leon to get his first win at the touring course after a torrid year last year. And hats off also to Adam Morgan and Ash Sutton. Ash Sutton in particular came through the field very, very nicely in that second race.
He really, really did. Thanks, Tom. We'll see you later on. Go charge your phone and go get him some shade and enjoy the rest of the race. We'll see you for race 3 as well. JT's going to stay with us, and it's not at the end of our day of coverage. We've got loads more action to come here from Brands Hatch Indy, but we are going to hear it's 2 race wins in a row, though. 134 career wins now for West Surrey Racing. That's 2 race victories for them in a row today. They were already the most successful, but now they really are going to be even more successful coming into it as well. We're going to hang on for Louise's interviews in a second, but we're going to hear, first of all, from Alan Hyde at Tucker Radio.
Great young driver. Thank you, Dick. And how's Mum?
Okay, now I can only hear if they want to hear JT. I can only hear Tucker Radio if they want to hear. So do I need their website, JT?
YouTube, so you're fine.
Hopefully get the first word. Are ITV in a break? Yes, they are. So we can get the first word with Darryl de Leon. Mate, you're a winner in the BTCC. He gets a hug from Ash Sutton. You are a winner in the BTCC.
Thank you. It feels amazing. My arms ache because the power steering is a bit of an issue, but I'm so glad the race is over.
Yeah, so is mother. She's got a tummy ache, I tell you. It's all kicking off for the de Leons today. Tell me about the restart, Darryl. It was absolutely vital. You got a good one.
Yeah, the thing is the grid this year is so close, so you've just got to make sure you're staying out of all the scraps, and I just had to go for the move. Jake, I was on the hard tyre, but then once I was in the lead on the soft and had hybrid available to me, it was pretty good. We were pretty quick.
So chuffed for you, absolutely super. Take a breath and think about what you've just done. Over to Louise Goodman, and he'll do his television interview in a couple of moments. I think I described that Ash Sutton was keen to come over and offer his congratulations. It'll be Adam Morgan on the second step of the podium, who's just getting congratulations from the team. Congratulations from the team. and I'm going to have a word with Ash. You knew what the job was today, and you are systematically going about doing it.
Yeah, we're doing a day backwards today, that's for sure. So, yeah, pleased with that. Shame the safety car ruined our fun. It also saved the guys on hard tyres massively. So.
Is that both is?
Yeah. Okay, let's go down then to Louise Goodman while we sort out Toka Radio quickly. And let's head down to hear from Louise Goodman, who's now going to be speaking alongside the top three as well as the draws.
W's in round 5 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Hill from Rainford with Camish forcing his way into third and then past Rainford for second. But the exit of Max Hall and Dexter Patterson brought out a safety car, and it was a lengthy one. And at the conclusion of the safety car period, Dan Camish had a collision just as the safety car was being released. He slowed with an ignition issue, others hit him, and chaos ensued. And on the eventual restart, Darrell de Leon, who was up to second, went inside his teammate Jake Hill for the lead and stretched away. Hill was the man under pressure. Morgan got past. Hill tumbled down the order with Ash Sutton getting up to third. But what a first win for Darrell de Leon, who's now with Louise.
What a win indeed, Steve. Celebrating and making the most of the moment with all your family here as well. I mean, it is something special, isn't it?
It is really special. It's really nerve-wracking at the end of the race when you're just trying to keep it on the road, but it's such a good feeling when you see that checkered flag.
What about the feeling when you took the lead? That must have been second best to it.
It was really close. I didn't know what was going to happen, but once I was in the lead, I just had to get on with it, really, get on the hybrid and just try to build a gap. So.
Did you have any chat? We were wondering whether you had any chat during the safety car period, because obviously you've got the much better tyre on. You kind of had to go for it, didn't you?
Yeah, at the start of the race, I was struggling a bit with the power steering, so my arms ached quite a bit, but then luckily towards the end of the race, it didn't get any worse. So, yeah, I'm so happy. That's the best race ever.
Well, first win, lap record as well, and also another first, you get to do the reverse grid draw with Steve. So I will let you head over there while I grab a word with our second place finisher. I love the fact that, do you remember that moment, your first win? It is something, isn't it?
You remember your first win,
yeah.
And yeah, that'll be special for Darrell, and he deserves it. He drove brilliantly in that race, but I made a massive hash of the start. From now on, I'm never going to say I need to get a good start. I'm going to say I need to get a rubbish start and hope for the best. But the car is very quick, and I'm feeling very comfortable throwing the car around and driving it on its limit. And yeah, that's a nice way to finish what we started on the soft tyres, and now we've got the hard tyres in race 3. But we're happy. We're happy.
Well, make the most of the nice feeling. I mean, what do you think, what can you hope for in race 3? How difficult is it going to be based on what we just saw in that last race? You probably don't know, do you?
I don't really know. It's going to be elbows out. I've got very little boost, nearly. But we'll just make the most of it. You know, we scored some good points today, so hopefully we can finish off in the points and we can go to Snetterton in a very good place.
Well done. That was another very good, steady result.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you.
Let's bring in Ash. I don't think you'd call that result steady, would you? I mean, it was what you wanted to get as far as you could up the grid, having descended a bit, but it absolutely worked.
Yeah, shame about the safety car, really. I was looking for more than that, but yeah, safety car sort of put a stop to that and obviously saved the guys on the hard tyre a bit. So, mega pleased. Obviously, we've got a big weekend for Napa. We're celebrating the 100 years of Napa, but we've also just celebrated my 100th podium. So, to tie that completely in with what we're doing this weekend is phenomenal.
What are your thoughts looking ahead to the final race of the day? I mean, I know exactly what your thoughts are, actually. I can see it written all over your face.
Yeah, obviously, I think Tom's going to be on the soft tyre, see what the reverse grid is. Hopefully, Darrell does a good job on that. It's his first time doing that. So, yeah, we've got a soft tyre on. A lot of people are going to be on hard tyres. So, if we can stand on the podium again, that'll round the weekend out.
Well, the sun is shining, so I'm sure you'll be making that hay. Good stuff. Steve, over to you.
Thanks, Lou. Darrell de Leon, you are still buzzing, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't think the adrenaline's worn quite down yet, so.
Well, there's a whole range of new experiences. You've got the reverse grid draw to come in just a second or two. Just take us through, I mean, things have been turned around so dramatically for West Surrey Racing. When did you think you might be a part of this huge success that they're suddenly feeling they're having this weekend?
To be honest, it's all 4 drivers in WSR. They're all very good. They're all very competitive. So it was going to be tough, but I honestly couldn't tell you. I think race 2 being on the soft, starting on the grid 7th it was. I didn't know what to expect, but then got a good start, and then yeah, managed to get into the lead. So once I was in the lead, using hybrid, managed to pull a gap, and that's when it was sort of like, okay, keep cool here. Don't want to drop a wheel or anything. Just keep it on the island, and then I'm so happy to bring it home in the P1 spot.
And the restart, was there a bit of planning involved in that?
No. So there's a new rule where everyone has to go to a certain board to keep the racing closer. So once I was into turn 1, I mean everyone's right close to each other. So I really didn't know what to expect going into turn 1.
Yeah. Great for the team, great for you, and congratulations on your first win. This is the reverse grid draw. We changed it a little bit. You have to sort of twist and screw these things to get them open. Let's just remind everyone at home that in the bowl here we have numbers relating to the drivers who finished 6 through 12. So that's Josh Cook, who is number 6, Charles Rainford, who is number 7, Jake Hill will be number 8, Dan Rowbottom will be number 9, Ronan Pearson number 10, Tom Ingram number 11, and number 12 will be Tom Chilton. You know what's required then. Put your hand in and see what you can find and see what you can root out. In you go. That's the hard part, stretching in there. Like that? Yeah, go and give it a good swirl. There you go. Now then, can you open that? Hey, well done. And you have drawn out number 9. Number 9, Dan Rowbottom, will be on pole position for our reverse grid race coming up just before 5 o'clock. Terrific. I mean, how do you now wind down after something like that?
I probably need a towel and a lot of water. It's really hot out there, but we'll go back to the team, do a debrief, see if we need to make any changes for the next race. I'm going to be starting on the hard, so it's going to be difficult, but that's the plan for now. Yeah, but now for the way forward. Now you've got a W against your name. How does this change your whole self-belief and attitude towards the championship? Honestly, it's the same. I think because the level's so tight, everyone's so good in the championship. Any weekend can go anyone's way. So yeah. I think just the same again, just full push and full commitment at the weekends, and then see where we go from now. Yeah, now you're a winner. Well done. Thank you. Daryl De Leon, winner of our second race this afternoon, and he has drawn Dan Rowbottom out of the hat to go on pole position for the reverse grid race, which will be the climax of our afternoon here at Brands Hatch.
Thank you, Steve, as we're going to get ready to hand over for our next race of the day, which is the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Series. That's going to be a classic coming up as well. Right, let's get the final thoughts then in this segment of the broadcast from JT. And what a bizarre race and a crash into the safety car. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, absolutely, coming to the restart. But Dan Rowbottom on pole for the third race, as known as Jake Hill, alongside taking the lead in towards turn 1.
Yeah, Hill's day might just get doubly better with a 1 and 3. You don't see 1 and 3s done that very often either. He's going to be on soft, of course.
But race 2, what a classic. Daryl De Leon making the best of it. Cherry on top for his 50th race start.
Oh, it's last year. I know he made his debut in 2023, but last year in the 24. The media day, sat there doing absolutely nothing and miserable as sin. And then race 1 especially, he was just testing the car rather than anything else. And to see him come and have a wonderful start to this year with BMW at Donington, and he does seem a lot happier, doesn't he? Do you remember we got that quick word with him and how buzzing he was on media day? Yeah. So he loves life, doesn't he? He's one of the stars of the future.
Absolutely.
Okay, cheers, JT. You can now go and take a very well-deserved break, my friend, because next up, I take over the broadcast production, and I must say that JT's done. What could go wrong? I must say that JT's done a wonderful job producing the first weekend and the first segment of this weekend is now you can be relieved, sir. I will take over for the rest of the day and you can get ready for IMSA and have a nice break as well. So that's us done for our segment, but now we turn our attention to the Caterhams that are out there on the circuit, and we're going to hand over now to the IMSA. We're going to head down to Toka Radio, if I get my words out. It's been a long day after MotoGP, so let's get down to Alan Hyde.
A delirious podium then with Alan Hyde.
It totally will as well. There are a lot of people down here and a lot of cameras as well and a lot of smiles on their faces. The presentation for round 5 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. To make the presentation, representing our title sponsors Quick Fit, please welcome manager for Quick Fit, Mike Taylor, onto the podium, who will go down to the far end of the podium and first of all make the presentation on the small podium step to the winning independent driver for round 5. The winning independent driver is Chris Smiley. Well done, Chris. Congratulations to Chris. Leaps up the podium stairs, waves to the crowd and is about to receive the trophy from Mike Taylor from Quick Fit. The winning independent driver for round 5 is Chris Smiley, everybody. Well done. Congratulations. Poses with the trophy. The next award is the Manufacturer Constructors Award for round 5. The winners are Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai, and to represent them, the team owner, Justina Williams. Well done. Congratulations to Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai. She's always very, very happy when she gets on the podium to receive the Manufacturer Constructors Award. She knows what goes into winning it. Well done. The winning Manufacturer Constructor for round 5 is Accelerate Motorsport Hyundai, and representing them, Justina Williams, who makes her way off the podium. On to the top 3 drivers. Third place with a 4th podium of the year from 10th on the grid, Ash Sutton. Well done, Ash. The 4-time champion makes his way up the podium steps, and at this end of the podium climbs aboard step number 3, a handshake with Chris, and Ash holds the podium up. Well done. Holds the trophy up on the podium. Well done to Ash Sutton in 3rd place. First podium of the year, 2nd place, Adam Morgan. Gets a lovely big cheer from the crowd, that's for sure. Goes over to the far end of the podium after a handshake with Ash and with Chris as well. And then finally with Mike Taylor from Quick Fit, and well done to Adam Morgan in 2nd place. And on the top step of the podium in the BTCC for the first time ever, the winner, Daryl De Leon. What a cheer from the crowds. The winner's trophy is standing by, a handshake with Ash and with Adam. And Daryl De Leon climbs aboard the top step of the podium, gets a handshake from Mike from Quick Fit and holds the winner's trophy high. And it's going to be a new national anthem. It'll be the national anthem of the Philippines, the national anthem for the winning driver. Wins round 5 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. I have a feeling that's the first time we've heard the national anthem of the Philippines. They are all now going to celebrate for an historic photograph, a first-time winner in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. All 4 of them will now, Chris Smiley was a bit eager to celebrate with the bubbles, but all 4 of them now are posing on the top step of the podium. Cameras click away, and now, guys, I reckon we're ready to celebrate. Are they going to celebrate? Surely they are. Here we go. Corks out of the bottles. They celebrate with champagne.
Thanks very much. Great scenes down there on the podium. Huge congratulations once again to Daryl De Leon on his first ever victory in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So, more from the touring cars at the end of the day. We've got one more race apiece for each of our categories this weekend, starting then with on the grid, ready to go, the Dutch Bond Vodka Caterham 7 Championship. Harry Senior, the winner of race 2, leads them away off the line then from pole position. It's not a great start, though, for the Golden Black Harry Cook car. He's already been overtaken by Paul Donkin for 4th place before they get into Paddock Hill Bend. So Senior leads from pole. Matthew Armstrong 2nd, Harry Heaton in 3rd third, Paul Donkin up to fourth, and then it's Harry Cook in fifth place, Justin Armstrong sixth, trying to come around the outside of him, taking the high line, but there's less grip available there, and he gets a bit skittish and he loses a place himself as a result of that. So that car with the bright yellow, luminous yellow roll cages, losing a place to the number 5 car of Greg Monks in his attempt to get through. He was already behind Greg on the grid, but he got ahead of him through Paddock Hill Bend, was trying to get another place, and it didn't quite work out for him. But it has worked out to be a good start for Paul Donkin there in fourth place, that red number 24 car, the one making a move in the lead pack. Meanwhile, here we go, slipstreaming, about to get underway already, as over the line at the end of lap 1 they go, and around the outside goes Matthew Armstrong, picking up the toe into Paddock Hill Bend. He gets the lead of the race from Harry Senior, second in the powder blue liveried car, and then it is a battle for third between Harry Heaton in the green metallic car and the red machine of Paul Donkin, which got close to him through Paddock Hill Bend but couldn't quite squeeze past. And then we've got Harry Cook, who lost the place off the line in the gold and black number 9 car, coming under attack then from Greg Monks, and Greg getting on the inside curb through Graham Hill Bend to try and get on the power as quickly as he could. The car shook its head in protest as he tried to get 180 brake horsepower down into those rear wheels, but he didn't quite able to get through, so he stays where he is, but he's certainly putting the pressure on, and we're about to get, I reckon, another change of lead, because Harry Senior now picks up the toe, watching the battle for third place as well, because Paul Donkin is trying to do the same on Harry Heaton. We've got a change of lead for sure, but it's still side by side for third, and again Harry Heaton is proved to be very good at defending today, drivers coming past him on slipstreams. He's done it again through Paddock Hill Bend and keeps at bay the red Paul Donkin car. So Senior now with the lead of the race, Armstrong in second. So who's going to win more races this weekend out of those two? They both had a win, they both had a second. It's been those two slightly ahead of the rest of the field in terms of pace all weekend long, and they make their way now uphill through the left-hander at Surtees, continuing to climb through into the right-hander at McLaren, continuing to climb then all the way to the top of the banking at Clearways, then a little descent before you then again climb a little bit through the right-hander at Clark Curve and go over the grid hatchings and start another lap of the race. But there might not be an overtake this time, or maybe there will. I spoke too soon. From a long way back, Matthew Armstrong dives down the inside and gets past Harry Senior, and does a slightly unusual move there in that it's a bit more straightforward. It's a down the inside move rather than all the way around the outside, which is what we've been seeing most of the time in the Caterhams at that corner. So into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend they go once more, with this time Matthew Armstrong leading the way. Matt Armstrong ahead of Harry Senior, and Harry Heaton kind of coming after them now. Paul Donkin has dropped away from him by a couple of car lengths and he's trying to fend off Harry Cook in the gold and black number 9 car. And then you've got just behind the pair of them in the number 5 car, Greg Monks. All of the top 6 are Pro-Am class drivers. The leading Am class driver, the rest of them are Ams now. Behind the top 6 is once again number 23, Justin Armstrong. But he's got the 66 car of Jake Swan all over him, trying to come around the outside of him. Can't quite find a way through there. And then the top 3, Constantine, are up under braking on the way into the Druids hairpin. Senior just about closes the door in time and keeps Matt Armstrong behind him. Harry Heaton, look, the racier of the 3 coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, but trying to get past 2 Caterhams proved a bit too difficult on the run up Howard's Hill. So lots of good battles going on. Behind the top 8 cars, you've got in 9th place Chris Fraser, the other blue car. At number 8, he's trying to fend off Tom Eden, number 64, 9th and 10th. And now keep an eye on Paul Donkin. He lost a bit of speed coming out of Clearways in the red 24 car, and he's got Harry Cook all over the back of him, and they're about to go nose to tail over the start-finish line, side by side over the start-finish line of the leaders. Matt Armstrong all the way around the outside of Harry Senior. Paul Donkin was able to hold on to 4th, though, from the Harry Cook car, despite the fact that he was slightly slower coming out onto the back straight, onto the Brabham straight. They've gone through Druids, and they're coming downhill once more. Much more undulating circuit than is probably given credit for, the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Lots of climbs and drops. I had a walk around it last night. Even when you're looking at it from the grandstands or up here in the commentary box, it never looks as steep as it really is, that drop down Paddock Hill Bend. But when you walk down it, you realise what a drop it is. And if you imagine how low these drivers are, sat on the floor essentially, then it's a real leap of faith. You have to memorise your turn-in point and get it absolutely spot on, because you can't see the corner until you're in it, dropping down the hill. Here comes Harry Senior, whipping around the outside of Matt Armstrong, but Matt Armstrong might just fend him off this time on the way to Paddock Hill Bend. And with the orange roll cage on the car, Armstrong, number 19, stays clear of Harry Senior, who has to keep an eye on the mirrors because Harry Heaton having a look up the inside now and trying to snatch second place. Won't quite do it, though. Paul Donkin side by side with Harry Cook, who gets on the gas and almost loses the back end of the car coming out of the hairpin, but snatches it, corrects it, and doesn't even really lose that much time. So he gets on the gas. The car was dancing around, that's for sure, for Harry Cook, but he controlled it beautifully. So the lead group now, all together, all 6 or 7 of them making their way through the right-hander at Clearways. In fact, there's almost 8 of them together for the lead of the race now. And we're going to go in a 2-by-2 formation here. One battle for the lead, one battle for third. Paul Donkin is on the outside in the battle for third, trying to get past Harry Heaton. Harry Heaton has got Harry Senior right in front of him in the blue and red car, and he can't find a way past. But he was able to fend off Paul Donkin. Felt like he might have got boxed in for a minute there, but he managed to get through and hold on to his place. So for once at Paddock Hill Bend, nobody overtakes anybody in that lead group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars all together now. So almost half of the field are battling for the lead of the race. There's a good 4-way battle going on a bit further back as well, just coming onto the Cooper Straight, being led by the orange number 17 car of Mark Farmer, who's done well to get up from the back of the grid. So Farmer in a battle fending off Head and Metcalf and Welch as they battle over 14th place. The one overtake on the previous lap coming from the 98 car of James Hall, who gained a place up into 12th ahead of Kendall. Right, into Paddock Hill Bend. Armstrong still leads, Senior second. Up the hill at Halewoods, into the braking zone for Druids. Heaton in third. Donkin having a look, but staying fourth. But he's got company now, trying to come around the outside of him to get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and he'll do it. Is Harry Cook, so nicely worked out manoeuvre that. He knew he'd have to go the long route around Druids, but that would give him the better line at the bottom of the hill, which is exactly what happened. So up to 4th place now for Harry Cook. It's a little bit wider, but that's really the ideal line on the way into McLaren. Don't want to be too tight there, because you can't get the power down as quickly if you're fighting against the corner on the tight inside line. A bit of weaving from the race leader to try and throw the slipstream that he's giving to Harry Senior. Armstrong succeeds in staying in the lead of the race once again. And then Cook, having worked hard to get past Donkin, just clips the inside curve at Paddock Hill Bend, loses some momentum as he couldn't get on the throttle as quick as he wanted to. And on the run up to Druids, he's under all sorts of attack here from Paul Donkin. But again, he's going to have the inside line in that golden black car for Graham Hill Bend. And Donkin has to concede the position, so almost lost 4th place, but didn't quite. But he's just a bit heavy on the curbs through that turn, which was what threw him off a bit on the run up Halewoods Hill. So top 3 together, a bit of breathing space after that for Harry Heaton in third, so maybe he can start to go on the attack now. We've still got loads of time in the race, 11 3/4 minutes left. We're not even halfway through the race yet as we go side by side for the lead once again. And Harry Senior around the outside this time does get through. So Senior into the lead, and Paul Donkin does exactly the same around the outside of Harry Cook to put himself into 4th place. And then up at Druids Corner it bunches up again, but there's no change this time between the top 3. So Senior, the new race leader, new old race leader. They keep swapping positions. Matt Armstrong second, Harry Heaton third. Trying to come after them now, having got himself up to 4th is Paul Donkin, but he wrestles the steering wheel as he runs a bit wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend and thumps over the curbs. So wrestling away with the light front end of the car in this Caterham 7, but just about keeping it on the island. And then the next 4 behind are all on a very, very similar pace. The fastest lap of the race, incidentally, is for the driver back in 10th place, Tom Eden, with a 48.920. So the bonus point lap coming his way as around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend goes Matt Armstrong. Another change of lead. That's number 103, I think, today. And it is this time Matt Armstrong that gets there. Somebody else going to finish on the top 2 today, because it's been these two dominating today, dominating yesterday, dominating in qualifying as well, really. And, of course, they took a race win apiece in the season opener at Snetterton. So can somebody else get in there amongst them? Harry Heaton looks the most likely at the moment. He's there in third. He's watching them all the time like a hawk, waiting for the right opportunity to pounce. But he's got to get past 2 of them if he wants to win the race. Oh, we got some replay of a moment up at Druids, a couple of moments up at Druids. One of them involved the number 5 car of Monks getting sent off the road on the last lap. So that was the car that took to the grass coming out of Druids, and he's dropped down the order as a result of it, I'm afraid. So that was from the second group of cars. Monks is plummeting down the order and hasn't yet come through. So the number 5 car drops to the back of the field and still hasn't come through. So I think he's stranded out on the grass as the race leaders, all 4 of them, with Donkin now slotting into 3rd place, come onto the Cooper straight. And then Donkin coming back under fire from Harry Heaton. He gets back at the inside of him at the end of the Cooper straight and back up into the top 3. So briefly, Paul Donkin was in a podium position, but it didn't last long. Harry Heaton didn't want that to hold him up, but it has allowed the top 2 a bit more breathing space with 9 minutes and 15 seconds still to go. Harry Senior, guess what? Slingshots around the outside, picks up the lead of the race. Paul Donkin is trying to do the same to get 3rd place back, and he can't do it. Harry Heaton fends him off. So 28 Senior the leader, 19 Armstrong in 2nd, 10 Heaton in 3rd, 24 Donkin in 4th, 9 Cook in 5th, 23 leading the AM class is Justin Armstrong in 6th, 7th place is the number 66 car of Jake Swan. 8th place, number 64, with the fastest lap of the race, Tom Eden. 9th is number 8, Chris Fraser. 10th, number 56 in the race is Craig Story. Then 11th, number 35, Kendall. 12th, number 17, Farmer. 13th, number 98, Hall. 14th, number 6, Head. 15th, number 16, Metcalf. 16th, number 22, Curtis. 17th, number 68, Welch. And 18th, he has got going again, but he's miles back, is Monks, number 5, after that trip onto the grass coming out of Druids on the inside. So into Paddock Hill Bend once again. Matt Armstrong was behind at the line, but he's ahead at the corner. So 53 thousandths as they crossed the line was all that separated the top 2. But it was Armstrong that had the momentum into Paddock Hill Bend. So he gets the lead back. Harry Senior in 2nd. 3rd place, Harry Heaton, who is absolutely as quick as them here. He hasn't yet got involved in the battle for 1st or 2nd place. He's been watching them like a hawk. He briefly lost his own 3rd place to Paul Donkin a couple of laps ago, but snatched it back, got his head down and closed the gap back to the top 2 pretty rapidly, to be fair. And Donkin is almost with them as well now. And we'll keep an eye on Harry Cook, who's been on a very similar pace to those race leaders this weekend. It hasn't quite broken into the top 3 so far. Needed it in race 2. Side by side again for the lead of the race into Paddock Hill Bend, and this time Armstrong goes through on Senior at the inside, and he takes with him Harry Heaton, and Harry might be about to go into 2nd place for the first time in this race. The 2 Harrys together. Heaton's on the inside, Senior's on the outside in the blue car. The number 28 car has got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, and Senior whacks the curb, runs out wide, goes onto the curb coming out of the turn, has to scatter across to the inside to try and block then Harry Heaton coming through, which he can't, and Harry Heaton slides up the inside, but then slides almost wide, almost onto the curbs, almost onto the grass as they go through the right-hander at McLaren into clearways, and finally gets the move done. So Harry Heaton eventually up into 2nd place, but that has given around about a half-second advantage to Matt Armstrong, the race leader, and it seemed weaving around, still trying to throw the slipstream to those behind him, even though he's got a few car lengths advantage now. So a bit of time just to get his head down and concentrate on his driving, concentrate on what's ahead of him for the race leader, rather than having to constantly think about who's alongside him and who's right behind him and who's in his mirrors. So great bit of battling there between them. Harry Senior really worked hard to try and fend off Harry Heaton. Closed the door as he came onto the Cooper straight, but Harry Heaton had half a chance and he wasn't going to let go. And through he went into 2nd place. 6 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. Time for loads more mad Caterham 7 racing. And it's starting to bunch back up together again, isn't it, between the top 6. Don't rule out Cook in 5th or even Justin Armstrong in 6th, who's coming back at them nicely now. And already the gap from first to 2nd is coming down. 49.4 for Matt Armstrong on the previous lap, and a 49.2 for both Heaton and Senior, the 2 Harrys behind him. So they've bridged the gap even more now up at Druids Corner, outbreaking the race leader. And they're back in a position to pick up his toe next time they're onto the straight. Now Harry Heaton going for this, trying to get his first win of the season if he can. Race 1, Harry Heaton coming home 3rd on the track, but he got a 5-second penalty for track limit, so he ended up in 6th place. And yes, sorry, he was in the top 3 earlier, wasn't he? Got his first podium of the weekend with a 3rd place in race 2 earlier on. But he hasn't had a win as yet. Somebody's lost one of the mudguards. It's the right rear mudguard of Harry Heaton flying up into the air as they came onto the start-finish straight. So that's an even lighter Caterham 7 now. Slightly less aerodynamically volatile than it perhaps should be, but it's okay. He'll be absolutely fine with that. And where did that end up? Right in the middle of the track. It's blown off to the side, hopefully, so it won't be in their way when they come back through. And he still stays in 2nd place. The car's looking really skittish now. It's noticeable that the tyres that they use, they can only have one new set of tyres, which they've had to use for qualifying, race 1, race 2, and all of race 3. And you can see the cars are definitely a bit more skittish in this race than they were yesterday or in the race earlier on. And the car's dancing around a lot more as the tyres get worn through the whole weekend. Just the one set of new tyres they can use to try and keep the costs down. So it's about using the car control now. The car's dancing around a bit more lively than they've been for the rest of the weekend as the top 2 go side by side into Paddock Hill Bend once more. And there might be a change here for 2nd because Harry Senior is halfway alongside Harry Heaton as they go up Hellwards and into the right-hander at Druids. Under braking they go. And Harry Senior's inside, but he's going to be on the outside line for the next corner. He can't go anywhere because he's got the race leader directly in front of him. And now Armstrong stays around the outside, stays in the lead. Harry Heaton stays 2nd and Harry Senior stays 3rd. But they all hold each other up, and it means that Donkin and Cook have caught them right up now. And it's suddenly a 5-way train for the lead of the race with 3 minutes 38 seconds left on the clock. A proper 5-way scrap this. And then just off that lead group in 6th place is Justin Armstrong. And keep an eye on the 66 car in 7th place, which is the 2nd best placed car in the AM division, trying to go after Justin's car and closing the gap is Jake Swan. A little look at the inside for Harry Heaton for the lead of the race into Paddock Hill Bend. Nothing doing, stays 2nd. Now has to defend up Hellwards as the sun comes back out of the clouds. And we go into Druids Corner, and Paul Donkin trying to get up the inside of Harry Senior now for 3rd place. Almost doing it, but not quite. So all of them going for the podium, all of them going for the race win. And then the battle for the top AMs is really heating up now as well. The white and blue car, white bodywork, blue roll cage of number 66, Jake Swan, has really been closing up to the driver that's won both the AM class races so far this weekend, Justin Armstrong, the ex-Porsche Carrera Cup racer. And he's caught him up, and now he's definitely in a position to pick up his slipstream. That's what's happening with the leaders. Harry Heaton, for the first time in the race, going for the lead of the race. He goes left, he goes right, he ducks up the inside. He's alongside Matt Armstrong. He's got his nose in front. He's got Harry Senior trying to follow him through. Heaton's done it, I reckon. He's got the inside line for Druids for sure. And Senior might get past Armstrong as well. If he's not careful, Armstrong has no choice but to stay on the outside line in the blue and orange number 19 car, but he has lost the position. He's down from 1st to 3rd all of a sudden with only 2 and a bit minutes left on the clock. So a new race leader, Harry Heaton, hits the front, looking for his first win of the season. And the problem for him in now is that he's going to give a tow to the 4 cars behind him. So he's the one that's going to hit the slipstream, hit the air. They're all going to get the slipstream. They're all going to gain the advantage. But he at the moment has the advantage of being the one in front as he comes out of Clark Curve. 5 Caterhams absolutely together. And we've got 1 minute and 44 left of this. 3 abreast for the lead of the race. And it's Armstrong back down the inside of Heaton. They both run a bit wide, and Harry Senior gets past both of them. And I'm afraid Harry Heaton will have to get right off the throttle there, and he's dropped to the back of the group. So from the lead of the race down to 5th position for the number 10 car. It's all gone very wrong for him. There's more bodywork left on the circuit on the exit to Druids. That's probably from the incident earlier that involved the number 5 car of Monks. We have had that change for the AM class lead as well, with Armstrong overtaken by Swan. They are running at the moment 6th and 7th, but they're the top 2 AMs. Right, coming out of Clearways once more. And it's a familiar sight. Harry Senior leading the race in the number 28 car. Harry Heaton coming back, trying to get one of those positions back. He's going to get 4th place to go across the line with 56 seconds left on the clock, which means we've got time for 2 more laps in the race. They'll get back here to the start-finish line with about 6 or 7 seconds to go. Armstrong has fended off Senior, so Armstrong leads for the penultimate time up into the Druids hairpin. You've got Paul Donkin in the red 24 car in 3rd place, and back up to 4th, Harry Heaton, with Harry Cook at the back of the group. Side by side coming out into Graham Hill Bend. Armstrong gets there first, Senior in 2nd, and Donkin runs out wide through Graham Hill Bend, so he drops behind Heaton as well and drops to the back of the group to 5th place because Cook gets past him fairly easily onto the Cooper straight as well. So suddenly back into the top 3 like he was earlier in the day for Harry Heaton. Can he get the win? Can he get second? Maybe. It's going to be a drag race at the end of the next lap, which will be the last lap of the race. It's a drag race now as they go across the start-finish line. 6 seconds to go, 3 abreast. Harry Heaton trying to go all the way around the outside and get from third to first, and he's done it. Fantastic move. Third to first, Harry Heaton. He was fifth a moment ago, and now he's leading the race. Last time he led the race, it all went wrong, but he's only got to hang on to this for 2/3 of a lap now. Harry Senior is down to second place, and Matt Armstrong is third. Fourth is Paul Donkin. Fifth is Harry Cook. They're side by side as they come onto the Cooper Straight. Cook is just about going to hang on to fourth place. Here we go at the end of the Cooper Straight then for the last time into the left-hander at Surtees. Harry Heaton leads. Harry Senior is second. Can he pick up the toe, and can he drag himself past the race leader before they get to the start-finish line? It's going to be between those two. Harry Heaton now, head down, dips for the line. He's flat out. Here comes Harry Senior. He pulls out of the slipstream and goes for it. He goes across the line. He might just have nicked it on the line, I reckon. He has. Harry Senior wins it by 17 thousandths of a second. Used that toe to perfection and just did it before they got to the line. So Harry Senior wins the race after all of that. Takes his second win of the weekend, his second win of the day. And Harry Heaton, a hugely brave effort. He went from first to fifth to fourth and back to first in the last couple of laps of that race. But he ends up second. But it's a very, very close race once again. So Harry Senior, number 28 wins. Number 10, Harry Heaton in second place. Third, number 19, Matt Armstrong. Fourth, number 9, Harry Cook. And fifth, number 24, Paul Donkin. A replay from the ITV pictures in the commentary box of that proper photo finish. And I tell you what, the Caterhams and the Dutch Bond Vodka Caterham 7 Championship have done themselves proud there with their live coverage on ITV. So they're really their biggest race of the season. And they have covered themselves in glory with a proper Caterham race there and a proper Caterham finish. So mega stuff from the Caterham Sevens. Well done to Harry Senior, who'll walk away from Brands Hatch with the championship lead after 2 really hard-fought wins and a hard-fought second place yesterday as well. But Harry Heaton did absolutely everything he could there. And if the finish line had been about 5 metres earlier, he'd have won the race. But it wasn't quite to be. So that was your top 5. 6th place, and the win in the AM class for the first time this weekend went to the number 66 car of Jake Swan. And for the first time this weekend, it's not a win in the class for number 23, Justin Armstrong, who comes home 7th overall and the 2nd best AM. 8th overall and the 3rd best AM, Tom Eden, number 64. And then 9th place to number 8, Fraser. 10th place to number 56, Story. 11th, number 35, Kendall. 12th, number 17, Farmer. 13th, number 6, Head. 14th, number 22, Curtis. 15th, number 5, Monks. 16th, number 16, Metcalf. 17th, number 68, Welch. 18th, number 98, Hall. And the fastest lap of the race going to number 10, Harry Heaton, who very nearly won the race. The Caterham 7 Championship next heads to Anglesey at the end of the month on the 31st of May and the 1st of June for their next 3 races. Then they go to Croft at the end of June, Zandvoort for an away day at the end of July, and then in September, Alton Park, yeah, very nice. Alton Park in September and Silverstone at the start of October. So if you've got a spare weekend for any of those weekends and you fancy watching more great Caterham racing, then go along and follow the Caterham 7 Championship. It's been wonderful to have them here. We've got all smiles down in Parc Fermé. Lots of cheers for Harry Senior. He takes another race win. Harry Heaton, though, really took it down to the wire. A proper race that was. Might have to go and have a lie down after that one, Alan.
Absolutely superb racing. And you just know that the directive before this weekend was just do what you normally do. Yeah. and you will have a huge audience. And they have done exactly that over all 3 races this weekend. Absolutely superb stuff.
4,003 overtakes, I think they were at the end.
That's proper Caterham racing.
This is Toka Live.
Josh Barrett will be down outside Parc Fermé and waiting for the drivers to complete their post-race interviews on ITV. They'll be doing that in just a couple of moments, just assembling themselves down there. And then Josh will look after the podium presentation for us here on Toka Live on Radio Brands 88.3 FM. And don't forget, of course, you do still have a chance of having your message read out. We're not going to get to every single message that we've had today. We've been completely overwhelmed on WhatsApp with your messages, but we'll do our very best to get through them in due course over the course of the rest of the afternoon. On WhatsApp, it is your message plus your first name only, to 07482 877 877. This one says, hi, please can you say hello to Holly and Mum Tina, while Dad Martin and Brother Lucas enjoy Napa's hospitality. Thank you, and thank you for keeping us company. That's a rather nice thing to hear, Chris. Very nice indeed that we're keeping people company here at Brands Hatch. This one is a shout out to Jack on South Bank. Birthday today, 26 years old, from Katrina and friends. This one says, who got pole for race 3? In the BTCC? I know the number. The number was number 9. So the draw, and we have these totally new for this year balls that they draw the number out of, that they can't see the numbers on the outside.
Wonder why that is.
So they're really quite unique. They are like a I don't know if I can say it's like a Kinder egg. So you sort of pull it apart and then the number's inside. Okay. And they're all identical.
Yeah.
Number 9.
Blindfold them as well, do they, these days?
Yeah.
Number 9 was a chap from the West Midlands called Dan Rowbottom.
Is it really?
Yeah. Dan
Wow.
Rowbottom on pole position.
Well, there's more than a few Robo fans here, by the judging by the messages that have come into the studio over the course of today. So that's your answer, and notwithstanding the fact that things can alter, race results can alter, but at the moment, the way it stands, Dan Rowbottom on pole for race 3. This one says, well, Alan, I'm so chuffed for Daryl De Leon, such a nice guy and a young driver. Good on him. Well deserved, from Sue and Mark. Couldn't agree more. It was a very, very happy podium. Lots of people down there very happy for the De Leons, the Caterhams. Yep, we'll have the podium for that in just a couple of moments. Please give me a shout out to my wonderful friend Malcolm, also known as Mel's, and that comes with love from Luke. I can say a huge hello to Mark, and Mark is here from Autoglim this weekend, and great to have Mark here. He says, I'll try and catch up with you after the podium for the last race to say hi, but I'm here with my dad, Andy. And if you want to give us a shout out over the PA, we can do that. Mark, Andy, great to have you here at Brands Hatch. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here for rounds 4, 5 and 6 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. And I do hope to catch you after the last podium. There we go. All you need to do to get a message on air is to WhatsApp us, message plus your name, to 07482 877 877. Chris, we are not going to get through all the messages. We have had today hundreds. I had no idea when we launched this service at the start of the year that it would be quite as busy as it has turned out to be.
No, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's really nice to get the messages and the interaction, and hear that so many people are having a great day as well. It's really nice when you hear that first-timers here as well, when especially when they've got the young fans that have come for the first time. They've had a great day, and hopefully they're going to be fans for life then as well.
Absolutely right. Please say hi to my new husband, Tom, and tell him that I love him loads. He's Stingram's #1 fan. Thank you from the new wife, Lucy. Great to have you here, guys, and glad you're enjoying the racing and the sunshine. Hi, enjoying the sun and the weekend's racing. Please could you wish John from Cambridge a happy birthday, and I remember it well. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for writing in. And this one says, could you wish Simon a happy 60th birthday from his son Joe, both watching on the South Bank. I have never known in one place, Chris, so many birthdays being celebrated on the same weekend.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
amazing.
There'll be a lot of people working from home on Monday morning, I reckon, as well.
Yes, quite a lot of celebrations going on here. Hope you've all made sure that you've got a bit of protection on your skin today, because it really is very, very warm indeed. And also drink lots of water as the afternoon goes on. See a few of you having a nice doze in the sunshine in between the races. Speaking of which, we've got Josh Barrett down at Parc Fermé and overseeing the podium. How are you doing on getting drivers over to you, Josh? And the answer came then, none.
Yeah, Alan, I think you can hear me if I stand here.
Yes.
Yeah, Louise is still doing her interview, so it'll be a little while.
Okay,
longer yet.
top of the stairs, Josh. It's
Yeah.
the only place that you'll get signal on the radio mic today.
That's right. Yeah, I'm just making sure that we get the drivers over, and then I shall head over there.
There we go. Top work from Josh. He'll be down there officiating over the podium in just a couple of moments. And a reminder of how you can get in touch.
Get in touch with us at Toka Live. We're on WhatsApp and email. Add the number 07482 877 877 to your WhatsApp contacts or email us at studio@tokalive.net to get in touch. Say hi to someone, wish someone a happy birthday, or wish a driver good luck. Anything you like, get in touch now with Toka Live.
I'm very proud of myself, Chris, and there's a very good reason why I'm proud of myself, because we've just seen ITV pictures of someone putting a bit of protection, high protection factor on their face, and someone taking a drink of water, which is really good news.
Yeah.
Really happy about that.
Father figure you are, looking after everybody.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Did you tell them to knit as well? There's just been somebody knitting on the,
Someone
on the
knitting?
big screen. Yeah.
Was there?
Yeah. Hopefully not during that Caterham race. Somebody was knitting during that Caterham race.
No.
That's going to be all over the shop, isn't it?
Something's wrong with that.
That's going to be a really wonky scarf.
I'm really happy that we've got one of our esteemed guests here, David Bartram, who is the former boss of Motor-Based Performance, used to be based just down the road in Rootham, has come up to join us. A great friend of our commentary here on the BTCC. And David Bartram is very welcome indeed, looking like a nice flamenco today in a very, very floral shirt. And let's get down to the podium. Save us from this. Josh Barrett.
Thanks, Al. Yeah, I think we're just about ready. If I get a thumbs up from Simon, if possible, if we're ready to go. Yeah, we're ready to go. So the podium presentations for round 6 of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. We start with the AM class, and in third place, Tom Eden. Well done, Tom. A 4th podium of the season in the 2025 Championship within the AM class, and up onto the 3rd step of the podium goes Tom. He will receive his 3rd place trophy, and then a photograph of Tom being presented the trophy, and he will step up onto the 3rd step of the podium. In 2nd place, Justin Armstrong. Well done, Justin. A 6th podium in 6 races in the 2025 season. And up onto the podium goes Justin Armstrong. A handshake with Tom, who finished in 3rd, and a 2nd place trophy handed over to Justin Armstrong. And he will step up onto the 2nd step of the podium. But the winner in round 6 of the championship in the AM class, Jake Swan. Congratulations, Jake. A 1st win of the season in the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK within the AM class. And Jake jumps up onto the podium as a winner for the 1st time this season and receives the winner's trophy. And he will jump up onto the top step of the podium, but only after he gets a big handshake from Justin Armstrong after their race-long battle here at Brands Hatch. Onto the top step of the podium, Jake Swan the winner, Justin Armstrong in 2nd, and Tom Eden in 3rd. So the 3 drivers stand atop of the podium for some final photographs. So congratulations to Jake Swan, the winner, Justin Armstrong in 2nd, Tom Eden in 3rd. They've got the bottles out. Justin doesn't want to be part of this, so he's moved away. But for Jake Swan and Tom Eden, doing their best to get the corks off the bottles. And then they spray the bubbly. And then they will make their way off of the podium. So Jake Swan the winner, 2nd Justin Armstrong, and Tom Eden in 3rd. So next we will move on to the Pro-Am podium and the overall top 3 as well. Just get the podium ready for that. And now I think we are ready for the podium presentations for Pro-Am for round 6 of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. In 3rd place, Matt Armstrong. Well done, Matt. 3rd place today, the 5th podium of the season in 2025 for Matthew Armstrong, and he will make his way onto the podium for the 3rd time this weekend here at Brands Hatch, and he will receive his 3rd place presentation and a photo with Matt, and then he will jump up onto the 3rd step of the podium. In 2nd place, Henry Heaton. A super close race. It could have been 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th, I think, at times. But it's 2nd place for Henry Heaton, the 2nd podium of the day here at Brands Hatch for Henry, and the 2nd podium of the season. And he receives the 2nd place trophy, and then he will make his way up onto the 2nd step of the podium. But the winner of round 6 of the championship, Harry Senior. Well done, Harry. A 3rd win of the year for Harry Senior, the 2nd win of the day here at Brands Hatch. And up onto the podium goes Harry Senior to receive his winner's trophy, and then a photo of the presentation before Harry will make his way up onto the top step of the podium, winning round 6 of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. And he jumps up onto the top step. We will do. There we go. Harry Senior, the winner. Second, Henry Heat, and Matthew Armstrong in third for round 6 of the championship. A photograph of the three up on the top step of the podium. And then I'm sure in the moment, absolutely, they will spray. Their bottles are bubbling. That will complete the podium presentation for round 6 of the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK.
With all the latest BTCC news, action and insights, this is Toka Live.
This message is from Georgie. Hi, Georgie. Hey, loving the comms. That's always a good way to start a message. Can I shout out my mate Mark? He's not here today, but loves some BTCC. He's going to go live this afternoon to and do a YouTube show. Want to wish him the best of luck. That comes from Georgie and is listening online. Thank you very much indeed for writing in on WhatsApp. Message plus your first name to 07482 877 877. Racing all the way now. Minis have gone to the grid. In the commentary box is Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much indeed, Al. Yeah, the final mini race of the weekend, the 2025 Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, round 6 of the season after the 3 races at Donington, the 3 races here that we will have had at Brands Hatch, and been lots of mixed up results, and there was an amended result for the previous race as well, and a fairly big change of results as well. So in the end, the result was that Jensen Mason got disqualified from the race, and I don't think he's going to be on the grid for this one either. So number 185, Jensen Mason, disqualified from the race, and the amended result sees also a 10-second time penalty, which is the driver of the car that was up there winning the race for Reese Hurd, and because obviously the cars were all bunched up at the end, that massively affected his result. So Reese Hurd, 10-second penalty, drops from the top of the charts to 17th place in the results. So it means that Alex Keynes picks up the win, number 62 for race 2. 88, Alfie Garford, top rookie, comes home second. 95, Joshua Wilby was promoted to third. 81, Luca Marinoni Osborne with a good drive through, ended up in fourth. 5th place, number 69, Monroe Renard. 6th place was number 40, James Sherrington. 7th, number 22, Ashley Gregory, making good progress as well. 8th, number 171, Leo Purchase, who came from the back of the grid. 9th place was number 51, Craig Morgan. 10th, number 138, Henry Foote. And then 11th was number 36, Mackenzie Taylor. 12th was number 610, Louis Fleet. 13th, number 37, Charlie Barr. 14th, number 8, Murray Richardson. 15th, number 4, Simon Sweetland. 16th, number 10, Harry Smith. 17th, number 59, Reese Hurd, with that 10-second penalty for an incident in the race. 18th, number 96, Ronnie Smith. And then that disqualification for Jensen Mason. So the grid for this race is based on qualifying yesterday and everybody's fastest lap time. So your fastest lap time sets the grid for race 3 in qualifying. Each driver's second best lap time set the grid for the first race. And it means that we've got Gabe Fairbrother on pole position for this one, Josh.
Yeah, and before you get to that, I think there is time for these afternoon races to actually have a word with some of the drivers on the grid. So you mentioned Gabe Fairbrother there on pole. Gabe, a quick chat. It's sort of started well the weekend, but there's been some challenging aspects of the weekend for you.
Yeah, I mean, well, we started off the weekend on Friday with topping all 3 practices, going into quali pole in it as well, showing our pace. The all-round security door Macabre Mini's not done me anything dirty, but a little incident in race 2 sent us to the gravel trap. But all I can really do in this race is give my all and make some people proud.
The racing round here is so close, so starting on pole position is always the best place to be.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's easy to defend round here with only being 3 corners, but there's a lot of talented drivers who are going to put me under a lot of pressure, so we'll see how it goes.
Best of luck. So there's Gabe Fairbrother on pole for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy. Alongside him is Josh Wilby, so we'll have a word with Josh if we can. Josh, front row start, so I'm guessing you'd quite like to get past Gabe up towards paddock at the start?
Yeah, it'd be nice to get past him. Hopefully we can do it.
And how challenging around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit is it to overtake in these cars?
It's very hard because they can defend quite easily. Yeah. So it'll be a challenge, plus they're all quick drivers. So.
Well, best of luck. I think the 2-minute board has now been shown, so I'll make my way off the grid, Chris, and leave it in your hands.
Thanks very much, Josh. Good to hear from the top two on the grid. The entry list, once again, is on page 50 of your race programmes, and there's space to write the grid in there. So before they head off onto the formation laps, let's start to go through the grid. You heard from Gabe Fairbrother, quickest in qualifying yesterday. Number 11 starts on pole position. Alongside him, you also heard from Josh Wilby, number 95 on the front row, starts second. On row 2, 96, Ronnie Smith. Ronnie suddenly slowed down and had to visit the pits in race 2. Matt Salisbury looks after the media for the mini challenge, just updated me, and they had a fuse come loose on the car, so it was an easy fix. He got back out again, but unfortunately it ruined his race. But he's third on the grid, Ronnie Smith, and has been quick all weekend long in that turquoise and white machine, which is one of the race car consultants' entries. And then looking to try and get his first win in Mini Trophy Challenge. He's been knocking on the door for a couple of years now, but Luca Marinoni Osborne coming back up through the order after getting involved in an incident yesterday, starting lower down the grid in that second race, but coming through well into the top 10. Fourth on the grid for this one in car number 81. Row 3, 38, Olivier Algieri, who, remember, led the race. He was on pole position. He only led it briefly. He lost the lead off the start in race 2, and then he had an issue with the car which dropped him right to the back of the field as well. Ashley Gregory had a big issue in qualifying yesterday, the former mini stocks champion in the 22 car, where she had the wheel buckle under her after hitting the curbs through Paddock Hill Bend. So that meant that she was late on parade for what should have been 5th on the grid in race 1 yesterday, and only just made it to the pit lane starting time. They're already on the formation lap when she arrived from the outer paddock. 3 other teams helping the family-run team out to, as I said, get that car fixed, which was great camaraderie. And she got into the race, made up some positions, made up more positions in race 2, and starts 6th on the grid for this one. So Ashley Gregory, number 22 on row 3. On row 4, number 88, Alfie Garford. With a podium, first podium earlier on, and a rookie win as well. Reese Hurd, number 59, with that penalty which dropped him out of the victorious position in race 2, starts 8th on the grid for this one in the blue 59 car. Row 5, we've got 62, Alex Keynes, who won the race earlier on in the end, and 171, Leo Purchase, who had led the championship coming into the weekend. Row 6, number 69, Monroe Renard, and 43, Cameron Wood. Row 7, 51, Craig Morgan, and I think a gap where Jensen Mason should have been 14th on the grid in the 185 car. And then 8th row of the grid, we've got Mackenzie Taylor, number 36, and number 40, James Sherrington. On row 9, 37, Charlie Barr, and 10, Harry Smith, leader of the rookie championship standings earlier in the weekend. I'll update you on the points in a moment. Row 10, 138, Henry Foote, and 610, Louis Fleet. Row 11, 46, Paul Manning, who ended up in the gravel trap in that race earlier on today. And number 4, Simon Sweetland, and Murray Richardson with the sole driver on the 12th row of the grid, starting in 23rd position. So that's the way they shape up. They go on to the second formation lap now. It's going to be another 20-minute race for them. Points-wise, Reese Hurd on 158 points, 155 points for Josh Wilby, and also on 155 points, Alex Keynes, the top 3 in the championship. Leo Purchase, having led the championship after the first weekend at Snetterton, has dropped to 4th in the standings, but not too far back on 137 points. And Alfie Garford and James Sherrington have now both moved ahead of Henry Smith in the Rookie Cup for the first season races. So Alfie Garford on 154, James Sherrington 156 points, 154 for Alfie Garford, and on total points scored, Harry Smith on 142. You can drop your worst result at the end of the season. Paul Manning's spin was apparently because of fluid leak onto the rear wheel, so it wasn't his fault. So that was what sent him around. It wasn't the driver error. It was fluid leaking from the car, which meant that he got absolutely no grip when he got to Paddock Hill Bend. And you don't really want no grip when you get to Paddock Hill Bend if you've seen that corner. So Mini Trophy Challenge Race 3 about to get underway. A reminder that yesterday in the race, the victory in Race 1 went to Joshua Wilby, who starts on the front row of the grid in the red and white car. And Ronnie Smith was second yesterday, and he starts 3rd on the grid. And Gabe Fairbrother, who's on pole position, was 3rd yesterday. So they are all capable of running at the front and potentially going for the race win in this one. Cars starting to line up then. A nice full entry of these 130 brake horsepower, normally aspirated Mini Challenge cars. You can take a donor Mini road-going car and convert it into one of these race cars for around about £14,000. Which in the context of this level of motorsport is fairly competitive, and the cars are absolute beasts on the track as well, with the adjustments to the suspension and the rear wings that they got on the cars. Right, the red light's about to come on, the race about to get underway, and off the line they go with Gabe Fairbrother leading the charge. Not such a good start though for Joshua Wilby. He's coming under attack already from Ronnie Smith, who's got the inside line. They hit the brakes, they turn right through Paddock Hill Bend, and Ronnie Smith has got through up the inside of Josh Wilby and into second place, down to third place for Joshua Wilby. Luca Marinoni Osborne is next up in fourth position as they go up into Druids Corner now. And you've also got Algieri in the mix trying to get up the order as well, with a pretty good start for him in that black and white number 38 car. So he's just in that lead group also as they come down into Graham Hill Bend for the first time. A little bit wide on the exit for Gabe Fairbrother, but not so wide that he's going to worry the track limits sensors down there. Everybody safely through Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight, and the race leader weaving his way now through this almost S-bend section, left as you climb up through Surtees, right through McLaren, another right-hander through Clearways, and then coming out through Clark Curve, and only for a few seconds do you actually end up in a straight line on the Brabham Straight before you then turning again into Paddock Hill. At the end of the first lap of the race, then the top three come through, and these minis, like the Caterham's, capable of plenty of slipstreaming and overtaking action as well. So that's the top five breaking clear now. Reese Hurd's made a pretty good start to the race. He's in sixth, and he is leading the second group of cars. And it's side by side for the lead of the race as Ronnie Smith tries to go around the outside at the hairpin to give himself the inside line for the left-hander to come. Is he going to do it? Not quite. So the 96 car almost coming through, but he stays in second place. A bit of bumping and boring going on for fourth, and around the outside coming out of Graham Hill Bend, that's Olivier Algieri ahead of Luca Marinoni Osborne. So Marinoni Osborne there in fifth place. Bit of a gap back then to Ashley Gregory in sixth position, and we've had an incident further back and a car limping down the Cooper Straight. The green and black car, which might not get back to the pits, is Louis Fleet. So Louis Fleet crawling, and I think he's going to have to pull off onto the grass on the Cooper Straight to get out of the way, because the car, I don't think, will make it all the way back to the pit lane as the race leaders complete lap two and make their way with Algieri now up to third. So Ronnie Smith, while we're looking at that, has gone backwards down to fourth place with Josh Wilby second, Algieri third now, and Ronnie Smith down to fourth place. And with Luca Marinoni Osborne breathing down his neck as well as they come through Druids Corner. And then we've got Reese Hurd up the order into the top six in the all-blue car. Quick enough to win on the track, at least in the race earlier on. But the safety car is now coming out. They get the message, they slow down. And that's because of that stricken car of Fleet, which got halfway onto the grass, but he just ran out of power and he couldn't get it fully off the track. We've also got one in the pit lane, which is the number 8 car of Murray Richardson, which is having been checked over by the team, but he won't lose too much time given the safety car is out. He might not stay on the lead lap though, and out of the car, which is just about on the grass but right on the edge of the circuit, is Louis Fleet. He's told by the marshal to stay in the car. And the Mini with the lights on top is the safety car Mini, which is being driven by Scott Stringfellow, and he's ready to pick up the pack when they get to it. And he's waiting for the pack to come through on the exit to Graham Hill Bend. So race leader Gabe Fairbrother, number 11, 0.6 of a second clear, because everybody's onto his tail now. It's probably all the gap he had anyway, because the top five were all glued together. 95 will be second, 38 Algieri's third, 96 Ronnie Smith in fourth, 81 Marinoni Osborne is fifth, 59 Hurd in sixth, and then 88 Garford in 7th place. 8th place is 171 Purchase. 9th place is 22 Gregory. They were the top two in the championship coming into the weekend, but both slipped back a bit. 10th place, number 43 Wood. The top rookie in the race is Algieri in 3rd place. He did have a few races last year when he was at Silverstone, the penultimate weekend of the season, and got a couple of second place finishes, but this is his first full season, so he classes as a rookie. And you'll see in your race programme, some of the drivers have a G next to their name as well, which is the Graduates Championship for second season racers in the championship. And that's currently being led by Joshua Wilby, who's there in 2nd place in the 95 car. So Gabe Fairbrother, number 11, is the race leader. Pole position, great effort yesterday. I suppose one of the kind of more mature drivers in the championship now, given that he's 19, because lots of them are 16 or only slightly older than that. He comes from Chester, and this is his 3rd season in the championship now. He was 4th last year, with the Accelerate team. Accelerate, of course, the team that run the Team Virtue Hyundais in the British Touring Car Championship. This is where they made their name, Accelerate. And this is, they've built so many cars for the championship, run so many of their own cars in this category as well, and own the championship and have really built it up to be this fantastic championship. And it was Gabe that was one of the front runners last year, finishing in 4th. Yeah, Fleet's car already off back to the outer paddock, so they're taking it all the way back to the outer paddock for him, which is quite nice of them. So they're not just taking it off the track, but it's headed back to base now, going down the connection road between the inner paddock and the outer paddock. The safety car lights are out, which means Gabe Fairbrother, who had a couple of wins last year at Croft in the championship, is on his way to getting the race restarted. Safety car lights out. We're going to get back underway with about 14 and a bit minutes to go by the time they get to the start-finish line. Josh will be there in 2nd place in the 95 car, one of the winners at Snetterton, 12th in the championship last year. So he's already picked up his best results. He had a couple of 9ths last year, but he's already been up there collecting silverware this year. And then Algier, as I say, in 3rd. He's also looking for his first win after the disappointment of being on pole and it all going wrong in race 2. We're about to get things back up to speed then. Fairbrother leads the charge. A snake of minis weaves its way over the start-finish line and into Paddock Hill Bend as the sun breaks through the clouds again. These great liveries on the cars as well, looking fantastic as Gabe Fairbrother leads Josh Wilby, and then Olivier Algieri up the hill into the right-hander at Druids. Under the braking zone they go. Side by side for second. Algieri trying a move here to get the better line coming down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, but wise to it is Joshua Wilby in the white and red car. He sees what's coming. He sees that the black and white car is in his mirrors and he just blocks the line down into the left-hander. But Algieri looks a bit quicker on the exit onto the Cooper straight as well. And he's trying to line up a move on the way into the right-hander at McLaren. But again, Joshua Wilby fends him off for now at least. But here comes Algieri squeezing up the inside through clearways and into 2nd place he goes. So Algieri goes 2nd. And the trouble might come thick and fast now for Joshua Wilby because he's got a couple of cars breathing down his neck as well. They are side by side in the battle for 4th place, with Ronnie Smith and Luca Marinoni Osborne together, and Reese Hurd in the blue car trying to get involved in that. Marinoni Osborne's on the inside line at Paddock Hill Bend, and he's just about going to squeeze through and into 4th place. But Ronnie Smith's having none of it. He keeps his foot buried, absolutely planted on the run up Howard's Hill. He's on the outside line, and they're still side by side on the way through the hairpin at Druids. But eventually Marinoni Osborne in the white and orange and blue car gets through. Number 81 then up into 4th place. Ronnie Smith down to 5th, and the blue car of Reese Hurd down to 6th place. And then it's the orange and blue car of Leo Purchase doing a good job here in 8th place currently, with Ashley Gregory and Alex Keanes, winner of race 2, rounding out the top 10 as it stands. Okay, here we go. Top 2 nose to tail as they make their way out through the right-hander at Clearways, wind it out through Clark Curve now. Out onto the Brabham straight, absolutely side by side, and Algieri ends up with the inside line. That neck and neck as they cross the start-finish line. Algieri's got the inside line, but it might not necessarily give him the position. He squeezes through at the apex, he clips the curb, the right rear wheel comes off the tarmac. He uses the Goodyear tyres to good effect, but also using them to good effect is Gabe Fairbrother, who's hanging on around the outside up at Druids. They're still side by side. Algieri finally gets his nose in front of the way out of the corner and gets himself the lead of the race. So Algieri up to 1st place, down to 2nd place for Fairbrother, and will be right with them in 3rd. Bit of a gap back then to Marinoni Osborne. A bit wide was the blue car of Reese Hurd coming out onto the curbs on the exit to Graham Hill Bend, which means he's under attack now. From the 171 car of Leo Purchase, which is hopping and skipping over the curbs, and then it loses a place itself. So Leo Purchase is going to be overtaken by Alfie Garford, I think, in the 88 car, as he went on the attack and ended up losing his own position. So Garford, I think, up to 7th place now in the 88 car as the top 3 come through. But bodywork dangling off the right rear corner of the new race leader's car. New race leader, or maybe old race leader, because he's about to lose the position on the way out of the corner to Fairbrother, who gets him back. So down to 2nd place for Algieri, although he's coming back at the inside on the way into Druids. He tells he's race 3 for the minutes. They've all gone absolutely nuts on the final race of the day. Side by side again, onto the grass for Gabe Fairbrother. Algieri's going to get to Graham Hill Bend in the lead in the black and white car. Joshua Wilby in the white and red car, trying to come around the outside and doing so successfully. equally. So Gabe Fairbrother finds himself suddenly down in third place. You've got Roddy Smith and Luca Marinoni Osborne absolutely side by side, holding hands almost on the way through the left-hander at Surtees. Marinoni Osborne's on the inside when they get to the right-hand section at McLaren and Clearways, and he eventually gets through to fourth. And now Ronnie Smith has got more company as he comes through, because he's going to have to try and fend off. Is that Reese Hurd coming alongside him? Yes, it is, in the all-blue car, the 59 machine. And Alfie Garford in the black and green car, the Wera liveried car, coming into the turn as well. And Reese Hurd certainly looks like he's got through and into fifth place. But Ronnie Smith, again, he's having to just sit it out on the outside line. Somebody having a massive tank slapper coming out through the gravel, and into the barriers on the inside goes the number 69 car of Moni Renard. Just lost the car, the back end coming out of Paddock Hill, and then just ran wide into the gravel on the exit. It snatched away, and then he speared across the track and into the barriers on the inside of Halewood's Hill. So Monroe Renard, number 69, out of the race into the barriers. Marshall's going to attend to the driver and the car as the leaders make their way through the end of the lap. The safety car is going to be deployed once again for the second time in the race, with 9 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. So into the second half of the race. But that was snatched away very quickly from Monroe Renard. And he did his best to rescue it, but when the car at low speeds loses that sort of angle, then it's very hard to recover. He's okay, though, which is the main thing, because there's pictures of him getting out of the car, climbing over the barrier, and he looks to be absolutely fine. Get a replay from ITV, and yeah, just wide, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, left-hand side of the car through the gravel trap. That has not got a lot of grip, and so the back end skidded around, and he speared across the front of another car that was right there with him, and there was luckily no contact, or hardly any contact between those two. Only the one car that went off the road in the end. Get a replay from a different angle, looking down from the camera at Druids. And, oh, blimey, it did really wrestle away from him. The red flag has come out now as well. He nosed into the barrier, so the race is going to be stopped. I mean, the driver is okay, because we've seen him get out of the car on his own volition. And he's talking to the marshals. He stood up. He's Renard on the outside of the barriers there. But now a red flag, might be barrier damage potentially, that's the cause of this. If the barrier is not 100% as it should be, then for safety reasons, that might be the reason. Just taking a guess at it, why they've brought about the red flag. So the safety car is going to lead them back to the grid by the looks of things, which is a positive sign, because that means that they're not going to call the race potentially. Otherwise, they might have gone back into the pit lane. But for now, Scott Stringfellow in the safety car is told to bring the pack back onto the grid, and recovery flatbed is headed up to Halewoods. It also might be that it's pretty tricky to recover a car from that particular position. Medical team, the doctor is just having a check of the hands of Monroe Renard, but he's having a talk and a smile with them, and I think he's okay, which is the best news of all. What was a pretty scary looking incident, actually, when you see it from the different angles. So Monroe Renard has been competitive here this weekend, unfortunately out of the race here at Brands Hatch, but you shouldn't feel too bad about it, because it's so easy to get it ever so slightly wrong at Paddock Hill Bend, and if you get it slightly wrong, it really does punish you. So he's got into the back of the Toka safety team vehicle now. I'm going to bring him back to the paddock. They might give him a quick check in the medical centre, but as I say, all looks fine for him, which is the best news. And we'll get news from TSL once race control let them know what the restart distance is going to be. So they will line up in the race order on the last complete lap before the red flags came out. I don't think there was any major overtakes at the sharp end of the field before that happened. There were changes just outside of the top six, though, because you had Purchase and Keynes had got past Garford. So whether it counts as the last complete lap or whether they reverse those positions, we shall wait and see. But for now, they wait instructions. Algieri will resume as the race leader, looking for his first win in the championship, and his first, as I say, first full season in the championship. Comes from Llandudno. He's 19 years of age. He'll be 20 in July. Does some driver coaching as well. There's a couple of second place finishes at Silverstone, and he, like many of these drivers, has the ambition of one day moving up to race in the British Touring Car Championship, and we've certainly had some decent recent examples of that. Dan Zelos racing in the championship last year to good effect. Max Hall, who was the runner-up, not in this particular category of minis, in the JCW category, the turbo-powered category. Both of them raced last year, and Max Hall, of course, racing this year as an 18-year-old in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. So those are two drivers that are shining examples of the fact you can progress up. It's a really good training ground for these young drivers to come through. The idea generally being that you do 2 or 3 seasons racing in this category, then move up to the more powerful John Cooper Works class cars that we also see on the Toka package. Josh will be in second place. As I say, has already been a winner this year. Finished just outside the top 10 in the championship last year. And Gabe Fairbrother is going to resume in third place, Josh, and he'll be keen to get back ahead and back into first place. When you start on pole, the only place you want to finish a race is first, and at the moment, he's got to find a way past 2 drivers to achieve that.
That's right. There's been a bit of discussion over Harry Smith's car, I can see. I think there's damage to the driver's door, and the scrutineers are keen to make sure that that is a safe door to do a restart on. The team are waiting to see if they're allowed onto the grid to make any repairs, should that be necessary. That's car number 10, Harry Smith.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, he, at the start of the weekend and after the first weekend at Donington, led the rookie standings, but he slipped back to, as I say, third place now. Although it's still pretty tight between them. It's his first season in the minis, obviously, because he's a rookie. He was racing in junior saloons last year and was the junior saloon champion. His ambitions actually to go down the GT racing route. He'd like to compete in GT racing in Europe. He's a local driver as well, Harry Smith, in the white and orange and black number 10 car from Maidenhead, just down the road, and he's just 17 years of age.
So there is a team member that's been allowed to Harry Smith's car. You might have been able to hear that was the mechanic kicking the door back into position. Not sure if that's worked. Yeah, it looks like a bit of... Oh, yes, it's very damaged. I can see that now.
So good old kicking won't do it any more harm, will it?
I think he's trying to rip the mechanic's try.
Yeah, it's on the TV pictures now, yeah.
But yeah, so it's bent some of the door around, hasn't it? And the mechanic's trying to put it into some sort of a space, but... and there's a big dent in the side of the door as well. There's tank tape being applied, which I'm thinking is what the scrutineers are not terribly keen on, because, of course, that is the driver's door. And if there's an incident, the scrutineers will want the driver to be able to get out. Yeah, the scrutineer said, no, you can't do that. And that car might be about to be taken off the grid.
It's not sticking anyway, is it? Because it's quite struck out, isn't it, the side of that car? So even gaffer tape.
10 out of 10 for trying, though.
Yeah.
Hey.
Kicking the door. I mean, that was like me when I get frustrated with trying to put a shelf up doing DIY.
We've all wanted to do it to our car at one time or another.
Yeah, you went a bit Basil Fawlty then, didn't you?
Yes,
you get a branch and a tree out next.
Yes, you're right.
There's one for the kids. Josh, how's it going down there? Still conversations being had, I think, aren't there?
Yeah, the cars in the front are moving away, so that suggests we are going to get a restart.
Yes, because they're going into grid position rather than being heralded away from the track.
That's good news, so I don't need to run off towards the podium. So, yes, it's going to be a short restart. It's pretty frantic, 20 minutes, isn't it? So, whatever the distance is, it's going to be one to watch, I'm sure.
Yeah, and for these guys, this year at least, I mean, they had 20-minute races for many years in the past, but for this season, a few changes to the regs, and one of them was that, apart from on Toka weekends, that they would have short 15-minute races. All the Toka weekends, they do have the 20-minute races that we're more used to seeing them have, and we'll have a couple of longer 25-minute races as well later in the season.
So Harry Smith's trying to go to his grid position, and an official has stopped him. So a different mechanic, I think, is going to give it a go now. So
right.
The drama continues.
More gaffer tape rolls.
That's right, but I don't really see if they're not going to allow them to put gaffer tape on the door. That's not going to work, is it? Because the officials, their main priority will be safety of the driver, and the driver can't open the driver door. That's not going to go. But yeah, there's a number of officials, I can tell you, and marshals standing around Harry Smith's car to see if they are going to give it the thumbs up. Yeah, they're allowing them to put the tape on as long as it doesn't go over the door, if you see what I mean. So it doesn't affect the door being opened, should that be necessary in the race.
Yeah, good old gaffer tape. It does the trick every time, doesn't it? fix a million things with gaffer tape. So that's been done. They've got a bit of time, to be fair, because they're still working on the barrier repair. So we've had some pictures of the barrier at Hellwoods Hill. That is, as I suspected, the reason that the race was stopped. So a bit of barrier repair work going on at the moment.
I'll see if I can get on the grid again then and speak to some drivers.
When we restart, Josh, so you know, it'll be a 6-minute restart. Hold on to your hats.
That'll be my time to head off to the podium then, won't it? I can do that in 6 minutes.
Yeah,
No
easy. Yeah, absolutely. For a man of your fitness levels, we're absolutely fine. For me, maybe not. But you'll be fine. So, yeah, it'll be a 6-minute restart once we get going again, Josh.
Yeah, I'll be on the grid in a moment, so I'll be back with you in a sec.
Thanks very much. So they're all being positioned up in the order in which they last ran. Telehandler has been employed to sort of hold the barrier in place while more screws are put in, and I've seen a couple of thumbs up from the circuit staff, and the telehandler is released, and they're happy that that is all good and fixed now. So 38 Olivier Algieri will resume on pole position. I'll lead them around again behind the safety car back to the grid, and then we'll have 6 minutes of racing. Then it will be Joshua will be number 95, then Gabe Fairbrother, the original pole sitter, restarting in third, where he was running before the red flags came out, and then Luca Marinoni Osborne, Reese Hurd, and Ronnie Smith will be the top 6.
The 2-minute board has been given, so as soon as that recovery vehicle and the maintenance crew are off, I think the cars will be onto their green flag up, so no time obviously to speak to the drivers, but that's good news because that means the barriers are okay and we can go racing again.
Indeed so. Thanks, Josh. So I think I'm right in saying that they did count back another lap, which is what I thought would happen, because Ronnie Smith, I'm pretty sure, if my memory is right, had lost a couple of places, hadn't he, just before the red flags came out, but you go back a full lap and he gets them back. So Ronnie Smith will be 6th on the grid, but he's somebody else that's gone back a bit in this race compared to his original grid position. So he lines up there in 6th place, and then it's going to be Alfie Garford in the black and turquoise number 88 car, starting 7th. 8th is going to be Leo Purchase in the orange and blue number 171 car. 9th, Alex Keynes in the green and yellow number 62 car. And 10th, Ashley Gregory in the number 22 car. Making the most of a difficult day yesterday, which has put her on the back foot today after that incident in qualifying. But she's been putting some good results and good points out of this. And most of the time she's been going forwards in the race, but actually from her grid position this time, her best grid of the weekend as it turned out. I mean, she should have been 5th on the grid yesterday, but had to start from the pit lane. But best starting position in a race. She's actually gone a bit backwards in this race today, the 20-year-old who was 10th in the championship last year. Her best result last year came here at Brands Hatch around the Indy circuit, a 5th place finish, but she's been on the podium prior to the start of this season. In 2023, she had a really good 3rd place finish at Croft. She'd like to reach the BTCC one day as well. That's her ambition. And at the opening weekend of this championship, which was at Snetterton, she picked up a 2nd place finish in the first race of the season. So she's had 2 podium finishes in the category over the last 2 seasons, best being that 2nd place at Snetterton a few weeks ago. She had a 4th and a 10th there as well to arrive here 2nd in the championship, but slipping back a bit as a result of the incident in qualifying, which really knocked her back down the order a bit, really. But she's still, as I say, in the mix this year, doing a good job, Ashley Gregory, converting those short track oval skills to minis of a very different type, racing from being a mini stocks champion to becoming a circuit racer. So Ashley Gregory in the mix and still in the top 10 in this race at the moment.
Can I just let people know something that I was told a while ago, but since then we had the 2nd race in the BTCC, and it slipped my mind to tell everybody, for the final touring car race, we're going to have the podium on the track.
Fantastic.
So a little bit like the final meeting of the year when we crown the champion. Everybody here are not invited onto the track as well, but you can get a great view just behind the fencing on the other side of the start-finish line. So we've got that to look forward to.
Thanks very much, Al. Last couple of cars just forming up on the grid then. 6 minutes for the restart. And here we go again. There's no aggregate times. It's just everything starts from scratch again now. 6-minute sprint this will be then for round 6 of the Mini Challenge Trophy, and we're all ready to go. Red lights go out. Algieri with a good start. Gabe Fairbrother looks like he's had a really good start. The front wheel's not spinning up too much as he got on the gas from third place. So he is coming after the top two. They're all squeezed together on the way into Paddock Hill Bend, and Gabe Fairbrother is going to break the top two. He splits up the inside of them. Harry Smith having to start from the pit lane in the end. He gets going but at the back of the field after that damage to the car and all the gaffer tape going on to it. Gabe Fairbrother just about hanging on to the second place he gained at Paddock Hill Bend at Druids. And then he closes the door on the run down into Graham Hill Bend. So the white and red car of Joshua Wilby remains in third place. Then it's Marinoni Osborne in the white, black and orange car. And then the blue machine of number 59, Reese Hurd, behind him in fifth place. Ronnie Smith holding on to sixth. And Leo Purchase looks like he's there in seventh, ahead of Alex Keynes in eighth place, the winner in the end of race two after the penalty for Reese Hurd. So good start, really good start for Algieri, who is looking to get his first win in only his third weekend of racing in the Mini Challenge Trophy. He comes over the line now with a gap of about half a second, I would say, to the eye. Yeah, just over half a second, 0.537 seconds to Gabe Fairbrother into Paddock Hill Bend with Joshua Wilby behind him. And then Marinoni Osborne, then Reese Hurd, and then a bit of a gap back to Ronnie Smith, who is full his mirrors of the orange and blue machine of Leo Purchase as they get up towards the right-hander at Druids Corner. Already there's only 4.5 minutes left to go in this restarted race. Down into the braking zone they come for Graham Hill Bend. Couple of markers there on the inside. There were more than that at the start of the weekend, but they've been gradually wiped out by drivers. But to stop them trying to cut the corner too much over the curbs there, use the curb but not go beyond the curb. And Algieri looking very good as again the sun comes out of the clouds. Slightly cloudier afternoon here, but bright blue skies now and bright sunshine glistening off the race leader's paintwork as he comes out of Clark Curve. And I think he's grown his lead maybe a little bit more on this lap, maybe to 6 or 7 tenths of a second as he comes through. Algieri, the gap is 0.8 seconds and he's got the fastest lap of the restarted race with a 56.558. So that means they're not going to be able to pick up any kind of toe now. He's got himself a bit of breathing space to just concentrate on his driving, just do what he's doing and try to forget about the cars that are behind him. Try not to tighten up too much. And hopefully, from his point of view, the others will get into a battle of their own and hold each other up a bit. But nobody making any moves so far in that lead group. Second group of cars looks more likely to see some moves, with Alex Keynes now drawing alongside Ronnie Smith as he comes onto the Cooper straight. Looks to the inside line, can't quite find it. Tucks back in behind Ronnie Smith on the way into the left-hander at Surtees. There the door opens up on the way into McLaren, and Alex Keynes in the green and yellow machine, number 62, fully alongside Ronnie Smith now. He's having a bit of a disappointing race given his grid position, and Keynes, he's going to have his nose in front as they come out of Clark Curve. They'll be the next two over the start-finish line, and tucked up right behind him is one of the other rookie drivers, Alfie Garford. He's going to get past Ronnie Smith as well, I reckon. Ashley Gregory's trying to do exactly the same on the way through Paddock Hill Bend. So he's lost 2 places. I think he's about to lose 3 because he's forced out wide onto the curbs. And Ashley Gregory's now got the inside line on the way into Druids. Ronnie Smith won't give up the position easily, though. I think he eventually just about does on the way through the apex of the corner. So 3 places lost for Ronnie in that 96 white and turquoise coloured car. Dropping in behind Ashley Gregory ultimately when they got down to the bottom of the hill at Graham Hill Bend. So meanwhile at the front of the field, it's all looking good for Algieri here, doing an excellent job after the disappointment of having an opportunity from pole position earlier. He lost the lead straight away off the line and then had an issue with the car which cost him any chance of a good result. But motorsport can kick you in the teeth and it can pick you up every now and again, and this will feel even better for him if he gets the win after the disappointment of earlier. And he's not got long to go, just over 2 minutes left on the clock, so a few more laps of racing, and he's looking smooth, he's looking tidy, he's not making any mistakes, he's not being too ragged, and he's keeping his speed up as well. A 56.6 last time around, a 56.7 for Fairbrother, slightly slower in second. The fastest lap of the race now in this restart going to Marinoni Osborne. He's 4th on the road, and he's just done a 56.5, but even he not really that much quicker than the race leader, and he's got a few cars in between himself and the black and white machine as well. So up to the left-hander at Surtees they go, into the right at McLaren, all of them opting for the wider entry line there, deliberately so. Leo Purchase just ahead of Alex Keynes as well, a bit further back. So that's a tight battle that's going on for 6th position, which might change potentially at Paddock Hill Bend, because Keynes has got a good run here. Lights ablaze on the orange and blue car of Leo Purchase as he comes over the start-finish line. But I don't think he's going to be under too much threat on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. Into the final minute of the race. Penultimate lap of the race this will be. So a lap and a half to go for Algieri to become another first-time winner today. This time in the Mini Challenge Trophy. We've got the cars coming down into Graham Hill Bend in terms of the lead group. And is there going to be a challenge for second place here in the last lap or so? Because the 95 car, the white and red car of Joshua, will be looking pretty racy.
I think there's a possibility, Chris, that Algieri had an engine change before this race. If so, it works.
It does, yeah. He's driven beautifully, hasn't he? Really nice. He had a much better start than he had earlier on as well, so he's got that sorted out, and his lack of experience in these cars is not really showing. He looks very much at home in them. So he's about to start the last lap of the race. 14 seconds to go as he crosses the start-finish line. Algieri past the packed grandstand at Paddock Hill Bend into the most difficult corner on the lap for the final time. He negotiates that safely. He climbs up Howard's Hill now. He's got 6 corners to go, effectively. Into the right-hander he goes in this short 1.2 mile long circuit around the Indy track. Down the hill, and he'll point it towards Graham Hill Bend, and he can afford to just not quite drive at 100% now. Don't back off too much, because you start making weird decisions, weird mistakes if you cruise too much, but he's all under control, looking like he's invincible at the moment, and he goes into the left-hander for the final time at Surtees. Rides the curb, but nothing doing there. No problems. The car doesn't unsettle. It's looking tight still for second, third and fourth, but I don't think there's going to be any change there. And now he's just got to punch the accelerator, go up through the sequential gearbox and wait till he gets to the checkered flag, because Olivier Algieri is about to become a race winner in the Mini Challenge. He goes through, and in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, he wins the race here on Sunday to take victory by 9/10 of a second from Fairbrother. Will becomes home third, with Marinoni Osborne in fourth place. And it'd be double bubble as well for Algieri, because he's also the winner of the rookies in that division as well. So overall winner and a rookie winner, and probably we're going to get a few rookie winners this year, because there's a good crop of rookies coming through. Algieri's got his hand out of the window now as he goes through Druid's Corner. Waves to the crowd, waves to the marshals, delighted with his first victory in the championship. So number 38, Algieri wins. Number 11, Fairbrother second. Number 95 will be in third. 81, Marinoni Osborne comes home in fourth place. I can see they're celebrating down in the pit lane down at Westbourne Motorsport, with their man coming home as the race winner. Behind Marinoni Osborne, number 81 in fourth. Fifth place was number 59 Hurd. Sixth, number 171 Purchase. Seventh, number 62 Keynes. Eighth, number 88 Garford. Ninth, number 96 Ronnie Smith. 10th, number 51 Morgan. 11th, number 22 Gregory. 12th, number 43 Wood. 13th, number 138 Foot. 14th, number 46 Manning. 15th, number 37 Barr. 16th, number 4 Sweetland. 17th, number 10 Harry Smith, who had to take the restart from the pit lane with the damage to the door. 18th, number 36 Taylor. 19th, number 8 Richardson. And 20th, number 40 Sherrington. The fastest lap of the restart going to Marinoni Osborne, 56.520 seconds to pick up the bonus 3 points for him. So a good Sunday after a difficult Saturday for Luca. And although he didn't get onto the podium, he's picked up some more good points. The Minis then make their way down the pit lane. The top 3 will be headed for the podium, and all the podium finishers, and the rest of them will be making their way back to the outer paddock now. With their day complete here at Brands Hatch, so we'll see them on the category again, on the support bill again, with Toka a few more times this year. So in fact, next time there will be racing will be at Thruxton on the 7th and 8th of June, Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship weekend there. Joshua will be provisionally championship leader after this weekend on 201 points. Alex Keane second on 191. Alfie Garford 189, third overall for the rookie, with Luca Marinoni Osborne in fourth. Alfie Garford is the leader of the rookie championship after the first 2 weekends ahead of James Sherrington. 10 points between them, with Harry Smith third, and then the graduates being led by Joshua Wilby. He's got a healthy 29-point lead over Leo Purchase. So the Mini Trophy Challenge racing done. Thruxton for them next on the 7th and 8th of June. Croft, Donington, Silverstone and Brands Hatch back here on the Indy circuit still to come to round out their season.
Chris Hartley with expert commentary, Josh Barrett in the pit lane and paddock, and Alan Hyde in the pit lane and the Toka Live studio. This is Toka Live.
It's going to be pretty quickly on to our next race, which is the final race before we have our third and final race for the BTCC, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship race, scheduled to get underway in under an hour now at 5:10. The next race we'll have is the third and final race for the weekend, the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. Should have been getting underway, and we've had that bit of a delay while we were just repairing the barriers down there, so the Porsche Sprint Challenge race may be a couple of minutes late. It's just the cars just taking their place up on the grid now, and Chris will take you through the start of that race. We've got, of course, a podium to conduct before then, and I wonder, Josh, I think this is going to get fairly tight to the start of our next race. How are you doing down there? Is it ITV interviews in Park Fairmay?
Yeah, they haven't started, Alan, so we're switched over to the PA, I think.
I reckon you're going to be on a local podium presentation for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy, so there will be a podium taking place, but we've got a race getting underway as well, and we need to make sure you know the grid, because already the cars have lined up down there. A couple of your messages very, very quickly. Hi, Alan, and all at Toka Live, watching the day's racing with my dad, who's 80 and hoping to go to every BTCC round this year, including some he hasn't visited, just to tick them off: Snetterton, Croft and Knock Hill. I like this. Any VIP hospitality free tickets will be much appreciated. Having been going to watch touring cars on TV as a family for many years. He says the best packed lunch. Oh, this is an answer to the best. What's the best packed lunch to have? I wouldn't recommend this without a cool box on a day like today. The best packed lunch is a prawn sandwich and a beer, and possibly an ice cream this afternoon. But you do, I have to add the disclaimer there. You'd need to have a cool box, Chris. Otherwise, a prawn sandwich, a beer, and an ice cream is not really going to be the best packed lunch for a day like today.
I like the mix there. Prawn sandwich to be quite sort of posh, and then just a beer to just bring you back down to earth again. Not too posh.
You're from Wolverhampton, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm so prawns.
Is a prawn sandwich a sort of delicacy? Yeah, okay, very good.
Haddock and chips is a delicacy where I come from.
And Chris and Dad John say they'd love to hear a song by the Rolling Stones. Not sure we're going to get any more music interludes as the day goes on, but if we do, we'll play a song by the Rolling Stones. There you go. No offence meant to anyone from Wolverhampton, Chris. Are you still talking to me, please? And there's the silence. That is a relief.
Don't
worry. Our next race of the afternoon, the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB. 20 minutes in prospect. In the commentary box is Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Alan. Yeah, the final race of the weekend for the Porsche Caymans, the Porsche Sprint Challenge. I suppose I'll give you the grid first, and I'll update you about the points situation in all four of our classes that we've got. The entry list and Spotter's Guide you'll find on pages 52 and 53 of your race programmes. The space to write in the grid there. There's been no changes to the previous round results. And the grid for this one is based on the results of the previous race. So you'll see a Toby Trice on pole position in the number 22 car as your Pro Class Championship leader. He's had a win today. And yesterday, the win went to Tom Bradshaw. And it's Tom that's alongside him. So they've been the dominant two this weekend. 22 and 43 on the front row. On row 2, 27 Jacob Tofts and 99 Joe Marshall. Row 3, 70 Samuel Harvey and 32 Ethan Hamilton. On row 4, number 11 Ben Moore Ryan and 25 Matthew Carl Henney is one of the pro RS drivers in the AM division. And then on row 5, 33, Reece Summerfield, ex-Caterham champion. And 45, Dan Zelos, three-time and reigning JCW mini champion. Row 6, 88, Oliver Meadows. And 98, Oliver Cottam. They've both done some mini racing in recent years as well. Row 7, number 19, starts 13th, and that is Daniel Lewis. And number 7, Amy Watts, daughter of former BTCC racer Patrick Watts. She starts 14th on the grid in number 7. Row 8, 56, Dean Burden and 3, Karim Sekat. Row 9, 82, Lydia Walmsley and 12, Jonathan Moore, who, like Dan Zelos, is celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday to both of those. Then row 10, 29, Jason Baker and 87, Paul Porter. Row 11, 52, Alistair Weston and 5, Katia Loggy. And row 12, 44, Hannah Chapman starts at the back of the grid. Right, the points after the race earlier on today, which was round 5 of the championship. Again, 4 different classes, 2 types of car. The RS, more modern Club Sport car, which has the 500 brake horsepower, and the Club Sport original car that was used in this championship, which has 425 brake horsepower, and Pro and Am drivers in each of those classes. Starting then with the RS Club Sport Pro division, after 5 rounds of the championship, 45 points for Toby Trice, the driver that starts on pole position in car 22. He's the championship leader, but only by 6 points from the driver that's alongside him, Tom Bradshaw, in the 43 car. So they're the top 2 in that championship. Joe Marshall, number 99, third in the points on 30. For the Am drivers in the RS category, Matthew Carl Henney had around about a 10-point lead at the start of the weekend, which diminished rather when he had an off and a crash yesterday and a non-finish, but he gained good points back earlier on in race 2 and has grown his advantage a little bit more again today. So number 25, Matthew Carl Henney, for Clean Racing, 45 points, leading number 88, Oliver Meadows, in the Am division for the RS drivers, 6 points between them. And then Reece Summerfield and Daniel Lewis are tied for third on 28 points each. To the Club Sport category then, Club Sport Pro, Jonathan Moore has had a really strong start to the season, 4 wins and a second in the class. He's on 52 points. He's in the number 12 car, the green and white car. Lydia Wormsley is somebody that picked up her first win in Porsche's first class win earlier on today, beating Jonathan Moore after a tight race. And she's on 43 points and second in the class. And then in the Club Sport Am division, it's Hannah Chapman that just about hangs on to the lead. She looked like she was going to potentially get a first or a second in the class earlier on. She had a great race with Katia Loggy, and then there was a coming together as she tried to go around the outside at Paddock Hill Bend. Katia ended up making having a very, very dusty-looking car when she went off through the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, and then Hannah Chapman ended up going through the pit lane with a problem a couple of laps after that. So Paul Porter, who was behind the pair of them, close to them in fairness, he ended up picking up the win. But Hannah Chapman still just about hanging on to the lead in the class. She's in car 44. She got 48 points, but Paul Porter, number 87, has got 46 now. They've had 3 and 2 class wins respectively. Toro Verde lead the entrance championship for the RS division with a 4-point lead over Clean Racing, and they also lead the entrance in the Club Sport category with a 17-point lead over Graves Motorsport. So that, I think, brings you up to speed and up to date now with all the points. Round 6 of the championship, all of the championship races. There are 6 weekends, 18 races in the championship, and they're all on BTCC weekends. So they'll next be with us in June at Alden Park. They'll be at Knockhill, at Silverstone, and back here at Brands Hatch around the Grand Prix circuit for the season finale in October. Okay, cars lined up then. 1 win apiece this weekend for Toby Trice and Tom Bradshaw. Toby, the blue car with the orange wing mirrors, is on pole position for this one. And he's waiting now for the last couple of cars to form up at the back of the grid. And then he'll concentrate on trying to get this somehow 500 brake horsepower under control and targeted to the rear wheels without bogging down, but without too much wheel spin as well, to get off the line and launch himself into Paddock Hill Bend. Let's find out if he can do it, because the red lights come on, they go off, and it is a mega start for Toby Trice. Absolutely nailed that one, I would say. Perfect stuff from him. He's going to lead Bradshaw. Not quite such a good start, wasn't bad, but a really good start as well from Jacob Tofts, who was trying to get up the inside of him, but might end up losing his own place. I think he will on the run up into the right-hander at Druids, because Joe Marshall coming after him, trying still to go around the outside of him. Joe in the green and black number 99 car, coming down the hill, finally gets through, under braking into Graham Hill Bend. Then Ethan Hamilton trying to get past Jacob Tofts as well. Jacob, the class winner in the Am division, in the Club Sport division last year. He's now got Ethan Hamilton for company as they go side by side through the left, then the right, and Hamilton still can't quite squeeze past and tucks in behind him in the end, but he has lost that place to Joe Marshall, who's up into the top 3 now. So at the end of lap 1, Trice leads, Bradshaw is second, Marshall third, Tofts in 4th place, 5th place for Hamilton, and 6th place for the leader of the RS Am division, which is Matthew Carl Henny in the red and white car. And then you've got behind him Samuel Harvey, who's not, Ben Mulryan, who's in car 11 and 7th, and not a good start for Samuel Harvey then. Number 70, he's dropped 3 places down to 8th on this first lap of the race. 9th, and in the RSM division is Reece Summerfield, number 33. And Dan Zelos, who's got the onboard camera for ITV, is in 10th place in car 45. Club Sport Pro being led by Jonathan Moore at the end of the first lap. Number 12 got past number 82, Lydia Wormsley, on that first lap. And Paul Porter continues to lead the Club Sport AM division at the end of the first lap of the race from Hannah Chapman and Katia Loggi, after those two had a really good race earlier on today. 20-minute race this one, by the way. And Samuel Harvey looking to gain a place back on the way into Paddock Hill Bend. In fact, he's just trying to fend off Reece Summerfield. Reece coming at him on the way up Hellwoods Hill now, and he's got the inside line. And the 33 car, the white and green and orange car of the West Midlander, up the inside. The man from Walsall gains a position, the former Ginetta Super Cup and Porsche Carrera Cup racer comes through. Dan Zelos is right behind with the onboard camera. He's in the 45 car, celebrating his birthday today. Pretty rotten day yesterday, and a pretty awful start to the season at Donington Park. But Dan, a class driver, you can see him starting to get to grips with these very different types of cars that he's been driving. He's been used to racing front-wheel drive minis. Now he's racing rear-wheel drive mid-engined Porsche Caymans. He's got a lot more brake horsepower than he's dealt with previously. And when he raced in the British Touring Car Championship for a few rounds last year as well, also, of course, in a front-wheel drive car. So it's a different style of driving. He's getting used to it, though, and he will get there, Dan Zelos. Lots of other drivers have progressed from minis into Porsches, into Porsche Carrera Cup, like Max Coates as well. And they've all managed to get to grips with it. You're a good driver, you're a good driver. It just takes a bit of time to adapt to the cars when you change categories like this. So Zelos, number 45, going along quite nicely at the moment in 10th place. That change from that we saw up at Druids eventually for 8th place. The only change on that lap in the top 10, with Summerfield, number 33, ahead of Harvey, number 70. And the race leader looking more and more comfortable as the race goes on. Toby Trice goes across the line. His gap grows to nearly 0.8 of a second. Just on a 47.4 versus a 47.7 for Tom Bradshaw. So he's extended, almost doubled his lead on that lap. Right, what about the Club Sport drivers? Club Sport Pro, Moore and Wormsley just 0.4 of a second apart. They're just going up into Druids now. The green and white car of Jonathan Moore, number 12. The blue, pink and purple car of Lydia Wormsley, who celebrated her first Porsche class win earlier on today. They're about half a second behind, just coming into Graham Hill Bend now, those two. So there's the top two in the Club Sport Pro division. Club Sport AMS still being led by Paul Porter, number 87. That's the yellow, blue and white car. And then Hannah Chapman, number 44, is up into second in the class, ahead of Jason Baker, in between him, in between Hannah Chapman and in between Katia Loggi, who's third in the class. They're all in Club Sport cars, but it's a Club Sport Pro driver. Here's Jason Baker, former frontrunner in the Ferrari Challenge back in 2019. Right, into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend comes your race leader, Toby Trice. Looking like he's on an absolute pair of rails, driving very smoothly indeed, gets on the power, lots of traction, away he goes. Ben Mulryan is probably one to watch in that lead group. He's in 7th place at the moment, the white, gold and black car, and he's getting closer and closer to the tail of Ethan Hamilton in the number 32 car. So they are battling, those two, over 6th place in this race at the moment. And not too much to choose between them. Ben Mulryan is another one that stepped up from the Club Sport car to the RS car this year. So those are just going into Paddock Hill Bend now, almost, but not quite, nose to tail in this race. And will now climb up out of Paddock Hill Bend, up Hellwoods Hill and into the braking zone for the hairpin at Druids. Jacob Toffs with a bit of bodywork damage to the front left corner of his yellow and blue Duckham's liveried car. Number 27 makes its way onto the Cooper straight, but it's not slowing the car down at all. And Samuel Harvey trying to make his way up the order after losing a few places on the first lap. Mulryan crossed the line ahead of Hamilton to get 6th place when they came through. So went side by side over the line. And let's keep an eye on the gap between Moore and Wormsley. That's been growing a little bit to 7, nearly 0.8 of a second in the race between the top two in the Club Sport division. Race leader, Toby Trice, just went through with a 47.589, but a 47.463. Quicker lap time for Tom Bradshaw. So he started to come back a little bit at the race leader. They'll be coming up shortly, I think, to put a lap onto Alistair Weston, who's in 23rd place in the green and white number 52 car. He's just going into the left-hander at Surtees. Into that corner now go the two leaders, and Bradshaw's had a very good first sector here through the first half of the lap. He's just done a 28.5, which was 3/10 quicker than the race leader. So he's halved the gap on this lap and spies an opportunity. Tom Bradshaw reeling in Toby Trice. Driver from Kent leaves, the driver from Lancashire in second place. Through the right-hander they go, coming up now, any moment now, to lap Alistair Weston. You can see them coming in the mirrors. He gets the blue flags, he stays out of the way nicely, doesn't hold anybody up. So into the right-hander at Druids, Toby Trice with company now. Tom Bradshaw, it feels like, given the start to the year that we've had, it might be these two battling over the championship all the way through the year, because they've been the class act so far in 2025. Alistair Weston sticks to the inside curb to stay out of the way of everybody else through Graham Hill Bend, and into the right-hander at McLaren, and now into Clearways go the top two. Number 22, the blue and orange car, and Paul Porter's had a run through the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. He's just about dragging the car back on, or is he? He's trying. I don't know if he might have some damage to the car. He's almost there.
Keep going.
A lot of deep sand. Come on up the hill, and he just about gets it out of the gravel trap. Well done, Paul.
Wow.
For getting out, because that would have been definitely a safety car. However, he's lost an awful lot of time, and he's lost the lead of the Club Sport AM division as well. So a bit of a nightmare for him, that. And he's about to be lapped as well, because he gets through all dusty tyres and sees in the mirrors Toby Trice, the outright race leader. Just lost it on his own looking at the replay. And did he get to the barrier? Just missed the barrier.
Within a hair's breadth, wasn't it?
That was rally crossing at its finest, wasn't
He
it?
did very well to get it back. Look at it crabbing.
Yeah, there was a moment there where he thought, this is going to be expensive. But he just avoided the barrier. It's really deep sand there, wasn't it?
Yeah,
he did well
it
to
is,
get
yeah.
out of it. Or gravel, I should say. It's not a beach. But it's left a huge... I mean, still lots of... I mean, if you're spectating at Howard's Hill today...
Sorry about the dust.
Yeah, you might want to use a bit of cleanser on your face when you get home, because there's been so much dust kicked up there today, hasn't there? Not just by the Porsches, I should say, as well. Right, into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend come the top two. They're coming up to lap another car, which is the number 5 Katia Logi car, which is one of the lesser powerful Club Sport cars, and they're probably going to come up to lap her at Clearways, which happens now. Trice gets through at least. Bradshaw, maybe he just has to pause for a moment to get onto the throttle, which just allows the race leader to edge away a bit. So that's helped out Toby Trice slightly there. Number 3, Karim Sekat, having a good battle with the number 7 car of Amy Watts, those two red and white cars. Amy's got the yellow wing mirrors, so they are about to come through Clark Curve, and they're running very close together in the RSM division, currently battling over 4th place in the class. The best RSM car is Matthew Carl-Henny by some distance. He's car number 25. He's into 5th place overall. The next best RSM is Summerfield, number 33, in 8th place. And then Meadows, number 88, 11th. And then this battle between, Sekat and Watts is for actually 6th place in the class. Club Sports Pro being led by Jonathan Moore by 2 seconds now. Number 12 pulling away from number 82, Lydia Wormsley. So looks like he's going to end his birthday with a class win. Lydia can't stay with him in this race, even though she had the better of him in race 2. And third in that class is Jason Baker in the number 29 car. Club Sport AM, after Paul Porter's long and lengthy and dusty run through the Paddock Hill gravel trap, has now got Hannah Chapman in the lead of that category, number 44, the class leader. And she only had a 2-point lead in the category, remember. So that will be helpful for her. Some side-by-side action once again going through Paddock Hill Bend. Amy Watts has got ahead of Karim Sekat in their little battle as they went across the start-finish line 16 thousandths of a second apart. So 22, the blue car of Toby Trice leads. 43, Tom Bradshaw second, but 7/10 of a second behind him at the end of the last lap. They're the next two over the start-finish line. Third place, number 99, Joe Marshall. He's about 2.5 seconds behind, or 2 seconds behind them. It's only 0.7 seconds clear of 27, Jacob Toffs in the yellow and blue car. Then next over the line, Ben Moore Ryan, number 11 in 5th. And the leader of the RSM division, Matthew Carl-Henny, number 25, the red and white car, out of Paddock Hill Bend now, is rounding out the top 6 overall. And Paul Porter, with bits of bumper hanging off the back of his car, trying to stay out the way of everybody else now after his hefty run through the gravel trap. And he's overtaken all the way into Paddock Hill Bend. He's been lapped by quite a few cars now. Dean Bird, number 56, found a way past Karim Sekat on the last lap as well. So Karim going backwards a little bit at the moment. Number 12 more leads number 82 Walmsley in the CS Pro Division. Number 29 Jason Baker, third in that class after his Nolan finish in race 2 when he went off at Druids. And then Hannah Chapman, number 44, is ahead of number 5 Katia Loggy and pulling away from her quite a bit quicker than her in this race. So Hannah Chapman on course for another class victory to extend her championship lead. And good battle going on through Paddock Hill Bend at the moment for 9th and 10th places. Dan Zelos has got himself up to 9th in the last couple of laps ahead of Samuel Harvey. So Dan Zelos in the greeny, yellow and black number 45 car. Next one into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Got ahead of that dark blue and orange and white number 70 car of Samuel Harvey a couple of laps ago. And he's now homing in on Reece Summerfield. He's got the onboard camera, and we've got a time penalty coming up for Reece Summerfield as well for track limits. So Reece Summerfield, 8th on the road, is going to pick up a 5-second penalty. So that means Dan Zelos will be up to 8th place now. So this is going quite nicely for Dan. Better run than he's had so far this weekend. The board is held aloft by the marshal on the start-finish line to say to Reece Summerfield that he's got this penalty. And that drops him to 12th place as it stands, once corrected times are taken into consideration. So Zelos, Harvey, Meadows and Cottam will all move ahead of Summerfield up to 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th positions respectively. Toby Trice with a half-second advantage, which has been whittled away for the last couple of laps or so by Tom Bradshaw. He got very close to him, didn't he, at mid-distance. We've got 7 minutes still to go. Over the line go the two leaders. There'll be some more lappery for them to deal with as well. For the race leader, I think you always see lapped cars as a potential problem that can hold you up, can trip you over. They get the blue flags, of course, but they're not necessarily as aware when the leader is coming through to lap them as they might be when others later on come to lap them, when they're already aware of the fact that there might well be quicker cars coming through. When you're the leader, you're the first one to get to these lapped cars. And sometimes it's a bit of a surprise to them and they can hold you up. As the driver that's trying to chase the leader, i.e. Tom Bradshaw, I think you'll see it as an opportunity when there are lapped cars, a chance to get through. Doesn't always work out like that, but it might do. Dan Zelos has got ahead of Reece Summerfield on the road now anyway, but Reece has got this penalty. So an overtake for Dan Zelos, but it doesn't actually gain him a position in terms of the race. He's still running in 8th position. Trying, if he can, to catch up to Ethan Hamilton, who's in 7th place. Right, race leaders done a bit more lappery. They've got a bit more to come. They're up at Druids Corner at the moment. And Toby Trice has definitely got company coming, you know, because Tom Bradshaw is inching ever closer to him. So the blue car, the orange wing mirrors through Graham Hill Bend onto the back straight. That's your race leader. Number 22, Toby Trice. 43, Tom Bradshaw going with him. Then a lapped car. Then number 99, the black and green or greeny turquoise car of 99, Joe Marshall. Then the blue and yellow of number 27, Jacob Tofts. There in 4th place. Not too far behind him. That gap's come down a bit as well, I reckon. So it could be a challenge for the lead, and there could be a challenge for the final spot on the podium here as Toby Trice comes through, goes around the outside of another lapped car before he gets to the braking zone for Paddock Hill Bend. More lappery being done by the cars in 3rd and 4th as they go through Paddock Hill Bend. And Toby Trice is now just about 0.4 of a second clear of Tom Bradshaw, and in fact it's probably less than that now by the time they get to Druids. A couple of tenths between them, that's all. Into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend they come. Toby Trice doing a solid job so far. Had a win apiece this weekend. Toby Trice, a double victory he had in the opening weekend at Donington Park. And can he stand on the top step of the podium again? Well, Tom Bradshaw is making him work hard for this. These two pushing each other along all the way through the weekend at Brands Hatch. There's been nothing really to choose between them. Got a warning for track limits going out to Dean Burden now in the 56 car, having dropped behind Karim Sekat. He's dropped back behind the 3 car of the ex-Ginetta racer, Karim. And Lydia Walmsley comes charging up right behind Paul Porter, who's trying to stay out of everybody's way and just get some points for a finish now after his run through the gravel trap. They're on the Cooper Straight. The leader's about to go onto the Cooper Straight. How long have we got left? 4 minutes, 20 odd seconds. Not long for Tom Bradshaw to just close that last couple of car lengths and have a go somewhere to try and find a way past. He's almost relying on Toby Trice making a mistake And Toby has not made any mistakes, as far as I can see today, all this weekend whatsoever. It's a hard nut to crack. He's driving beautifully, Toby Trice. But all you can do as Tom Bradshaw is just keep applying the pressure. Don't give him an easy ride to the checkered flag. Make sure he's having to drive full on. Oh dear, I've had a spin for Karim Sekat. I think it's his second spin today at Graham Hill Bend. It's caught him out a couple of times. But the number 3 car gets going again. But we'll lose a number of positions. Oh dear, he's also got a track limits penalty just to rub salt into the wounds. So that'll be 5 seconds added onto his time as well. We get a replay on the ITV pictures. Just at the back end of the spin, just went wide and pirouetted around coming out of Graham Hill Bend. And as he did that, he crossed the sensors and triggered another track limits thing, which added on to the one he got before, pinged him a penalty. Even though he didn't really gain an advantage there, did he? So they might look at that one afterwards, potentially. But for now, he carries a penalty. But anyway, he's raced rather ruined after that spin. And he's back in 18th place on the road. Right, 3 minutes and change to go. And there'll still be some more lappery for Toby Trice to have to deal with. He's got one car he's coming up to that's just, or 2 cars actually coming out of Druids. He's through Druids now, and might be another a lap of Paul Porter between now and the end of the race as well. So the next car that the race leader is coming up to lap is going to be the white car of number 29, which is Jason Baker, in only his second weekend racing in this championship. Number 33, which is Reece Summerfield, has picked up another track limits penalty. They keep adding 5 seconds every time you do it now, so 10 seconds added onto his time, knocks him down to 15th, and also a penalty for Samuel Harvey, number 70, which drops him behind 88 Meadows and 98 Cotton, drops him behind the 2 Olivers. Blue lights flashing, blue flags waving for the race leaders as they come through, and Toby Trice has lapped the car, but Jason Baker still just ahead of Tom Bradshaw. Tom deals with him now up at Druids Corner. But again, that just takes the pressure off the race leader a little bit. So Toby Trice working nicely through the traffic. It's all falling quite well for him, and he's dealing with it brilliantly at the moment. Into the left-hander at Surtees at the end of the Cooper Straight, then go the top 2. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock now. In terms of the other classes, the RSAM division, number 25 is the leader, Matthew Carl Henny. He's in 6th place overall. And then it is Oliver Meadows, number 88, in 9th. And then we've got the 19 car of Lewis, which is running just outside the top 10 in 12th place. The Club Sport Pro Division, Moore and Walmsley still the top 2, but 4.5 seconds between them. So number 12, Moore leads, number 82, Walmsley. And then it'll be number 29, Baker. And the Club Sport AM Division has got Hannah Chapman well clear now in that battle ahead of Paul Porter and Katia Loggy, who are both a couple of laps down on the overall race leaders. So Paul Porter's still going to get a second place out of this, but he will be outscored by Hannah Chapman, who will just slightly extend her advantage after this weekend, after today's race at least, in the overall Club Sport AM Championship. Dan Zielos is doing quite well to close the gap to Ethan Hamilton now. So those two are going to be coming over the start-finish line in the not-too-distant future, with the gap diminishing between them. 45 seconds is all that's left on the clock, though, for Toby Trice as he goes up the hill into Druids Corner. Maybe one more car to lap between now and the end of the race. Just about to come down into the left-hander. Should have one more lap at the end of this one as he comes out onto the Cooper Straight. Yeah, I think he will lap Paul Porter. 43, Tom Bradshaw trying to go within. The gap from 3rd to 4th is still really tight, with 99 Joe Marshall. He's been kept under careful watch by Jacob Tofts in the 27 car. And the gap between them has hovered at around about half a second. It's just under half a second as it stands. So again, trying to keep the pressure up is Jacob Tofts, trying to get himself a podium finish. Over the line with 2 seconds to go then is Toby Trice to start the final lap of the race. He's cleared the traffic now. There's only Lydia Walmsley up the road, but he won't catch her between now and the checkered flag. He's got a 7/10 of a second advantage, and through he goes into Druids. Coming down the hill now for the final time into the left-hander, but the battle for 3rd goes through the traffic at Druids, and that gap has come down a bit more. It's down to just over a car length now between Joe Marshall and Jacob Tofts. Joe in the 99 car should just have enough in hand here to be able to get to the line and hold on to third place overall. But Jacob Tofts has really made him work for it, and he continues to close the gap under braking all the way through McLaren and almost gets underneath the rear wing of Joe Marshall, but he won't get there. The checkered flag comes out now, and Toby Trice wins again. Toby Trice takes victory here in round 6 of the Porsche Sprint Challenge Great Britain. Second place to Tom Bradshaw. Those two have been the class of the field this weekend, and I suspect they're going to be fighting for the championship this year. Then third place just goes to Marshall, 4/10 clear of Tofts. And then Mulryan 5th. Carl Henny, another victory in the RSM category, in 6th place. And then 7th place to Hamilton, 8th place to Zelos. Good effort that from Dan. That's just about his best race of the season so far. Meadows in 9th, Harvey in 10th place. The Club Sport Pro winner is going to be coming across the line shortly. Number 12, Jonathan Moore, celebrates another win on his birthday and extends his championship lead as the first Club Sport driver home in car number 12. And Lydia Walmsley, who just avoided being lapped, comes through next to take second place in the category in the 82 car. The Club Sport AMS having been lapped already through to take the checkered flag, with Hannah Chapman taking another win. So number 22, Toby Trice, wins the race. Number 43, Tom Bradshaw, second. 99, Joe Marshall, third. 4th place, number 27, Jacob Tofts. 5th place, number 11, Ben Mulryan. 6th, number 25, Matthew Carl Henny. 7th, number 32, Ethan Hamilton. 8th, number 45, Dan Zelos. 9th, number 88, Oliver Meadows. And 10th, number 70, with a penalty for track limits, Samuel Harvey. 11th, number 98, Oliver Cottam. 12th, number 7, Amy Watts. 13th in that race was the number 19 car of Daniel Lewis. And then in 14th place, number 33, Reece Summerfield, who had, in the end, 10 seconds worth of track limits penalties. 15th place for number 56, Dean Burden. 16th place for number 12, and the winner of the Club Sport Pro Division, Jonathan Moore. 17th place and second in that category, number 82, Lydia Walmsley. Toby Trice out of the car, punching the air in the holding area and the Parc Fermé area. Punches the air with his left fist, then taps the roof of the car with his right. He is absolutely delighted with that, and so he should be. A really good weekend for him. 10-second penalties in the end for Karim Sekat. So that's another 5 seconds added onto his time. So he comes home in 18th place in car number 3, 19th, number 29, Baker, 20th, number 44, Chapman. Hannah Chapman, another win in the Club Sport AM division for the Scots, and she finished ahead of number 87, Paul Porter, who was 21st and 2nd in the class. Katia Loggi, number 5, 22nd, and Alistair Weston, number 52. Comes home in 23rd place with the fastest lap of the race going to Tom Bradshaw, a 47.217 second lap. But he has to settle for second place once again behind Toby Trice. So points-wise, provisionally, Toby Trice 55 points, Tom Bradshaw 48 in the RS Pro division, and Joe Marshall third. Matthew Carl Henny 56 points in the AM division for the RS cars, 47 points in second for Oliver Meadows, 33 points in third for Daniel Lewis. In the Club Sport categories, in the Pro division, Jonathan Moore 63 points, 12 points clear of Lydia Walmsley. And in the Club Sport AM division, Hannah Chapman and Paul Porter are the top two. 5 points between them, 59 to Hannah and 54 to Paul. So the Porsche Sprint Challenge complete for today. We've got their podiums, of course, still to come. And in terms of the championship, as I say, still another 4 weekends to come in the 2025 season. We'll next see them in action, as I said, at Alton Park in June when they have their 7th, 8th and 9th rounds of the season. For now, Toby Trice victorious here at Brands Hatch.
Commentary, interviews and your views. This is Toka Live.
It's Toka Live on Radio Brands on 88.3 FM. Chris Hartley, I've got a little follow-up for you. Just to let you know, in case you were worried, they do have a very adequate, a more than adequate cool box for their prawn sandwiches.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Hamper.
A cooled hamper. And here's another suggestion of what is the best thing to bring to a motor race. It says, hi from Southbank. Jackson, age 9, is here with mum and dad. I would love it if you could play a song for him. We won't be able to play a song, but we can read out your suggestion for the best thing for a packed lunch. And that is, we like to bring check this out. This has got to have a cool box. We like to bring cereal and milk with us. Refreshing, and the kids love it.
Very healthy.
Yes.
Yeah, very good.
Quite heavy as well.
Well, yeah, but, you know, I mean, I prefer the beer and the prawn sandwich,
yes,
to be honest.
Yes. I refer you to an answer I gave you some moments ago.
Yes, if I were to be taking my cool box to the cricket, for example, it wouldn't be having cereals in there.
Very good.
But well done for being healthy.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much indeed. I don't know how we ended up getting suggestions for what's the best thing to bring to a motor race and a packed lunch, but thank you for all your suggestions over the course of today. Let's have a look what Josh Barrett is doing. He's rounding up 12 drivers in total. I'm going to come down and take your microphone off you, Josh, because I reckon you're not going to be able to get them all assembled in time for me to get down to the grid.
That's probably right, Alan. So I'll see you in a moment.
A baton exchange is about to take place, Chris Hartley. I'll make my way down to the podium and then to the grid. But in the meantime, I'll leave you in the capable hands of Chris Hartley.
Thanks very much, Al. Yeah, the final race of the weekend coming up next then, and it's going to be round 6 for the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. In less than 5 minutes' time, the pit lane will open, the cars will go onto the grid, and at 5:10, the race will get underway. So the grid, based on the results of race 2, but with a part reverse grid. The number that was drawn out of the hat, and it can be any number between 6 and 12, was 9, which means the top 9 are reversed. If you won the race, you start 9th. If you finish 9th in the race, you start on pole. And because he planned all of this all along, Dan Rowbottom finished 9th in the race. And Dan Rowbottom it is that's on pole position for the third race of the weekend. So number 32, Dan Rowbottom. Write it in your programme if you want to. I'll give you the grid again later. But page 52, not page 52, page 45 is where you want to write the grid. And space for you to do so. And you will need to write the number 32 there. That's where you'll find Dan Rowbottom on pole position for this race. Number 1, Jake Hill, will start second, having finished 8th in the previous race. So that's worked out quite nicely for Jake as well. Row 2, 99, Charles Rainford, and 66, Josh Cook. Row 3, starting 5th and 6th, will be number 16, Aidan Moffat, and number 22, Chris Smiley. Row 4, number 100, Ash Sutton, who had his 100th podium in the British Touring Car Championship earlier on this afternoon. And 33, Adam Morgan, starts 8th and then 9th on the grid. The first-time winner in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship earlier on, Darryl DeLeon, number 2 in the BMW, one of the LKQ Euro Car Parts cars. He starts 9th, and then the rest of them start where they finished. So finished 10th in race 2 rather. Number 14, Ronan Pearson, starts 10th on the grid for this one. So row 5, number 2 and number 14. Row 6, number 80, Tom Ingram, and number 3, Tom Chilton. Row 7, number 12, Stephen Jelly, and 777, Michael Crease. Row 8, we've got number 40, Aaron Taylor-Smith, and number 52, Gordon Shedden. Row 9, 77, Sam Osborne, and 132, James Dorlin. Row 10, 28, Nick Hamilton, and 50, Nick Halstead. Row 11, 123, Dan Lloyd, and 88, Mikey Doble. Row 12, 27, Dan Camish, and 17, Dexter Patterson. And Dexter Patterson's new best friend, Max Hall, behind him. Those two came together and went off the road at Paddock Hill Bend, you remember, and had a bit of a heated conversation afterwards, as we saw on the ITV pictures. So 17, Dexter Patterson, starts 24th on the outside of row 12, and the sole car on the inside of row 13 is number 93, Max Hall. So that's the way they will line up. It'll be another 24-lap race, and as in race 2, it's the top 7 on the grid. The top 7, not the top 7 on the grid, the top 7 finishers from the race that have a reduced amount of turbo in this final race. So it is also a bit of a double whammy, because in the reverse grid race, not only if you finished in the top 7 in race 2 do you have less laps where you can use the boost, you also don't even end up being the first 7 on the grid because of the reverse grid. So the driver that won race 2, Darryl DeLeon, has to start 9th on the grid and only gets 5 laps where he can use hybrid. And then starting 8th on the grid, having finished 2nd in the race, Adam Morgan only gets 6 laps of turbo boost, and Ash Sutton, who finished 3rd in the race, starts 7th on the grid and only gets 7 laps worth of turbo boost for this race.
How long got, Chris?
We have got a couple of, well, just over a minute before the cars are released onto the grid.
I shall meet Alan then, and then I'll go to the podium, because motor drivers are here, but I know Alan would like to get to the grid, so hopefully we'll see him in a moment, and I'll hand it over, then I'll go back and do the podium locally.
Great, thanks very much, Josh. Josh Barrett down there with the radio mic. So yes, Ash Sutton finished third in the race, but he has to start 7th on the grid because the reverse grid. He's got 7 laps of boost available to him from the turbo, and then we got Chris Smiley, who has got 8 laps available to him. Aidan Moffat, who has got 9 laps available. 10 laps for Josh Cook, 11 laps then for Charles Rainford. And the top 2 on the grid, Hill second and Rowbottom first, did not finish in the top 7, and so have the full complement of laps where they can use the turbo boost, which is 12. So does everybody else. So it's just those 7 drivers who have the reduced run of it. Tyres then, if you haven't used the hard tyre yet, you've got to use it in this race. So let's try and work this out. Jake Hill used his in race 2. Daryl DeLeon hasn't used any yet. So Daryl DeLeon, I reckon, is going to be on the hard tyre for this race. Just going down the programme in number order. Tom Chilton, number 3, used his hard tyre in race 1. Stephen Jelly, number 12, has not yet used a hard tyre. So he's going to be on the hard tyre. Number 14, Ronan Pearson, hasn't used a hard yet. So he's going to be on the hard tyre. Number 16, Aidan Moffat, got his out of the way in race 1, so he'll be on the soft tyre. And Dexter Patterson got rid of his number 17 in race 1, so he'll be on the soft tyre as well. So did Chris Smiley, number 22. He'll be on the soft tyre, starting 6th on the grid as well. Dan Camish, after the failure with his car, starting at the back of the grid, I'm afraid. A potential race win gone, and he's also, might you know it, having to put the hard tyre on now, so he's in the worst possible position. He's on the worst tyre and the worst or one of the worst spots on the grid. So Dan Camish is going to be on the hard tyre in car 27. 28, Nick Hamilton used his hard tyre in race 1. So did number 32, Dan Rowbottom. So our pole sitter is going to be on the soft tyre. He's worked that out beautifully. And 33, Adam Morgan, will be on the hard tyre because he didn't use it in race 1. He didn't finish in the top 3, so he didn't have to use it in race 2. And he didn't, so now he's got to use the hard tyre. Aaron Taylor-Smith.
And welcome back, everybody, to JB Motorsports as the pit lane is open for the 3rd and final race of the day of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit. Jake Hill, is he going to be victorious? Starts 2nd on the grid on the soft compound tyre. He took victory earlier on in race 1. Alongside me in the commentary box is Josh JT. Here we go again then. Final race of the day, and it looks like it could be it's Hills for the Open, really.
Yeah, absolutely. 2nd on row 1 alongside him with pole is Daniel Rowbottom, so it should be pretty easy for Jake Hill to get first going in towards turn 1.
Louise is going to be down on the grid shortly as well to bring us all the latest news, views and opinions, and we'll hear from Toker Radio for the podium again. My thanks to the team for a great weekend. Again, the commentary as Tom Chilton still got his shades on despite having a visor that is tinted. He says he just prefers his shades so far this weekend as well. So we've had Chilton as race 3 winner last time out. Sutton took 1 and 2. Hill took 1, Dal de Jong took 2. 4 different winners of the opening 5 races so far. That's a strong look for the touring cars this year.
Yeah, absolutely. As here is Josh Cook we're on board with, starting his 302nd race. He started his 300th British Touring Car career race start in race 1. It's been not the best weekend for Josh Cook.
Yeah. I mean, that's an understatement, really, isn't it, for Cookie?
Yeah.
Oh, an update for Josh. There's Sean. Oh, is this about Wan Mia? Update on Wan. So for those of you who were watching our MotoGP coverage earlier on, an update from Wan Mia, taken to a local hospital for further checks, suffering from a fracture in his right hand and neck pain. His condition will be updated in the following days. Thanks, Sean. So the grid now being filled out as well. Pole position down there as well. I mean, I'm a bit sceptical about this race, JT, mainly because we know how treacherous these third and final races can be, but Dan Rowbottom on pole position doesn't really fill me with, oh, this will be good, because those nappers have been struggling a bit this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, those nappers have been struggling, and here comes Jake Hill to join the grid at the front on the outside of row 1, as the BMWs come in as well.
So, getting ready then to head down to Louise on the grid. Jake Hill lines up. There's Dan Rowbottom in the 32 car as well. Interesting enough, Rowbottom in the rear window doesn't have his name on it anymore, which is what he used to have, but they've had a new set ready to go. Okay, and they go to an ad break now as well, as Tom Cairns is with us once again down there trackside, just loading in and getting his camera set up, and we'll hear what he has to say ahead of the final race of the day. And this will take us up to our curfew at 6 o'clock as well. That's when we go off. But, right, just looking at the grid, Charles Rainford, JT, starts third on the grid again, as Tom is now with us with camera as well. How much of is this going to be an interesting strategy? Can he do anything today?
It's been an incredible weekend for Charles Rainford. He's really come out of his shell. He's shown what he can do. And, well, Brands Hatch Indy is a strong circuit for him. And he's shown that.
Let's say good afternoon then, if we can, to our man literally in the field, Tom Cairns. Hello, Tom. How are you doing? And how have you enjoyed the day so far? I think that's lag. That's a bit of lag there. So we'll try and hear from Tom again in a second to come through. JT, just taking a look at the grid, obviously we know Patterson and Hall starting from the back. They sort of kissed and made up after the physical fight they had last time out.
Yeah, a bit of pushing and shoving, as I've been wearing my headset for hours, so I want to actually take it off for a little bit. Hopefully this mic works.
It does, I can hear you fine. Yeah.
Awesome. But yeah, teammates not really doing teammates thing. What's rule 1? Don't hit your teammate. What's rule 2? Read rule 1.
Yeah, it's kind of a daft situation to come into again as well. Right, Tom, can you hear us, mate? No, I don't think he can. So we're seeing the pictures, but the Wi-Fi might just need a few minutes to update as the people going trackside with the telemetries as well. Louise is about to be on the grid, so we'll hear news from her then. It's time for the final touring car race of the day. Round 6 of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Quickly, JT, here's your pick for a win.
Jake Hill.
Good pick. I think I'm going the same way. We'll try and catch up with Tom before lights out. In the meantime, let's get ready. The bank is all set. The fans are in a light area as we take a look. This is your grid then. It's Dan Rowbottom from Jake Hill, Charles Rainford, Josh Cook, Aidan Moffat, Chris Smiley, Ash Sutton, Adam Morgan, Darryl de Jong and Vernon Pearson taking out your top 10. Further down you see with Tom Ingram, that's on row 6 alongside row 7 with Tom Chilton, Stephen Jelly, Michael Crees and Aaron Taylor-Smith. Gordon Shedden then takes up with Sam Osborne. James Dorlin will then move in with Nick Hamilton, Nick Hosted, Dan Lloyd, Mikey Doble, Dan Camish, takes the pass on Michael as well as they come through again. Tom, hello, can you hear me, mate? Okay, let's get out of the formation lap.
But let's see how it goes.
I can hear you. We'll catch up with you after.
You saw on the podium last time out at Donington. But it's been a tough old day, or tough old weekend really, hasn't it? Starting with that horrible migraine yesterday. How's the fight back been going?
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. Yeah, we've struggled with pace all weekend, if I'm honest. But yeah, to end up here isn't a tragedy, is it? You know, we had a race through from 18th to P9, which was the ball that obviously got drew out to put us here. So we'll have to see what we can do, but for sure we'll do the best job we can, you know.
I mean, the best place to be starting, but as you say, you still haven't got the car quite where you want it. A lot of understeer, is it, you're struggling with?
Yeah, we've got a bit of understeer, and we haven't been able to shake it. The guys have been working really hard from race 2 to 3, the whole crew, so we've done another setup change. Seem to be forever doing setup changes at the moment, but I'm confident that we've gone the right direction. The temperatures came down a little bit too. So I think that will probably help our cause. Yeah, we just got to see what happens. You know, obviously Jake and Charles behind us are on a soft tyre with a BMW at Brands Hatch. That's going to be a mission, but we'll do the best job we can.
But as you say, the temperatures have come down. How much of a help do you think that will be?
Anything that will aid our rotation will for sure be a help. The track's still quite hot. You know, the track temperature's still up, but obviously as the air comes down, the track will fall as well. So yeah, let's delay this as long as we can and not get the show on the road quite yet.
Fingers crossed you're ending up with a smile on your face. Right, let's go and have a word with Jake Hill, who, as we were hearing earlier on, has had a really good day. And I mean, in fact, if you look, he came into this championship weekend P8 in the standings. Sorry, 6th in the standings, 38 points I think he was off the leaders. He is now P3 in the standings and has brought that down to something like 16 points. So all in all, it's been a great day, hasn't it, Jake?
It's been a really good day, Lee. Yeah, it's been awesome. You know, absolutely loved it. We've had still a strong race in race 2. I think if the safety car hadn't have come out, we probably would have been a bit better. But hey, I'll still take P8, and then obviously second in a reverse grid draw. Not bad.
I mean, that reverse grid turned out, it could have been a tiny bit better, it could have pulled you on pole, but this is really good in a car that you're just loving here. It's really giving you what you want here at Brands, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, huge credit to Laser Tools Racing with JBMotorsports. They've done a fantastic job over these last 2 weeks to get the car in a position that enables us to fight, you know. And it's all of us, all of the BMWs have gone really well so far today. And yeah, 1 to go. Let's see if we can make it 2 out of 3.
Well, it's been a historic day for the team so far. A clean sweep is very much available for you, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, you know, and becoming the most successful touring car team in history, as in West Surrey Racing. We've won 134 races now, I believe, with Darryl winning that second one there. So yeah, it's just been a good weekend, and it's time to finish it off.
Good stuff. Right, time for a final word with a driver who, another one who, like Robo, didn't really start with a brilliant weekend, but he has managed to turn it around, and that's Aidan Moffat. He was doing so well in the practice sessions, had a slight driver issue, binned it off in qualifying, so was really frustrated with himself. But you've really turned your weekend around, haven't you? I mean, that last race, what meant P20 to P8, that was a solid result, and a very good chance of another even better one coming up.
I've got the engineer talking to my ear. Tell him to be quiet.
Can you not see? There's somebody else trying to talk to you here.
Yeah, no, it was a brilliant race too. I enjoyed that one. It's just a shame I needed to do that, you know. What could have been, obviously, if we were up where we should have qualified. And maybe made the best of that pace in race 2 like Darryl did, but a massive well done to Darryl. You know, Darryl's such a great lad and really deserved that win. Great family who worked hard to go racing, so it couldn't have happened to a nicer lad. It was great to see Darryl do it. And yeah, we had our own fun race, but unfortunately ours didn't have a shiny trophy to take home.
Well, but you do have a car that you're really feeling in tune with, that you're really enjoying driving, so every chance of getting a good result out of this one, isn't there?
Yeah, obviously we've got Ingram now, he's got all his boost back, so that'll be interesting. We've got another couple of teammates just in front and my dear friend Josh beside me, so it's going to be a feisty race for you, I'm sure, but the car feels great and we're now where I should have put myself on Saturday, but yeah, that one's on me.
All right, well, enjoy this race. As he said, it's going to be a feisty one. It's race 3 in the British Touring Car Championship, always feisty. Don't go where it's coming up after this break.
Cheers, Luke. Nice way down there on the grid. Right, hello, Tom. How you found Brands Hatch this weekend?
It's been brilliant.
Okay, so we're having a few issues hearing Tom out there on the circuit right now, so we'll try and get back to him shortly as we get ready for the final race of the day. 24 laps ahead of us. Yeah, it's still cutting in and out. Tom, if you can hear us, you are cutting in and out massively on lag. By the way, we can't even hear one sentence that you have to us at the moment. So we'll let you regroup and get ready. As
You're here in race 3 with
yeah, it's just all over the place.
Dan Robot.
There is about a 40-second lag. That's going to be annoying. So sorry about that, Tom. Right now, the last race of the day usually has the worst amount of lag. And if you go to a racing circuit, they really need telephone masts to get some more signal through there as well. I don't know if JT has a headset on right now. I can't see him. Oh, he does. Excellent. JT, what are you expecting coming into this one then?
I don't have a headset on, but I have a microphone.
That'll do.
Well, the side of my wheels just come off, so I'm getting my backup chair.
Oh!
Which is why I'm standing up.
Your chair, your GT Omega chair, a wheel has fallen off. Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
So we're gearing up then for the start procedure. Let's check in with actually, should we check in with the ITV commentary team? Haven't heard much of them so far. And let's head down to Steve Ryder.
What a treat the spectators have had at Brands Hatch today. What a day we've had on the ITV team as well, mainly because it's David Addison's birthday and no one has mentioned it so far. So here's a birthday treat for you. A fantastic reverse grid race that promises so much. Happy birthday to you, and we're all set for round 6
Not only that.
of the quick fit. Oh, that's for Tim, by the way. That's...
No expense spared. ITV Sports have collaborated to get you this, David, and I think you probably haven't got time for a speech, but I can't think there's a better way to spend your birthday than here at Brands.
And in your company. Just what I need is a melting chocolate cake. Tim,
There you are.
Very kind. Thank you very much. What a way to spend a birthday. Great. We are looking forward then to what promises to be a really interesting reverse grid race. We have out of contention, it seems already, poor old Dexter Patterson, who has got a clutch issue. They hastily rebuilt the car after contact in race 2 with his teammate Max Hall. Clutch problems. He might be able to start from the pit lane. Now let's just go back to race 2. This bit of pushing and shoving was from Max Hall against Dexter Patterson. We didn't at the time know what had happened. Well, we now do. We've got the onboards. This is from Max Hall. Tim.
Yeah, turning into the corner, everything looks okay, and then arrives Dexter Patterson at the front corner. And, you know, from that viewpoint, you'd think that Dexter Patterson had just sort of driven through him. But you need to see the other onboard, and this is from Dexter Patterson. He's got a tremendous run at Max Hall, goes to the inside, gets all the way alongside. He's aiming towards the apex, so it looks like he hasn't run wide. Obviously, Max Hall at some point has got to turn into the corner, but it does look very different from the two different onboards, and that's why you can never rely on just one piece of video evidence.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. We've got Tom again, though. Hi, Tom. How are you doing? No, Tom. Okay, JT, here's the grid.
Daniel Rowbottom and Jake Hill both on the soft tyres, row 1. Row 2 is Charles Rainford and Josh Cook, both on the soft tyres. Then Aidan Moffat and Chris Smiley, both on the soft tyres, row 4. Row 3. Row 4, Sutton and Morgan, soft and hard. Dowda Leon, hard and hard for Ronan Pearson, both on the hard tyres. Tom Ingram, soft, and Tom Chilton, soft on row 6. Row 7, it's Stephen Jelly and Michael Trees, both on the hard tyres. Row 8, Aaron Taylor-Smith, hard tyres. Gordon Shedden, soft tyres. Row 9, Sam Osborne, hard tyres. James Dorlin, soft tyres. Row 10, Nicholas Hamilton, soft tyres. Nick Halstead, hard tyres. Row 11, Daniel Lloyd and Mikey Doble, both on the hard tyres. Then on the penultimate row of the grid, row 12 is Dan Camish and Dexter Patterson. Camish hards, Patterson soft, and on the final row of the grid, row 13, it's Max Hall in the Rocket Racing with Unlimited Motorsports soft tyres as the cars come across the line to complete their first formation lap and on to the second formation lap. And let's have a look at the Toka Technical Boost, the TTB, is what they call it, and we wait for that graphic to come up as the final cars head in towards the formation now.
We've got Tom quickly. Hi, Tom. Are you doing okay?
Yes, absolutely fine. Ready to go for this last race. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Go for it. Keep talking before we lose you again.
Okay. Well, the cars are just going around clearways for the second time on this formation. There, so gear to go. There is a car starting from the pit lane, JB. I think that's Dexter Patterson.
Yeah, okay, so Patterson starting from there. JT, go for it.
Rowbottom 12 laps, Hill 12 laps, Rainford 11 laps of Toka Technical Boost, Cook 10, Moffat 9, Smiley 8, Sutton 7, Morgan 6, De Leon 5, then Pearson, Ingram, Chilton, Jelly, Cleese, Taylor Smith and everyone else 12 laps to fall of the Toka Technical Boost. 24 laps ahead of us! Joshua Burts, myself, Josh T and Tom Cairns. Trackside in the commentary box.
Oh, we're looking forward to this one, aren't we? For 24 laps.
Yes.
Your mic's a bit loud, but it should be okay. Just don't scream and we might be all right.
I don't know why it's loud.
It's fine now. I think there's just a glitch when Tom came in. My systems went up and down. Tom, who's your pick a winner?
It's not to say. I think Ingram will take it.
Ingram? Okay. Let me just turn Tom up to the maximum. Yeah, Dexter Patterson starting in the pit lane, as Tom told us a moment ago, so we'll keep an eye on him as well. Max Hall right at the back. Rowbottom on pole. Hill second. Rainford, Cook, Moffat, Smiley, Sutton, Morgan, De Jong, Pearson, Ingram 11th and Chilton in 12th at the back of the field. Here we go then. Last race of the day for the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship here at Brands Hatch at the Indy circuit. Ready for a start, a mix of soft and hard tyres. Round 6 of the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. The 5-second board is out, the red lights come on, and when they go out, it is race time! Good start from the restart racing coming through as well for Chris Smiley. Brilliant start from Jake Hill on the soft tyres. He'll try and go around the outside to Rowbottom. Coming on the inside is Rainford. Hill and Rainford deciding by side. But at the exit up towards Druids, Hill has the outside line coming alongside Rowbottom. They're still side by side. It's 3 wide further back. The restart racing and Smiley got such a great start. He's now up into 4th position. And there's a little bit of contact. And Ingram's made a storming start. Ingram's made a storming start. And Rainford's going around the outside of Hill, JT. They're not going to let this one go. Rainford's going to get second. Hill's going to have to back out of this one. And Rainford's into P2. Oh, they're touching door mirrors.
Yeah, Rainford and Hill had contact with Graham Hill Bend, and Hill got all out of shape. That's why Rainford went onto the grass and went out wide, because of Hill on the inside. Through they go, and they're still side by side. The 2 teammates. Hill looks up to go the inside, but here comes Rainford for the lead.
Rainford's going for it. He door bangs the side of Rowbottom. It gets loose. Coming out of Panic Hill Bend. Look at Chris Smiley. He's coming through left and right. Hill's on the inside line, but it's Rainford going for the lead of the race. Rowbottom's going to get forced down, and Charles Rainford leads. Oh boy, what a race start from Rainford. That was superb. And look as they cross through on past Tom's camera. They're still racing side by side. And look at Moffat. Moffat's coming through on the inside. Smiley's in there too. Moffat can't get through. Smiley stays around the outside. Chilton now side by side as we ride with Adam Morgan. Fantastic stuff.
Charles Rainford has got the door-banging touring car moves down to an absolute pinpoint.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry about that one. Sutton's up to 5th, Cook's in 7th. Here comes in, that's Ingram. Trying to go around the outside of Josh Cook for 8th position. Cook is now in 7th.
Chilton took so much curb, he very nearly rolled over.
He did that this morning in race 2. Do you remember? He took 2 wheels on. Ingram's got the inside line to Cook. Cook's having to give him enough room, and we're on board with Chilton now. Can he find the way through on the inside? I don't think he can. So that's Ingram up into 7th position.
Okay, so Chris Smiley's start might have been a little bit too good, because the race control and the race directors have just said the car 22 start will be investigated after the race. It was good, but was it too good for the 22 of Chris Smiley?
Yeah, sadly that could be the case. They flash by Tom once more. There's your full starting procedures. Tom, what do you make of that start?
Super start. by means, especially from Charles Rainford, getting up from where he was on the grid into the lead now, ahead of Dan Robots, but can he keep it?
Sutton's getting just door banged as well. Sutton's getting twice hit at the bumper, 3 times a charm, and Sutton's getting kicked round. What on earth is Moffat doing, JT? He's pushing him around every which way. Unbelievable stuff there as they came into it. So there's Sutton with a rear bumper losing out. Rainford leads, and he's got a gap of, I can't tell, 0.6 seconds as he crossed the line. Ingram to the inside where they just went past Tom on the camber lens. And he gets ahead of Moffat. Moffat's coming through. That was Hamilton further back, and still Moffat trying to go side by side with Ingram as he comes in towards the first corner. JT and Cook now under pressure from Chilton, who sent it round the outside into Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, Ingram also takes a lot of curb and very nearly rolls over, but not as much as Chilton did the last time round. Cook up the inside of Chilton. It was Ingram who just got past Moffat, but is Moffat going to give the bumper to Ingram like he did to Sutton?
Yeah.
Just a little tap. Not as severe as what he was doing to Sutton, but just a little tap from Moffat that time round.
Just keeps pushing. That's how it's going to work in this race as well. Rainford with a 47.356. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far. Ingram's up 2 places. Sutton is down 1. Moffat down. Cook up on that previous run around as well. Tom, what are you seeing out there? A lot of sideways action.
A lot of sideways action. Is it me or is Aiden? It's from bumper all askew, because it does look rather weird compared to how others are looking now. Maybe an idea just to look on the front end of Moffat's car.
Okay,
yeah,
so you're gone.
From all the contact with Sutton, as Morgan just got a wheel in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend as we were talking to Tom. That didn't slow him down, it just unsettled the car a little bit. Here's a replay of the absolute bumper of a move. Bumper sent by Charles Rainford for the lead.
Yeah, he's got it through by the time we exit through Graham Hill Bend as well. He had that lead sorted. It's lap 7 of 24 then. 1/3 race distance in the air. There, as you can see, Moffat's bumper, as Tom said, has been smashed in as he's been running into the back of Sutton. Sutton now is on the back of Tom Ingram, if I'm not very much mistaken. Yes, so the 2 championship protagonists are battling out. Remember, Ingram has the championship lead after Sutton's poor weekend here in the running order. So as things stand in the championship right now, it will be Sutton leading on 89 points and Ingram will be on 82. So Ingram actually needs to get more ahead, and Sutton's getting all over the place now because here comes another defence from Adam Morgan. He's more on attack. He is predator, he is prey.
Yeah, absolutely. As well, he's still got Sutton in front of him, so could we see a repeat of what just happened a couple of laps ago? Up towards turn 1 we go. Moffat's going to look up the inside, but he's also got Cook right behind him.
Yeah, they're not going to go for a move this time by. Is Cook going to think about it, a launch on the inside in towards Druids? Moffat's thinking about it as well. I think it might actually be down where Tom's coming up. There's your leader. There's Rainford, followed in by Rowbottom as well as they flash by down through the Clark curve. And Marshall point 9.5, as me and JT were discussing during the breaks as well, about them redoing the signals here for marshalling points as they've redone the track surface here on the Indy circuit.
Yep, as we are on board with Josh Cook, as Josh Cook takes the inside line. But here comes Hill down the inside of Rowbottom.
This is for second place, and this is now going to start it. Hill should be able to easily win race 1 and 3. What do you think, by the way, Tom? Can Hill do it, or is this Rainford's for the taking?
It's hard to say. They may be in BMWs, but they are technically in different teams, these two, so they are going to have their own teams on back. This is going to be the first of these.
Yeah, let it go through again. Flying through Rainford. He's got 0.7 of a second to Rowbottom, so not entirely done yet. Here's a replay, JT. He hook, line and sinker from Hill on the inside of Rowbottom.
Yeah, using no doubtedly the boost on that lap. As we see further behind, Taylor Smith, Sheldon and Dorlin, 12th, 13th and 14th on Tom's Campbell, where they are 3 Toyotas running bumper to bumper.
Sadly at the back of the field.
And well, Dowd Leon got his lap record, but it's now just been taken away by Tommy from 47.157.
Yeah, so Ingram on those soft compound tyres, he's going to be a much more feistier race in this run. That's what we like to see. Feistiness and aggressiveness, please, in our racing season as they fly by Tom again. Cracking view, Tom. The camera's now working again. Oh, that was nice. I do miss being there. I will admit, I do miss it. But I'll be back at Thruxton trackside for the commentary action. Lap 11 of 24, and Ingram's going to the inside line, and Chris Smiley for 4th place, and he's taken him. So Ingram now setting after a podium streak as well. He needs that championship lead. So we're Sutton in 6th and Ingram in 4th. The championship would now put Ingram right up there with Sutton on points paying position, JT.
Yeah, absolutely. As lap 11 of 24, here we go. Tom Ingram in 4th place. And this is on board with, I believe, Josh Cook.
Yeah, it's descending on the inside line on Moffat, and that's how Cook has separated themselves as well. And here is Jake Hill right on the back of Rainford as he comes over the line. Hill's already looking around the outside. It looks like it's almost 2 different series of class coming through, because Hill is going to go to the inside line. Rainford goes defensive. He's got 11 laps of hybrid power, but Jake Hill is the reigning champion, and he knows how to do a race or two around here. Remember his battle with Tom Ingram in the wet in the final race of the year last year with a stunning move around the outside.
Yeah, absolutely. As here we go, Hill flashing his lights. Rainford still got 8 laps of hybrid left. Hill's only got 6 laps of hybrid left. Will he be able to use his Toka technical boost, because everyone calls it hybrid still, as we go across the line?
Over the line and far away. What have we got to play with? This is a superb race so far. Braking hard, switch in, put the power back down. Full throttle. Rainford 0.593 ahead, but there's a lot of boost left in this one. Lap 13 of 14 then, as they come up once again into the braking zone. We're on board with Josh Cook. He's looking ahead to Ash Sutton, who has already got his 100th podium in the British Touring Car Championship, but he's celebrating 100 years of Napa in this series as well. 100 years of Napa. Wow. They're Touring Car champions, they're Indy 500 winners, they're Daytona 500 winners, Le Mans winners. They've done everything, haven't they, Napa?
Yeah.
Fantastic series. As looking to the inside, is Ingram going to go for a move on Rowbottom? The other Napa is currently running in 3rd position. Ingram needs this point, but is Camish is Rowbottom going to defend like Camish did back at Donington to Ingram? Over 2nd and 3rd place in the last race of the last races. Rowbottom needs to hold it through. Still nothing, but I reckon Dan's been a fantastic resurgence this season so far, JT. He looks more at home compared to last year with his car, but he's left the door open there where Tom is, and through goes Ingram. Simple move, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. As chasing down the front stretch we go. Rowbottom looks to go up the inside, but here is a replay of the move, and it'll be Ingram just diving straight up the inside of Rowbottom.
Yeah, super easy, predictable move, and he touched the grass a couple of times as well with that rear tyre. Here's your battling BMWs at the front row, the LKQ of Charles Rainford, and then Jake Hill in the Laser Tools WSR MB Motorsport. Mark Blundell is the owner of that, and Hill's going for it on the inside line, coming into Clark Curve. Nothing there, down the bottom straight, black and white flag for the 32 for track limits, turn 1 and 3. Hill's going for it, over into Paddock Hill Bend. He sends the car to the outside line as the BMW got the traction. Rainford's going to go defensive, but he gets the comeback. Inside line coming up Halewood Hill towards Druids. He thinks better of it because Rainford was already there defending it. Hill's trying every trick in the book to spook Rainford.
Yeah, and Rainford got a little bit of a slide at Paddock Hill Bend, but wasn't able to well, he was able to keep it on the circuit.
Yeah, so Rainford still in a position 0.0, well, it's 4/10 at the moment, the gap, but that was closer as they go past Tom once more, who's down at Clark Curve, the best place for the Wi-Fi, because there's a Wi-Fi router directly there that he's able to join us for at the moment, where the ITV cameraman is locating as well. So if you're wondering where that shot is that we see side by side, that's where Tom is, ladies and gentlemen, over the weekend. As lap 17 now 24, and there's a bit of room. So Tom, do you reckon that Hill can get Rainford?
John's away from him a little bit in the last lap or so, hasn't he? I'm just worried whether he's conserving the tyre.
Yeah, I think he's concerned.
More worried about something coming in.
Yeah.
So,
I'm with you on Tom as Chilton passes Moffat on the inside. I think Tom's right, JT. I think they're saving the tyres a bit too much to try and push towards the end of the race, because they're soft in this temperature. Track temperature around 29. It was high earlier on, but the track's been baking all day with brand new soft, with brand new tarmac. It's really just sort of ripping these softs apart.
Yeah, absolutely, as the gap's now gone up to 0.8 of a second. Hill is using his hybrid. Rainford is saving his hybrid. He's using it every now and again, but not using it every lap like Jake Hill is. I think Jake Hill could be out of turbo boost.
Yeah, very soon. So Dorlin gets through on the inside line of race 2 winner Dowell de Jong, and now he's going after Adam Morgan, who runs in 11th position as well right now in the other Accelerate Virtua car. The 2 other cars alongside the team. 4 cars entered, 2 up to spec, 2 older cars as well. I've got a flag here for car 33 for track limits. So I think is that a black and white flag? Yes, it is. Black and white flag for car 33 for track limits, JT.
Also 16 and 22 of Moffat and Smiley.
So more penalties coming, possibly, as Osborne dropped 2 places on that last lap, so the 77 has fallen further backwards in the field. We're now watching the battle for the race lead once again between Rainford and Hill as they go past as well. There is Charles Rainford's family and friends watching on inside the LKQ garage as well. The Euro car parts squad that at one time or another were the Team Hard squad, and now they're all going strong. And this is Rowbottom with Smiley, and Smiley got through on Rowbottom. Rowbottom tried to hold on the outside line and got squeezed. That Restart Racing has got some serious pace here this weekend. Rowbottom fights back on the inside though.
Yeah, absolutely, and Hill is out of turbo boost.
Wow! Oh, more
and a lot of dust at Paddock Hill End.
Who's just ahead of them here on the monitor? That's what we need to be looking at. Oh, more drama coming through. Smiley on the inside line of Rowbottom, and Sutton's going to push Smiley through to the detriment of his own teammate here. So he's going to back off. Smiley's gone through. Rowbottom onto attack with Sutton, trying to go on the outside. He's trying to give his teammate room, but Sutton needs to get through here. Row for 4th, well, what is effectively 5th place, and he goes through. Rowbottom lifts off and just defends against Josh Cook as they go past Tom's camera. Wow! And Cook hits the back of Rowbottom, hits the back of Sutton.
I think Rainford's got this. He's still got 3 laps of hybrid turbo boost left.
Cook, there was someone on the dust there. Cook's going through.
The gap in that past lap between Rainford and Hill went from 0.8 of a second to 2 seconds.
Sutton dives through on the inside of Chris Smiley. Josh Cook going to the inside line of Rowbottom on the run up towards Druids. And here comes Tom Chilton to the inside. Rowbottom got absolutely mugged, and it was all caused by his teammate. And Hill's under pressure from Ingram. Oh, the championship protagonist doing battle. Rainford's got ahead, and off into the gravel goes the 93. That could cause a safety car quite late in the race as well. Oh boy!
That's in front of Tom.
That's right, Tom, that's right in front of you. Car in the gravel right in front of you. There you go. Yellow flags at the moment. So that's Hall. Max Hall's car again. Say yellow flags around as Tom's showing us. As round the outside, Hill defending against Ingram. Will they leave it there, or will they put out a safety car? If it's a safety car, we have to extend 3 laps. Hill's going for it, going defensive, and Ingram trying to go through for 2nd place. Rainford might have this one. Are they going to throw that safety car, JT? That's the question. Look how close they are. What would you do, JT? Safety car or leave it?
I don't know, because it depends.
If he gets out the car, then it's a safety car. If he stays, Tom, you'll have to let us know if he gets out the car, mate.
If he gets out the car, it'll be a double yellow.
Ingram's going round the outside and towards Panic Hill Bend. Hill has got no hybrid to defend it, then banging doors. Hill forces him wide. There's dust kicked up as well from Rayford, who's gone a little bit wide. Ingram goes to the inside line. Hill's completely forced him off the track. Oh, this is a repeat of what we saw in the final round of the championship, where these two were doing exactly the same thing for the Touring Car Championship. And now Ingram is not wanting history to repeat itself. He needs to get back ahead of Hill ASAP. Nothing happening. Go on.
Yeah, close between these two. Rainford is continuing to, and it is double yellow as out of the car is the number 93.
Oh, he had a puncture. Well, why? Oh, Hill nearly hit him, JT. Hill nearly hit him. And Ingram on the outside through Panic Hill Bend on the run up towards Druids. Hill's not going to break. Ingram's trying to turn in. Hill sends him wide. Hill will get a penalty for that, surely. He forced Ingram wide down at Druids. Well, that might. It's the final lap now. That might be a penalty. I'm not sure how I can call that one. Timing and scoring have failed. Timing and scoring have failed. Charles Rainford, out of the last corner, flashes the lights. It's another new winner. Charles Rainford wins round 6 of the Quidfit British Touring Car Championship. Hill holds off for second place with Ingram third, Sutton fourth, fifth comes home for Smiley. Charles Rainford, another first-time winner in the touring cars. 5 different winners from the opening 6 races. Touring cars are back. And it was a photo finish in the line as well for the last points-paying position. Taylor Smith getting it as Camish and De Jong went side by side. JT, another first-time winner, and it's a BMW sweep-out, but it's Rainford who wins.
This has been an incredible race meeting throughout the whole weekend, through all series.
2 first-time winners. Charles Rainford wins. He had a second place earlier on. Now he betters out with a first. So we've had Sutton race 1 and race 2, Chilton race 3, Hill race 4, De Jong race 5, Rainford race 6. 5 out of 6 races we've had different winners, and the championship now goes with Ash Sutton leading on 92 points, with Tom Ingram on 87 and Jake Hill back on 80. Wow!
Into Toka Technical he goes, and let's run through the full classification and championship points.
Charles Rainford wins! Go on, JT, go on, you take it.
Okay, you pointed to me, so I thought you were asking me to do it. Charles Rainford wins by 1.983 seconds to Jake Hill. Tom Ingram and Ash Sutton is in 4th. Chris Smiley in 5th, but he has got a start under investigation after the race. And it's 6th, Cook, 7th, Chilton, 8th, Moffat, 9th, Rowbottom, 10th, Shedden, then it's Dorlin, Morgan, De Leon, our race 2 winner in 13th, then it's Camish, Taylor Smith, Cleese, Pearson, Osborne, Jolly, Doble, rounds out the top 20, then 21st is Patterson, Lloyd, Nick Hamilton and Nick Halstead in 23rd and 24th, and in 25th and last with a DNF in the gravel trap at Clearways, it is Max Hall. Ash Sutton with 92 points leads by 5 points to 87 in Tom Ingram. Then 80 points is Jake Hill. Then it's Tom Chilton with 55 points. Adam Morgan with 52, same as Dan Rowbottom. Then it's Dan Camish and Chris Smiley on 50 points. Charles Rainford on 48 points. Aidan Moffat on 41 points. And it's currently Team Virtue leading the teams with 166 points to Napa Racing UK at 143. But with WSR, they move up to third with 99 points, and Laser Tools Racing, they move up to 81 points in that. Independent Chris Smiley, 107 points, with Mikey Doble, 93 points. And with the Jack Sears Trophy, Darryl De Leon leads that by 10 points to Ronan Pearson. Independent Team 3-Start Racing is leading it by 8 points to Motorsports Direct with Powermax Racing. That's 109 to 101 points. And finally, I don't think I've gone through the manufacturers.
No.
Hyundai, 179 points. And BMW, 160 points, with Ford, 154 points. And Toyota, 101 points.
Tom, what have you made of that race and the whole weekend being trackside?
It's been thrilling to watch trackside. Very happy to have seen 3 different race winners, all of which being in BMWs. And believe it or not, I think they're doing the podium over on the track this time, and not over in the paddock as where we usually. Yeah, so I'll do my best to get some footage of that and some shots.
Cheers, Tom. Are you gonna pre-record that or live? What do you want? Are you gonna record it? Aren't you?
I think I'm going to record it because I think the signal won't be too good over there.
Yeah, I'm with you. Thanks, mate, for your work here. We'll let you run over now.
Okay, thank you.
Tom Cairns trackside for us as well. He'll go and you can watch the JB Motorsports Notebook, where whoever is trackside will put a little podcast together with some interviews and some footage, and we'll get them all together as well. We've got one in the edit from Donington Park with all the interviews we got there, and Tom's now going to have one from here as well for the British Touring Car Notebook. Stay with us because we have got interviews of post-race coming up as well. Louise Goodman, followed then by the podium. Let's just quickly head down and hear what we're going to see on the radio as well from Toka.
Jay. It was good, wasn't it? Oh, man. It was good fun. I obviously managed to save save a lot more hybrid to the end. So when it all had the kerfuffle up here with Max, Jake got checked up by it. So at that point, I knew I had a couple of laps in hands, but the BM can get on the power a little bit earlier out of clearways, use the full width. We can't quite, so we lose that initial gap that the hybrid, or the whatever it's called now, makes up for it. The TTB, that was it. That then makes up for us. So yeah, a bit of cat and mouse around the lap. I think all of us were at the end of our tyre life as well. So yeah, good fun.
It was so wonderful to watch. Enjoy.
Let's head down to Louise Goodman then, with all of the trackside action and as well the interviews from the top 3 of Rainford, Hill and Ingram from the day.
Race and what a race. Dan Rowbottom made the start. Jake Hill got shuffled back to third as Charles Rainford forced his way past the Napa Racing Ford and into the lead. Rainford set about stretching a lead over teammate Jake Hill, who was now second. Ingram was trying to get past Rowbottom for third and succeeded with 10 laps to go, but Hill, taking a closer look at Rainford, then had Ingram all over him. 2 laps left and the 2 great rivals were nose to tail. But it was Charles Rainford's day, and it was West Surrey Racing's day. What a win, what a performance by the team, and a debut win for the extraordinary Charles Rainford, who is celebrating not only with the fans down by the finish area, but also with Louise.
That's right, Steve. Our second first-time winner of the day. Congratulations, Charles. Did nobody tell you it's supposed to be quite difficult to win a race in the British Touring Car Championship?
You know what? I can't put that down to me. I've got to put that down to the team. You know, I mean, I think I came out I came out of the championship before this weekend in 23rd. So to then get a second, a win, and a 7th, you know what? I'll take that. Just unbelievable weekend.
Well, do you know what? I think you should take some of the credit yourself, because we've seen some great driving, and it's not just me saying that. It's Tim Harvey praising your driving earlier on today as well.
Well, that's super kind of him, you know. He knows what he's talking about, so maybe I'll give myself a bit of credit there. Thank you.
I mean, we saw Jake was up close behind you for a while, but once you got away from him, that must have you must have thought, phew, the pressure is off now. I can, maybe not coast to the win, but any nervous moments?
Yeah, you know, when Jake got right behind me, I could feel it kind of slipping away. I was a little bit struggling with balance towards the middle of the race, but found a nice groove, a few different lines, and yeah, we managed to get the job done. So yeah, just unbelievably happy.
What a day it's been for BMW as well. 3 different winners. I think it's the first time in 10 years the team has had 3 wins across the day. So a special day to be part of.
Totally, no, it just shows exactly what Jake said, what we said after race 1. We've got a race car in our hands and we can actually fight now. So, and that's just down to WSR. You know, the boys and girls of WSR have been amazing to get us from, you know, somewhere in the midfield all the way to the front in 2 weeks. So what we can do for Snetterton, I'm really excited to see.
Well done. You've got your winner's water bottle, but there's a trophy to come as well. So congratulations. Let's bring in Jake. Jake, I'm guessing there's a frustration, but nonetheless, it has been a really good day when you look at it.
For sure, I didn't make a good enough start. You know, normally my start's a 10 out of 10, and that one wasn't. So I got held up a bit with Robo at the start there, and Robo was pretty quick until I guess his fronts just started to fall away. There's quite a lot of smoke coming out from underneath his car as well. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but yeah, overall, what a fantastic day for everyone, you know, including myself. The BMW has been on fire today, and you know, everyone at JB Motorsport has done a fantastic job. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. He's returning my goods. I've got a collection of yours at home, so yeah, you know, it's a good touring car fight to the end of the day there.
It was a great battle between the two of you, wasn't it?
It was. You know, it's another one of me and Tom's excellent fights that we've had over the years. Another one to add to the collection. So yeah, great way to end the day.
What a home race it's been for you.
It's been mega, you know, lovely to get a couple of podiums and my first win finally at Brands Indy. So yeah, it's been a long time coming.
Congratulations, well done. And let's bring in the man who delivered, well, you took it away in the first place, so nice of you to deliver it back. Where was that, wedged in the front of your car or something?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fairly close on those last couple of laps, wasn't it, between Jake and I? Yeah, good. I mean, we managed to, with the result we had in race 2, we obviously had a little bit more high TTB left in hand, so it meant we could sort of be a little bit more strategic. And the difference being able to deploy from a lower speed is amazing as well. So even though you're still getting the same amount over the lap, just being able to deploy it from a lower speed makes such a difference. So good result, yeah, really, really good result. So yeah, as Team Virtue, we've had quite a strong weekend. It's been pretty good. Great to see Adam up there as well, which has been fantastic. And yeah, huge congratulations to Charles on his first win. So massive well done.
I feel like the Regs are doing what we want them to do. You're now 87 and 8, and 5 points off for Ash. Jake just 7 points behind you. So it's nice and close. That's how we like it. What are your thoughts looking ahead to the next one, though?
I think okay. I mean, the car has been phenomenal again this weekend. So you know, on the soft and the hard tyre, it felt good. It probably didn't look like it was very good on the hard tyre earlier on because we were swamped by cars around us with near enough the whole grid on the soft. So the cars felt very good, which is really, really encouraging. It's in a really, really nice place at the minute. It just feels fantastic every time we put it on. So it's a pleasure to drive, and I can't see any reason this can't carry on all the way through.
Good stuff. Thank you, Tom. Great, exciting race for us. We are heading off for a break now, but...
Well, they are. We're not. JT, we'll come on to you quickly up here in the comms box. We head down back to Toka Radio. 22233. Ingram has been on the podium every race bar 1. How come he's not leading the championship and Ash Sutton is? What is going on there?
It's called British Touring Cars in 2025 is what it is. But, well, they're so nice together, aren't they? Giving bits of each other's cars back after bits of each other's cars get stuck on their cars because of how close they've been racing.
I wouldn't do that. Would you do that? I don't think I would.
I mean, Jake Hill did say he's got a massive collection of his stuff at home.
Yeah, that is true. Also, we've picked up a fair few bits over the years, haven't we? In fact, I wonder where my bits of tyre I picked up from Donington Park have gone. I know I've got a box here from AP Racing, which has got some in from Media Day last year, but I got some more, and I don't know where I put it. Okay, podium time coming up. Just give us, if you can, your moment of the race, please. The whole weekend that we've had.
Whole weekend? Yeah. Well, race 2 was how well Dawada Leon did the strategy and how he did the safety car restart. Race 3 was the absolute insane battles we had throughout the whole field. Race 1 was a bit quiet. You can see how dry it is and how dry it's been in the UK because of how dusty the gravel traps are.
Massively.
But it's been a great weekend. It's been a classic race in the British. It's been a classic weekend of British touring car racing. It's been a classic weekend of Caterham racing. It's been a classic weekend of mini racing, and it's especially been a classic weekend of Porsche racing, as my dog breaks into the studio once again, if you heard that in the background.
I did actually, yeah.
Do you want to say anything? No, you're not meant to lick the mic. Stop it.
How did Del Boy find Max Hall's weekend? Was it a bit rough? Oh, the jokes you have to put up with as well. Right,
my mic is now wet because dog decided to lick it.
What's even worse is that you're just literally holding a microphone. I gave you the shield and the mic. So yeah.
This.
Hang on. Go on. Yeah, that one.
That is all yours.
Yes, it is. I'll just have it back. At least someone's matching with microphone covers. We need a couple more of those. And
for once.
Yes, for once. Right, let's head back down to Toka Radio.
To wait a fortnight until Snetterton, then another fortnight till Thruxton, and then to Oulton Park, and therefore in sort of just over a month's time, we'll really have a read on how this championship might go.
That's right, the 2026 calendar already out in record time, so we know it's slightly different look to the calendar next year as well because of TV commitments for something called the World Cup, some football event I imagine that happens in the summer, so that's giving us a slightly different look next year, but that calendar already out on the btcc.net website. For this year, we've had 6 races. We've had 5 different winners. So it's proper touring car racing. Only Ash Sutton with more than one victory. And, of course, he won the first 2 races at Donington. Tom Chilton won the reverse grid race at Donington. We've had 3 different winners today, all of them driving West Surrey run BMWs. And they got their record today as well.
Having softs and hards really added a new element today, because the softs to the mediums, not a big difference perhaps at Donington Park, especially when everyone got a bit concerned about the longevity of those soft tyres, but today a significant difference. I think we worked out this morning, didn't we, about 6 or 7 tenths of a second of difference on a short circuit like this, and that made all the difference, particularly in race 2 where Jake Hill, Charles Rainford and Tom Ingram were really clinging on to all the soft tyres behind them. And of course, having that change from last year where it's just the top 3, it really perhaps hurts those 3 drivers in that second race.
Yeah, I think it's a good rule change, that one for sure. And guess what the mix of tyre compounds is for Snetterton next round of the championship? That's right, softs and hards. So they'll have 3 sets of softs and a set of hard tyres. When we get to Thruxton, obviously, that's the only place where we don't have an option tyre, all on the hard tyre. And then again, it's the same combination of the standard tyre being the soft tyre and the option being the hard tyre at Oulton Park and at Croft as well. So we have to wait until we get to Knock Hill after the summer break before we see a mix of soft and mediums again. So it really is going to mix things up quite nicely, I think, having that mix of one extreme tyre to the other.
I wonder if that had changed strategies at all, because Snetterton, because of the long straights, it's going to make it hard to defend for those 3 drivers that come on the podium in race 1. So is that going to see a change of strategy? I wonder. Now everybody's sort of got an idea how it might work. Of course, temperatures could change that, but as it was a warm day, that you'd think would suit the hard tyres. It could be a much different situation if we don't have that temperature later in the year.
Okay, let's go down to Louise, talking with Ash Sutton.
Fairly lively car on your hands there.
Yeah, it was lively with some assistance. Good old Moffat, but yeah, it was. We come into today sort of knowing we're going to have to turn the day around and take the pain in race 1, the minimum deployment we had, and obviously the hard tyre, and chip away as the day goes on. And race 2, we had a mega job. Car was phenomenal. We come through up to 3rd from 10th, which was good. And then yeah, the last race, obviously there was suddenly a lot of soft cars around us. Some of the guys had used the hard tyre in race 1 and obviously in race 2. So yeah, there was a good old soft race in the end, and a typical race 3 with a bit of tussling.
Well, you still got the championship lead by 5 points as we head to Snetterton. What are your thoughts looking ahead to the next race?
Oh, great. No, obviously leading the championship's mega, but yeah, the deployment there is one of the biggest deficits throughout the whole calendar. So that's going to be good fun. But that's part and parcel of it. That's how the dice rolls, and the cards we've got there, we need to play them as well as we can.
See you there.
Cheers, thank you.
Snetterton in 2 weeks' time. Let's swiftly go back to the commentary box. I'm sure the birthday cake has been devoured, and we can get some final thoughts from David and Tim. It's been devoured by Tim, by the looks of it.
I just knew
how has the championship changed today, fellas?
Well, whichever way you look at the day, it is hard not to keep coming back to the BMW story, isn't it? I mean, for a car that was so seemingly off the pace last time out at Donington, to have 3 wins and 3 different drivers, yeah, it's been great work by the drivers, great work by the team, and BMW is very much back. But other good stories, I think. I'll offer you another one just as a talking point. The Restart Racing Hyundai, Chris Smiley, couple of independent wins and being able to run at the front on merit as well. And that's only going to get stronger and stronger as the year goes on.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think there's more to this BMW story than perhaps appears. The circuit is a good rear-wheel drive track, as indeed will Snetterton be, and the weather and the use of soft tyres has all just played nicely into the hands of BMW. I want to see them do it on other tracks and perhaps not on the soft tyre on a hot day, but they're back and they're definitely in the fight, and that's great to see. And there'll be some fast BMWs with a lot of boost available come qualifying at Snetterton, which, as Ash has said, is a power circuit.
It really is. Let's go down there and enjoy Tucker Radio.
Well, and Tingram in 3rd place. In 2nd place, the 2nd podium of the day. He won race 1 today. Jake Hill. What a battle it was between Jake and Tingram. And a wave to the crowd, a handshake, another handshake with Chris. The reigning champion climbs aboard step number 2 of the podium and holds up the trophy to the crowd. Well done to Jake Hill in 2nd place. And our winning driver is also our Jack Sears Trophy winner as well. A first win in the BTCC for Charles Rainford. Listen to that cheer. Yes, he says. A handshake with Tingram and with teammate Jake and Chris. And Charles Rainford, for the first time, I'm sure, the first of many, takes a winner's trophy and a Jack Sears trophy as well. Charles Rainford on the top step of the BTCC podium. And now, the national anthem for the winning driver. Charles Rainford is a winner in the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. He gets applauded by all of the other drivers, everyone in front of the podium, and now they will all bunch up together to enjoy the photograph for round 6 of the 2025 Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. You know what's coming next. They are about to celebrate with champagne.
And it's
Thanks very much
champagne
indeed,
time!
Alan. Thanks, everybody, for your company today.
Yeah, I must say as well, as we'll come up to the commentary box cameras once more and round out what has been, I think, an awesome day. JT, great weekend again. And I agree with what Paul O'Neill said. I said it in the start of the commentary. This time last year, we had repeat winners in each of the 2 races for the first 3 rounds of the championship. It was 2 by 2 by 2. That was the joke coming into it. But here, right now, this is starting to get a little bit more entertaining because we've had 5 different winners from the opening 6 races, and 2 of those are first-time winners. The touring cars, it's just come alive again.
Yeah, it has, as I'm trying not to trip over the dog when I stood up. But, yeah, what a weekend for touring cars. Touring cars is back. Hopefully it continues to Snetterton, but from one of the shortest to one of the longest, well, one of the shortest to the longest circuit we run here in the British Touring Cars Championship. Snetterton 300 stands for 3 miles. It's a 3-mile circuit around the Norfolk countryside, and it's completely different. It's fast as well.
Yeah, it's the longest track on the calendar. It's the only one that could realistically, outside of Silverstone, host a Grand Prix venue of Formula One. It's that long. I'm hopeful to be there for race 1. However, it is the weekend of the British Grand Prix for MotoGP and the championship as well for Formula One at Monaco, and then the Indy 500. So it's a difficult weekend to do. But you're going to be here on Sunday. You get to lead your first racing coverage of the year in the commentary box. Looking forward to it?
No, but yeah, a chaotic weekend because, well, as race 2 is happening, it's the Monaco Grand Prix, and when race 3 is happening, it's the Indy 500. Yeah. So I absolutely love missing stuff for British touring cars. I really do. But that'll be the time where multiple setups will be in action here. There's a reason that there's a full studio in this room, because multiple setups.
Ditto here as well in the commentary box. Well, I'd just like to thank everybody for another cracking weekend. A special thanks to Tom Cans for going trackside for us to bring us footage of the 3 races plus all the sessions yesterday. Big thanks to JT for producing once again, and this Muppet just turning up and stealing all the show and commentating on it as well. Well done, boys. Great weekend.
The person who took the race 1, race 2 and race 3 production away from me, yes.
It would.
It took every single TV broadcasted session away from me. Yep.
Yeah. Mainly because without it, we'll be doubling up on audios. Don't worry, you'll get your own back when we go to Snetterton. And that's where we head next for round 7, 8 and 9. They're coming thick and fast now here in the QuickFit British Touring Car Championship. It is coming up Snetterton in 2 weeks' time as well. Nobody will be trackside, it'll be studio-based, but Saturday and Sunday, full coverage once again here. And after 9 hours on air, it's time for myself and JT to say thank you very much. We'll see you soon. 5 winners from 6 races. What is this? Touring car racing? It's back. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.